Chapter 1, Introduction, Bridging Two Worlds, Chakras and the Brain, How Ancient Energy Maps Align with Modern Neuroscience. Chapter 1, Introduction, Bridging Two Worlds. For centuries, seekers, healers, and philosophers have gazed inward, mapping the mysterious terrain of human consciousness. They have sought to understand not just the body's physical mechanisms, but the intangible energies that seem to animate our every thought, feeling, and inspiration. Across continents and cultures, different systems emerged to explain the unseen forces that shape our lives. Among the most enduring and influential of these is the chakra system, a centuries-old map of subtle energies that originated in ancient India. Meanwhile, in the laboratories and clinics of the modern world, neuroscience has steadily advanced our understanding of the brain, unraveling its intricate wiring and the chemical ballet that underpins perception, emotion, and cognition. At first glance, these two worlds, the ancient wisdom of the chakras and the empirical rigor of neuroscience, appear to belong to entirely different domains. The chakra system speaks in the language of energy, vibrational fields, and consciousness, often shrouded in metaphor and spiritual context. Neuroscience, on the other hand, is grounded in observable facts, data, and the scientific method, focusing on neurons, synapses, and measurable brain activity. Yet, as we stand at the crossroads of tradition and technology, a remarkable convergence is beginning to unfold. The boundaries that once separated ancient energy maps from modern science are becoming more porous, inviting a dialogue that promises to enrich our understanding of what it means to be human. This book was born out of a curiosity about that convergence. What if the ancient sages who described chakras were pointing to real phenomena, subtle yet profound patterns of organization within the human system, that neuroscience is only now beginning to glimpse? What if the symbolic language of chakras could be translated into the lexicon of neurobiology, revealing previously unrecognized connections between our inner experiences and the physical structures of the brain? These questions, and the journey they imply, form the heart of this exploration. To embark on such a journey requires both reverence and skepticism. Reverence, because the chakra system is a product of deep introspection and cultural wisdom, honed over millennia by countless practitioners who sought to cultivate health, awareness, and spiritual growth. Skepticism, because in the age of information, we are rightfully wary of claims that cannot be tested, measured, or falsified. The task, then, is not to force a simplistic equation between chakras and neural circuits, nor to diminish one tradition in favor of another. Instead, the goal is to foster a dialogue, a mutual illumination, between two ways of knowing that have much to offer each other. The chakra system first appeared in the spiritual texts of India, most notably in the Upanishads and later in the Yoga Sutras and Tantras. It describes a series of energy centers aligned along the spine, each associated with specific physical, emotional, and spiritual attributes. These centers, or chakras, are said to govern everything from our basic survival instincts and sexuality to our capacity for love, communication, insight, and transcendence. Over time, the chakra system was refined and elaborated, giving rise to a complex body of knowledge that encompasses meditation, yoga, healing practices, and psychological theories. Neuroscience, by contrast, is a relatively young discipline, barely a few centuries old in its modern form. Yet in that brief span, it has revolutionized our understanding of the brain and nervous system. We now know that the brain is not a static organ, but a dynamic network of billions of neurons, constantly rewiring itself in response to experience. We have mapped the regions responsible for movement, emotion, memory, and higher cognition. We have begun to unravel the mysteries of consciousness itself, probing the neural correlates of self-awareness, empathy, and even mystical experience. Despite their differences, both the chakra system and neuroscience share a common ambition: to understand the forces that shape human experience from within. The chakra system approaches this through the lens of energy and consciousness, offering a model that integrates body, mind, and spirit. Neuroscience seeks to explain our inner world in terms of electrical impulses, neurotransmitters, and brain structures, relying on observation, experimentation, and theory. Both systems recognize that human beings are multidimensional, and that health and well-being depend on the harmonious integration of all aspects of our nature. This book does not claim that the chakra system is a literal map of the nervous system, nor that every ancient insight can be neatly matched to a modern scientific finding. Rather, it suggests that the chakras may serve as a powerful metaphorical bridge, a way of organizing and understanding human experience that resonates with emerging discoveries in neuroscience. The language of chakras can provide context and meaning for phenomena that are otherwise difficult to articulate, while the precision of neuroscience can ground these insights in observable reality. Consider, for example, the way both systems describe the relationship between body and mind. The chakra system posits that energy flows through the body along specific channels, and that blockages or imbalances in these flows can lead to physical illness or psychological distress. Modern neuroscience, too, recognizes the profound interplay between the nervous system and every aspect of our health. The brain communicates with the immune system, the endocrine system, and the gut in ways that affect everything from mood to metabolism. Emotional trauma, chronic stress, and unresolved psychological conflicts can manifest as tangible changes in brain chemistry and structure, leading to a wide range of physical symptoms. Or take the concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's remarkable ability to change and adapt throughout life. This discovery has upended the old belief that the brain is hardwired and unchanging after childhood. Instead, we now know that thoughts, emotions, and behaviors can reshape neural pathways, for better or for worse. The chakra system, too, emphasizes the possibility of transformation through conscious practice, whether through meditation, breathwork, or ethical living. Both systems suggest that we are not prisoners of our biology or our past, but capable of growth, healing, and evolution. One of the most intriguing parallels between the chakra system and neuroscience lies in their shared recognition of developmental stages. The traditional chakra model proposes that each chakra emerges or becomes prominent at different phases of life, corresponding to specific psychological challenges and opportunities. Modern developmental psychology and neuroscience have arrived at similar conclusions, identifying critical periods for the development of attachment, identity, autonomy, and self-actualization. The language may differ, but the underlying insight is the same: human development unfolds in stages, each with its own tasks and potential pitfalls. The intersection of chakras and neuroscience is not just a matter of intellectual curiosity. It has profound practical implications for how we understand and approach health, healing, and personal growth. Integrative medicine, psychotherapy, and holistic wellness practices are increasingly drawing on both ancient wisdom and modern science to offer more comprehensive models of care. Meditation, once dismissed as a mystical pursuit, is now recognized for its measurable effects on brain function, stress reduction, and emotional regulation. Yoga, rooted in the chakra system, is prescribed for everything from anxiety to chronic pain, with mounting evidence of its benefits. Yet, for all the advances in both fields, many questions remain. What, if anything, is the physical basis of the energy described in the chakra system? Are chakras simply metaphors for psychological states, or do they correspond to specific neural networks, endocrine glands, or bioelectrical patterns? Can practices that target the chakras, such as visualization, breathwork, or mantra, produce measurable changes in the brain? And perhaps most importantly, how can we synthesize the insights of both traditions without reducing one to the terms of the other? To address these questions, this book will weave together historical analysis, scientific research, and practical exercises. We will begin by tracing the origins and development of the chakra system, exploring its philosophical foundations and the ways it has been interpreted across different cultures. We will then turn to the latest findings in neuroscience, examining how the brain processes sensation, emotion, and consciousness. Along the way, we will highlight points of convergence and divergence, drawing connections that illuminate both the promise and the limits of integration. Throughout this journey, we will pay careful attention to the language we use. The chakra system is rich in metaphor, symbolism, and poetry. Neuroscience, by necessity, is precise, analytical, and sometimes reductionist. Both languages have their strengths and limitations. The challenge is to honor the depth and nuance of ancient wisdom while subjecting it to the scrutiny of scientific inquiry. It is to recognize that some truths may be best expressed through story, image, or myth, even as we strive for clarity and evidence. This approach is not without its critics. Some scientists view the chakra system as little more than superstition, a relic of pre-scientific thinking that has no place in serious discourse. Some traditionalists, on the other hand, worry that subjecting ancient wisdom to scientific analysis strips it of its sacredness and transformative power. Yet, as history has shown, the most fruitful advances often occur at the boundaries between disciplines and worldviews. When we bring together different ways of knowing, we open ourselves to new possibilities, new questions, new insights, new forms of healing. One of the guiding principles of this book is humility. The human mind is vast and mysterious, and our current understanding, whether through chakras or neuroscience, is necessarily incomplete. Both systems are maps, not the territory itself. They offer frameworks for making sense of experience, but no map can capture the full richness of the landscape. At best, these maps can guide us toward greater awareness, compassion, and integration. Another principle is curiosity. The intersection of chakras and neuroscience is a frontier, not a settled domain. It invites us to explore, to experiment, to ask questions that may not have easy answers. It challenges us to move beyond dogma, whether scientific or spiritual, and to approach the unknown with openness and wonder. A third principle is practicality. Ultimately, the value of any system, ancient or modern, lies in its capacity to enhance human well-being. Can it help us heal from trauma, cultivate resilience, deepen our relationships, and realize our potential? Can it offer tools for navigating the complexities of modern life, with its unprecedented stresses and opportunities? In the chapters that follow, we will explore not only the theoretical connections between chakras and neuroscience, but also the practical implications for health, healing, and personal growth. The story of chakras and the brain is also, in a sense, the story of humanity's search for meaning. From the earliest cave paintings to the latest brain scans, we have always sought to understand ourselves, to find coherence in the chaos of existence. The chakra system and neuroscience are two expressions of this quest, one born of introspection, the other of observation, one rooted in the wisdom of the body, the other in the analysis of the mind. By bringing them into conversation, we honor the full spectrum of human inquiry. Let us consider for a moment the experience of meditation, a practice central to both the chakra system and the emerging field of contemplative neuroscience. In yogic tradition, meditation is a means of awakening and balancing the chakras, cultivating awareness of the subtle energies that flow through the body. In neuroscience, meditation is studied for its effects on brain waves, neural connectivity, and the regulation of stress hormones. Both traditions, in their own ways, recognize that the mind is not a passive observer, but an active participant in shaping experience. Through focused attention, intention, and practice, we can transform our inner landscape. Or take the phenomenon of mystical experience, a sense of unity, transcendence, or direct contact with the divine. The chakra system describes such experiences as the awakening of higher centers, particularly the crown chakra, associated with pure consciousness. Neuroscience, meanwhile, has begun to identify the neural correlates of these states, noting changes in the default mode network, alterations in brain chemistry, and shifts in the sense of self. Neither perspective can fully explain the mystery, but together they offer a richer, more nuanced understanding. In recent years, the field of neurotheology has emerged to study the relationship between brain function and spiritual experience. Researchers have used brain imaging to observe what happens during prayer, meditation, and religious ecstasy. Their findings suggest that spiritual practices can induce measurable changes in the brain, affecting regions associated with attention, emotion, and self-awareness. These discoveries lend support to the idea that the practices associated with the chakra system are not merely symbolic, but have real, observable effects on our physiology and psychology. Similarly, the study of psychoneuroimmunology has revealed deep connections between the mind, the nervous system, and the immune response. Stress, for example, can suppress immune function and increase susceptibility to illness. Practices that reduce stress, such as mindfulness, yoga, and breath work, can enhance immune resilience. The chakra system, which links energy centers to specific organs and physiological functions, anticipated these insights by centuries, suggesting that our inner state is intimately connected to our physical health. As we explore these intersections, it is important to recognize the diversity within both traditions. The chakra system is not a monolith. It has evolved over time and has been interpreted in myriad ways across different schools of thought. Likewise, neuroscience is a vast and rapidly evolving field, with ongoing debates and new discoveries that continually reshape our understanding. This book does not pretend to offer the final word, but rather to serve as a guide, a companion for those who wish to explore the fertile ground where ancient wisdom meets modern science. We live in an age of unprecedented access to information, but also of profound fragmentation. Many people feel disconnected, from themselves, from others, and from the deeper sources of meaning in their lives. The integration of chakras and neuroscience offers a path toward wholeness, inviting us to reconnect with the full spectrum of our being. It challenges us to cultivate both the clarity of reason and the depth of intuition, both the rigor of science and the wisdom of the heart. In the chapters that follow, we will journey through each of the major chakras, exploring their traditional meanings and the ways they may correspond to specific brain regions, neural networks, and physiological processes. We will examine the science of consciousness, the role of the nervous system in emotion and self-regulation, and the potential for transformation through practice. Along the way, we will share stories, research findings, and practical exercises designed to help you experience these insights in your own life. This is not a journey for the faint of heart. It requires a willingness to question assumptions, to hold paradox, and to embrace the unknown. It demands a balance of skepticism and openness, analysis and imagination. Above all, it calls us to remember that every map, whether ancient or modern, is ultimately a tool, a means to an end. The true goal is not to accumulate knowledge for its own sake, but to cultivate wisdom, compassion, and the capacity to live fully. As we set out on this exploration, let us recall the words of the Upanishads: as is the microcosm, so is the macrocosm; as is the atom, so is the universe; as is the human mind, so is the cosmic mind. The chakra system and neuroscience both invite us to see ourselves as part of a larger whole, intricately connected to the web of life. By bridging these two worlds, we may discover not only new ways of understanding ourselves, but also new possibilities for healing, integration, and transformation. In closing this introduction, it is worth noting that the impulse to bridge ancient wisdom and modern science is not new. Throughout history, periods of great cultural flourishing have often been marked by the synthesis of disparate traditions. The Golden Age of Greece, the Renaissance, the flowering of Islamic civilization, all were characterized by a willingness to learn from diverse sources, to seek unity in diversity. In our own time, as we face unprecedented challenges and opportunities, the need for such synthesis is more urgent than ever. The journey ahead will not be easy. There will be moments of confusion, doubt, and disagreement. But if we approach the task with humility, curiosity, and a commitment to practical benefit, we may find ourselves not only bridging two worlds, but also discovering something new about the brain, about consciousness, and about the enduring mystery of what it means to be human. Let us begin. Chapter 2, A Brief History of the Chakra System. Chapter 2, A Brief History of the Chakra System. The journey to understanding the chakra system is as much a voyage into the ancient world as it is an exploration of the human mind and spirit. The chakras, those subtle wheels or centers of energy said to reside within the human body, have become a central motif in the spiritual literature and practices of the East. Yet their origins, development, and cultural significance have often been misunderstood or oversimplified in the West. To appreciate the profound impact of the chakra system, it is essential to trace its roots through the winding corridors of history, philosophy, and spiritual practice. The earliest seeds of the chakra concept can be found in the ancient civilization of India, whose spiritual and philosophical traditions have shaped much of humanity's contemplative heritage. The Sanskrit word chakra translates to wheel or disc, evoking the imagery of spinning energy centers within the subtle body. Yet, the path to this understanding was neither linear nor uniform. The chakra system as it is commonly understood today emerged from a rich tapestry of beliefs, texts, and practices that evolved over millennia. The Vedic foundations. The origins of the chakra system are closely tied to the Vedic period, dating back to approximately 1500 BCE. The Vedas, among the world's oldest sacred texts, do not explicitly mention chakras as they are understood today. Instead, these texts introduce concepts such as prana, life force, nadis, energy channels, and the existence of a subtle body distinct from the physical form. The Rig Veda, for instance, speaks of the breath of life and the intricate network of pathways through which this vital energy flows. During the Vedic period, spiritual inquiry focused largely on the relationship between the individual soul, Atman, and the universal spirit, Brahman. Practices such as meditation, breath control, and ritual were developed to harmonize the two. The body was seen not merely as a physical entity but as a vessel through which consciousness could be elevated. This holistic view laid the groundwork for later elaborations on the subtle anatomy of the human being. The Upanishads, a collection of philosophical treatises that followed the Vedas, began to articulate more explicitly the idea of a subtle body composed of various layers or sheaths. Among these texts, the Yoga Upanishads and the Brahma Upanishad describe energy centers and channels, hinting at an early conceptualization of the chakras. The Chandogya Upanishad, for example, refers to the Sushumna, the central channel running along the spine, and the flow of prana through this pathway. These early references provided the scaffolding for what would become the chakra system. The Tantric revolution. It was within the flourishing traditions of Tantra, beginning around the 6th century CE, that the chakra system found its most detailed and systematic expression. Tantra, a diverse and complex movement, sought to transform consciousness through direct experience rather than mere intellectual understanding. Tantric texts such as the Kubjakarmata Tantra, the Satkakranirupanna, and the Padakapankaka offered elaborate descriptions of the chakras, their locations, associated deities, colors, sounds, and symbolic elements. Unlike the early Vedic and Upanishadic references, Tantric literature provided a vivid map of the subtle body. The most influential of these maps described a central channel, Sushumna Nadi, running along the spinal column, flanked by two secondary channels, Ida and Pingala. Along the Sushumna, a series of chakras were said to reside, each governing distinct aspects of physical, psychological, and spiritual experience. The Satkakranirupanna, composed by Purnananda in the 16th century, is perhaps the most cited classical text on the chakras. It details 6 primary chakras, from the base of the spine to the space between the eyebrows, and a 7th at the crown of the head. Each chakra is depicted as a lotus with a specific number of petals, a central bija, seed, mantra, and a presiding deity. These symbolic representations were not arbitrary, they reflected the intricate interplay of cosmological, psychological, and physiological concepts that characterized Tantric thought. Tantra also emphasized the awakening of Kundalini, a latent spiritual energy coiled at the base of the spine. Through yogic practices involving breath, mantra, visualization, and meditation, practitioners aimed to guide Kundalini upward through the chakras, culminating in spiritual liberation or union with the divine. The journey through the chakras thus became a metaphor for the ascent of consciousness from the mundane to the transcendent. Chakras in Yoga and Ayurveda. While Tantra provided the most detailed articulation of the chakras, these energy centers also found resonance within the traditions of Yoga and Ayurveda. Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, composed around the 2nd century BCE, do not mention chakras explicitly, focusing instead on the eightfold path of yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, and the cultivation of mental discipline. However, the Hatha Yoga tradition, which developed in the medieval period, integrated tantric concepts of the subtle body and chakras into its practices. Hatha Yoga texts such as the Hatha Yoga Pradipika and the Garanda Samhita describe techniques for awakening and balancing the chakras through postures, asanas, breath control, pranayama, and meditation. The aim was not merely physical fitness or flexibility, but the purification and harmonization of the subtle energies governing body and mind. In Ayurveda, India's ancient system of medicine, the chakras were understood as centers of pranic flow influencing health and disease. Ayurvedic texts link the chakras to the major endocrine glands and organs, suggesting an intuitive grasp of mind-body integration centuries before the advent of modern physiology. Imbalances in the chakras were believed to manifest as physical ailments, emotional disturbances, or spiritual blockages. Treatments included herbal remedies, massage, mantra, and lifestyle modifications designed to restore energetic balance. Diversity in chakra models. It is important to recognize that the chakra system was never monolithic. Different texts and lineages described varying numbers of chakras, some mentioned 4, 5, 6, or 7, while others listed up to 12 or more. The now familiar model of 7 chakras became dominant largely through the influence of certain tantric texts and their later popularization in the West. Each chakra was associated with specific qualities, elements, sounds, colors, and deities. For example, the root chakra, Muladhara, at the base of the spine was linked to the earth element, the color red, and the deity Ganesha. The heart chakra, Anahata, was associated with the air element, the color green, and the goddess Parvati. The symbolic richness of the chakras allowed practitioners to engage with them on multiple levels: physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual. Chakras beyond India. While the chakra system is most closely identified with Indian traditions, similar concepts of energy centers and pathways can be found in other ancient cultures. In Tibetan Buddhism, for instance, the subtle body is described in terms of channels, so, winds, lung, and energy centers, chakras or wheels, though the specific locations and functions differ from those in Indian texts. Tibetan yogic practices such as Tummo and the 6 yogas of Niropa involve the circulation of inner energy through these centers to achieve spiritual realization. In Chinese Taoist traditions, the concept of Danshan, energy centers located in the abdomen, heart, and head, bears resemblance to the chakra system. Taoist internal alchemy focuses on cultivating and refining these energies to promote health, longevity, and spiritual awakening. While the terminology and cosmology differ, the underlying recognition of an energetic anatomy is strikingly similar. Indigenous cultures around the world have also recognized the existence of energy centers within the body, though their descriptions and practices are often unique to each tradition. The universality of such concepts suggests a deep, intuitive awareness of the body as more than a mere collection of physical parts, a vessel animated by subtle forces that connect the individual to the cosmos. The chakra system in the West. The transmission of chakra teachings to the Western world is a story of cross-cultural encounter, adaptation, and reinvention. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Western scholars, mystics, and theosophists became fascinated with Eastern philosophies. Figures such as Sir John Woodroffe, also known as Arthur Avalon, Charles Leadbeater, and Alice Bailey played pivotal roles in translating and interpreting Indian esoteric texts for Western audiences. Woodroffe's translation of the Satchakra Nirupana in his seminal work The Serpent Power, 1919, introduced the chakra system to English-speaking readers. Leadbeater's book The Chakras, 1927, further popularized the concept, blending theosophical ideas with Indian sources. These authors often reinterpreted the chakras through the lens of Western occultism, psychology, and spiritualism, leading to new syntheses and sometimes significant departures from the original Indian context. In the latter half of the 20th century, the chakra system became entwined with the human potential movement, New Age spirituality, and the burgeoning field of holistic health. Influential writers such as Anodia Judith, Harish Yohari, and Christopher Hills expanded on the psychological and therapeutic dimensions of the chakras, linking them to developmental stages, personality traits, and emotional patterns. The 7-chakra model became a fixture in yoga studios, healing centers, and self-help literature, often accompanied by colorful diagrams and guided meditations. This westernization of the chakra system brought both opportunities and challenges. On one hand, it made the teachings accessible to a global audience, inspiring millions to explore their inner lives and seek holistic well-being. On the other hand, it sometimes led to oversimplification, commercialization, and cultural appropriation. The rich symbolic tapestry of the chakras was frequently reduced to a set of affirmations or lifestyle tips, divorced from their original philosophical and spiritual context. Significance and enduring appeal. Despite these challenges, the chakra system has endured as a powerful framework for understanding the human experience. Its appeal lies in its holistic vision, a recognition that body, mind, and spirit are inextricably linked, and that health and fulfillment arise from the harmonious flow of energy within and without. The chakras offer a map of human consciousness, charting the journey from instinct and survival, root chakra, through creativity and relationship, sacral chakra, personal power, solar plexus chakra, love and compassion, heart chakra, communication and expression, throat chakra, intuition and insight, third eye chakra, to transcendence and unity, crown chakra. Each center represents a stage of development, a challenge to be mastered, and a potential to be realized. Moreover, the chakra system invites practitioners to engage in self-inquiry and transformation. Through practices such as meditation, breathwork, mantra, visualization, and movement, individuals can explore the subtle dimensions of their being, heal old wounds, and awaken latent capacities. The chakras thus serve as both diagnostic tools and pathways to growth. The intersection of the chakra system with modern science, particularly neuroscience, has opened new avenues for exploration. Researchers and practitioners are beginning to investigate the correlations between the chakras and the nervous system, endocrine glands, and brain regions. While much remains speculative, the dialogue between ancient wisdom and contemporary science holds promise for deepening our understanding of human consciousness and potential. Conclusion: the living tradition. The history of the chakra system is a testament to humanity's enduring quest to understand the mysteries of life, health, and consciousness. From the earliest Vedic hymns to the intricate maps of Tantra, from the healing arts of Ayurveda to the global yoga movement, the chakras have woven their way through the fabric of spiritual and scientific inquiry. Far from being a static or dogmatic doctrine, the chakra system is a living tradition, one that continues to evolve, adapt, and inspire. Its symbols and teachings offer not only a glimpse into the spiritual genius of ancient India but also a practical guide for modern seekers navigating the complexities of body, mind, and soul. As we move forward in this book, we will delve deeper into the anatomy of the chakras, their psychological and physiological correlates, and the ways in which ancient energy maps align with the discoveries of modern neuroscience. By bridging the wisdom of the past with the insights of the present, we may find new paths to healing, integration, and awakening. The story of the chakras is, ultimately, the story of our own journey toward wholeness. Chapter 3: Foundations of Modern Neuroscience. Neuroscience, the study of the nervous system and its intricate workings, stands as one of the most dynamic and rapidly evolving fields in modern science. It bridges biology, psychology, chemistry, and even philosophy, seeking to unravel the mysteries of how we perceive, think, feel, and act. To understand the potential parallels between ancient chakra systems and contemporary brain science, it is crucial first to establish a clear foundation in the core concepts of neuroscience. This chapter will explore the architecture of the brain, the fundamental principles of neural communication, the organization of brain regions, and the essential mechanisms underlying perception, emotion, cognition, and consciousness. The structure of the nervous system. At its core, the nervous system is the body's information highway. It is responsible for receiving sensory input, processing information, and generating appropriate responses. The nervous system is typically divided into two main parts: the central nervous system, CNS, which consists of the brain and spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system, PNS, which includes all the nerves that branch out from the CNS to the rest of the body. The central nervous system acts as the command center. The brain interprets sensory information, coordinates voluntary and involuntary actions, and enables higher cognitive functions such as reasoning, memory, and creativity. The spinal cord serves as the main conduit for transmitting information between the brain and the peripheral nervous system. The PNS, in turn, connects the CNS to limbs and organs, facilitating both sensory input from the external world and motor output to muscles and glands. Within the PNS, there are further subdivisions: the somatic nervous system, which governs voluntary movements and sensory information, and the autonomic nervous system, which controls involuntary functions such as heart rate, digestion, and respiratory rate. The autonomic system is itself divided into the sympathetic, fight or flight, and parasympathetic, rest and digest, branches, which work in concert to maintain homeostasis. Neurons, the building blocks of the brain. The true marvel of the nervous system lies in its cells. Neurons, the fundamental units of the brain and nerves, are specialized for communication. Each neuron consists of a cell body, soma, branching dendrites, and a long, slender axon. Dendrites receive incoming signals from other neurons, while the axon transmits outgoing signals, often over considerable distances. At the end of the axon are terminal branches that communicate with other neurons, muscle cells, or glands through specialized junctions called synapses. Neurons communicate via electrical impulses known as action potentials. When a neuron is activated, a rapid change in electrical charge travels along its axon. Upon reaching the synapse, this electrical signal triggers the release of chemical messengers called neurotransmitters. These chemicals cross the synaptic gap and bind to receptors on the next neuron, influencing whether it will also fire an action potential. This elegant system of electrical and chemical signaling allows for the rapid transmission and processing of information throughout the nervous system. There are estimated to be around 86 billion neurons in the human brain, each forming thousands of synaptic connections with other neurons. This creates an unimaginably complex network, often likened to a vast city with more connections than there are stars in the Milky Way galaxy. In addition to neurons, the brain contains glial cells, which provide support, nutrition, insulation, and help maintain the environment necessary for optimal neural function. Brain anatomy, regions and functions. The human brain is a 3-pound organ with distinct regions, each specialized for different functions. Although the brain operates as an integrated whole, understanding its regional anatomy is essential for appreciating how different aspects of experience and behavior are produced. The brain can be divided into 3 main parts: the cerebrum, the cerebellum, and the brainstem. The cerebrum, the largest part, is divided into 2 hemispheres, left and right, and is further subdivided into lobes. The frontal lobes, located at the front of the brain, are crucial for executive functions such as planning, decision-making, problem-solving, and voluntary movement. The parietal lobes, situated behind the frontal lobes, process sensory information related to touch, spatial awareness, and navigation. The temporal lobes, found near the temples, are involved in processing auditory information and are critical for language and memory. The occipital lobes, at the back of the brain, are dedicated to visual processing. Beneath the cerebrum lies the cerebellum, a structure essential for coordination, balance, and fine motor control. The brainstem, which connects the brain to the spinal cord, regulates basic life-sustaining functions such as heart rate, breathing, and sleep-wake cycles. Deep within the brain are several important subcortical structures. The thalamus acts as a relay station, directing sensory information to the appropriate regions of the cortex. The hypothalamus is a key regulator of homeostasis, controlling hunger, thirst, body temperature, and the release of hormones via the pituitary gland. The limbic system, which includes the amygdala, hippocampus, and other structures, is central to emotion, motivation, and memory. Neural networks and brain connectivity. The brain is not simply a collection of isolated regions, it is a highly interconnected network. Modern neuroscience has revealed that cognitive and emotional processes depend on the dynamic interactions between distributed neural circuits. These networks are formed by bundles of axons called white matter tracts, which link distant regions and enable efficient communication. One of the most important networks is the default mode network, DMN, which is active when the mind is at rest, engaged in self-reflection, daydreaming, or recalling memories. Other networks, such as the salience network and the executive control network, are involved in detecting important stimuli and managing attention and goal-directed behavior. The interplay between these networks underlies our ability to switch between internal thought and external focus, a feature that resonates with ancient descriptions of shifting awareness in meditation and contemplative practices. Plasticity, the brain's ability to change. A central tenet of modern neuroscience is neuroplasticity, the brain's capacity to reorganize itself in response to experience, learning, and injury. Far from being a static organ, the brain continually forms new connections and strengthens or weakens existing ones based on use. This adaptability is evident in everything from language acquisition in childhood to recovery after a stroke. Synaptic plasticity, the ability of synapses to become more or less efficient at transmitting signals, is believed to underlie learning and memory. Long-term potentiation, LTP, is a process by which repeated activation of a synapse increases its strength, making it more likely that the postsynaptic neuron will fire in the future. Conversely, long-term depression, limited, weakens synaptic connections. These processes allow the brain to encode new information, adjust to changing environments, and even compensate for damage. Plasticity also extends to the brain's structure. Studies have shown that areas of the brain can physically change in response to repeated activity. For example, experienced taxi drivers have been found to have larger hippocampi, the region associated with spatial memory. Musicians often show increased gray matter volume in areas related to motor control and auditory processing. These findings highlight the remarkable flexibility of the brain and its ability to adapt throughout life. Neurotransmitters, the brain's chemical messengers. Neurotransmitters are the chemicals that enable communication between neurons. They play a crucial role in shaping mood, perception, motivation, and behavior. Some of the most well-known neurotransmitters include dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine, acetylcholine, gamma-aminobutyric acid, GABA, and glutamate. Dopamine is involved in reward, motivation, and movement. It is central to the brain's pleasure and reinforcement systems and is implicated in conditions such as Parkinson's disease and addiction. Serotonin regulates mood, appetite, and sleep, and imbalances are linked to depression and anxiety disorders. Norepinephrine is associated with arousal and alertness and is part of the body's stress response. Acetylcholine is essential for attention, learning, and memory. GABA is the main inhibitory neurotransmitter, helping to calm neural activity, while glutamate is the primary excitatory neurotransmitter, critical for synaptic plasticity and learning. The balance of these neurotransmitters is vital for mental health and well-being. Many psychiatric and neurological disorders are associated with disruptions in neurotransmitter systems, and countless medications aim to restore these chemical balances. The brain and the body, feedback loops. The brain does not operate in isolation. It is continually in conversation with the body through complex feedback loops involving the nervous, endocrine, and immune systems. The hypothalamic pituitary adrenal (HPA) axis, for example, coordinates the body's response to stress by releasing hormones such as cortisol and adrenaline. These hormones prepare the body to face challenges but can also have detrimental effects if the stress response is chronically activated. The vagus nerve, a major component of the parasympathetic nervous system, plays a critical role in regulating heart rate, digestion, and inflammation. It also serves as a conduit for bidirectional communication between the brain and the gut, a relationship sometimes called the gut-brain axis. Emerging research suggests that the state of the gut microbiome can influence mood, cognition, and even behavior, highlighting the profound interconnectedness of mind and body. Consciousness and self-awareness. One of the most profound questions in neuroscience is the nature of consciousness. How does the activity of billions of neurons give rise to the subjective experience of being aware, of having thoughts and feelings, of possessing a sense of self? While a complete answer remains elusive, neuroscience has made significant strides in identifying the neural correlates of consciousness. Studies using brain imaging techniques have identified patterns of activity associated with wakefulness, attention, and self-referential thought. The prefrontal cortex, parietal cortex, and regions within the default mode network are all implicated in aspects of conscious awareness. Disruptions in these networks, whether through injury, disease, or psychoactive substances, can profoundly alter consciousness, leading to states such as coma, anesthesia, or altered states of perception. Self-awareness, the capacity to reflect on one's own thoughts and experiences, is a particularly advanced form of consciousness. It is believed to depend on the integration of information from multiple brain networks, allowing for the construction of a coherent sense of identity and agency. This integrative function may have intriguing parallels with the ancient concept of chakras as centers of consciousness and self-realization. Emotion and the brain. Emotions are complex states involving subjective feelings, physiological changes, and behavioral responses. The limbic system, particularly the amygdala and hippocampus, plays a central role in processing emotions. The amygdala is critical for detecting and responding to threats, while the hippocampus is involved in forming emotional memories. The prefrontal cortex is essential for regulating emotions, enabling us to modulate our responses and make reasoned decisions. The interplay between the limbic system and prefrontal cortex underlies emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize, understand, and manage emotions in oneself and others. Neuroimaging studies have revealed that different emotions activate distinct but overlapping brain regions. For example, fear strongly activates the amygdala, while happiness engages the reward circuitry, including the nucleus accumbens and ventral tegmental area. These findings support the idea that emotions are both biologically grounded and subject to cognitive control. Perception and sensation. Perception is the process by which the brain interprets sensory information from the environment. Each sense, sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch, has specialized receptors and dedicated neural pathways. The primary sensory cortices in the brain process raw sensory input, while association areas integrate this information to produce coherent perceptions. Vision, for example, begins with light striking the retina, where photoreceptors convert it into electrical signals. These signals travel via the optic nerve to the thalamus and then to the occipital cortex, where they are processed into images. Higher-order visual areas interpret color, motion, depth, and object recognition. Auditory information follows a similar path, from the cochlea in the inner ear to the auditory cortex in the temporal lobes. The somatosensory cortex, located in the parietal lobe, processes touch, temperature, and pain. The olfactory and gustatory systems, responsible for smell and taste, have direct connections to the limbic system, which may explain the powerful emotional associations of certain scents and flavors. The brain's ability to integrate information from multiple senses, known as multisensory integration, is crucial for navigating the world. It allows us to match the sound of a voice to a face, coordinate movement, and maintain balance. Cognition, thinking, learning, and memory. Cognition encompasses the mental processes involved in acquiring knowledge, understanding, reasoning, and problem-solving. The prefrontal cortex is often described as the seat of higher cognition, supporting planning, decision-making, and working memory, the ability to hold and manipulate information over short periods. Learning involves changes in the strength and pattern of neural connections, a process underpinned by synaptic plasticity. Memory is typically divided into short-term, working, memory and long-term memory. The hippocampus is critical for forming new long-term memories, while other regions, such as the prefrontal cortex and amygdala, contribute to different types of memory, including emotional and procedural memories. Neuroscience has revealed that memory is not a static recording but a dynamic process. Each time a memory is recalled, it can be modified or reconsolidated, allowing for adaptation but also making memories susceptible to distortion. Brain development and lifelong change. The brain undergoes remarkable changes throughout life. In utero, billions of neurons are generated and migrate to their proper locations, forming the basic architecture of the brain. Synaptic connections proliferate rapidly in early childhood, followed by a process of pruning, where unused connections are eliminated, making neural circuits more efficient. Adolescence is marked by continued brain maturation, particularly in the prefrontal cortex, which does not reach full maturity until the mid-20s. This period is characterized by heightened emotional reactivity and risk-taking, reflecting the imbalance between mature limbic systems and still developing executive control networks. In adulthood, the brain remains plastic, capable of learning and adaptation. Aging brings changes in brain structure and function, including shrinkage of certain regions and declines in memory and cognitive speed. However, many older adults maintain high levels of cognitive function, and factors such as mental stimulation, physical activity, and social engagement can promote healthy brain aging. Techniques for studying the brain. Our understanding of the brain has been revolutionized by advances in technology. Early studies relied on observations of brain injuries and their effects on behavior. Today, a range of sophisticated tools allows scientists to probe the living brain in unprecedented detail. Electroencephalography, EEG, measures electrical activity on the scalp and is useful for studying brain waves and states of consciousness. Functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, tracks changes in blood flow, revealing which brain areas are active during specific tasks. Positron emission tomography, PET, uses radioactive tracers to visualize metabolic activity in the brain. Magnetoencephalography, MEG, records magnetic fields produced by neural activity, offering high temporal resolution. Other methods, such as transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, and optogenetics, allow researchers to manipulate brain activity directly, shedding light on causal relationships between neural circuits and behavior. The limits and future of neuroscience. Despite extraordinary progress, many questions remain. The brain's complexity defies easy explanation, and much remains to be discovered about how neural activity translates into thoughts, feelings, and consciousness. The so-called hard problem of consciousness, why subjective experience arises from physical processes, remains unsolved. Neuroscience is also grappling with issues of reductionism. To what extent can the mind be explained solely in terms of brain activity? Many researchers advocate for an integrative approach, recognizing that behavior and experience emerge from the interplay of biological, psychological, social, and cultural factors. Recent advances in artificial intelligence, brain-computer interfaces, and neuroprosthetics promise to deepen our understanding and expand the possibilities for human enhancement and healing. Yet, these developments also raise profound ethical questions about identity, privacy, and the nature of being human. Connecting neuroscience to ancient traditions. As we have seen, modern neuroscience provides a detailed map of the brain's structure and function, revealing the astonishing complexity of the organ that gives rise to mind and consciousness. At the same time, ancient systems such as the chakras offer a different kind of map, one rooted in subjective experience, spiritual practice, and holistic integration. The task ahead is not to reduce one system to the other, but to explore the potential resonances and insights that arise when these perspectives are brought into dialogue. Both traditions point to the importance of balance, integration, and the dynamic interplay between different levels of being. As we continue to unravel the mysteries of the brain, we may find that the wisdom of the past has much to offer the science of the present. In summary, the key concepts of modern neuroscience include the organization of the nervous system, the structure and function of neurons, the anatomy of brain regions, the dynamics of neural networks and plasticity, the role of neurotransmitters, the brain-body connection, the mechanisms of consciousness and emotion, the processes of perception and cognition, and the developmental trajectory of the brain across the lifespan. These foundations provide the necessary context for the exploration of how ancient energy maps, such as the chakras, might align with and enrich our understanding of the living brain. As we proceed, we will consider how these two traditions, one ancient and experimental, the other modern and empirical, can inform and illuminate one another in the quest to understand the deepest mysteries of the human mind. Chapter 4, Energy Maps, East and West. The human quest to understand the body's invisible forces is as old as civilization itself. Across continents and centuries, people have sought to explain the sensations, emotions, and powers that animate life. While modern science has mapped neural circuits and measured electrical impulses, ancient traditions developed intricate systems to describe energy flow, balance, and transformation. In this chapter, we explore how Eastern and Western cultures have mapped the body's energy, examining both the striking parallels and profound differences in their approaches. Through this comparative lens, we gain insight into the ways that chakras and neuroscience reflect humanity's enduring fascination with the unseen dimensions of life. In the East, particularly within the Indian and Chinese traditions, the body is seen as an intricate network of energy channels, centers, and flows. These systems are not merely metaphorical but are treated as real and tangible aspects of human experience. The Indian chakra system, for example, describes 7 primary energy centers aligned along the spine, each governing specific physiological, psychological, and spiritual functions. Prana, or vital energy, is believed to move through these chakras via channels called nadis. Blockages or imbalances in this flow are said to manifest as physical illness or emotional disturbance. Similarly, traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, maps the body through a network of meridians, through which qi, or life force, circulates. These meridians connect to organs and tissues, and their health is considered essential for overall well-being. Acupuncture, herbal medicine, and qigong all aim to harmonize the movement of qi, correcting imbalances that lead to disease. The concept of yin and yang further refines this energy mapping, emphasizing the dynamic interplay of opposing but complementary forces throughout the body and universe. In contrast, Western science has historically approached the body as a physical machine, emphasizing anatomy, chemistry, and electrical signaling. The scientific revolution of the 17th century ushered in a mechanistic worldview, in which the body was dissected, measured, and analyzed. The nervous system became the primary focus for understanding sensation, movement, and consciousness. With the advent of modern neuroscience, researchers have mapped the brain's structure and function in exquisite detail, identifying networks of neurons, synapses, and neurotransmitters that underlie perception, emotion, and thought. Despite these differences, both traditions share a common goal: to understand the forces that animate and regulate human life. The language and conceptual frameworks may diverge, but the questions they seek to answer are remarkably similar. What is the source of vitality? How does the body maintain balance and harmony? What happens when this balance is disrupted? By comparing the energy maps of East and West, we can appreciate both the diversity and unity of human inquiry. The Indian chakra system offers one of the most elaborate and influential models of energy mapping. Rooted in ancient yogic texts such as the Upanishads and the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, the chakras are described as spinning wheels or vortices of energy, each associated with specific physical locations, glands, and psychological qualities. The 7 major chakras begin at the base of the spine with the Muladhara, root chakra, and ascend to the Sahasrara, crown chakra, at the top of the head. Each chakra is linked to particular colors, elements, sounds, and even deities, reflecting a holistic integration of body, mind, and spirit. The Muladhara chakra, for example, is associated with survival, grounding, and the adrenal glands. The Svadhisthana, sacral chakra, governs creativity, sexuality, and the reproductive organs. Manipura, solar plexus chakra, is linked to willpower and the digestive system, while Anahata, heart chakra, relates to love and the cardiovascular system. Vishuddha, throat chakra, governs communication and the thyroid. Ajna, third eye chakra, oversees intuition and the pituitary gland, and Sahasrara, crown chakra, represents transcendence and the pineal gland. Practices such as yoga, meditation, breathwork, and mantra chanting are used to balance and activate these energy centers, promoting health and spiritual growth. The chakra system is not unique to India. Similar concepts can be found in Tibetan Buddhism, where the subtle body is mapped through channels called sa and energy centers called chakras or wheels. In these traditions, energy practices such as tummo and tantric visualization are employed to awaken latent potential and achieve enlightenment. The universality of these ideas across Asian cultures suggests a shared recognition of the importance of internal energy flow. Traditional Chinese medicine presents a different but complementary model. The meridian system describes 12 primary channels, each corresponding to an organ system, as well as 8 extraordinary vessels that regulate the overall flow of qi. Unlike the linear alignment of the chakras, meridians crisscross the body in complex patterns, linking the limbs, torso, and head. Acupuncture points are located along these meridians, serving as gateways for the manipulation of qi. By inserting needles at specific points, practitioners aim to restore balance and promote healing. The Chinese approach also incorporates the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, each associated with organs, emotions, seasons, and directions. The interplay of these elements and the balance of yin and yang are central to diagnosis and treatment. Illness is seen as a disturbance in the harmonious flow of qi, often caused by external factors, such as wind, damp, or heat, or internal imbalances, such as emotional stress or poor diet. The goal of TCM is to restore equilibrium, not only within the body but in relation to the environment and cosmos. While the Indian and Chinese systems differ in their terminology and specific mappings, both emphasize the importance of energy flow, balance, and integration. Both traditions recognize that physical health cannot be separated from mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Both employ practices that engage the body, breath, and mind to cultivate vitality and resilience. Western science, by contrast, has been cautious about concepts of invisible energy. The development of anatomy and physiology in the Renaissance and Enlightenment periods focused on tangible structures, bones, muscles, organs, and nerves. The discovery of electricity in the 18th century introduced new ways of thinking about the body's internal communication, leading to the identification of electrical signals in nerves and the mapping of neural pathways. The neuron doctrine, established in the late 19th century, posited that the brain and nervous system are composed of discrete cells that transmit information through electrical and chemical signals. With the invention of technologies such as the electroencephalogram, EEG, and functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, scientists have been able to observe the brain in action, mapping regions associated with movement, sensation, emotion, and cognition. The brain is now understood as a complex network of interconnected regions, each with specialized functions but constantly interacting. Neuroscientists speak of neural circuits, feedback loops, and oscillations, using the language of networks and systems. Despite this focus on material mechanisms, Western science has not entirely ignored the concept of energy. The study of bioelectricity has revealed that all living cells generate electrical potentials, and the heart and brain produce measurable electromagnetic fields. The concept of homeostasis, introduced by Claude Bernard and Walter Cannon, describes the body's capacity to maintain internal balance through dynamic regulation. The discovery of neurotransmitters and hormones has further illuminated the chemical signals that coordinate bodily functions. Nevertheless, Western medicine has tended to reduce complex phenomena to their smallest components, seeking causal explanations in molecules and genes. The holistic, integrative models of Eastern traditions have often been dismissed as unscientific or anecdotal. Only in recent decades has there been renewed interest in concepts such as energy medicine, psychoneuroimmunology, and the placebo effect, which recognize the interplay of mind, body, and environment. One of the most significant differences between Eastern and Western energy mapping lies in their underlying philosophies. Eastern systems are rooted in a worldview that sees the body as a microcosm of the universe, governed by universal laws and rhythms. The flow of prana or qi is seen as continuous with the energies of nature and cosmos. Health is defined not merely as the absence of disease but as harmony within oneself and with the world. Western science, shaped by dualism and reductionism, has tended to separate mind and body, subject and object. The body is viewed as an object to be studied, measured, and controlled. Disease is seen as a breakdown of mechanisms, requiring intervention from outside. While psychosomatic medicine and systems biology have challenged this view, the legacy of separation remains strong. Yet, there are points of convergence. The mapping of the nervous system, for example, reveals networks that bear a striking resemblance to the meridians and nadis described in Eastern texts. The vagus nerve, which connects the brain to the heart, lungs, and digestive tract, plays a central role in regulating mood, immunity, and inflammation. The concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself in response to experience, echoes the Eastern idea that consciousness and energy can shape the body. Recent research in neuroimaging and psychophysiology has begun to explore the effects of traditional practices such as meditation, yoga, and acupuncture. Studies show that these practices can alter brain activity, reduce stress, enhance immune function, and promote emotional regulation. While the mechanisms are still being unraveled, it is clear that the mind and body are deeply interconnected, and that intentional practices can influence both structure and function. The emergence of integrative medicine reflects a growing recognition of the value of both Eastern and Western approaches. By combining the precision of scientific measurement with the wisdom of holistic traditions, practitioners seek to address the whole person, body, mind, and spirit. Energy mapping, in this context, becomes a tool for understanding not only the mechanics of disease but the pathways to healing and transformation. To fully appreciate the differences and similarities between Eastern and Western energy mapping, it is helpful to examine their methods of observation and validation. Eastern systems rely heavily on introspection, subjective experience, and the transmission of knowledge through lineage and tradition. Techniques such as pulse diagnosis, tongue observation, and energetic palpation are used to assess the flow and quality of energy. The practitioner's own sensitivity and awareness are cultivated through years of training and personal practice. Western science, on the other hand, emphasizes objectivity, reproducibility, and empirical evidence. Instruments and measurements replace intuition and subjective experience. Double-blind trials and statistical analysis are used to establish efficacy and eliminate bias. While this approach has yielded remarkable advances in medicine and technology, it can sometimes miss the nuances of individual experience and the subtle dynamics of healing. The challenge, then, is to find a language and methodology that can bridge these worlds. Some researchers have attempted to map acupuncture points and meridians onto anatomical structures, such as nerves, blood vessels, or connective tissue planes. Others have explored the biophysical properties of energy fields, investigating whether the body emits measurable forms of energy beyond known electromagnetic signals. While results are intriguing, definitive proof remains elusive, and skepticism persists. Yet, the persistence of energy mapping across cultures and eras suggests that these models capture something essential about human experience. Whether conceptualized as prana, chi, or neural activity, the idea that life is animated by invisible forces resonates with our deepest intuitions. The language may differ, but the underlying reality may be the same, a dynamic, interconnected system that responds to intention, environment, and consciousness. One of the most intriguing areas of overlap is the relationship between chakras and the endocrine system. As noted earlier, each chakra is associated with a major gland, the root chakra with the adrenals, the sacral with the reproductive glands, the solar plexus with the pancreas, the heart with the thymus, the throat with the thyroid, the third eye with the pituitary, and the crown with the pineal. These glands regulate hormones that influence growth, metabolism, stress response, reproduction, and mood. Modern research has shown that the endocrine and nervous systems are intimately linked, forming a network of feedback loops that maintain homeostasis. Stress, for example, triggers the release of cortisol from the adrenal glands, affecting energy levels, immunity, and mood. Meditation and breathwork, core practices in chakra balancing, have been shown to modulate the activity of these glands, reducing stress hormones and promoting relaxation. Similarly, the mapping of emotions onto specific organs and regions of the body is a theme shared by both traditions. Ancient Chinese texts describe the liver as the seat of anger, the heart as the home of joy, the spleen as the center of worry, the lungs as the repository of grief, and the kidneys as the wellspring of fear. Western neuroscience has identified brain circuits and neurotransmitters involved in the generation and regulation of emotions, and has documented the impact of chronic stress on organ function. The integration of body, mind, and emotion is increasingly recognized in fields such as psychoneuroimmunology, which studies the interactions between psychological processes, the nervous system, and immune function. The placebo effect, long dismissed as a nuisance variable in clinical trials, is now seen as evidence of the body's capacity to heal itself through belief, expectation, and ritual. These findings suggest that the boundaries between energy and matter, mind and body, may be more porous than previously thought. Another area of convergence is the role of breath in regulating energy and consciousness. Pranayama, the yogic science of breath control, is designed to manipulate the flow of prana through the nadis and chakras, enhancing vitality and awareness. Qigong and Tai Chi employ coordinated breath and movement to balance qi and cultivate inner strength. Western research has demonstrated that slow, deep breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, reducing heart rate, lowering blood pressure, and inducing a state of calm. These physiological effects mirror the subjective experiences described in ancient texts. The experience of altered states of consciousness, whether through meditation, prayer, or ritual, has also been mapped in both traditions. The ascent of Kundalini energy through the chakras is said to produce visions, ecstasy, and expanded awareness. Modern neuroimaging studies have identified changes in brain activity during deep meditation and mystical experiences, including increased coherence between brain regions and altered patterns of electrical oscillation. While the language differs, the phenomena appear remarkably similar. Despite these points of contact, important differences remain. Eastern energy maps are inherently qualitative, emphasizing patterns, relationships, and dynamics rather than fixed structures. The flow of qi or prana is described in terms of movement, balance, and transformation. Western maps are quantitative, seeking to measure, localize, and control. The nervous system is depicted as a network of wires, transmitting signals with precision and speed. Eastern traditions often view disease as a process, a gradual accumulation of imbalance or stagnation, rather than a discrete event. Treatment aims to restore harmony, often through gentle, incremental interventions. Western medicine tends to focus on diagnosis and cure, targeting specific pathogens or dysfunctions with powerful interventions. Both approaches have strengths and limitations, and their integration offers the potential for more comprehensive care. The question remains, can the two systems be reconciled, or are they fundamentally incompatible? Some argue that energy maps are simply metaphors, useful for guiding practice but lacking objective reality. Others contend that they represent forms of knowledge not yet accessible to current scientific methods. Still others see them as complementary, each offering insights that the other lacks. In recent years, a growing movement of researchers, clinicians, and practitioners has sought to bridge the gap. Integrative medicine programs incorporate acupuncture, yoga, meditation, and energy healing alongside conventional treatments. Scientists are developing new tools to measure subtle biofields and explore the effects of consciousness on physiology. Cross-cultural dialogues are fostering mutual respect and understanding, challenging the assumptions of both traditions. The comparison of Eastern and Western energy mapping is not merely an academic exercise. It has profound implications for how we understand health, disease, and the nature of human existence. By recognizing the strengths and limitations of each approach, we can move toward a more holistic, compassionate, and effective system of care. The journey from chakras to synapses, from chi to neurotransmitters, is a journey into the heart of what it means to be alive. Both systems invite us to explore the mysteries of the body, mind, and spirit, and to seek balance, harmony, and transformation. Whether we speak of energy or electricity, prana or potential, the quest remains the same: to map the invisible forces that shape our lives, and to harness them in the service of healing and growth. As we reflect on the energy maps of East and West, we are reminded that knowledge is always shaped by culture, language, and experience. Each system offers a unique perspective, illuminating aspects of reality that the other may overlook. By embracing the diversity of human understanding, we open ourselves to new possibilities for discovery, integration, and wholeness. In the end, the most important map may be the one we draw for ourselves, a personal journey of exploration, experimentation, and insight. Whether guided by ancient wisdom or modern science, the path to health and fulfillment lies in the dynamic interplay of body, mind, and spirit. By honoring both the visible and invisible dimensions of life, we become true explorers of the human experience, charting new territories of understanding and possibility. Chapter 5: The 7 Chakras. An overview. The concept of chakras has traveled a long and winding path from the ancient spiritual traditions of India to the modern world, where their imagery and language are now woven into yoga studios, wellness clinics, and the vocabulary of holistic health. At the heart of this system lies the idea that the human body is not merely a physical organism but a dynamic interplay of energy, consciousness, and matter. According to these traditions, the chakras are focal points within this subtle energy body, sites where physical, psychological, and spiritual forces intersect. The word chakra itself is derived from Sanskrit, meaning wheel or disc, suggesting a whirling vortex of energy. There are said to be 7 primary chakras aligned along the central axis of the body, from the base of the spine to the crown of the head. Each chakra is traditionally associated with particular locations, colors, elements, psychological themes, and spiritual lessons. In this chapter, we will explore each of these 7 chakras, describing their locations, the qualities they represent, and the ways in which they have been understood both in ancient texts and in contemporary interpretations. This overview will serve as a foundation for the chapters that follow, where we will delve more deeply into the intersection of these ancient energy maps with modern neuroscience. The journey through the chakras begins at the base of the spine and ascends upward, mirroring a process of human development, maturation, and awakening. Each chakra is said to govern specific aspects of our physical, emotional, and mental life, and the flow of energy through the chakras is believed to influence our health, well-being, and spiritual evolution. Let us begin this journey by exploring the first chakra, the root. The first chakra, Muladhara, root chakra. The Muladhara chakra, commonly known as the root chakra, is located at the base of the spine, in the region of the perineum. In the traditional system, this chakra is depicted as a 4-petaled lotus, colored a deep red. The name Muladhara is derived from 2 Sanskrit words, Mula meaning root and Adhara meaning support or foundation. This imagery captures the essence of the root chakra as the grounding force in the human energy system. The root chakra is associated with the element of earth, symbolizing solidity, stability, and the basic needs for survival. It governs our sense of safety, security, and belonging in the world. When this chakra is balanced and open, we feel grounded, present, and connected to the physical world. Our basic needs for food, shelter, and safety are met, and we experience a sense of trust in life's processes. Psychologically, the root chakra is linked with issues of survival, self-preservation, and the instinctual drives that ensure our continued existence. It is here that we confront our deepest fears: fear of abandonment, fear of lack, fear of death. The root chakra is also connected to our ancestral roots, family, and cultural conditioning, as it forms the foundation upon which the rest of the chakra system is built. Imbalances in the root chakra can manifest as anxiety, insecurity, or chronic fear. Physically, issues might present as problems with the legs, feet, lower back, or immune system. Practices such as grounding exercises, connecting with nature, and addressing basic physical needs are often recommended to bring this chakra into balance. The second chakra, Svadhisthana, sacral chakra. Ascending from the root, we encounter the Svadhisthana chakra, or the sacral chakra, positioned in the lower abdomen, roughly 2 inches below the navel. The word Svadhisthana can be translated as one's own place or dwelling place of the self. This chakra is traditionally depicted as a 6-petaled lotus, glowing with an orange hue. The sacral chakra is associated with the element of water, reflecting its fluid, adaptive, and creative qualities. It governs our emotions, sensuality, pleasure, and the capacity for intimacy and connection with others. This is the center of feeling, desire, and creative expression, not only in the physical sense of sexuality and reproduction but also in the broader sense of creativity in art, relationships, and life itself. Emotionally, the sacral chakra is the seat of our capacity for joy, play, and emotional flexibility. It is here that we learn to navigate the tides of feeling, to embrace pleasure without guilt, and to form healthy relationships with others. The issues of this chakra often revolve around emotional openness, boundaries, and the balance between giving and receiving. Imbalances in the sacral chakra can manifest as emotional instability, difficulty with intimacy, or an inability to experience pleasure. On the physical level, issues may arise in the reproductive organs, kidneys, or lower back. Healing practices for the sacral chakra often involve creative activities, emotional expression, and cultivating a healthy relationship with one's own body and desires. The third chakra, Manipura, solar plexus chakra. Moving upward, we arrive at the Manipura chakra, known as the solar plexus chakra, located in the upper abdomen, near the diaphragm. The Sanskrit name Manipura means city of jewels, evoking a sense of radiant power and vitality. Traditionally, this chakra is depicted as a 10-petaled lotus, shining with a bright yellow color. The solar plexus chakra is associated with the element of fire, symbolizing transformation, energy, and willpower. It governs our sense of personal power, self-esteem, and the ability to take action in the world. This is the center of autonomy, motivation, and the drive to assert our individuality. Psychologically, the Manipura chakra is linked to issues of self-confidence, ambition, and the capacity to set and achieve goals. It is here that we confront our relationship with authority, both our own and that of others. A healthy solar plexus chakra gives rise to a sense of purpose, self-discipline, and the courage to pursue our aspirations. When the solar plexus chakra is out of balance, we may experience low self-esteem, indecisiveness, or a sense of powerlessness. Alternatively, an overactive chakra can manifest as aggression, domination, or a need to control others. Physical symptoms may include digestive problems, ulcers, or disorders of the pancreas and liver. Practices that support the solar plexus chakra include physical exercise, setting healthy boundaries, and cultivating self-acceptance. The fourth chakra, Anahata, heart chakra. At the center of the chakra system lies the Anahata chakra, or heart chakra, located in the middle of the chest, at the level of the heart. The name Anahata means unstruck or unbeaten, referring to a sound that is not produced by two objects striking together. This poetic imagery suggests a state of pure, unconditional love that transcends the ordinary dualities of life. The heart chakra is traditionally depicted as a 12-petaled lotus, radiating a vibrant green or sometimes pink light. The element associated with the heart chakra is air, representing openness, expansion, and the breath of life itself. The Anahata chakra is the center of love, compassion, and emotional balance. It governs our capacity for empathy, forgiveness, and connection to others, not only as individuals but as fellow beings sharing the same journey. Emotionally, the heart chakra is where we experience the full spectrum of love, from romantic and familial love to compassion for all living things. It is here that we find the courage to open our hearts, to forgive, and to heal past wounds. The heart chakra bridges the lower chakras, concerned with individual survival and identity, and the upper chakras, which are oriented toward spiritual insight and transcendence. Imbalances in the heart chakra can manifest as emotional coldness, inability to trust, jealousy, or an excessive need for approval. On the physical level, symptoms may include heart or lung problems, high blood pressure, or immune system disorders. Practices such as loving-kindness meditation, gratitude, and acts of service can help to heal and balance the heart chakra. The fifth chakra, Vishuddha, throat chakra. Continuing upward, we reach the Vishuddha chakra, or throat chakra, situated at the throat and neck region. The Sanskrit word Vishuddha means purification, and this chakra is often depicted as a 16-petaled lotus, glowing with a sky blue or turquoise color. The throat chakra is associated with the element of ether or space, symbolizing the vastness and clarity required for authentic communication. It governs our capacity for expression, both verbal and nonverbal, as well as the ability to listen and to hear the truth. This is the center of self-expression, creativity in language, and the articulation of one's inner reality. Psychologically, the Vishuddha chakra deals with issues of communication, authenticity, and the courage to speak one's truth. It is here that we encounter the challenge of expressing ourselves honestly, of finding our unique voice, and of listening with an open mind and heart. A balanced throat chakra allows for clear communication, creative expression, and the ability to advocate for oneself and others. When the throat chakra is blocked or imbalanced, we may experience difficulty expressing ourselves, fear of speaking, or a tendency to withhold our thoughts and feelings. Conversely, overactivity can manifest as excessive talking, gossip, or an inability to listen. Physical symptoms may include sore throats, thyroid problems, or issues with the neck and jaw. Practices such as singing, journaling, and mindful speech can help to balance the throat chakra. The sixth chakra, Ajna, third eye chakra. Above the throat, between the eyebrows, lies the Ajna chakra, commonly known as the third eye chakra. The Sanskrit word Ajna means command or perception, and this chakra is often depicted as a 2-petaled lotus, shining with an indigo or deep blue color. The third eye chakra is associated with the element of light, representing intuition, perception, and the capacity to see beyond ordinary reality. It governs our ability to imagine, to envision possibilities, and to access inner wisdom. This is the center of insight, foresight, and the integration of rational and intuitive intelligence. Psychologically, the Ajna chakra is linked to clarity of thought, imagination, and the ability to discern truth from illusion. It is here that we develop the capacity for self-reflection, inner vision, and a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. A balanced third eye chakra supports mental focus, intuition, and the ability to make wise decisions. Imbalances in the third eye chakra can manifest as confusion, lack of direction, or difficulty trusting one's intuition. On the physical level, issues may arise as headaches, vision problems, or disturbances in sleep and mood. Practices such as meditation, visualization, and contemplation can help to activate and balance the Ajna chakra. The seventh chakra, Sahasrara, crown chakra, at the very top of the head is the Sahasrara chakra, also known as the crown chakra. The Sanskrit word Sahasrara means thousand-petaled, and this chakra is depicted as a radiant lotus with 1,000 petals, glowing with a pure white or violet light. The crown chakra is associated with the element of pure consciousness or thought, transcending the physical elements of the lower chakras. It is the center of spiritual connection, unity, and the realization of one's true nature. Through the Sahasrara, it is said, we experience the highest states of consciousness, enlightenment, bliss, and a sense of oneness with all existence. Psychologically, the crown chakra represents the culmination of the journey through the chakras, where personal identity dissolves into universal consciousness. It is here that we encounter the mysteries of existence, the limits of language and intellect, and the direct experience of the sacred. A balanced crown chakra fosters a sense of meaning, spiritual fulfillment, and connection to something greater than oneself. Imbalances in the crown chakra can manifest as feelings of isolation, spiritual disconnection, or existential despair. On the physical level, symptoms may include headaches, neurological disorders, or sensitivity to light and sound. Practices such as meditation, prayer, and contemplation of the infinite can help to open and harmonize the crown chakra. Interconnectedness and the flow of energy. While each chakra has its own distinct qualities, their true power lies in their interconnectedness. The chakras are often described as forming a vertical column, or Sushumna Nadi, running along the spine and linking the base of the body to the crown of the head. Ancient texts describe two additional currents of energy, the Ida and Pingala, which spiral around the central channel, intersecting at each chakra. Together, these channels create a dynamic system in which energy flows, rises, and transforms. The flow of energy through the chakras is not static but responds to our thoughts, emotions, behaviors, and environment. Practices such as yoga, meditation, breathwork, and sound healing are designed to optimize this flow, clearing blockages and fostering balance. When the chakras are open and energy flows freely, we experience health, vitality, and an expanded awareness. When blockages occur, the effects can be felt on every level: physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Modern interpretations and psychological resonance. In recent decades, the chakra system has been reinterpreted through the lens of psychology, personal development, and even neuroscience. While there is no direct anatomical correlate to the chakras in Western medicine, their symbolic power and psychological resonance are undeniable. Each chakra can be seen as representing a stage of human development, a set of core issues and lessons, and a dimension of consciousness. The root chakra, for example, resonates with early childhood and the establishment of trust and security. The sacral chakra corresponds to the exploration of pleasure, creativity, and relationship. The solar plexus chakra is linked to the development of autonomy and self-esteem. The heart chakra marks the emergence of empathy, compassion, and the capacity for love. The throat chakra is associated with the development of language, self-expression, and communication. The third eye chakra reflects the growth of intuition, imagination, and higher reasoning. Finally, the crown chakra represents the quest for meaning, purpose, and transcendence. This developmental perspective allows us to see the chakra system not as a rigid hierarchy but as a living map of the human journey. Each chakra offers its own gifts and challenges, and our task is to cultivate balance and integration across all levels. Just as the brain develops in stages and adapts throughout life, so too does our energy system evolve, responding to experience, intention, and awareness. Bridging ancient wisdom and modern science. As we move forward in this book, we will explore the fascinating parallels between the chakra system and the findings of modern neuroscience. While the chakras themselves may not correspond to discrete structures in the brain or body, their locations often align with major nerve plexuses, endocrine glands, and regions of the brain associated with their respective themes. For instance, the root chakra is situated near the base of the spine, close to the coccygeal plexus and adrenal glands, key players in the body's response to stress and survival. The heart chakra aligns with the cardiac plexus and the thymus gland, both central to the regulation of emotion and immunity. Moreover, the psychological qualities ascribed to each chakra can be mapped onto the functions of different brain regions and networks. The solar plexus chakra's focus on self-esteem and autonomy mirrors the development of the prefrontal cortex and its role in executive function. The third eye chakra's association with perception and intuition resonates with the integrative functions of the frontal and parietal lobes. The crown chakra's emphasis on unity and transcendence finds echoes in the brain's default mode network, implicated in self-referential thought and spiritual experience. By examining these correspondences, we can begin to appreciate the chakra system as an early, intuitive map of human consciousness, one that anticipated many of the insights of modern psychology and neuroscience. While the language and metaphors may differ, the underlying quest is the same: to understand the nature of mind, body, and spirit, and to foster health, wholeness, and transformation. The value of the chakra model today. In the modern world, the chakra system offers a holistic framework for understanding ourselves and our place in the world. It invites us to explore not only the physical dimensions of health but also the emotional, mental, and spiritual. By attending to the flow of energy through the chakras, we become more attuned to our own needs, patterns, and potential. We learn to recognize where we are blocked, where we are open, and where we are in need of healing. The chakras also provide a language for personal growth and transformation. Each chakra represents a doorway to deeper self-awareness, inviting us to explore the full range of human experience, from the grounding of the root to the expansiveness of the crown. By working with the chakras, we embark on a journey of integration, in which the various aspects of our being are brought into harmony. At the same time, the chakra system reminds us of our interconnectedness with others and with the world around us. The flow of energy does not stop at the boundaries of the body but extends outward, linking us to the earth, to other people, and to the greater cosmos. This perspective fosters a sense of responsibility, compassion, and reverence for life in all its forms. Practical approaches to balancing the chakras. While the theoretical understanding of the chakras is valuable, the true power of this system lies in its application. There are many practices designed to balance and activate the chakras, ranging from physical postures and breathwork to meditation, visualization, sound, and diet. Each chakra responds to particular modalities, and individuals are encouraged to experiment and find what resonates most deeply. For the root chakra, practices that promote grounding and stability are key. These might include walking barefoot on the earth, engaging in physical exercise, or practicing mindful awareness of the body. The sacral chakra benefits from creative expression, dance, and activities that foster emotional connection and pleasure. The solar plexus chakra is strengthened through exercises that build confidence, such as setting and achieving goals, or engaging in activities that challenge and empower. The heart chakra responds to practices that cultivate love, forgiveness, and gratitude. Acts of kindness, loving-kindness meditation, and heart-centered breathing can all help to open and balance this center. The throat chakra is activated through singing, chanting, journaling, and conscious communication. The third eye chakra is supported by meditation, visualization, and practices that encourage insight and intuition. The crown chakra can be opened through meditation, contemplation, and connection to sources of inspiration and meaning. It is important to note that the process of balancing the chakras is not about striving for perfection or forcing change. Rather, it is a gentle process of self-discovery, in which we learn to listen to our own inner guidance and to respond with compassion and curiosity. The goal is not to eliminate all challenges or difficulties but to cultivate resilience, adaptability, and a deeper sense of wholeness. Chakras and the human lifespan. The chakra system also offers a rich framework for understanding the unfolding of human life. As we grow and develop, different chakras become prominent, reflecting the challenges and opportunities of each stage. In early childhood, the root chakra is dominant, as we seek security and attachment. In adolescence, the sacral and solar plexus chakras come to the fore, as we navigate identity, sexuality, and autonomy. In adulthood, the heart and throat chakras become central, as we form relationships, express ourselves, and contribute to the world. In later life, the third eye and crown chakras may open more fully, inviting reflection, wisdom, and spiritual exploration. This developmental perspective helps to normalize the fluctuations and challenges we encounter throughout life. It reminds us that imbalance is not a sign of failure but a natural part of the human journey. By working with the chakras, we can support our own growth and healing, and foster a greater sense of purpose and fulfillment at every age. Conclusion: a map for the journey ahead. The 7 chakras offer a map for the journey of self-discovery, healing, and transformation. Each chakra represents a unique dimension of our being, from the grounding of the root to the transcendence of the crown. Together, they form a holistic system that honors the complexity and potential of human life. As we continue in this book, we will explore each chakra in greater depth, examining their historical roots, psychological significance, and the ways in which they intersect with the findings of modern neuroscience. We will consider how the ancient wisdom of the chakras can inform our understanding of the brain, consciousness, and the nature of reality itself. By integrating the insights of East and West, ancient and modern, we open ourselves to new possibilities for healing, growth, and awakening. The chakras remind us that we are more than the sum of our parts, that we are dynamic, evolving beings, capable of transformation and transcendence. The journey through the chakras is, ultimately, a journey home to ourselves. Chapter 6: The Brain's Anatomy, a guided tour. The human brain is a marvel of biological engineering, a compact, 3-pound organ that orchestrates the symphony of our thoughts, emotions, movements, and memories. For centuries, the brain's inner workings remained shrouded in mystery, its intricate folds and hidden chambers fueling both scientific curiosity and spiritual speculation. As we embark on a guided tour of the brain's anatomy, It is important to appreciate not only its physical structures but also the profound ways in which these regions align with age-old maps of human energy, such as the chakra system. This chapter will serve as both an introduction to the brain's architecture and a foundation for exploring how ancient and modern perspectives can complement each other. Let us begin at the surface, with the cerebral cortex, the brain's outermost layer. The cortex is often compared to the bark of a tree, thin yet vital, covering the convoluted surface of the cerebrum. This region is divided into two hemispheres, left and right, which are further subdivided into four distinct lobes: the frontal, parietal, temporal, and occipital lobes. Each lobe is associated with specific functions, yet they work together in seamless concert, much like the interconnected chakras along the spine. The frontal lobes, situated just behind the forehead, are the seat of our higher cognitive abilities, reasoning, planning, decision-making, and voluntary movement. Here, the prefrontal cortex plays a crucial role in personality, self-awareness, and social behavior. It is not by coincidence that many meditative traditions locate the third eye chakra, or ajna, in the middle of the forehead, an energy center associated with insight, intuition, and conscious thought. The parallels between the prefrontal cortex and the ajna chakra are striking, both representing the nexus of self-reflection and higher awareness. Moving posteriorly, we encounter the parietal lobes, located at the upper back part of the brain. These regions integrate sensory information from the body, such as touch, temperature, and spatial orientation. The parietal lobes allow us to navigate the world, to know where our limbs are in space, and to perceive the boundaries between ourselves and our environment. In the chakra system, the throat chakra, or Vishuddha, governs communication and the integration of internal and external realities. The parietal lobe's role in processing sensory input resonates with this energetic function, translating the raw data of experience into coherent perception and expression. Beneath the parietal lobes lie the temporal lobes, positioned on the sides of the brain near the temples. These areas are responsible for auditory processing, language comprehension, and the storage of long-term memories. The temporal lobes house the hippocampus, a seahorse-shaped structure essential for forming new memories, and the amygdala, which is pivotal in processing emotions such as fear and pleasure. In the chakra map, the heart chakra, or anahata, is the center of emotion, memory, and connection. The temporal lobe's involvement in emotional memory and social bonds reflects the heart chakra's qualities, linking neuroscience and spiritual experience through the shared thread of human connection. At the back of the brain lies the occipital lobe, the primary center for visual processing. Every image we see, every color and movement, is interpreted here before being integrated into our conscious awareness. The occipital lobe's role in vision aligns with the throat and third eye chakras, which are both associated with perception, whether through physical sight or inner vision. Beneath the cortex, hidden from view, are the brain's subcortical structures. The thalamus, located deep in the center of the brain, acts as a relay station, channeling sensory and motor signals to the appropriate areas of the cortex. The thalamus is sometimes described as the brain's gateway to consciousness, a fitting parallel to the throat chakra's function as a bridge between inner and outer experience. Adjacent to the thalamus is the hypothalamus, a diminutive yet powerful region that governs the body's autonomic functions, hunger, thirst, body temperature, and circadian rhythms. The hypothalamus orchestrates the release of hormones from the pituitary gland, influencing everything from stress response to sexual behavior. In the chakra tradition, the solar plexus chakra, or Manipura, is the seat of personal power, will, and metabolic energy. The hypothalamus and manipura chakra both regulate the body's vital processes, serving as command centers for energy distribution and homeostasis. The limbic system, a collection of structures including the hippocampus, amygdala, and cingulate gyrus, is often called the emotional brain. This system governs our emotional responses, motivation, and the formation of memories. The limbic system's centrality to feeling and memory mirrors the role of the heart chakra, the energetic hub of love, empathy, and emotional intelligence. Descending further, we find the brainstem, an ancient structure that connects the brain to the spinal cord. The brainstem is composed of the midbrain, pons, and medulla oblongata. It is responsible for regulating the body's most basic functions: heart rate, breathing, sleep, and arousal. In the chakra system, the root chakra, or Muladhara, is situated at the base of the spine and governs survival, grounding, and the instinctual drives that keep us alive. The brainstem and Muladhara chakra share this primordial function, anchoring the organism in the physical world. The cerebellum, located at the back of the brain beneath the occipital lobes, is often overlooked, yet it plays a critical role in coordination, balance, and fine motor control. It ensures the smooth execution of movement, allowing us to walk, dance, and manipulate objects with precision. The sacral chakra, or Svadhisthana, located in the lower abdomen, is associated with movement, creativity, and sensuality. The cerebellum's contribution to graceful movement and embodied experience finds resonance in the sacral chakra's domain. Within the core of the brain lies the corpus callosum, a thick band of nerve fibers that connects the two hemispheres, allowing for communication between left and right. This integration is essential for the unity of thought, perception, and action. In the chakra tradition, the crown chakra, or Sahasrara, is the locus of spiritual integration and connection to the transcendent. The corpus callosum's unifying function echoes the crown chakra's role as the bridge to higher consciousness. To appreciate the complexity of the brain's anatomy, it is helpful to understand the flow of information through these regions. Sensory input from the environment is first received by the thalamus, which directs it to the appropriate area of the cortex. Visual information, for example, is sent to the occipital lobe, while auditory signals are routed to the temporal lobes. The parietal lobes synthesize information from multiple senses, creating a unified perception of the body and its surroundings. The frontal lobes then interpret this information, guiding decisions, actions, and social interactions. Meanwhile, the limbic system colors these experiences with emotion and meaning, transforming raw data into the tapestry of consciousness. Underpinning all of this activity is the brain's vast network of neurons, approximately 86 billion in total, each forming thousands of connections with its neighbors. These connections, or synapses, create the dynamic circuits that underlie every thought, feeling, and movement. The brain's white matter consists of myelinated axons that transmit signals rapidly between regions, while the gray matter, composed of neuronal cell bodies, is the site of computation and integration. This intricate wiring diagram is as unique as a fingerprint, shaped by genetics, environment, and experience. The brain's organization is both hierarchical and parallel. Lower structures, such as the brainstem and spinal cord, handle automatic processes vital for survival. Higher regions, particularly the cortex, are responsible for complex cognition, planning, and self-awareness. Subcortical areas like the thalamus and limbic system act as intermediaries, integrating sensory input with emotional significance. This layered architecture is reminiscent of the chakra system, which envisions energy centers ascending from the base of the spine to the crown of the head, each governing a different aspect of human experience. Consider the journey of a single moment, say, the sudden sound of a bell. The auditory signal enters the ear, is transduced into neural impulses, and travels via the auditory nerve to the brain stem. There, initial processing occurs before the signal is relayed to the thalamus. The thalamus then projects the information to the auditory cortex in the temporal lobe, where the sound is consciously perceived. Simultaneously, the limbic system assesses the emotional tone of the sound, startling, soothing, or neutral, while the frontal lobes decide how to respond. If the bell signals the start of meditation, the prefrontal cortex may quiet the mind, the parietal lobes orient the body, and the cerebellum maintains posture. This harmonious interplay of brain regions transforms a simple sensory input into a meaningful experience. Throughout history, various cultures have sought to map the inner landscape of the body and mind. In the West, anatomical study yielded detailed diagrams of the brain's structures and their functions. In the East, yogic traditions articulated the chakra system, a vertical axis of energy centers corresponding to different levels of consciousness. While the language and imagery differ, both systems recognize a progression from basic survival to higher awareness, from instinctual drives to spiritual insight. The parallels between brain anatomy and the chakras are not merely poetic, they reflect a shared intuition about the organization of human experience. The root chakra, located at the base of the spine, is associated with safety, stability, and the primal will to survive. Its neurological counterpart is the brainstem, which regulates the autonomic functions that sustain life. Damage to the brainstem is catastrophic, underscoring its foundational role. Both the root chakra and brainstem serve as the bedrock upon which all higher functions rest. Above the root lies the sacral chakra, linked to pleasure, creativity, and the flow of energy. The cerebellum, with its role in coordinating movement and facilitating graceful action, mirrors the sacral chakra's qualities. Both are concerned with rhythm, balance, and the joyful expression of life. The solar plexus chakra, situated in the upper abdomen, governs willpower, self-esteem, and the regulation of energy. The hypothalamus, with its command over the endocrine system and metabolic processes, serves a similar function in the brain. It is the seat of motivation, drive, and the maintenance of internal equilibrium. The heart chakra, at the center of the chest, is the nexus of love, compassion, and emotional connection. The limbic system, particularly the amygdala and hippocampus, orchestrates the emotional symphony of the brain. Here, feelings are generated, memories are colored, and bonds are formed. The heart chakra and limbic system are both central to our ability to love, empathize, and remember. The throat chakra, governing communication and self-expression, finds its neural correlate in the parietal lobes and adjacent language centers. These regions integrate sensory input, facilitate language, and enable the articulation of thought. The ability to express oneself, to bridge the inner and outer worlds, is a hallmark of both the throat chakra and the brain's communication networks. The third eye chakra, located in the forehead, is the seat of intuition, insight, and imagination. The prefrontal cortex, with its executive functions and capacity for abstract thought, embodies these qualities. It is here that we envision the future, reflect on the past, and cultivate wisdom. Finally, the crown chakra at the top of the head represents transcendence, unity, and spiritual awakening. The corpus callosum, connecting the hemispheres, and the integration of the entire brain are reminiscent of this state of unity. When the brain operates in harmony, when all regions are aligned, there is a sense of wholeness that echoes the crown chakra's promise of enlightenment. It is important to recognize that these parallels are not literal one-to-one correspondences but rather evocative metaphors that illuminate the deep connections between body, mind, and spirit. The brain's anatomy provides the biological substrate for consciousness, while the chakras offer a symbolic map of human potential. Together, they invite us to explore the full spectrum of our being, from the instinctual to the transcendent. Recent advances in neuroscience have revealed the brain's remarkable plasticity, its ability to rewire itself in response to experience, learning, and intention. Practices such as meditation, yoga, and breathwork, often associated with chakra balancing, have been shown to alter brain structure and function. Functional MRI studies reveal increased connectivity between regions, greater coherence in brain wave patterns, and enhanced integration of emotional and cognitive processes. These findings suggest that the ancient practices aimed at awakening the chakras may have tangible effects on the brain's anatomy, fostering greater harmony and well-being. The interplay between the brain's regions is not fixed but dynamic, shaped by our actions, thoughts, and relationships. The more we engage in practices that cultivate awareness, compassion, and balance, the more our brains reflect these qualities. This neuroplasticity underscores the wisdom of both scientific and spiritual traditions. We are not merely passive recipients of our biology, but active participants in our own evolution. As we continue our exploration of the chakras and the brain, it is essential to hold both perspectives, the scientific and the spiritual, in creative tension. The brain's anatomy offers a detailed map of neural circuits and functions, while the chakras provide a holistic vision of human flourishing. By bridging these worlds, we can deepen our understanding of ourselves and unlock new possibilities for growth and transformation. In summary, the brain is a complex organ composed of specialized regions, each contributing to the tapestry of consciousness. The cortex, with its 4 lobes, orchestrates perception, thought, and action. Subcortical structures like the thalamus, hypothalamus, and limbic system integrate sensory input, regulate autonomic functions, and generate emotion. The brainstem anchors us in survival, while the cerebellum ensures movement and balance. The corpus callosum unites the hemispheres, fostering integration and coherence. These anatomical structures align in intriguing ways with the chakras, the ancient energy centers mapped along the spine. From the grounding force of the root chakra to the transcendent unity of the crown, both systems chart a journey from basic survival to higher consciousness. The parallels between brain regions and chakras are not coincidental but reflect a shared quest to understand the nature of human experience. As we move forward, we will delve deeper into each chakra, examining its psychological, physiological, and neurological dimensions. We will explore how ancient wisdom and modern science converge, offering insights into healing, transformation, and the realization of our highest potential. The brain's anatomy is not merely a collection of parts but a living system, ever-changing and endlessly mysterious. By honoring both its biological complexity and its energetic resonance, we can embark on a journey of discovery that enriches both mind and spirit. Let us now prepare to descend from this guided tour of the brain's anatomy into the depths of the chakras themselves. With a new appreciation for the intricate structures that underlie our consciousness, we are poised to explore how the ancient energy maps of yoga align with the discoveries of modern neuroscience. In doing so, we may find that the boundaries between body, mind, and spirit are not as rigid as they seem, but are instead facets of a single, unified reality. The journey has only just begun. Chapter 7: the root chakra and the brain stem. The human experience is defined by a remarkable interplay between the body, mind, and spirit. Among the ancient traditions that sought to map this relationship, the chakra system holds a unique place. For millennia, yogic practitioners described 7 major energy centers, or chakras, within the body, each governing distinct aspects of our being. The first of these, the root chakra, known in Sanskrit as Muladhara, serves as the foundation upon which the entire energetic structure is built. This chapter explores the intriguing parallels between the root chakra and the brain stem, a region of the brain that neuroscientists recognize as the seat of our most basic survival functions. By examining the confluence of ancient wisdom and modern science, we gain a deeper understanding of what it means to be grounded, secure, and alive. Muladhara, the root chakra, is traditionally located at the base of the spine, near the perineum. Its name, derived from Sanskrit, translates to root support, a fitting description for its role as the energetic anchor of the chakra system. Yogic texts describe Muladhara as the center of stability, safety, and physical existence. When this chakra is balanced, one feels secure, connected to the earth, and able to meet life's challenges with resilience. Conversely, imbalances in the root chakra can manifest as fear, anxiety, and a sense of disconnection from one's body or environment. To understand the relationship between the root chakra and the brain stem, it is essential to explore the functions of the brain stem itself. The brain stem, situated at the base of the brain and connecting to the spinal cord, is the oldest part of the human brain in evolutionary terms. It controls the most fundamental aspects of our physical existence: heartbeat, respiration, digestion, and the sleep-wake cycle. These autonomic functions are so crucial that damage to the brain stem often results in the cessation of life itself. In this sense, the brain stem is the neurological root of our survival. Both the root chakra and the brain stem share a primary concern with survival. In yogic philosophy, Muladhara governs our instinctual drive to live, to find shelter, food, and safety. It is the chakra of I exist, the foundation upon which all higher pursuits, emotional fulfillment, intellectual achievement, spiritual awakening, must rest. Without the assurance of safety and the basic needs met, the human organism cannot thrive. This mirrors the role of the brain stem, which, through its regulation of vital bodily processes, ensures that the body remains alive and responsive to the environment. The parallels between Muladhara and the brain stem extend beyond their shared concern for survival. Both structures are intimately connected to the body's response to threat. The brain stem houses the reticular activating system, a network of neurons that regulate arousal and alertness. When a threat is perceived, this system triggers a cascade of physiological responses: the familiar fight, flight, or freeze response. Heart rate accelerates, breathing quickens, and the body prepares for action. Similarly, yogic teachings hold that an imbalanced root chakra can result in chronic fear, hypervigilance, or a sense of being ungrounded. In both frameworks, the foundation of safety is easily shaken by real or perceived threats, leading to profound effects on mind and body. Understanding the root chakra as a metaphor for the brain stem's functions provides a bridge between two seemingly disparate systems of knowledge. In the West, neuroscience has meticulously mapped the anatomical and physiological underpinnings of survival. In the East, yogic philosophy offers a nuanced understanding of how energy flows through the body, shaping consciousness and experience. When we examine the root chakra through the lens of modern science, we find that ancient insights anticipated much of what we now know about the human nervous system. The root chakra's association with the earth element is particularly revealing. In yogic symbolism, earth represents solidity, grounding, and stability. The brainstem, too, is often described as the base or foundation of the brain, upon which all higher cognitive functions are built. Without the stability provided by the brainstem's regulation of basic life processes, the neocortex's sophisticated thinking and emotional processing would be impossible. In this way, the earthiness of Muladhara finds a direct parallel in the brainstem's foundational role. Grounding, both as a physical and psychological experience, is central to the root chakra. To be grounded is to feel connected to one's body, to the present moment, and to the environment. Neuroscientifically, grounding can be understood as the state of physiological regulation mediated by the brainstem and autonomic nervous system. Practices that foster grounding, such as deep breathing, mindful movement, and body awareness, activate the parasympathetic branch of the autonomic nervous system, often referred to as the rest and digest system. This branch is coordinated by nuclei within the brainstem, which signal the body to slow the heart rate, relax muscles, and promote a sense of safety. The experience of being ungrounded, feeling anxious, scattered, or disconnected, may reflect a dysregulation of the brainstem's balancing act between arousal and relaxation. Chronic stress, trauma, or instability in one's environment can lead to a persistent state of hyperarousal, where the sympathetic nervous system dominates. In such states, the body is perpetually primed for danger, and the mind struggles to find calm. Yogic texts describe this as a disturbance of the root chakra, a loss of energetic stability that reverberates through the entire system. The link between early development and the root chakra is another area where ancient and modern perspectives converge. In both yogic and neuroscientific literature, the earliest stages of life are seen as critical for establishing a sense of safety and trust in the world. The root chakra is said to be formed in infancy, during the period when basic needs for food, warmth, and affection are paramount. Neuroscience confirms that the brainstem and associated neural circuits are among the first to develop in the embryo, orchestrating the newborn's most essential functions. Secure attachment to caregivers, consistent nourishment, and a predictable environment lay the groundwork for a healthy root chakra and a resilient nervous system. Disruptions in early attachment or chronic exposure to stress can have lasting effects on both the root chakra and the brainstem's regulatory functions. Children who experience neglect, abuse, or instability may develop maladaptive patterns of arousal, resulting in heightened anxiety, difficulty relaxing, or a pervasive sense of insecurity. These patterns, encoded in the neural circuits of the brainstem and autonomic nervous system, can persist into adulthood, shaping personality, relationships, and health. Yogic teachings describe this as a blockage or imbalance in Muladhara, which must be addressed before higher levels of consciousness can be awakened. Healing the root chakra, therefore, involves both physiological and psychological interventions. Practices that promote a sense of safety, stability, and connection have been shown to recalibrate the brainstem's regulatory systems. Mindfulness meditation, yoga, and breathwork are particularly effective, as they engage the body's innate mechanisms for self-soothing and stress reduction. Slow, rhythmic breathing activates the vagus nerve, a major conduit of parasympathetic signals from the brainstem to the body. Gentle movement, such as walking, stretching, or practicing yoga postures, provides sensory feedback that grounds attention in the present moment and fosters a sense of embodiment. Psychological approaches, such as trauma-informed therapy or somatic experiencing, also target the foundational sense of safety governed by the root chakra and brainstem. These modalities encourage individuals to reconnect with their bodies, process unresolved fear, and build new patterns of regulation. by addressing the root causes of insecurity, both energetic and neurological, healing becomes possible at the most fundamental level. The symbolism of the root chakra offers further insight into its relationship with the brainstem. In traditional iconography, Muladhara is depicted as a red lotus with 4 petals, symbolizing the 4 directions and the stability of a square foundation. The color red, associated with vitality, strength, and the life force, mirrors the energizing effects of a well-regulated brainstem. When the root chakra is open and balanced, energy flows freely upward, supporting the development of the higher chakras and more complex neural functions. When blocked, energy stagnates, and the entire system suffers. Modern neuroscience has begun to recognize the importance of bottom-up processing in mental health and well-being. For much of the 20th century, psychology focused on the cortex, the seat of thought, reasoning, and conscious awareness. Only recently have researchers acknowledged the profound influence of subcortical structures, including the brainstem, on emotion, behavior, and health. The brainstem serves as the gateway through which sensory information enters the brain and is filtered for relevance and threat. It is the first responder, shaping our reactions before conscious thought can intervene. This bottom-up perspective aligns closely with the yogic understanding of the chakras. Just as Muladhara forms the foundation for all higher energetic processes, the brainstem underlies all higher cognitive functions. Healing and transformation, whether approached through energy work or neuroscience, must begin at the root. Only when the foundation is secure can the mind reach upward toward greater insight, creativity, and spiritual realization. The relationship between the root chakra and the brainstem also illuminates the connection between individual and collective survival. In traditional societies, the tribe or community provided the security necessary for individual members to thrive. The root chakra is said to govern not only personal safety but also our sense of belonging to a larger whole. Neuroscience has shown that social connection is a powerful modulator of the brainstem's stress response. Supportive relationships, physical touch, and communal rituals all activate the parasympathetic system, promoting relaxation and healing. In times of isolation or social fragmentation, the root chakra may suffer, and the brainstem's alarm systems may become overactive. This understanding has profound implications for modern life. Many people today experience chronic stress, social disconnection, and a pervasive sense of insecurity. The pace and complexity of contemporary society can overwhelm the brainstem's capacity for regulation, leading to widespread anxiety, sleep disturbances, and health problems. From a yogic perspective, this represents a collective imbalance of the root chakra, a loss of grounding that affects individuals and communities alike. Re-establishing a healthy relationship with the root chakra and the brainstem requires conscious effort. Practices that reconnect us with the body, the earth, and one another are more important than ever. Spending time in nature, engaging in physical activity, and cultivating mindful awareness of bodily sensations all serve to strengthen the foundation of our well-being. Community rituals, shared meals, and acts of service reinforce our sense of belonging and mutual support. These practices, ancient and modern, nourish the root chakra and restore balance to the brainstem's regulatory systems. The role of ritual in grounding and survival is another area where the wisdom of the chakras intersects with neuroscience. Throughout history, humans have used ritual to mark transitions, celebrate abundance, and mourn loss. These collective practices provide structure, predictability, and a sense of continuity, all of which are essential for the root chakra. Neuroscientific research has shown that ritualized behavior can reduce anxiety, foster social cohesion, and promote a sense of control. By engaging the senses and focusing attention, rituals anchor us in the present moment and signal safety to the brainstem. Physical touch is a particularly powerful means of grounding and activating the root chakra. Touch stimulates receptors in the skin that send signals to the brainstem, triggering the release of oxytocin and other calming neurochemicals. Infants require touch for healthy development, and adults continue to benefit from hugs, hand-holding, and other forms of affectionate contact. In cultures where touch is restricted or stigmatized, individuals may suffer from heightened anxiety and disconnection, a reflection of root chakra imbalance. Nutrition and the root chakra are closely linked as well. In yogic philosophy, the root chakra governs the processes of elimination and assimilation, ensuring that the body receives nourishment and releases waste. The brainstem, through its control of digestion and elimination, plays a parallel role. Disruptions in these processes, whether due to poor diet, stress, or illness, can undermine both physical and energetic stability. Eating regular, wholesome meals, paying attention to the body's signals of hunger and satiety, and honoring the act of nourishment are all ways to support the root chakra and the brainstem's vital functions. The breath, too, serves as a bridge between conscious awareness and autonomic regulation. Pranayama, or yogic breath control, has long been used to calm the mind and ground the body. Modern research confirms that slow, diaphragmatic breathing activates the brainstem's parasympathetic pathways, reducing stress and promoting relaxation. By bringing attention to the breath, we can directly influence the root chakra's sense of safety and stability. The experience of trauma provides a profound illustration of the interplay between the root chakra and the brainstem. Traumatic events overwhelm the body's capacity for regulation, flooding the brainstem with signals of danger. In the aftermath, individuals may feel disconnected from their bodies, unable to relax, or stuck in patterns of hypervigilance. These symptoms reflect both the energetic blockage of Muladhara and the neural dysregulation of the brainstem. Healing from trauma requires a return to the body, a re-establishment of safety at the most basic level. Somatic therapies, yoga, and mindful movement all facilitate this process, helping individuals reclaim their foundation and rebuild from the ground up. The journey of personal growth and spiritual awakening, as described in the chakra system, begins with the root. Only when the foundation is strong can energy rise to the higher centers, creativity, love, insight, and transcendence. Likewise, in the brain, higher order functions depend on the integrity of the brainstem and its regulation of basic life processes. Neglecting the root, whether in body or mind, undermines the entire structure. In practical terms, cultivating a healthy root chakra and brainstem involves regular attention to the basics of life. Prioritizing sleep, nutrition, movement, and social connection creates the conditions for stability and growth. Developing routines and rituals that provide structure and predictability can soothe the brainstem and anchor the mind. Mindfulness practices that bring awareness to bodily sensations, the breath, and the present moment reinforce grounding and resilience. The root chakra also invites us to examine our relationship with the material world. In a culture that often prizes abstraction and disembodiment, returning to the wisdom of the body is a radical act. The brainstem reminds us that we are animals, subject to the rhythms of nature and the needs of flesh and bone. Honoring these realities does not diminish our spiritual aspirations, rather, it provides the soil in which they can flourish. The interplay between the root chakra and the brainstem is a testament to the unity of body and mind. Ancient yogis and modern neuroscientists, though separated by centuries and cultures, recognized the importance of a strong foundation. Whether described as energy or neural circuits, the forces that govern survival, grounding, and security are universal. By integrating these perspectives, we gain a richer understanding of what it means to be human, rooted in the earth, animated by spirit, and guided by the wisdom of both tradition and science. As we reflect on the lessons of the root chakra and the brain stem, we are called to honor our foundations. This means tending to our bodies, cultivating safety and stability, and nurturing our connections to the earth and to one another. It means recognizing that growth, healing, and transformation begin from the ground up. In a world that often pulls us away from our roots, the practice of grounding is both an act of self-care and a path to wholeness. The journey through the chakras and the brain is, at its heart, a journey home, to the body, to the present moment, and to the deep wellspring of safety that lies within. The root chakra and the brain stem, guardians of our most basic needs, remind us that we are supported, connected, and alive. By honoring this foundation, we create the conditions for a life of resilience, vitality, and meaning. Let us not underestimate the power of the root. It is the silent strength beneath our feet, the pulse of life in our veins, the assurance that we belong. Whether approached through the lens of ancient energy maps or modern neuroscience, the message is clear: to thrive, we must first be grounded. The root chakra and the brain stem offer us the gift of stability, from which all else becomes possible. In tending to our roots, we honor the fullness of our humanity, body, mind, and spirit united in the dance of life. Chapter 8: The Sacral Chakra and the Limbic System. The human quest to understand the sources of emotion, creativity, and desire is as old as culture itself. Across centuries and civilizations, seekers have mapped the inner landscape in different ways, using available tools and conceptual frameworks. In the East, the chakra system emerged as an intricate energy map, guiding practitioners through layers of consciousness and vitality. In the West, neuroscience has painstakingly charted the brain's anatomy, identifying networks and structures responsible for feeling, memory, and motivation. Nowhere is the potential for dialogue between these traditions more intriguing than in the parallel between the sacral chakra, known as Svadhisthana in Sanskrit, and the limbic system, a complex of brain regions at the heart of emotional experience. This chapter explores the profound connections between these two models, considering what each reveals about the roots of emotion, the wellspring of creativity, and the dynamic interplay between body, mind, and spirit. The sacral chakra is the second of the 7 primary chakras described in classical Indian texts. Located in the lower abdomen, just below the navel, it is traditionally associated with water, fluidity, and movement. Its Sanskrit name, Svadhisthana, translates as one's own abode, hinting at the intimate and personal nature of the energies it governs. The sacral chakra is said to be the seat of emotion, sensuality, pleasure, and creativity. It is the locus of our desires, our capacity for intimacy, and our ability to adapt and flow with change. When balanced, the sacral chakra enables an individual to experience joy, express themselves artistically, and connect deeply with others. When imbalanced, it may manifest as emotional instability, repression, or creative block. Modern neuroscience, meanwhile, locates many of these same functions in the limbic system. The limbic system is not a single structure but a constellation of interconnected regions deep within the brain, including the amygdala, hippocampus, hypothalamus, and parts of the cortex such as the cingulate gyrus. Collectively, these regions regulate emotion, motivation, memory, and aspects of behavior fundamental to survival. The limbic system processes sensory information, assigns emotional value to experiences, and orchestrates responses ranging from fear and aggression to pleasure and attachment. It is also deeply involved in the formation and retrieval of memories, especially those charged with emotional significance. The parallels between the sacral chakra and the limbic system are striking. Both are centrally concerned with emotion and desire. Both mediate our ability to experience pleasure and pain, to form attachments, and to express creativity. Both are responsive to the rhythms of the body and the flux of the environment. To appreciate these connections fully, it is helpful to examine each system in greater depth, tracing their respective understandings of emotion and creativity before considering how they might inform and enrich one another. In the chakra tradition, the sacral center is considered the wellspring of emotional energy. Just as water adapts to the shape of its container, the sacral chakra confers flexibility and adaptability, allowing us to navigate the changing tides of feeling and circumstance. Its element is water, its color is orange, and its symbol is a six-petaled lotus, sometimes depicted with a crescent moon. The sacral chakra governs not only the reproductive organs and lower abdomen but also the kidneys and bladder, organs associated with fluid regulation. This physiological correspondence is more than symbolic, it reflects an ancient understanding that emotion is intimately tied to the body's internal states and processes. Emotion, in the chakra system, is not merely a psychological phenomenon. It is an energetic current that moves through the body, shaping perception and action. Blockages in the sacral chakra are thought to result in emotional numbness, creative stagnation, or an inability to connect with others. Conversely, excessive activation may manifest as impulsivity, addiction, or overwhelming emotionality. Practices such as yoga, meditation, breathwork, and conscious movement are used to balance the sacral chakra, restoring the natural flow of energy and cultivating emotional equilibrium. Creativity, too, is rooted in the sacral chakra. The creative impulse is seen as a manifestation of life force, or prana, flowing through svadhisthana. This creativity is not limited to the arts, it encompasses all acts of creation, from procreation and nurturing to problem-solving and innovation. When the sacral chakra is open and balanced, individuals feel inspired, imaginative, and capable of bringing new ideas or forms into being. This creative energy is inherently relational, often arising in response to interactions with others or the environment. Turning to neuroscience, we find that the limbic system performs many of these same functions, albeit described in anatomical and physiological terms. The amygdala, for example, is crucial for processing emotional stimuli, especially those related to fear and threat. It assigns emotional salience to incoming information, helping us prioritize what matters most for survival and well-being. The hippocampus encodes and retrieves memories, weaving together the emotional context of past experiences. The hypothalamus regulates basic drives such as hunger, thirst, and sexual desire, linking the body's internal state to motivation and action. The limbic system does not operate in isolation, it is tightly integrated with other brain regions, including the prefrontal cortex, which modulates emotional responses and facilitates decision-making. Yet its core functions, emotion, motivation, memory, remain central to our sense of self and our capacity for meaningful connection. The limbic system is also highly plastic, capable of change and adaptation in response to experience. This neuroplasticity underlies our ability to heal from trauma, develop new emotional patterns, and cultivate creativity throughout life. One of the most intriguing areas of overlap between the sacral chakra and the limbic system is the role of emotion in shaping perception and behavior. Both systems recognize that emotion is not a static state but a dynamic process, continually influenced by internal and external factors. In the chakra tradition, emotions are seen as energy in motion, arising in response to lived experience and moving through the body's subtle channels. In neuroscience, emotions are understood as complex patterns of neural activity, hormonal release, and physiological change, orchestrated by the limbic system and communicated throughout the body. Research has shown that emotional states profoundly influence cognition, memory, and creativity. Positive emotions such as joy, love, and curiosity broaden our attention and foster flexible thinking, while negative emotions such as fear or anger can narrow focus and trigger habitual responses. The limbic system mediates these effects, shaping how we interpret the world and respond to challenges. Similarly, the sacral chakra tradition holds that balanced emotional energy supports openness, adaptability, and creative flow, while imbalances can lead to rigidity or reactivity. Creativity itself is increasingly understood as a product of emotional engagement. Studies in neuroscience have found that creative insight often arises when the brain is in a relaxed, open state, with strong connections between the limbic system and areas of the prefrontal cortex. This suggests that emotion and cognition are not separate domains but mutually reinforcing processes. The sacral chakra model anticipates this insight, emphasizing the role of pleasure, play, and emotional attunement in fostering creative expression. Sexuality provides a particularly vivid illustration of these connections. Both the sacral chakra and the limbic system are intimately involved in sexual desire, arousal, and bonding. In the chakra tradition, sexual energy is seen as a potent form of creative force, capable of generating not only physical life but also artistic and spiritual transformation. Practices such as Tantra seek to harness and refine this energy, channeling it into higher forms of creativity and connection. Neuroscience, for its part, has identified the limbic system as central to the regulation of sexual behavior. The hypothalamus, in particular, plays a key role in the hormonal cascade that underlies arousal and reproduction. The amygdala and other limbic structures process the emotional and motivational aspects of sexual experience, influencing attraction, attachment, and intimacy. Oxytocin and dopamine, neurotransmitters associated with pleasure and bonding, are released during sexual activity, reinforcing emotional ties and fostering a sense of well-being. The interplay between emotion, sexuality, and creativity is thus a meeting ground for ancient and modern models. Both the sacral chakra and the limbic system recognize that these energies are deeply interconnected, shaping our relationships, our sense of self, and our capacity to generate new possibilities. Both acknowledge the importance of balance. Too little activation can lead to apathy or disconnection, while too much can result in chaos or compulsion. Another area of convergence lies in the recognition of cycles and rhythms. The sacral chakra is associated with the moon and the tides, reflecting the cyclical nature of emotion and creativity. In the body, this is mirrored in hormonal cycles, the rhythms of sleep and wakefulness, and the ebb and flow of energy throughout the day. The limbic system, too, is sensitive to these rhythms, regulating circadian cycles, hormonal fluctuations, and the oscillation between different emotional states. Disruptions in these rhythms can have profound effects on emotional health and creative potential. Chronic stress, trauma, or hormonal imbalance can dysregulate both the sacral chakra and the limbic system, leading to symptoms such as mood swings, anxiety, depression, or creative block. Restoring balance often involves practices that attune us to natural cycles, mindful movement, creative play, connection with nature, and rituals that honor the body's wisdom. One of the gifts of integrating the sacral chakra and limbic system models is the opportunity to approach emotion and creativity holistically. The chakra tradition invites us to see emotion not as a problem to be solved but as a source of wisdom and vitality. It encourages practices that cultivate awareness, acceptance, and conscious expression of feeling. Neuroscience, meanwhile, provides a detailed map of the brain's emotional circuitry, offering insights into how experiences shape neural pathways and how targeted interventions can foster healing and growth. Together, these models suggest that emotional well-being and creative flourishing depend on the free flow of energy and information between body and mind, sensation and awareness, instinct and reflection. They point to the importance of embodied practices, movement, breath, touch, sound, that engage the whole person and foster integration. They also underscore the role of relationship, both with oneself and with others, in cultivating emotional intelligence and creative capacity. In practical terms, balancing the sacral chakra and supporting limbic system health can involve a range of approaches. Physical movement, especially forms that emphasize fluidity and rhythm such as dance, swimming, or yoga, can help release emotional tension and stimulate creative flow. Breathwork practices, such as alternate nostril breathing or deep abdominal breathing, can regulate the nervous system and enhance emotional awareness. Creative expression, through art, music, writing, or improvisation, provides an outlet for emotional energy and a means of connecting with deeper layers of self. Mindfulness and meditation are also powerful tools for balancing the sacral limbic axis. By bringing attention to bodily sensations and emotional states without judgment, we can develop greater awareness of habitual patterns and cultivate the capacity to respond rather than react. Practices such as loving-kindness meditation or guided imagery can activate positive emotional states and foster a sense of connection and possibility. Nutrition and lifestyle choices play a role as well. Foods that nourish the reproductive and urinary systems, such as water-rich fruits, seeds, nuts, and healthy fats, are traditionally associated with sacral chakra health. Adequate hydration, regular sleep, and time for rest and play are essential for maintaining the rhythms that support emotional and creative well-being. Therapeutic modalities that address the body-mind connection, such as somatic experiencing, expressive arts therapy, or integrative body work, can be especially effective for resolving emotional blockages and restoring creative flow. These approaches recognize that emotion is not just a mental event but a lived experience that is felt, expressed, and released through the body. At a deeper level, working with the sacral chakra and the limbic system invites us to explore our relationship with desire. Desire is often misunderstood or mistrusted, seen as a source of suffering or distraction. Yet both the chakra tradition and neuroscience suggest that desire is a fundamental aspect of our humanity, a driving force behind growth, connection, and transformation. When acknowledged and integrated, desire becomes a guide, leading us toward what is meaningful and life-affirming. The sacral chakra teaches that desire is the spark of creativity, the impulse to reach beyond what is known and bring something new into being. It is the longing for connection, pleasure, and fulfillment that motivates us to engage with life. The limbic system, through its regulation of motivation and reward, translates desire into action, shaping our choices and behaviors in pursuit of satisfaction. Problems arise when desire is suppressed or distorted, when we deny our needs, seek fulfillment in compulsive ways, or become trapped in cycles of craving and aversion. Healing at the level of the sacral chakra and limbic system often involves reclaiming a healthy relationship with desire, learning to listen to the body's signals, and cultivating discernment about what truly nourishes us. This process is not always comfortable. It may require confronting old wounds, releasing shame or guilt, and embracing vulnerability. Yet it is also a path to liberation, opening the door to greater emotional freedom, creative expression, and authentic connection. In the context of relationships, the sacral chakra and limbic system play a crucial role in intimacy, empathy, and attachment. The ability to attune to another's emotional state, to experience pleasure in connection, and to navigate the complexities of desire and boundaries all depend on the health of these systems. Practices that foster emotional literacy, communication, and mutual respect can help cultivate balanced sacral energy and resilient limbic pathways. Parenting, too, is shaped by the interplay of these systems. The emotional bonds formed in early life lay the foundation for future relationships, creativity, and self-regulation. Neuroscience has shown that secure attachment supports healthy limbic development, while trauma or neglect can create lasting imprints. The chakra tradition, with its emphasis on nurturing and flow, offers complementary insights into the importance of safe, loving environments for the cultivation of emotional and creative potential. As we move through the life cycle, the sacral chakra and limbic system continue to influence our experience. Adolescence is a period of intense sacral limbic activation, as hormonal changes fuel emotional intensity, sexual awakening, and creative exploration. Adulthood brings opportunities to refine and channel these energies, integrating desire with purpose and relationship. In later life, the challenge may be to sustain emotional vitality and creative engagement, even as physical capacities shift. Cultural attitudes toward emotion, sexuality, and creativity also shape the expression of sacral and limbic energies. Societies that value emotional expression and artistic innovation tend to foster healthier sacral limbic function, while those that suppress or shame these aspects may contribute to imbalance and dysfunction. Recognizing the cultural dimension invites us to consider how collective beliefs and practices support or hinder individual well-being. The integration of chakra wisdom and neuroscience offers a powerful framework for personal and collective transformation. By honoring the insights of both traditions, we can develop a more nuanced understanding of emotion and creativity, one that embraces the complexity of human experience and affirms the importance of body, mind, and spirit. This integration is not merely theoretical, it has practical implications for healing, growth, and the cultivation of a more vibrant, connected life. For those seeking to work with the sacral chakra and limbic system, the journey begins with awareness. Notice how emotion moves through your body, where it is felt, how it changes, what patterns recur. Pay attention to the rhythms of your day, the cycles of energy and creativity, the ebb and flow of desire. Explore practices that engage the body and senses, that invite play, pleasure, and connection. Seek out creative outlets, whether through art, music, movement, or other forms of expression. Equally important is the cultivation of emotional intelligence, the capacity to recognize, understand, and skillfully navigate your own emotions and those of others. This involves developing a vocabulary for feeling, learning to tolerate discomfort, and practicing self-compassion. Neuroscience has shown that emotional intelligence is not fixed, it can be cultivated through practice and experience, supported by the plasticity of the limbic system. Community and relationship are essential supports on this path. The sacral chakra is inherently relational, drawing us into connection and collaboration. Sharing emotion and creativity with others, through conversation, collaboration, or communal ritual, can amplify their benefits and foster a sense of belonging. The limbic system, too, is shaped by social interaction. Positive relationships reinforce healthy emotional patterns and support resilience. Ultimately, the sacral chakra and limbic system remind us that emotion and creativity are not luxuries but necessities. They are vital forces that animate our lives, connect us with others, and drive the evolution of culture and consciousness. By honoring these forces and tending to their balance, we cultivate the conditions for healing, fulfillment, and the ongoing unfolding of our potential. In summary, the connections between the sacral chakra and the limbic system are more than superficial analogies, they reflect a deep convergence of insight across time and tradition. Both systems illuminate the central role of emotion, desire, and creativity in human life. Both recognize the importance of balance, rhythm, and flow. Both offer tools for healing and growth, whether through movement, mindfulness, creative expression, or relationship. As science continues to unravel the mysteries of the brain, and as ancient wisdom continues to inspire new generations, the dialogue between chakras and neuroscience promises to enrich our understanding of what it means to be human. The sacral chakra and limbic system, in particular, invite us to embrace the fullness of feeling, the power of creativity, and the joy of connection. In doing so, we discover not only one's own abode but also our shared humanity, a vibrant tapestry of emotion, imagination, and possibility. Chapter 9: The Solar Plexus Chakra and the Autonomic Nervous System. The Solar Plexus Chakra and the Autonomic Nervous System. The solar plexus chakra, known as Manipura in Sanskrit, is often described as the seat of personal power, self-esteem, and will. Located in the upper abdomen, just above the navel and below the rib cage, this chakra is traditionally visualized as a radiant yellow wheel of energy. In the context of the chakra system, Manipura is the third of 7 primary chakras, serving as the energetic bridge between our physical instincts and emotional world. Its themes of agency, autonomy, and self-mastery have intrigued spiritual practitioners for centuries. Yet, beyond its esoteric descriptions, the solar plexus chakra shares a striking and meaningful relationship with the body's autonomic nervous system, particularly as it relates to the experience of personal power, stress, and resilience. To understand this connection, we must first appreciate the role of the solar plexus in both ancient and modern frameworks. In yogic and Ayurvedic traditions, Manipura is the center of prana, the vital life force that governs digestion, metabolism, and the transformation of energy. Its influence extends beyond the physical, shaping our sense of identity, motivation, and the capacity to assert ourselves in the world. The solar plexus chakra is where we digest not only our food but also our experiences, beliefs, and emotions. When this center is balanced, we feel confident, decisive, and capable. When it is blocked or imbalanced, we may struggle with self-doubt, indecisiveness, or feelings of powerlessness. Modern neuroscience and physiology provide a complementary perspective. The term solar plexus refers to a dense network of nerves, specifically, the celiac plexus, located in the same region as the Manipura chakra. This nerve complex is a critical hub of the autonomic nervous system, ANS, which regulates involuntary bodily functions such as heart rate, digestion, respiration, and stress responses. The ANS is divided into 2 main branches: the sympathetic nervous system, responsible for the fight or flight response, and the parasympathetic nervous system, which supports rest and digest activities. The celiac plexus acts as a relay station, transmitting signals from the brain to the abdominal organs and vice versa, orchestrating the body's response to internal and external stimuli. The convergence of ancient energy maps and modern neuroanatomy is nowhere more apparent than in the solar plexus region. Both traditions recognize this area as a locus of power, transformation, and regulation. The chakra system speaks to the energetic aspects of will, confidence, and self-control, while neuroscience illuminates the physiological mechanisms that underpin these experiences. By exploring the interplay between the solar plexus chakra and the autonomic nervous system, we gain a richer understanding of how our sense of personal power is embodied, experienced, and expressed. The anatomy of the solar plexus. The celiac, or solar plexus, is a complex web of nerves situated behind the stomach and in front of the aorta. It is sometimes called the abdominal brain due to its dense concentration of neural tissue and its critical role in autonomic regulation. The solar plexus receives input from both the sympathetic and parasympathetic branches of the ANS, integrating signals that influence the function of the stomach, liver, pancreas, intestines, and adrenal glands. This neural hub acts as a command center for the abdominal organs, coordinating the body's internal environment in response to changing conditions. The sympathetic fibers that pass through the solar plexus originate in the spinal cord and travel through the splanchnic nerves, ultimately innervating the abdominal viscera. When the sympathetic nervous system is activated by stress, threat, or excitement, these fibers stimulate the release of adrenaline and noradrenaline from the adrenal glands, increase heart rate, slow digestion, and redirect blood flow to the muscles. This is the classic fight or flight response, designed to prepare the body for action. Conversely, the parasympathetic fibers, which primarily arrive via the vagus nerve, promote relaxation, digestion, and energy conservation. This rest and digest state allows the body to recover, assimilate nutrients, and restore balance. The solar plexus is thus a dynamic interface between the mind and body, mediating our responses to the world. It is no coincidence that many people feel anxiety, excitement, or fear as sensations in the pit of the stomach. The neural pathways that converge in the solar plexus translate emotional and psychological states into physical sensations and actions. This is where the ancient descriptions of Manipura as the center of will and power intersect with the scientific understanding of the body's stress and resilience mechanisms. Personal power and the stress response. Personal power is a multifaceted concept, encompassing self-confidence, autonomy, and the ability to act in alignment with one's values and goals. In the language of the chakras, Manipura governs our capacity to assert ourselves, make decisions, and pursue our ambitions. When this chakra is open and balanced, we feel empowered, motivated, and resilient in the face of challenges. When it is blocked or deficient, we may experience self-doubt, passivity, or a sense of helplessness. The autonomic nervous system plays a central role in mediating these states. The sympathetic branch mobilizes the body's resources in response to perceived threats or opportunities, while the parasympathetic branch supports recovery and homeostasis. This dynamic balance is fundamental to our sense of agency and self-control. If the sympathetic system is chronically overactive, due to ongoing stress, trauma, or anxiety, we may become locked in a state of hyperarousal, characterized by tension, irritability, and impulsivity. Conversely, if the parasympathetic system dominates excessively, we may feel lethargic, unmotivated, or unable to assert ourselves. The solar plexus region is particularly sensitive to these autonomic shifts. When we face a challenge or threat, the sympathetic nervous system floods the solar plexus with signals that prepare us for action. Our heart rate quickens, breathing becomes shallow, and blood is shunted away from the digestive organs toward the muscles. This state of readiness is essential for survival, but when it persists beyond the immediate need, it can lead to digestive problems, anxiety, and a diminished sense of control. Chronic activation of the sympathetic system has been linked to a host of health issues, including irritable bowel syndrome, ulcers, and metabolic disorders, all of which are associated with the solar plexus region. On the other hand, the ability to shift into a parasympathetic state, marked by relaxation, deep breathing, and efficient digestion, is crucial for restoring balance and resilience. Practices that activate the vagus nerve, such as diaphragmatic breathing, meditation, and mindful movement, can help regulate the autonomic nervous system and support the healthy functioning of the solar plexus chakra. These interventions not only promote physical well-being but also enhance our psychological sense of empowerment and self-efficacy. The gut-brain axis and emotional regulation. One of the most exciting developments in neuroscience is the discovery of the gut-brain axis, a bidirectional communication network linking the central nervous system with the enteric nervous system of the gastrointestinal tract. Sometimes referred to as the second brain, the enteric nervous system contains over 100 million neurons and operates largely independently of the brain and spinal cord. It is intimately connected to the celiac plexus and plays a crucial role in regulating digestion, immunity, and even mood. The gut-brain axis is mediated by neural, hormonal, and immune pathways, allowing information to flow between the brain, the solar plexus, and the digestive organs. Neurotransmitters such as serotonin, dopamine, and gamma-aminobutyric acid, GABA, are produced in the gut and influence not only digestive function but also emotional states. For example, about 90% of the body's serotonin, a key regulator of mood and anxiety, is synthesized in the intestines. The composition of the gut microbiome, the trillions of bacteria that inhabit the digestive tract, also affects the production of these neurotransmitters and, by extension, our emotional well-being. The traditional view of the solar plexus chakra as the center of transformation and self-mastery aligns remarkably well with these scientific insights. Just as Manipura is said to govern the digestion of experiences and emotions, the gut-brain axis translates mental and emotional states into physiological responses. Stress, fear, and insecurity can disrupt the balance of the gut microbiome, impair digestion, and trigger inflammation. Conversely, a healthy gut environment supports resilience, clarity, and a sense of confidence. This interplay is evident in common expressions such as having butterflies in the stomach, a gut feeling, or fire in the belly. These phrases capture the intuitive recognition that the solar plexus region is deeply involved in our emotional and psychological life. Modern research confirms that the sensations we experience in this area are not merely metaphors, but reflections of real-time communication between the nervous system, the gut, and the brain. The development of personal power. The development of personal power is a lifelong process, shaped by biology, experience, and culture. In childhood, the solar plexus chakra is associated with the emergence of autonomy, self-control, and the ability to make choices. Erik Erikson, the renowned developmental psychologist, identified the stage of autonomy versus shame and doubt as a critical period in early childhood, during which children learn to assert their will, explore the environment, and develop a sense of competence. Positive experiences during this stage foster confidence and self-efficacy, while negative experiences can lead to feelings of inadequacy and powerlessness. The autonomic nervous system is highly responsive to these early experiences. Supportive, nurturing environments help children develop a balanced stress response, enabling them to recover from setbacks and adapt to challenges. In contrast, chronic stress, trauma, or inconsistent caregiving can dysregulate the ANS, leading to patterns of hyperarousal, anxiety, aggression, or hypoarousal, withdrawal, passivity. These patterns often persist into adulthood, shaping our capacity for self-regulation, motivation, and resilience. The solar plexus chakra serves as the energetic blueprint for these developmental processes. When Manipura is strong and balanced, we feel a sense of inner strength, purpose, and the ability to shape our destiny. When it is weak or blocked, we may struggle to assert ourselves, set boundaries, or pursue our goals. Healing and balancing the solar plexus chakra often involves revisiting and transforming the beliefs, habits, and emotional patterns that undermine our sense of power. Cultural and social influences on personal power. Personal power does not exist in a vacuum, it is shaped by cultural, social, and relational factors. The solar plexus chakra reflects not only our individual sense of agency but also the ways in which we navigate power dynamics in our families, communities, and societies. Socialization, gender roles, and cultural expectations all influence the development and expression of personal power. In many cultures, expressions of will, ambition, or assertiveness are encouraged in some groups and discouraged in others. For example, boys may be praised for taking initiative and displaying confidence, while girls may be socialized to prioritize cooperation and deference. These patterns can create imbalances in the solar plexus chakra, leading to overcompensation, domineering, aggression, or underdevelopment, passivity, self-doubt. Addressing these imbalances requires not only individual healing but also a critical examination of the social structures that shape our sense of self. The autonomic nervous system is sensitive to these social cues. Experiences of inclusion, validation, and support activate the parasympathetic system, fostering a sense of safety and empowerment. Conversely, experiences of exclusion, criticism, or threat trigger the sympathetic system, leading to defensive or avoidant behaviors. The solar plexus region becomes a somatic battleground where these social dynamics are played out, manifesting as tension, discomfort, or digestive disturbances. By cultivating awareness of these influences, we can begin to reclaim our personal power and create environments that support autonomy, self-expression, and mutual respect. Practices such as mindfulness, self-inquiry, and assertiveness training can help us recognize and transform the patterns that limit our potential. Practices for balancing the solar plexus chakra and regulating the autonomic nervous system. Balancing the solar plexus chakra involves harmonizing the flow of energy in the body and cultivating a healthy relationship with personal power. This process is supported by practices that regulate the autonomic nervous system, promote self-awareness, and foster resilience. Breathwork is one of the most effective tools for influencing the ANS and supporting solar plexus health. Diaphragmatic breathing, also known as abdominal or belly breathing, stimulates the vagus nerve and shifts the body into a parasympathetic state. This technique involves inhaling deeply into the lower abdomen, allowing the diaphragm to expand and the solar plexus region to soften. Exhaling slowly and completely activates the relaxation response, reducing stress and promoting a sense of calm. Regular practice of diaphragmatic breathing can improve digestion, increase energy, and enhance emotional regulation. Yoga and mindful movement practices also support the solar plexus chakra. Postures that engage the core muscles, such as boat pose, navasana, plank, and twists, help to activate and strengthen Manipura. These movements stimulate the abdominal organs, improve circulation, and increase awareness of the solar plexus region. Combined with mindful attention to breath and sensation, yoga can help release tension, build confidence, and restore balance to the autonomic nervous system. Meditation is another powerful tool for balancing the solar plexus chakra. Visualization practices that focus on a bright, golden light in the upper abdomen can help clear blockages and activate personal power. Affirmations such as "I am confident and capable," "I trust my inner wisdom," or "I am the author of my life" reinforce positive beliefs and support the integration of body and mind. Mindfulness meditation, which involves observing thoughts, emotions, and sensations without judgment, can increase self-awareness and resilience in the face of stress. Diet and nutrition also play a role in solar plexus health. Foods that support digestion and metabolism, such as whole grains, legumes, ginger, and turmeric, nourish the abdominal organs and promote vitality. Avoiding excess sugar, processed foods, and stimulants can reduce inflammation and support a balanced gut microbiome. Mindful eating, paying attention to the experience of eating, savoring flavors, and listening to the body's signals, can enhance the connection between the solar plexus, the gut-brain axis, and personal power. Emotional processing and self-inquiry are essential for healing and balancing the solar plexus chakra. Journaling, therapy, or creative expression can help identify and transform limiting beliefs, unresolved emotions, and patterns of self-sabotage. Exploring questions such as "Where do I feel powerless? What are my core values, and how do I assert my needs?" can reveal the underlying dynamics that shape our experience of agency and self-worth. Finally, building supportive relationships and communities is vital for sustaining personal power. Environments that encourage autonomy, respect, and collaboration activate the parasympathetic system and foster a sense of belonging. Engaging in healthy boundary setting, assertive communication, and mutual support can help maintain balance in the solar plexus chakra and promote resilience. The solar plexus chakra and the path of transformation. The journey of personal power is not a linear path, but a dynamic process of growth, challenge, and integration. The solar plexus chakra serves as both a mirror and a guide, reflecting our current relationship with power and pointing the way toward greater authenticity and self-mastery. By understanding the interplay between Manipura and the autonomic nervous system, we can develop tools and practices that support our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. The alignment of ancient energy maps with modern neuroscience offers a holistic framework for healing and transformation. The solar plexus chakra is not merely a metaphorical center of power, but a physiological and energetic nexus where the mind and body meet. By cultivating awareness, regulation, and resilience in this region, we empower ourselves to navigate life's challenges with confidence, integrity, and grace. The integration of Manipura's wisdom with the insights of neuroscience invites us to honor both the subtle and the tangible dimensions of our being. It encourages us to embrace our agency, trust our instincts, and act in alignment with our highest values. In doing so, we not only enhance our own well-being but also contribute to the creation of a more empowered and compassionate world. In the chapters that follow, we will continue to explore how the remaining chakras interface with the nervous system, uncovering new pathways for healing, growth, and transformation. The journey through the solar plexus chakra reminds us that personal power is not a fixed state, but a living process, one that is continually shaped by our choices, relationships, and the ever-unfolding dance of body, mind, and spirit. Chapter 10. The Heart Chakra and the Prefrontal Cortex. The concept of the heart chakra, or anahata, occupies a central place in ancient yogic traditions. It is depicted as the fourth energy center, located in the center of the chest, and is traditionally associated with love, compassion, empathy, and emotional balance. The heart chakra is said to be the bridge between the lower chakras, which are tied to physical and individual needs, and the higher chakras, which relate to spiritual insight and universal consciousness. In the language of ancient texts, Anahata is the seat of unconditional love, the place where the boundaries of self begin to dissolve and a sense of connection to others emerges. Modern neuroscience, on the other hand, has spent decades mapping the brain's structures and functions, seeking to understand the roots of human emotion, social behavior, and cognition. One of the most significant discoveries in this field has been the recognition of the prefrontal cortex as a central hub for higher-order processes such as planning, judgment, impulse control, and, crucially, empathy and compassion. The prefrontal cortex, situated at the very front of the brain, is one of the most recently evolved brain regions in humans and is often considered the seat of our most sophisticated mental abilities. At first glance, the heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex seem to belong to entirely different paradigms. One is a metaphysical construct, a product of ancient spiritual insight. The other is a tangible anatomical structure, the subject of empirical research and neuroimaging technology. Yet, as our understanding deepens, intriguing parallels emerge. Both the heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex are intimately involved in how we relate to others, how we experience and express compassion, and how we navigate the complex landscape of human emotion. In this chapter, we will explore the fascinating alignment between the heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex, focusing particularly on their roles in compassion and empathy. We will examine how ancient descriptions of Anahata's qualities resonate with contemporary findings in neuroscience, and how the cultivation of heart-centered awareness may correspond with the activation and development of specific neural pathways. Through this exploration, we aim to bridge the wisdom of tradition with the insights of science, offering a holistic perspective on the nature of the heart, both literal and metaphorical. The heart chakra. In ancient wisdom, the heart chakra, or Anahata, is described in yogic texts as a wheel of energy with 12 petals, each representing a different aspect of love, from hope and joy to forgiveness and peace. The Sanskrit word Anahata translates as unstruck or unhurt, suggesting a state of purity and openness, untouched by the wounds of past experience. When balanced, the heart chakra is said to foster a sense of unconditional love, compassion for oneself and others, and the ability to forgive and heal. When blocked or imbalanced, it may manifest as emotional coldness, jealousy, isolation, or an inability to trust. Practices aimed at opening and balancing the heart chakra often involve meditative focus on the chest area, breathwork, chanting, and visualization. These practices are designed to cultivate feelings of warmth, acceptance, and connection, not only toward loved ones but toward all beings. The heart chakra is also considered the point where individual consciousness meets universal consciousness, the place where personal desires give way to a sense of collective well-being. In this way, Anahata serves as a gateway to higher states of awareness, grounded in the transformative power of love. The prefrontal cortex, the neuroscience of compassion within the human brain. The prefrontal cortex occupies a position of both anatomical and functional prominence. Located at the front of the frontal lobes, it is involved in a host of executive functions, including planning, decision-making, self-regulation, and social cognition. Of particular relevance to our discussion are the areas within the prefrontal cortex responsible for empathy and compassion. Neuroimaging studies have consistently shown that when individuals engage in tasks requiring perspective-taking, emotional attunement, or compassionate response, specific regions within the prefrontal cortex become active. The medial prefrontal cortex, for example, is implicated in understanding the mental states of others, a capacity known as theory of mind. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex is associated with emotional regulation and the integration of emotional information into decision-making. The dorsolateral prefrontal cortex plays a role in self-control and the inhibition of selfish impulses, enabling altruistic behavior. Perhaps most striking is the discovery that the prefrontal cortex is not only involved in recognizing the suffering of others but also in motivating pro-social action. When we witness another person in distress, our brains do not merely register their pain, we are moved to help. This impulse to alleviate suffering, the neurological signature of compassion, is a defining feature of our social nature. It is here that the ancient wisdom of the heart chakra and the modern science of the brain begin to converge. Empathy and the bridge between self and other. Empathy is the capacity to feel, understand, and respond to the emotions of others. It is the foundation of social connection and moral behavior. Neuroscientific research has identified a network of brain regions involved in empathy, including the prefrontal cortex, the anterior cingulate cortex, and the insula. These regions work together to process emotional cues, simulate the experiences of others, and generate appropriate responses. The prefrontal cortex, in particular, is crucial for what is known as cognitive empathy, the ability to adopt another person's perspective, to imagine what they are thinking or feeling. This is distinct from emotional empathy, which involves directly feeling another's emotions. Cognitive empathy allows us to navigate complex social situations, to negotiate, cooperate, and resolve conflicts. It is the mental bridge that connects self and other. From the perspective of the heart chakra, empathy is not merely an intellectual exercise but a lived experience of interconnectedness. When the heart chakra is open, according to yogic philosophy, we naturally feel the joys and sorrows of others as our own. This resonates with the neuroscientific insight that empathy is not confined to cold calculation but is deeply embodied, involving both emotional resonance and reflective understanding. Compassion, the active principle of the heart. While empathy allows us to understand and share in the experiences of others, compassion takes this a step further. Compassion is the desire to alleviate the suffering of others, to extend kindness and support. In the language of the heart chakra, compassion is the flowering of love into action. It is the force that motivates healing, reconciliation, and service. In neuroscience, compassion is increasingly recognized as a distinct process, involving both affective and cognitive components. Functional MRI studies have shown that when individuals engage in compassion meditation, a practice designed to cultivate loving kindness and concern for others, there is increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, as well as in regions associated with positive emotion and reward. This suggests that compassion is not only a moral virtue but a trainable mental state, with measurable effects on brain function. Moreover, research has demonstrated that compassionate action engages neural circuits involved in motivation and reward, such as the ventral striatum and the nucleus accumbens. Helping others, it turns out, is intrinsically rewarding, activating the same pathways as food, social bonding, and other forms of pleasure. The prefrontal cortex orchestrates these responses, integrating emotional, cognitive, and motivational signals to guide compassionate behavior. The alignment of anahata and the prefrontal cortex. Given these parallels, it is tempting to see the heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex as two sides of the same coin. Both are concerned with the cultivation of love, empathy, and compassion. Both serve as bridges, between self and other, between individual and collective, between personal desire and universal well-being. The ancient yogic tradition emphasizes the transformative power of opening the heart chakra. Practices such as loving kindness meditation, chanting, and devotional acts are said to dissolve the barriers of ego, fostering a sense of unity and unconditional love. Modern neuroscience, meanwhile, has shown that similar practices can reshape the brain, strengthening the neural circuits underlying empathy and compassion. For example, studies on long-term practitioners of compassion meditation, such as Buddhist monks, have revealed increased thickness and connectivity in the prefrontal cortex. These individuals also show greater activation in regions associated with empathy and positive emotion when exposed to images of suffering. Such findings suggest that the cultivation of heart-centered awareness is not merely a metaphor but a biological reality, reflected in the structure and function of the brain. The role of breath and heart rate in emotion regulation. Another intriguing point of convergence lies in the relationship between the heart, breath, and emotional states. Yogic practices often emphasize conscious breathing as a means of accessing and balancing the heart chakra. Slow, deep breathing is said to calm the mind, open the heart, and promote feelings of peace and connection. Neuroscience has begun to uncover the mechanisms underlying these effects. The prefrontal cortex is closely linked to the autonomic nervous system, which regulates heart rate, respiration, and stress response. When we engage in slow, mindful breathing, signals from the lungs and heart travel via the vagus nerve to the brainstem and then to the prefrontal cortex. This feedback loop helps to regulate emotional arousal, increase feelings of safety, and support pro-social behavior. Heart rate variability, a measure of the variation in time between heartbeats, is another key indicator of emotional regulation. Higher heart rate variability is associated with greater resilience, adaptability, and capacity for empathy. Practices that open the heart chakra, such as loving-kindness meditation and breath work, have been shown to increase heart rate variability and enhance the functioning of the prefrontal cortex. The social brain, from individual to collective compassion. Human beings are profoundly social creatures. Our survival and flourishing depend on our ability to form bonds, cooperate, and care for one another. The prefrontal cortex is a linchpin in this social brain network, enabling us to navigate the complexities of social life, from reading facial expressions to understanding social norms. The heart chakra, too, is described as the center of social connection. When open and balanced, it is said to dissolve the illusion of separation, allowing us to experience the joys and sorrows of others as our own. This perspective aligns with the growing recognition in neuroscience that compassion and empathy are not just individual capacities but collective phenomena, shaped by culture, environment, and relationships. Research on group meditation and collective compassion practices has shown that these activities can synchronize brain activity across individuals, fostering a sense of shared purpose and emotional resonance. Such findings suggest that the heart chakra's emphasis on unity and interconnectedness has a basis not only in personal experience but in the biology of the social brain. Healing the heart, trauma, resilience, and neuroplasticity. The journey to an open heart is not always smooth. Many individuals carry wounds from past experiences, betrayal, loss, rejection, that can block the flow of love and compassion. In yogic terms, these are the samskaras, the imprints of suffering that close the heart chakra and give rise to fear, anger, and isolation. Neuroscience offers a complementary perspective. Traumatic experiences can alter the function of the prefrontal cortex, impairing emotional regulation and empathy. Chronic stress and unresolved trauma can lead to overactivity in the amygdala, the brain's threat detection center, and underactivity in the prefrontal regions responsible for social engagement and compassion. Yet, both traditions emphasize the possibility of healing and transformation. The brain is remarkably plastic, capable of rewiring itself in response to new experiences and practices. Interventions such as mindfulness, compassion training, and psychotherapy have been shown to restore prefrontal function, reduce emotional reactivity, and open the door to renewed connection and trust. Practices for cultivating heart-brain alignment. Given the alignment between the heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex, practices that cultivate heart-centered awareness can have profound effects on both mind and brain. Loving-kindness meditation, for example, involves silently repeating phrases of goodwill toward oneself and others, such as "May you be happy, may you be healthy, may you be free from suffering." This practice has been shown to increase activation in the prefrontal cortex, boost positive emotion, and enhance social connection. Breathwork is another powerful tool. Slow, rhythmic breathing not only calms the nervous system but also strengthens the feedback loop between the heart and the brain, supporting emotional balance and resilience. Visualization, chanting, and gratitude practices can further open the heart chakra, fostering a sense of warmth and connection that is mirrored in neural activity. It is important to note that these practices are not about suppressing or denying difficult emotions. Rather, they invite us to meet our own pain and the pain of others with an open, compassionate heart. This approach is supported by research showing that self-compassion, the ability to treat oneself with kindness in the face of suffering, is associated with increased prefrontal activation, reduced stress, and greater psychological well-being. The science of transformation, from insight to integration. The alignment between the heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex offers a powerful framework for personal and collective transformation. By integrating ancient wisdom with modern science, we gain a deeper understanding of the mechanisms underlying compassion and empathy, as well as practical tools for cultivating these qualities in our own lives. At the individual level, practices that open the heart and engage the prefrontal cortex can lead to greater emotional balance, resilience, and fulfillment. At the collective level, they can foster a culture of compassion, cooperation, and social justice. The heart chakra's vision of unity and love is not a distant ideal but a lived reality, accessible through intentional practice and supported by the neurobiology of the brain. Challenges and opportunities on the path. Despite the promise of heart-brain alignment, the path is not without challenges. In a world marked by division, conflict, and suffering, it can be difficult to maintain an open heart. The pressures of modern life, the constant barrage of information, and the wounds of the past can all conspire to close us off from ourselves and others. Yet, this very context makes the cultivation of compassion and empathy all the more urgent. Neuroscience has shown that even brief practices can have measurable effects on brain function and behavior. Small acts of kindness, moments of mindful awareness, and intentional efforts to connect with others can begin to shift the balance, both within ourselves and in the wider world. Moreover, the alignment between the heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex invites us to move beyond individual transformation toward collective healing. By fostering environments that support empathy, cooperation, and mutual care, we can create the conditions for both personal and societal flourishing. Integrating heart and mind, toward a new paradigm. The convergence of ancient energy maps and modern neuroscience points toward a new paradigm, one that honors both the wisdom of the heart and the intelligence of the brain. The heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex are not separate domains but aspects of a single, integrated system. Together, they enable us to feel, understand, and respond to the suffering of others, to act with kindness and integrity, and to realize our deepest potential as human beings. This integrated approach calls for a reimagining of education, healthcare, and social policy. Schools can teach not only cognitive skills but also emotional literacy and compassion. Healthcare systems can address not only physical symptoms but also the emotional and social dimensions of healing. Communities can cultivate spaces for connection, dialogue, and shared purpose. At the heart of this paradigm is the recognition that love and compassion are not merely sentimental ideals but essential capacities, grounded in the biology of the brain and the wisdom of the heart. By aligning these two dimensions, we open the door to a more compassionate, just, and connected world. Stories of transformation, case studies and personal narratives to bring these ideas to life. Consider the stories of individuals who have experienced profound transformation through the cultivation of heart-centered awareness. One such person is Sarah, a trauma survivor who struggled for years with feelings of isolation and mistrust. Through a combination of mindfulness, breathwork, and loving-kindness meditation, she gradually learned to open her heart, both to herself and to others. Over time, she noticed not only a shift in her emotional state but also changes in her relationships, her sense of purpose, and her capacity for joy. Neuroimaging studies of individuals like Sarah have shown that such transformations are reflected in the brain. Increased connectivity in the prefrontal cortex, greater activation in networks associated with empathy, and enhanced regulation of emotional responses are all markers of this process. These changes are not merely abstract but translate into concrete improvements in well-being, resilience, and social functioning. Another example is found in the work of caregivers and healthcare professionals. Burnout and compassion fatigue are common challenges in these fields, yet those who engage in regular compassion training report greater job satisfaction, reduced stress, and improved patient outcomes. The cultivation of heart-brain alignment becomes not only a personal practice but a professional necessity, enabling individuals to sustain their capacity for care in the face of adversity. The future of heart-brain research as the science of mind and consciousness continues to evolve. The relationship between the heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex offers fertile ground for further exploration. Advances in neuroimaging, biofeedback, and contemplative science are shedding new light on the mechanisms underlying compassion, empathy, and emotional healing. Future research may explore the effects of different heart-centered practices on brain structure and function, the role of cultural and environmental factors in shaping heart-brain alignment, and the potential for collective practices to foster social transformation. By integrating the insights of ancient wisdom with the tools of modern science, we can deepen our understanding of what it means to be fully human. Conclusion: the heart as compass and guide. In the end, the alignment of the heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex is more than an intellectual curiosity. It is an invitation to live with greater awareness, compassion, and connection. The heart, both as an energy center and as a metaphor for love, serves as a compass, guiding us toward our highest potential. The prefrontal cortex, with its capacity for reflection, empathy, and moral reasoning, provides the means to translate this vision into action. By bridging the gap between ancient and modern, between heart and mind, we discover a path toward wholeness, a path that honors the wisdom of the past while embracing the possibilities of the future. In this journey, compassion and empathy are not just qualities to be admired but skills to be cultivated, both within ourselves and in our communities. The heart chakra and the prefrontal cortex, working in harmony, offer a blueprint for personal and collective transformation. Through intentional practice, mindful awareness, and a commitment to love in action, we can create a world that reflects the deepest truths of our shared humanity. In doing so, we fulfill the promise of both tradition and science, that the heart, when open and aligned with the mind, has the power to heal, to connect, and to transform. Chapter 11. The throat chakra and the language centers. The human capacity for language is one of our most remarkable gifts. It is the thread that binds societies, the tool for sharing knowledge, and the vessel for self-expression. In ancient Indian thought, the seat of communication and self-expression is the throat chakra, or Vishuddha. According to yogic tradition, this chakra governs the region of the throat, mouth, and ears, and is associated with truth, creativity, and the power of the spoken word. In modern neuroscience, the act of communication is mapped to a complex network of brain regions, most notably Bruca's area and Wernicke's area. This chapter explores the striking interplay between the ancient concept of the throat chakra and the contemporary scientific understanding of the brain's language centers, tracing the lines that connect energy, biology, and the art of expression. The Vishuddha chakra is the fifth of the 7 main chakras, positioned at the level of the throat. Its name derives from Sanskrit, meaning especially pure or purification. In yogic philosophy, Vishuddha is the gateway between the heart and the mind, mediating the flow of ideas, emotions, and intentions into language and sound. When this chakra is balanced, one is said to communicate with clarity, authenticity, and compassion. When blocked or imbalanced, issues may arise: difficulty expressing oneself, fear of speaking, or even physical symptoms such as throat pain or laryngitis. The symbolic associations are clear. The throat is the channel through which inner experience becomes outer reality, where thought becomes word. The language of chakras is, of course, metaphorical. Yet, as we turn to neuroscience, we find that the metaphor resonates with the literal structure and function of the human brain. Communication is not the product of a single brain region, but rather the result of a distributed network. However, 2 areas are especially critical: Bruca's area, located in the posterior part of the left frontal lobe, and Wernicke's area, situated in the posterior section of the left superior temporal gyrus. Together, these regions form the backbone of language production and comprehension. Bruca's area is most famously associated with speech production. Discovered by French neurologist Paul Broca in the 1860s, this region was identified after Broca observed patients who had lost the ability to speak following damage to a specific part of the brain. These patients could understand language but struggled to articulate words, a condition now known as Broca's aphasia. Broca's area is also involved in language processing, grammar, and the planning of speech movements. It connects to the motor cortex, which controls the muscles of the mouth, tongue, and larynx, precisely the anatomical regions governed by the throat chakra in yogic tradition. Wernicke's area, discovered by Carl Wernicke in the 1870s, plays a complementary role. It is primarily responsible for language comprehension. Damage to this area results in Wernicke's aphasia, in which individuals can produce fluent speech, but their words often lack meaning or coherence. They may struggle to understand spoken language, highlighting the critical role this region plays in making sense of linguistic input. The connection between these 2 areas is facilitated by a bundle of nerve fibers known as the arcuate fasciculus. This white matter tract enables the rapid exchange of information between regions responsible for understanding and producing language. When the arcuate fasciculus is damaged, a person may experience conduction aphasia, where they can understand and produce language, but have trouble repeating heard words, a testament to the importance of integration within the language network. Beyond Broca's and Wernicke's areas, modern imaging studies have revealed that language processing is even more distributed. The angular gyrus, inferior parietal lobule, and various subcortical structures all play supporting roles, contributing to the complexity and flexibility of human communication. Nonetheless, the primary centers remain in the left hemisphere for most people, and their anatomical locations align intriguingly with the physical domain of the throat chakra. The parallels between the throat chakra and the language centers of the brain are not merely anatomical. They extend to function and experience. Yogic texts describe the throat chakra as the seat of truth and authenticity. Modern psychology recognizes the power of self-expression in mental health. The ability to articulate one's thoughts and feelings is associated with well-being, resilience, and a sense of agency. Conversely, the suppression of expression, whether through social, cultural, or psychological forces, can lead to distress, anxiety, and even physical symptoms. The ancient yogis intuited a deep truth: communication is not just a social skill, but a fundamental aspect of human flourishing. To further explore the intersection of these ideas, consider the process of speaking. Before words are uttered, they form as thoughts in the mind. These thoughts are shaped by emotion, memory, and intention, functions distributed across the brain's limbic system, prefrontal cortex, and association areas. When we decide to speak, Bruca's area organizes the syntax and structure of our message, sending signals to the motor cortex to activate the muscles of the throat, tongue, and lips. The larynx, or voice box, vibrates to produce sound. The sound waves travel through the air, received by another's ear, where they are converted back into neural impulses and interpreted by Wernicke's area. The cycle completes when the listener understands the message and responds. In yogic terms, the process is described as the movement of energy from the heart, the seat of emotion and compassion, upward through the throat chakra, where it takes form as sound and speech. The act of speaking is seen as a creative act, the manifestation of inner reality into the world. The physiological and energetic descriptions mirror one another. Both recognize the throat as the passage through which internal experience becomes external expression. This alignment is not limited to speech. The throat chakra is also associated with listening and hearing. In the yogic tradition, to listen deeply is as important as to speak truthfully. The ears, after all, are physically located in the same region, and auditory processing is intimately connected to language comprehension. Neuroscience affirms this connection. Auditory information is processed in the temporal lobes, including Wernicke's area, before being integrated into the broader language network. The ability to listen, understand, and respond is thus a function of both energetic balance and neural coordination. The concept of purification, central to the symbolism of the Vishuddha chakra, also finds echoes in modern science. The act of communicating clearly, free from distortion, deception, or confusion, requires a kind of mental and emotional purification. In psychological terms, this might be described as congruence, the alignment of thoughts, feelings, and words. When we are congruent, our communication is authentic and effective. When we are incongruent, our message becomes muddled. The yogic practice of balancing the throat chakra involves self-reflection, honesty, and the cultivation of clarity, qualities that are also valued in therapeutic approaches to communication. Speech is not merely a mechanical process, but a deeply embodied one. The muscles of the throat, tongue, and mouth must coordinate with exquisite precision to produce the sounds of language. This coordination is learned over years of practice, beginning in infancy. Neuroscientific research into language development shows that infants are born with the capacity to perceive and produce a wide range of sounds, but gradually specialize in the sounds of their native language through experience and social interaction. The brain's plasticity, the ability to rewire itself in response to experience, plays a crucial role in this process. The more we use our language centers, the stronger and more efficient the connections become. The power of language extends beyond the literal. The throat chakra is also associated with creativity, poetry, and song. Throughout history, the spoken and sung word has been a vehicle for storytelling, ritual, and spiritual practice. Chanting, mantra recitation, and singing are integral to many spiritual traditions, including yoga. These practices are believed to activate and balance the throat chakra, promoting clarity, confidence, and connection. From a neuroscientific perspective, singing and chanting engage not only the language centers, but also the auditory cortex, limbic system, and even the autonomic nervous system. The act of vocalizing in rhythm and melody can induce states of relaxation, joy, and transcendence, supporting the ancient belief in the transformative power of sound. Stuttering provides a poignant example of the challenges that can arise when the flow of communication is disrupted. Stuttering is a speech disorder characterized by involuntary repetitions, prolongations, or blocks that interrupt the smooth flow of speech. While the exact causes are complex and multifactorial, research suggests that atypical activity and connectivity in Broca's area, the motor cortex, and auditory feedback circuits may play a role. Stuttering can be exacerbated by psychological stress, social anxiety, or trauma, factors that yogic tradition might interpret as imbalances or blockages in the throat chakra. Therapeutic approaches often include both speech therapy and psychological support, reflecting the intertwined nature of mind, body, and expression. Selective mutism, another communication disorder, involves the inability to speak in certain social situations despite having the capacity for speech. This condition is often rooted in anxiety and can be deeply distressing for those affected. Again, the yogic perspective would view this as a blockage in the energy flow of the throat chakra, while neuroscience points to the interplay of emotional regulation systems in the brain, including the amygdala and prefrontal cortex, with the language network. The relationship between trauma and the ability to speak is well documented. Survivors of trauma may find themselves unable to articulate their experiences, a phenomenon sometimes referred to as speechless terror. This can be understood neurologically as a disruption in the integration between emotional and language centers, particularly under the influence of stress hormones. In the language of chakras, trauma can be seen as creating energetic blockages that impede the flow of expression. Healing, whether through therapy, mindfulness, or spiritual practice, often involves restoring the capacity to speak one's truth. The therapeutic potential of vocalization is increasingly recognized in both traditional and modern contexts. Practices such as chanting, toning, and singing are used to promote relaxation, reduce anxiety, and enhance emotional well-being. Research on the vagus nerve, a key component of the parasympathetic nervous system, shows that vocalization can stimulate vagal tone, leading to a reduction in stress and an increase in feelings of safety and connection. The vagus nerve innervates the muscles of the larynx and pharynx, providing a physiological bridge between voice, emotion, and autonomic regulation. In yogic practice, chanting and breathwork are believed to harmonize the energy of the throat chakra, supporting both physical and psychological health. The social dimension of communication should not be underestimated. Humans are inherently social beings, and language is the primary medium through which we connect with others. Social neuroscience has shown that the act of conversing activates not only the language centers, but also brain regions involved in empathy, perspective taking, and social cognition. The ability to attune to another's emotions, respond appropriately, and build rapport is foundational to human relationships. Yogic philosophy teaches that the throat chakra is the gateway to higher forms of communication, listening with the heart, speaking with compassion, and fostering understanding. In both traditions, communication is seen as a path to connection and unity. The digital age has transformed the landscape of communication. Written language, once the domain of scribes and scholars, is now ubiquitous. Texting, emailing, and social media have expanded the ways in which we express ourselves, but also introduced new challenges. The absence of vocal tone, facial expression, and body language can lead to misunderstandings and a sense of disconnection. While the throat chakra is traditionally associated with spoken word, its underlying principle, the authentic expression of self, remains relevant. The challenge is to maintain clarity, honesty, and compassion in all forms of communication, regardless of medium. Cross-cultural studies of language reveal both universality and diversity. All human societies possess language, but the structures, sounds, and meanings vary widely. The brain's language centers are remarkably adaptable, capable of learning any language given sufficient exposure. This plasticity speaks to the underlying unity of human communication, even as the surface forms differ. In yogic philosophy, the throat chakra is seen as a universal energy center, present in all people regardless of culture or language. The diversity of languages may be viewed as the many colors of a single spectrum, each expressing a facet of the human experience. The process of learning a new language offers insights into the interplay between brain, body, and energy. Initially, the learner must overcome unfamiliar sounds, structures, and patterns. The brain's language centers work overtime, forming new connections and pathways. With practice, fluency emerges, and the act of speaking becomes more natural and spontaneous. The yogic tradition encourages chanting in Sanskrit, even for those who do not understand the words, as a means of attuning to the vibrational qualities of sound. Neuroscience supports the idea that vocalization, even without semantic understanding, can have beneficial effects on brain function and emotional state. Storytelling is a particularly potent form of communication, engaging both speaker and listener in a shared narrative. The act of telling a story involves not only language centers, but also memory, emotion, and imagination. Listeners, in turn, activate similar brain regions as the storyteller, creating a kind of neural resonance. This mirroring effect is thought to underlie empathy and the transmission of culture. The throat chakra, as the seat of expression, plays a central role in the weaving of stories that bind communities and transmit wisdom across generations. The relationship between language and identity is profound. The words we use shape our sense of self and our place in the world. The ability to name one's experiences, to articulate desires and boundaries, is central to autonomy and empowerment. Conversely, the loss of language, whether through illness, injury, or social oppression, can be devastating. Aphasia, the loss of language due to brain damage, robs individuals of their primary means of communication. The struggle to regain speech is not only a medical challenge, but an existential one. In yogic philosophy, the throat chakra is the locus of self-expression and individuality. Its blockage or injury can impact the very core of one's being. The intersection of language, consciousness, and spirituality is a rich field of inquiry. Some philosophers argue that language shapes thought, a concept known as linguistic relativity. The words available to us influence the way we perceive and interpret reality. Spiritual traditions often employ sacred language, mantras, or prayers to access altered states of consciousness and connect with the transcendent. The act of reciting sacred syllables is believed to purify the mind and align the individual with higher truths. Neuroscientific studies of meditation and prayer reveal changes in brain activity, including increased coherence in language centers and shifts in networks associated with self-awareness and emotion. The practice of silence is another dimension of communication. In many spiritual traditions, periods of silence are observed as a means of cultivating inner stillness and clarity. The absence of speech allows for reflection, integration, and the deepening of awareness. In the language of chakras, silence can be a way of resetting the energy of the throat, allowing for renewal and purification. Modern psychology recognizes the value of mindful silence in reducing stress, enhancing focus, and fostering creativity. The role of breath in speech and communication is fundamental. The act of speaking is intimately linked to the breath, which provides the power for vocalization. Yogic practices such as pranayama, breath control, are used to regulate energy, calm the mind, and support vocal health. From a physiological perspective, controlled breathing enhances oxygenation, modulates the autonomic nervous system, and supports the muscles involved in speech. The interplay of breath, voice, and expression is a point of convergence between ancient wisdom and modern science. The psychosomatic dimension of the throat region is well recognized in both systems. Physical symptoms such as sore throat, tension, or voice loss are often linked to emotional states, anxiety before public speaking, the lump in the throat when holding back tears, or the loss of voice under stress. These phenomena reflect the intricate connections between mind, body, and expression. Yogic tradition attributes such symptoms to imbalances in the throat chakra, while psychosomatic medicine explores the neural and hormonal pathways that link emotion and physiology. Healing practices for the throat chakra span a wide range of modalities. In addition to vocalization and breathwork, techniques such as journaling, poetry, and creative writing are used to facilitate self-expression. Therapy approaches such as narrative therapy encourage individuals to re-author their life stories, reclaiming agency and voice. Artistic expression, through drawing, painting, or movement, can also support the flow of energy through the throat region, even when words are difficult to find. Affirmations are a popular tool in both yogic and psychological traditions. The repetition of positive statements, such as "I express myself freely and authentically," is believed to reprogram thought patterns and reinforce desired qualities. Neuroscience suggests that repeated verbalization can strengthen neural pathways, making new patterns of thought and behavior more accessible. The power of the spoken word, celebrated by yogis and poets alike, is now being explored by cognitive scientists as a mechanism for personal transformation. The social context of communication is continually evolving. In an increasingly multicultural and multilingual world, the ability to navigate diverse forms of expression is more important than ever. The throat chakra, as the center of communication, must adapt to new challenges, code switching, translation, and the blending of cultural norms. The brain's language centers are remarkably flexible, capable of handling multiple languages and registers. This adaptability mirrors the yogic ideal of openness and flow, allowing for the free exchange of ideas across boundaries. The ethical dimension of communication is also central. The yogic principle of satya, or truthfulness, is closely associated with the throat chakra. To speak truthfully, without harm or deception, is a core ethical commitment. Modern communication ethics emphasize honesty, transparency, and respect for others. The misuse of language, whether through lies, manipulation, or hate speech, can have profound consequences, both individually and collectively. The responsibility to use one's voice wisely is emphasized in both traditions. In the therapeutic context, the act of telling one's story is recognized as a path to healing. Trauma-informed therapy often involves helping individuals find the words to describe their experiences, reclaiming narrative control and restoring a sense of coherence. The integration of language, emotion, and memory is facilitated by the interplay of limbic and language centers in the brain. The yogic model of the chakras provides a complementary framework, viewing the restoration of voice as a process of energetic healing. The intersection of gender, culture, and communication is a complex and important topic. Societal norms often shape who is allowed to speak, how, and to whom. The suppression of voice, whether through patriarchal structures, social stigma, or discrimination, can have lasting effects on individuals and communities. Empowerment programs that focus on public speaking, storytelling, and advocacy are, at their core, efforts to restore balance to the throat chakra, both individually and collectively. Neuroscience affirms that the ability to speak up and be heard is linked to increased confidence, resilience, and well-being. The development of artificial intelligence and voice technology introduces new dimensions to the study of language and communication. Voice assistants, speech recognition, and natural language processing are reshaping the way we interact with machines. While these technologies are still in their infancy, they raise profound questions about the nature of voice, agency, and meaning. The throat chakra, as the symbolic center of human expression, reminds us of the irreplaceable value of authentic, embodied communication. In conclusion, the alignment between the throat chakra and the brain's language centers is both profound and multifaceted. The ancient yogis recognized the centrality of voice, speech, and expression to human flourishing, mapping these functions to the Vishuddha chakra. Modern neuroscience has mapped the intricate networks that enable language, revealing the complex interplay of brain regions, body systems, and social context. The convergence of these perspectives offers a holistic understanding of communication as a bridge between inner and outer worlds, thought and action, self and other. The journey of the spoken word, from the spark of intention in the mind, through the energy of the heart, out through the throat and into the world, is a journey of creation and connection. Whether viewed through the lens of chakras or neuroscience, the act of communication is both a science and an art, a biological process and a spiritual practice. To honor the throat chakra is to honor the human gift of expression, the power to shape reality through words, and the responsibility to speak with clarity, compassion, and truth. As we continue to explore the mysteries of the brain and the wisdom of ancient traditions, the voice remains a central thread in the tapestry of human experience. Chapter 12, The Third Eye Chakra and the Pineal Gland. The concept of the third eye has captivated seekers, philosophers, and scientists for centuries. Rooted in ancient spiritual traditions and echoed in the language of modern neuroscience, the third eye chakra, ajna, stands as a profound symbol of intuition, perception, and higher consciousness. Its purported physical correlate, the pineal gland, is a tiny organ nestled deep within the human brain, shrouded in mystery and myth. In this chapter, we delve into the fascinating intersections between the third eye chakra and the pineal gland, exploring both their spiritual significance and scientific realities. We will journey through the ancient wisdom of yogic texts, traverse the anatomical and biochemical landscape of the pineal gland, and contemplate how these two domains might inform and enrich each other. The third eye chakra, known in Sanskrit as ajna, is traditionally depicted as a luminous indigo wheel situated in the center of the forehead, just above the space between the eyebrows. In yogic philosophy, The Ajna chakra is the seat of intuition, insight, and inner vision. It is believed to govern the mind's ability to perceive beyond ordinary sight, to access deeper truths, and to connect with the subtle realms of consciousness. Yogis, mystics, and meditators across centuries have described the awakening of the third eye as a transformative experience, granting access to profound wisdom and spiritual clarity. Descriptions of the third eye chakra abound in the Upanishads, Tantras, and other ancient Indian texts. In these writings, Ajna is often portrayed as a gateway to inner realms and higher states of awareness. It is associated with the archetype of the guru, the inner teacher, who guides the aspirant toward enlightenment. The Sanskrit word ajna itself means command or perception, suggesting a center of inner authority and clear seeing. The symbol of the third eye is not limited to India, it appears in various forms across cultures, from the Eye of Horus in Egypt to the mystical teachings of Taoism and Buddhism. The pineal gland, on the other hand, is a small, pinecone-shaped structure located near the center of the brain, between the two hemispheres and tucked into a groove where the two halves of the thalamus join. First described by the ancient Greek physician Galen, the pineal gland has long fascinated both philosophers and scientists. In the 17th century, René Descartes famously called it the seat of the soul, speculating that it was the point of connection between the mind and the body. Today, the pineal gland is known to play a crucial role in regulating circadian rhythms through the production of the hormone melatonin, which influences sleep-wake cycles and seasonal biological rhythms. The intriguing parallels between the third eye chakra and the pineal gland raise compelling questions. Why did ancient traditions locate the center of inner vision in the same region of the head that houses the pineal gland? Is there a physiological basis for the mystical experiences attributed to the awakening of the third eye? How do modern neuroscientific findings align with, or diverge from, the spiritual teachings of the past? To address these questions, let us first examine the traditional view of the third eye chakra, then turn to the anatomy and function of the pineal gland, and finally explore the convergences and divergences between these two perspectives. In the traditional yogic system, the chakras are understood as subtle energy centers aligned along the spine, each associated with specific psychological and spiritual functions. The third eye chakra is the sixth in this sequence, positioned above the throat chakra, Vishuddha, and below the crown chakra, Sahasrara. Unlike the lower chakras, which are concerned with physical survival, emotion, power, and communication, the third eye is said to transcend the material plane, opening the practitioner to intuitive knowledge and spiritual insight. It is the domain of the mind, imagination, and the capacity to envision possibilities beyond the limits of ordinary perception. Practices aimed at awakening the third eye abound in yogic and tantric traditions. These include specific meditation techniques, breathwork, pranayama, visualization, mantra repetition, and the use of mudras, gestures, to direct energy. In Kundalini Yoga, for example, practitioners are taught to focus their attention on the space between the eyebrows during meditation, visualizing a radiant indigo light or a two-petaled lotus. Over time, this concentrated awareness is said to stimulate the Ajna chakra, dissolving mental blockages and opening the inner eye. Many of the experiences reported by those who engage in third eye practices bear striking similarities across cultures and eras. These include vivid inner visions, flashes of insight, heightened intuition, and a sense of profound interconnectedness. Some describe moments of transcendent clarity, where the boundaries of self and other dissolve and a deeper reality is glimpsed. In the language of yoga, the awakening of Ajna brings about viveka, discriminative wisdom, and jnana, direct knowledge, transforming the practitioner's relationship to themselves and the world. The symbolic associations of the third eye further illuminate its significance. In Hindu iconography, the god Shiva is often depicted with a third eye in the center of his forehead, signifying his ability to see beyond the veil of illusion, Maya, and perceive the ultimate truth. Similarly, in Buddhist art, the urna, a dot or spiral on the forehead, symbolizes spiritual vision. Even in Western esoteric traditions, the concept of the inner eye or mind's eye recurs as a metaphor for higher awareness. Turning to the realm of science, the pineal gland's anatomical location and unique features have invited speculation about its role in consciousness for centuries. Although small, about the size of a grain of rice, the pineal gland is richly supplied with blood, second only to the kidneys. It is composed mainly of pinealocytes, specialized cells that produce melatonin, and is enveloped in a network of nerve fibers and supportive glial cells. The gland is also notable for containing calcified deposits, sometimes referred to as brain sand, which increase with age. The primary function of the pineal gland, as established by modern research, is the regulation of circadian and seasonal rhythms. The process begins with the retina, which detects changes in light and sends signals via the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the brain's master clock, to the pineal gland. In response to darkness, the pineal gland secretes melatonin into the bloodstream, signaling the body to prepare for sleep. Conversely, exposure to light suppresses melatonin production, promoting wakefulness. This rhythmic secretion of melatonin is essential for maintaining healthy sleep patterns, mood stability, and even immune function. Beyond its role in sleep, the pineal gland has been implicated in a variety of physiological and psychological processes. Studies have suggested that melatonin has antioxidant properties, supports immune health, and may influence reproductive hormones. Some researchers have speculated that the pineal gland's sensitivity to electromagnetic fields and its production of other neuroactive substances could play a role in altered states of consciousness, though these ideas remain controversial. One of the more intriguing scientific hypotheses relates to the presence of certain molecules in the pineal gland, such as dimethyltryptamine, DMT. DMT is a powerful psychedelic compound found naturally in some plants and animals, and it has been detected in trace amounts in the human brain. Some theorists, notably the psychiatrist Rick Strassman, have proposed that the pineal gland could produce DMT under specific conditions, such as during birth, death, or mystical experiences. While this idea has captured the imagination of many, empirical evidence supporting significant endogenous DMT production in the pineal gland is still lacking. The convergence of the third eye chakra and the pineal gland in both location and law has led to a proliferation of theories and interpretations. Some contemporary spiritual teachers assert that practices designed to activate the third eye may stimulate the pineal gland, enhancing intuition and opening the mind to non-ordinary states of consciousness. Techniques such as meditation, visualization, sound healing, and even dietary adjustments are promoted as methods to decalcify the pineal gland and restore its purported spiritual function. The notion of pineal gland calcification has become especially prominent in popular discourse. Calcification is a natural process wherein calcium phosphate crystals accumulate in the gland over time. While some studies have linked excessive calcification to disruptions in melatonin production and sleep disorders, the idea that calcification blocks spiritual insight is more speculative. Nonetheless, the metaphor of a calcified third eye resonates with the yogic description of mental blockages, granthis, that obscure higher perception. Both traditions, in their own language, speak to the importance of clearing obstacles to inner vision. Despite these parallels, it is important to recognize the differences between the symbolic and physiological dimensions of the third eye. From a neuroscientific perspective, the pineal gland is not a sensory organ in the way that the eyes or ears are. It does not transmit visual information, nor does it directly influence perception or cognition. Its primary function remains the modulation of biological rhythms through hormonal signaling. However, the subjective experiences reported by meditators and mystics, visions, insights, altered states, are very real, and they likely arise from complex interactions within the brain's networks of attention, memory, and emotion. Recent advances in neuroimaging have begun to shed light on the brain's capacity for generating inner imagery and self-reflective awareness. Studies of experienced meditators have shown increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, parietal lobes, and other regions associated with attention, visualization, and self-awareness. The default mode network, a set of brain regions active during introspection and mind-wandering, appears to play a crucial role in the construction of inner experience. While the pineal gland itself may not generate visions, it is part of a larger neuroendocrine system that influences mood, alertness, and the quality of consciousness. The dialogue between ancient and modern perspectives on the third eye invites us to consider the value of both symbolic and scientific approaches. The language of chakras offers a holistic map of human experience, integrating body, mind, and spirit. It provides a framework for understanding the transformative potential of meditation, contemplation, and self-inquiry. Neuroscience, for its part, offers precise tools for mapping the brain's structures and functions, illuminating the biological underpinnings of consciousness and experience. Some contemporary researchers have sought to bridge these domains by exploring the effects of meditation and other contemplative practices on the brain and body. Mindfulness meditation, for example, has been shown to enhance attention, reduce stress, and promote emotional regulation, benefits long associated with the balanced activation of the third eye chakra. Neuroimaging studies reveal that regular meditation can lead to structural changes in the brain, including increased cortical thickness and connectivity in regions involved in self-awareness and sensory integration. While the pineal gland is not the sole locus of these changes, it participates in the hormonal milieu that supports mental clarity and well-being. From a psychological perspective, the third eye chakra can be understood as a metaphor for the mind's capacity to transcend habitual patterns and access new modes of knowing. Practices that cultivate inner vision, such as visualization, reflection, and creative imagination, activate neural circuits associated with insight and problem solving. The aha moment of sudden understanding, the sense of being guided by an inner voice, or the experience of seeing the world with fresh eyes, all can be seen as expressions of an awakened third eye. These experiences are shaped not only by neural activity, but also by intention, attention, and the cultural frameworks we inhabit. In therapeutic contexts, working with the symbolism of the third eye can support personal growth and healing. Techniques drawn from yoga, mindfulness, and expressive arts therapy encourage individuals to explore their inner landscapes, confront limiting beliefs, and cultivate a sense of purpose and meaning. The imagery of the third eye offers a powerful tool for self-exploration, inviting individuals to trust their intuition and access deeper layers of wisdom. The intersection of the third eye chakra and the pineal gland also raises important questions about the nature of perception and reality. Ancient texts describe the third eye as the organ of direct perception, the ability to apprehend truth without the mediation of the senses. Modern neuroscience, while skeptical of such claims, acknowledges the brain's remarkable capacity to generate complex inner experiences, from dreams and memories to creative insights and mystical states. The boundary between inner and outer vision, between subjective and objective reality, is not always clear-cut. The practices that awaken the third eye may, in fact, reflect the brain's innate capacity for self-transcendence and meaning-making. As we reflect on the relationship between the third eye chakra and the pineal gland, it is helpful to adopt a spirit of curiosity and humility. The mysteries of consciousness, perception, and spiritual experience are unlikely to be fully explained by any single framework, whether ancient or modern. The symbolic language of chakras and the empirical methods of neuroscience each offer valuable insights, and their dialogue can enrich our understanding of what it means to be fully awake and alive. The journey of awakening the third eye is, at its core, a journey of self-discovery. Whether approached through meditation, scientific inquiry, or creative exploration, the quest to see with new eyes invites us to question our assumptions, expand our awareness, and embrace the unknown. The pineal gland, with its delicate structure and rhythmic cycles, serves as a reminder of the intricate interplay between body and mind, biology and spirit. The third eye chakra, with its luminous imagery and profound symbolism, points us toward the possibility of inner transformation and the realization of our highest potential. In conclusion, the third eye chakra and the pineal gland represent two facets of a single, enduring mystery, the nature of consciousness and the human capacity for insight. Ancient traditions offer rich metaphors and practical tools for cultivating inner vision, while modern neuroscience provides a growing understanding of the brain's complexity and plasticity. By honoring both perspectives, we can approach the mystery of the third eye with reverence and wonder, recognizing that the path to awakening is as much about asking questions as it is about finding answers. As research progresses and our understanding of the brain deepens, new possibilities may emerge for integrating the wisdom of the past with the discoveries of the present. The third eye chakra and the pineal gland, each in their own way, invite us to explore the frontiers of perception, to trust our intuition, and to seek the light of awareness within. In this ongoing dialogue between ancient maps and modern science, we are called to become explorers of our own consciousness, ever open to the transformative power of seeing with the inner eye. Chapter 13: The Crown Chakra and the Default Mode Network. The concept of the crown chakra, known as Sahasrara in Sanskrit, has long held a special place in the spiritual traditions of the East. Situated at the very top of the head, the crown chakra is described as the gateway to transcendent consciousness, spiritual unity, and the dissolution of the ego. It is the seat of what yogic philosophy calls pure awareness or universal consciousness, a state beyond the limitations of individual identity. In the intricate system of chakras, Sahasrara is viewed as the culmination of energy rising through all the lower chakras, representing the ultimate flowering of human potential. This ancient conceptualization, however, is now finding intriguing echoes in the language and discoveries of modern neuroscience, particularly in relation to the brain's default mode network, or DMN. The DMN, a constellation of brain regions that activates when we are at rest or engaged in introspection, has emerged as a central player in our understanding of self-referential thought, consciousness, and even the mystical experiences that have been the focus of spiritual traditions for millennia. To understand how these two seemingly disparate frameworks, the crown chakra and the default mode network, might align, we must first delve into the nature of each. The crown chakra, according to yogic texts, is not merely an anatomical point but a metaphorical locus where individual consciousness merges with the cosmic whole. It is associated with qualities such as wisdom, bliss, and the transcendence of duality. In practical terms, those who have experienced the opening of the crown chakra often describe sensations of unity, boundless compassion, and a sense of being connected to something much greater than oneself. This is the domain of mystical experience, where the boundaries of the ego dissolve and a profound sense of peace or oneness arises. In the realm of neuroscience, the default mode network was first identified in the early 2000s through the use of functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI. Researchers noticed that certain areas of the brain, primarily the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, and angular gyrus, among others, became active when people were not focused on the external world, but rather engaged in self-referential thinking, daydreaming, or reflecting on the past and future. This network, they discovered, was consistently on when the brain was at rest and off when attention was directed outward. The DMN is now recognized as a core component of the brain's functional architecture, intimately involved in the construction of our sense of self and our ability to reflect on our own thoughts and experiences. The parallels between the crown chakra and the default mode network become apparent when we examine the phenomenology of mystical or transcendent states. In both Eastern spiritual traditions and contemporary studies of consciousness, there is a recurring theme: the dissolution of the ego and the emergence of a more expansive awareness. Yogis, meditators, and mystics across cultures have reported experiences in which the normal boundaries of the self seem to fade away, replaced by a sense of unity with all existence. Neuroscientific research, particularly that involving meditation, psychedelic states, and near-death experiences, has begun to reveal that these states are often accompanied by significant changes in the activity of the default mode network. One of the most compelling findings in recent neuroscience is that the DMN is closely linked to the maintenance of the autobiographical self, the sense of being a separate individual with a continuous personal history. When the DMN is highly active, we are more likely to be engaged in self-focused rumination, planning, and the construction of personal narratives. Conversely, when the DMN's activity decreases, as it often does during deep meditation or under the influence of certain psychedelics, individuals report a diminished sense of ego and an increased feeling of interconnectedness with others and the world. This reduction in self-referential processing is strikingly similar to the descriptions of crown chakra activation found in yogic texts. Let us consider the process of meditation, a practice that has been used for thousands of years to cultivate higher states of consciousness and is often associated with the awakening of the crown chakra. Numerous studies have shown that experienced meditators exhibit decreased activity in the default mode network during deep states of meditation. For example, research using fMRI has demonstrated that practices such as mindfulness, transcendental meditation, and loving-kindness meditation all lead to reduced DMN activity, particularly in the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex, regions closely associated with self-referential thought. This neural quieting is thought to underlie the subjective experiences of losing oneself or becoming one with everything phenomena that are often described as the opening of the crown chakra. The neurobiological mechanisms underlying these changes are complex, involving shifts in neurotransmitter systems, alterations in brain wave patterns, and changes in the connectivity between different brain regions. For instance, studies have found that during deep meditation, there is increased synchronization of brain waves in the gamma frequency range, which has been linked to heightened states of awareness and cognitive integration. At the same time, there is often a decoupling of the DMN from other networks involved in attention and sensory processing, allowing for a state of relaxed awareness that is free from the usual constraints of self-focused thinking. Interestingly, similar patterns of DMN deactivation have been observed in studies of individuals under the influence of psychedelic substances such as psilocybin and LSD. These compounds, which have been used in spiritual and shamanic rituals for centuries, are known to induce profound alterations in consciousness, including experiences of ego dissolution and unity with the cosmos. Neuroscientific research has shown that psychedelics cause a marked decrease in DMN activity, correlating with subjective reports of losing the self and merging with the universe. This suggests that the DMN acts as a kind of neural gatekeeper for the boundaries of the self, and that its deactivation may be a necessary condition for the kinds of transcendent experiences described in both ancient and modern accounts. The relationship between the crown chakra and the default mode network, then, can be understood as a convergence of ancient wisdom and contemporary science. Both frameworks recognize the centrality of the self in shaping our experience of reality, and both point to the possibility of transcending the limitations of individual identity to access a more expansive form of consciousness. While the language and metaphors differ, the chakra system speaks of energy centers and spiritual awakening, while neuroscience speaks of brain networks and neural activity. The underlying insight is remarkably similar. The boundaries of the self are not fixed, and under certain conditions, they can dissolve to reveal a deeper, more unified reality. This convergence raises important questions about the nature of consciousness itself. Is the sense of self merely a construct of neural activity, maintained by the default mode network and its associated processes? Or is it, as the yogic tradition suggests, a veil that obscures our true nature as infinite, interconnected beings? The evidence from both neuroscience and contemplative practice suggests that the self is, at least in part, a flexible and dynamic construct, subject to modulation by both internal and external influences. Practices that quiet the DMN, whether through meditation, breathwork, or even psychedelics, can open the door to experiences that transcend the usual boundaries of self and other, leading to states of consciousness that are characterized by unity, peace, and a sense of connection to something greater. Yet, it is important to approach these phenomena with both curiosity and caution. While the dissolution of the ego can be profoundly liberating and transformative, it can also be disorienting or even distressing, particularly for those who are unprepared or lack a supportive context. The ancient traditions that gave rise to the chakra system recognized this, emphasizing the importance of preparation, guidance, and integration in the process of spiritual awakening. Similarly, modern research into meditation and psychedelics highlights the need for careful supervision and support, especially when exploring the deeper realms of consciousness. The integration of the crown chakra and the default mode network into a unified framework of consciousness offers exciting possibilities for personal growth, healing, and the advancement of our understanding of the mind. For individuals seeking to cultivate higher states of awareness, practices that target the DMN, such as meditation, contemplation, and mindful self-inquiry, provide accessible and effective tools. These practices not only quiet the chatter of the self but also foster qualities associated with the crown chakra, such as compassion, wisdom, and a sense of unity with all life. From a therapeutic perspective, the modulation of the DMN holds promise for addressing a range of psychological and neurological conditions. Overactivity of the DMN has been implicated in disorders such as depression, anxiety, and obsessive-compulsive disorder, all of which involve excessive self-focused rumination. Interventions that reduce DMN activity, whether through meditation, therapy, or pharmacological means, have been shown to alleviate symptoms and promote greater well-being. This suggests that the ancient pursuit of spiritual awakening may have tangible benefits for mental health, grounded in the neurobiology of the brain's default mode network. The exploration of the crown chakra and the default mode network also invites us to reconsider our assumptions about the nature of reality. In both spiritual and scientific traditions, there is a recognition that our ordinary perception is shaped by filters, whether they are the constructs of the self or the habitual patterns of neural activity. When these filters are loosened or dissolved, new dimensions of experience become accessible, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. This is the essence of the mystical experience, described in different ways by saints, sages, and scientists alike. The resonance between the crown chakra and the default mode network is perhaps most evident in the accounts of those who have experienced states of non-dual awareness. In these states, the usual dichotomies of self and other, subject and object, inner and outer, fall away, replaced by a direct apprehension of reality as a unified whole. Neuroscientific studies of advanced meditators have found that such experiences are accompanied by profound alterations in brain activity, including reduced DMN connectivity and increased coherence across other networks. These findings suggest that the brain is capable of reorganizing itself in ways that support expanded states of consciousness, echoing the ancient teachings of the chakra system. It is worth noting that the journey toward the crown chakra is not a linear or purely intellectual process. In the yogic tradition, the awakening of Sahasrara is said to require the balanced development of all the lower chakras, reflecting the integration of body, mind, and spirit. Similarly, the modulation of the DMN does not occur in isolation, but is influenced by a host of factors, including emotional health, physical well-being, and social connection. The path to higher consciousness, therefore, is one of holistic integration, in which the dissolution of the ego is balanced by the cultivation of compassion, wisdom, and ethical conduct. The dialogue between the crown chakra and the default mode network also has implications for our understanding of creativity and the flow state. Creative inspiration often arises when the usual constraints of the self are suspended, allowing for the free association of ideas and the emergence of novel insights. Studies have shown that creative individuals and artists often exhibit reduced DMN activity during periods of intense focus or flow, paralleling the states of unity and transcendence described in spiritual traditions. This suggests that the capacity to move beyond the boundaries of the self is not only a spiritual achievement, but also a key ingredient in the creative process. As we continue to explore the intersections between ancient wisdom and modern science, the crown chakra and the default mode network offer a fertile ground for inquiry. Their alignment points to a deeper understanding of consciousness, one that honors both the subjective richness of human experience and the objective rigor of scientific investigation. By bridging these two worlds, we open the possibility of new forms of healing, insight, and transformation that draw on the best of both traditions. The practical implications of this convergence are vast. For individuals seeking to cultivate the qualities of the crown chakra, wisdom, compassion, and unity, practices that quiet the DMN provide a direct pathway. Mindfulness meditation, for example, encourages the practitioner to observe thoughts and sensations without attachment, gradually loosening the grip of self-referential processing. Over time, this can lead to a greater sense of spaciousness, clarity, and connection with others. Similarly, contemplative practices such as self-inquiry and loving-kindness meditation foster a shift from self-centeredness to a broader, more inclusive awareness. In therapeutic settings, interventions that target the DMN are being explored for their potential to alleviate suffering and promote well-being. Mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, for instance, combines the principles of meditation with cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals break free from cycles of rumination and negative thinking. Early research suggests that this approach can lead to lasting changes in brain activity, particularly in the DMN, and improve outcomes for individuals with depression and anxiety. The use of psychedelics in controlled settings is another area of active research, with studies showing that substances such as psilocybin can induce profound alterations in consciousness and facilitate experiences of ego dissolution. These experiences, when properly integrated, have been associated with lasting improvements in mood, well-being, and spiritual outlook. The parallels between these states and the opening of the crown chakra are striking, suggesting that the modulation of the DMN may be a common pathway for accessing higher states of consciousness. At the same time, it is important to recognize the limitations and potential risks of these approaches. The dissolution of the ego can be destabilizing, particularly for individuals with underlying psychological vulnerabilities. Both ancient and modern traditions emphasize the importance of preparation, support, and integration in the process of awakening. Practices that cultivate grounding, emotional resilience, and ethical conduct are essential to ensure that the expansion of consciousness is balanced and sustainable. The alignment of the crown chakra and the default mode network also raises intriguing questions about the nature of spiritual insight and revelation. Throughout history, individuals who have experienced states of unity and transcendence have often reported profound insights into the nature of reality, the interconnectedness of all things, and the meaning of life. Neuroscientific research suggests that these insights may arise from the brain's capacity to reorganize itself in the absence of habitual self-referential processing, allowing for new patterns of perception and understanding to emerge. This capacity for insight and transformation is not limited to rare or exceptional individuals. The practices that foster the opening of the crown chakra and the quieting of the DMN are accessible to anyone with the willingness to engage in disciplined self-exploration. Meditation, contemplation, and mindful living offer practical tools for cultivating greater awareness, compassion, and wisdom. As we learn to navigate the inner landscape of the mind, we become more attuned to the subtle energies that shape our experience and more capable of accessing the deep reservoirs of insight and creativity that lie within. The journey toward the crown chakra, then, is not merely a spiritual quest, but a process of self-discovery and integration. It involves the recognition that the self is both a necessary construct for navigating the world and a potential barrier to the realization of our deepest nature. By learning to quiet the default mode network and open ourselves to states of unity and transcendence, we can access new dimensions of consciousness that enrich our lives and deepen our connection to others. This process of awakening is supported by both ancient wisdom and modern science. The yogic tradition offers a rich map of the inner landscape, guiding practitioners through the stages of spiritual development and the challenges of ego transcendence. Neuroscience provides a complementary perspective, illuminating the neural mechanisms that underlie these experiences and offering evidence-based practices for cultivating higher states of consciousness. Together, these traditions invite us to explore the full spectrum of human potential, from the everyday workings of the mind to the heights of spiritual realization. They remind us that the boundaries of the self are not fixed, but fluid and malleable, shaped by our practices, intentions, and experiences. As we learn to navigate the interplay between the crown chakra and the default mode network, we open ourselves to the possibility of a more expansive, integrated, and compassionate form of consciousness. The significance of this exploration extends beyond the individual. In a world marked by division, conflict, and alienation, the cultivation of unity consciousness, the hallmark of the crown chakra and the fruit of DMN modulation, holds the promise of greater empathy, understanding, and cooperation. By learning to move beyond the narrow confines of the ego, we can foster a sense of interconnectedness that transcends personal and collective boundaries, paving the way for a more harmonious and compassionate society. In conclusion, the relationship between the crown chakra and the default mode network represents a profound meeting point between ancient spiritual wisdom and contemporary neuroscience. Both frameworks point to the centrality of the self in shaping our experience of reality, and both offer pathways for transcending the limitations of individual identity to access higher states of consciousness. Through practices that quiet the DMN and cultivate the qualities of the crown chakra, we can unlock new dimensions of awareness, creativity, and connection, enriching our lives and contributing to the well-being of all. The journey toward unity and transcendence is both an inner adventure and a collective imperative, inviting us to realize our deepest potential as conscious, compassionate beings. Chapter 14, Neuroplasticity and Chakra Balancing. Chapter 14, Neuroplasticity and Chakra Balancing. The human brain is not a static organ. For centuries, scientists believed the adult brain was relatively fixed, its circuits set in early life and resistant to change. But over the past several decades, a revolution has occurred in neuroscience. This revolution is called neuroplasticity, the brain's remarkable ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. Neuroplasticity is now recognized as a foundational principle of brain development, learning, memory, and even recovery from injury. As we explore the intersection of ancient chakra systems with modern neuroscience, neuroplasticity emerges as a compelling mechanism that may underlie the effects of chakra balancing practices. To understand how chakra balancing might relate to neuroplasticity, we must first appreciate what neuroplasticity is and how it operates. Then, we can consider how the intentional practices used to balance chakras, such as meditation, visualization, breathwork, movement, and sound, might harness the brain's capacity for change. Finally, we can examine the growing body of scientific evidence suggesting that these practices do, in fact, produce measurable changes in brain structure and function, supporting the idea that neuroplasticity is at work. Neuroplasticity, the brain's capacity for change. Neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to change its structure, function, and connections in response to experience, learning, and environmental influences. This plasticity occurs at multiple levels, from the growth and pruning of individual synapses, the tiny gaps between neurons where communication occurs, to the rewiring of entire neural networks and even large-scale changes in brain regions. Neuroplasticity is not limited to childhood, it persists throughout life, enabling us to acquire new skills, adapt to new situations, and recover from adversity. One of the most profound discoveries in neuroscience is that experience shapes the brain. When we repeatedly engage in a particular activity or mental state, the neural circuits involved in that activity become stronger and more efficient. This is often summarized by the phrase, neurons that fire together, wire together. For example, learning to play a musical instrument strengthens the brain regions involved in auditory processing, finger movement, and coordination. Similarly, practicing mindfulness meditation enhances the neural pathways associated with attention, emotional regulation, and self-awareness. Neuroplasticity is also evident in the brain's response to injury or sensory loss. When a person loses their sight, the visual cortex, once dedicated to processing visual information, can be repurposed to enhance other senses, such as hearing or touch. Stroke survivors often regain lost functions by training undamaged parts of the brain to take over the roles of injured areas. These examples illustrate the brain's extraordinary adaptability, a trait that has profound implications for healing and personal growth. Chakra balancing, ancient practices for energy regulation. The chakra system, originating in ancient Indian spiritual traditions, describes 7 primary energy centers that run along the spine, from the base to the crown of the head. Each chakra is associated with particular physical, emotional, and psychological functions. Practices designed to balance the chakras aim to harmonize these energy centers, promoting health, well-being, and spiritual development. Chakra balancing practices are diverse, but they often include meditation, visualization, breathwork, pranayama, chanting or sound healing, yoga postures, asanas, and focused attention on specific bodily sensations. These practices are not only intended to influence subtle energy, as described in the traditional texts, but also to cultivate awareness, regulate emotions, and foster a sense of connection between mind and body. For example, meditating on the heart chakra, anahata, might involve focusing attention on the center of the chest, visualizing a green light, repeating a mantra, or cultivating feelings of love and compassion. Balancing the root chakra, Muladhara, might involve grounding exercises, connecting with the earth, and addressing issues of safety and stability. These practices, though rooted in spiritual traditions, are increasingly being studied by scientists interested in their effects on the brain and nervous system. Bridging ancient wisdom and modern science. At first glance, the chakra system and the concept of neuroplasticity might seem worlds apart. One arises from ancient metaphysical traditions, the other is grounded in empirical neuroscience. Yet, when we look more closely, a fascinating convergence emerges. Both frameworks recognize that intentional practices, whether described as energy balancing or mental training, can lead to profound changes in the human organism. From the perspective of neuroscience, any practice that involves focused attention, emotional regulation, intentional movement, or sensory experience has the potential to shape the brain. These are precisely the elements found in many chakra balancing techniques. When we meditate on a chakra, visualize its color and qualities, breathe in specific patterns, or chant its associated sound, we are engaging neural circuits related to attention, imagery, emotion, sensory processing, and motor control. Repeated over time, these practices can strengthen and refine these circuits, leading to lasting changes in brain structure and function. For example, research on mindfulness meditation, a practice closely related to many chakra balancing techniques, shows that regular meditation alters the thickness of the prefrontal cortex, involved in attention and self-regulation, increases connectivity in the default mode network, associated with self-referential thinking, and enhances activity in the insula, linked to interception and body awareness. These changes are the result of neuroplastic processes driven by sustained mental training. Similarly, practices that involve chanting or sound, such as intoning the bija mantras associated with each chakra, engage auditory and motor regions of the brain. Studies of mantra meditation have found that it can reduce activity in the default mode network, leading to decreased mind wandering and increased present moment awareness. Breathwork practices, such as alternate nostril breathing, nadi shodhana, influence the autonomic nervous system, balancing sympathetic and parasympathetic activity and promoting emotional regulation. Yoga postures activate proprioceptive and motor pathways, enhancing body awareness and integrating mind and body. The mechanisms of neuroplasticity in chakra balancing. To appreciate how neuroplasticity underlies chakra balancing, it is helpful to consider the specific neural mechanisms involved. These include synaptic plasticity, cortical remapping, neurogenesis, and changes in white matter connectivity. Synaptic plasticity refers to the strengthening or weakening of connections between neurons, based on their patterns of activity. When we repeatedly focus attention on a particular bodily region, as in chakra meditation, the neural circuits representing that region become more active and interconnected. This can enhance our awareness of bodily sensations and increase our ability to regulate physiological and emotional states. Cortical remapping involves the reorganization of functional areas within the brain. For example, the somatosensory cortex contains a map of the body, with different regions corresponding to different body parts. Intentional practices that focus on specific chakras may increase the representation of those body regions in the cortex, making us more sensitive and responsive to sensations arising from those areas. Neurogenesis, the birth of new neurons, occurs primarily in the hippocampus, a region involved in learning, memory, and emotional regulation. Some studies suggest that meditation and other mind-body practices can enhance neurogenesis, supporting cognitive and emotional flexibility. Changes in white matter connectivity reflect the strengthening of communication pathways between brain regions. Regular engagement in practices such as meditation, yoga, and breathwork has been shown to increase the integrity of white matter tracts, facilitating more efficient information flow throughout the brain. Taken together, these mechanisms illustrate how the repeated, intentional focus of chakra balancing practices can sculpt the brain's architecture, supporting the development of qualities associated with each chakra, such as groundedness, creativity, willpower, love, communication, intuition, and spiritual connection. Scientific evidence for neuroplasticity in mind-body practices. A growing body of research supports the idea that mind-body practices related to chakra balancing induce neuroplastic changes in the brain. While few studies have examined chakra balancing specifically, many have investigated related practices such as mindfulness meditation, yoga, and breath work. One landmark study by Sarah Lazar and colleagues at Harvard Medical School used magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, to examine the brains of experienced meditators. They found that regular meditation was associated with increased cortical thickness in areas involved in attention, sensory processing, and emotional regulation. Notably, these changes were most pronounced in regions corresponding to the insular and prefrontal cortex, areas implicated in body awareness and self-control. Other studies have shown that yoga practice increases gray matter volume in the hippocampus and amygdala, regions involved in memory and emotion. Yoga practitioners also display enhanced connectivity between brain regions associated with self-awareness and interception. These findings suggest that the combination of movement, breath, and focused attention in yoga, core components of many chakra balancing routines, can reshape the brain through neuroplastic processes. Breathwork practices, such as pranayama, have been found to modulate activity in the autonomic nervous system, reducing stress and enhancing emotional regulation. Functional MRI studies show that slow, controlled breathing increases activity in the prefrontal cortex and decreases activity in the amygdala, the brain's fear center. These effects are consistent with the calming and balancing outcomes described in traditional chakra practices. Mantra chanting, a common element in chakra balancing, has also been studied using neuroimaging techniques. Research indicates that repetitive chanting activates areas of the brain involved in auditory processing, language, and motor control, as well as regions associated with emotional regulation and reward. Chanting can induce a state of deep relaxation, reduce anxiety, and enhance feelings of well-being, outcomes that align with the goals of chakra balancing. Case studies. Personal transformation through neuroplasticity. Beyond laboratory studies, countless personal accounts attest to the transformative power of chakra balancing practices. Individuals who engage in regular meditation, yoga, and energy work often report profound shifts in their mental, emotional, and physical well-being. These changes are not merely subjective, they are grounded in measurable alterations in brain function and structure. Consider the case of a woman suffering from chronic anxiety and a sense of disconnection from her body. Through a dedicated practice of root chakra meditation, grounding exercises, and mindful movement, she gradually developed a greater sense of safety, stability, and embodiment. Neuroimaging studies of individuals with similar experiences reveal increased activity in the insula and decreased activity in the amygdala, reflecting enhanced body awareness and reduced fear. Another example is a man struggling with emotional numbness and difficulty expressing love. By focusing on heart chakra practices, such as loving-kindness meditation, heart-focused breathing, and compassionate visualization, he cultivated deeper emotional awareness and connection. Research shows that such practices enhance activity in the anterior cingulate cortex and medial prefrontal cortex, regions involved in empathy and social bonding. These cases illustrate how intentional engagement with the chakras can lead to neuroplastic changes that support healing and growth. While more research is needed to map the precise neural correlates of each chakra, the existing evidence strongly suggests that the brain is an active participant in the process of energy balancing. The role of intention and attention. A key factor in neuroplasticity is the role of intention and attention. The brain changes most readily in response to experiences that are attended to consciously and pursued with motivation. Chakra balancing practices are inherently intentional. They involve setting a goal, such as balancing a particular chakra, directing focused attention to a bodily region or quality, and sustaining that focus over time. This combination of intention and attention is a powerful driver of neuroplastic change. When we repeatedly bring our awareness to a chakra, visualize its qualities, and engage in practices designed to balance it, we are training the brain to encode those experiences more deeply. Over time, the neural circuits associated with those qualities become more accessible, making it easier to access states of groundedness, creativity, willpower, love, communication, intuition, or spiritual connection as needed. The importance of attention is also reflected in the concept of mindfulness, which underlies many chakra balancing practices. Mindfulness involves paying non-judgmental attention to the present moment, including bodily sensations, thoughts, and emotions. This quality of attention enhances neuroplasticity by facilitating the integration of new experiences and reducing habitual patterns of reactivity. Emotional regulation and the chakras. One of the most significant areas where neuroplasticity and chakra balancing intersect is in the domain of emotional regulation. Each chakra is associated with particular emotional qualities, and imbalances in the chakras are often linked to emotional difficulties. For example, an overactive solar plexus chakra, Manipura, might manifest as anger or aggression, while an underactive heart chakra could appear as emotional withdrawal or lack of empathy. Chakra balancing practices often involve cultivating awareness of these emotional states, accepting them without judgment, and intentionally fostering more balanced qualities. From a neuroscience perspective, this process engages brain regions involved in emotion regulation, such as the prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, and insula. Repeated practice strengthens the connections between these regions and the limbic system, allowing for greater control over emotional responses. Studies of mindfulness and compassion-based practices show that they increase activity in brain regions associated with positive emotions, empathy, and resilience. These changes are mediated by neuroplasticity and can lead to lasting improvements in emotional well-being. By working with the chakras as focal points for these practices, individuals may be able to target specific emotional patterns and promote greater balance. The body-brain connection. Chakra balancing is inherently embodied. It involves not just mental focus, but also attention to bodily sensations, movement, and breath. Modern neuroscience recognizes that the brain and body are deeply interconnected, with a constant flow of information between the nervous system, endocrine system, and immune system. Practices that engage the body, such as yoga postures, breath work, and somatic awareness, activate sensory and motor pathways in the brain. These pathways are highly plastic, meaning they can be shaped by experience. For example, regular yoga practice increases proprioceptive awareness, the sense of the body in space, and improves coordination, balance, and flexibility. These changes are reflected in the reorganization of sensory and motor maps in the brain. The vagus nerve, a key component of the parasympathetic nervous system, plays an important role in the body-brain connection. Many chakra balancing practices, particularly those focused on breath and heart rate, stimulate the vagus nerve, promoting relaxation, social engagement, and emotional regulation. Research shows that vagal tone, a measure of vagus nerve activity, is associated with greater resilience, emotional stability, and overall well-being. By engaging both mind and body, chakra balancing practices create a feedback loop that supports neuroplasticity. As the brain becomes more attuned to bodily sensations and emotional states, it can more effectively regulate those states, leading to greater harmony and integration. Challenges and limitations. While the evidence for neuroplasticity in mind-body practices is compelling, it is important to acknowledge the challenges and limitations of current research. Most studies to date have focused on general practices such as mindfulness meditation and yoga, rather than chakra balancing specifically. The subjective nature of chakra experiences makes them difficult to quantify and study using traditional scientific methods. Moreover, neuroplasticity is not always beneficial. Maladaptive plasticity can occur when negative habits or thought patterns become entrenched. For example, chronic stress or trauma can lead to overactivity in the amygdala and underactivity in prefrontal regions, reinforcing patterns of anxiety or depression. Chakra balancing practices must be approached with care and self-awareness, particularly for individuals with a history of psychological distress. Despite these challenges, the convergence of ancient wisdom and modern science offers a promising framework for understanding and enhancing human potential. By recognizing the role of neuroplasticity in chakra balancing, we can appreciate the transformative power of these practices and their capacity to promote healing, growth, and integration. Practical implications: cultivating neuroplasticity through chakra balancing. Given the evidence for neuroplasticity in mind-body practices, how can individuals harness this capacity for change through chakra balancing? The following principles can help guide effective practice: consistency and repetition. Neuroplastic changes occur through repeated experience. Regular practice, whether daily meditation, yoga, breath work, or visualization, is essential for strengthening new neural pathways. Focused attention, directing attention to specific chakras, bodily sensations, or qualities enhances the brain's encoding of those experiences. Mindful awareness amplifies the effects of practice. Emotional engagement, practices that evoke positive emotions, such as love, compassion, creativity, or courage, activate brain regions associated with neuroplasticity and resilience. Body awareness, Integrating movement, breath, and somatic sensations engages multiple neural systems, supporting holistic change. Intention and meaning. Setting clear intentions and connecting practice to personal goals or values enhances motivation and facilitates deeper change. Guidance and support. Working with experienced teachers or practitioners can provide guidance, feedback, and encouragement, increasing the likelihood of sustained practice and positive outcomes. By applying these principles, individuals can maximize the neuroplastic potential of chakra balancing practices, fostering greater well-being, self-awareness, and spiritual growth. The future of research, mapping the neuroplastic effects of chakra balancing. As interest in the intersection of ancient wisdom and neuroscience grows, future research is likely to focus more directly on the neuroplastic effects of chakra balancing. Advances in brain imaging, electrophysiology, and biometrics will make it possible to map changes in brain structure, function, and connectivity associated with specific practices. Studies may examine how different chakra-focused techniques influence neural activity in corresponding brain regions, how individual differences in brain structure relate to responsiveness to practice, and how neuroplastic changes translate into improvements in health and well-being. Interdisciplinary collaboration between neuroscientists, psychologists, spiritual practitioners, and traditional healers will be essential for advancing this field. By integrating subjective experience with objective measurement, researchers can deepen our understanding of the mechanisms underlying chakra balancing and its potential to transform the brain and mind. Conclusion: the transformative power of neuroplasticity and chakra balancing. The discovery of neuroplasticity has revolutionized our understanding of the brain, revealing it to be an organ of extraordinary adaptability and potential. The ancient system of chakras, with its focus on energy centers and holistic integration, offers a complementary framework for personal transformation. When we engage in chakra balancing practices, we are not simply working with abstract concepts or subtle energies, we are actively shaping the neural circuits that underlie our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Through intention, attention, movement, and breath, we harness the brain's innate capacity for change, promoting healing, growth, and integration. While much remains to be discovered about the precise mechanisms linking chakras and neuroplasticity, the convergence of ancient wisdom and modern science offers hope and inspiration. By embracing both traditions, we can cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves and unlock new possibilities for well-being and awakening. In the journey of balancing the chakras, we are also engaging in the ultimate act of neuroplasticity, consciously sculpting the architecture of our own minds, and in doing so, transforming our lives from the inside out. Chapter 15: Meditation, Ancient Practice, Modern Science. Meditation, in its many forms, stands as one of the most enduring and influential practices in human history. Rooted in spiritual traditions across the world, meditation has been championed for millennia as a path to self-awareness, healing, and transcendence. In the context of the chakra system, meditation serves as the primary tool for awakening, balancing, and harmonizing the subtle energy centers that ancient yogis described as the gateways to higher consciousness. In recent decades, however, meditation has also become the subject of rigorous scientific scrutiny. Researchers from diverse fields, neuroscience, psychology, medicine, and beyond, have sought to understand what happens in the brain and body during meditation, and what implications these changes hold for health and well-being. This convergence of ancient wisdom and modern science offers a compelling lens through which to explore the deep relationship between chakras and the brain. The ancient texts that describe the chakras often prescribe specific forms of meditation as the means for their activation. Whether through breath control, visualization, chanting, or focused attention, these methods are designed to direct awareness inward, quiet the mind, and facilitate the free flow of prana, or life energy, through the body's energetic pathways. In many ways, these practices anticipated the discoveries of contemporary neuroscience, which has revealed that meditation is not merely a passive or mystical activity, but a dynamic process that shapes the structure and function of the brain itself. Scientific inquiry into meditation began in earnest in the mid-20th century, as researchers developed tools to measure brain activity, heart rate, and other physiological indicators in real time. Early studies focused on practitioners of transcendental meditation and Zen, revealing shifts in brainwave patterns, reductions in stress hormones, and improvements in mood and cognitive function. Over time, the field expanded to include a wide range of meditative techniques, from mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, to loving-kindness meditation and yogic practices that align closely with the chakra system. One of the most consistent findings across these studies is the profound impact of meditation on the brain's electrical activity. Electroencephalography, EEG, studies have shown that meditation increases the amplitude of alpha waves, which are associated with relaxed, wakeful states, as well as theta waves, which are linked to creativity, intuition, and deep relaxation. In advanced practitioners, meditation can also induce gamma wave activity, which is thought to reflect heightened states of awareness and integrative processing. These shifts in brainwave patterns mirror, in many respects, the states described in yogic texts as samadhi or meditative absorption, in which the boundaries between self and world dissolve. Functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, and positron emission tomography, PET, have provided even deeper insights into how meditation alters brain function. Studies have shown that regular meditation increases activity in the prefrontal cortex, the region associated with attention, self-regulation, and executive function. At the same time, meditation decreases activity in the default mode network, DMN, a set of brain regions that are active during mind-wandering and self-referential thinking. The DMN is often implicated in rumination, anxiety, and depressive states, suggesting that meditation may help quiet the mental chatter that underlies many forms of psychological distress. These findings resonate strongly with the chakra model, in which the movement of awareness from the lower chakras, associated with basic survival and emotional reactivity, toward the higher centers, linked to insight, compassion, and spiritual realization, reflects a journey from unconscious habit to conscious presence. The prefrontal cortex, in particular, has been likened to the third eye or ajna chakra in yogic tradition, as both are involved in vision, discernment, and higher-order cognition. When meditation strengthens this area, it may facilitate the kind of insight and clarity that ancient texts attribute to the awakened ajna. Another area of research with significant implications for chakra theory is the study of neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. For decades, scientists believed that the adult brain was relatively fixed, but recent studies have shown that meditation can induce structural changes in key brain areas. For example, longitudinal studies of mindfulness practitioners have found increases in cortical thickness in the hippocampus, a region involved in learning and memory, as well as in the anterior cingulate cortex and insula, which are associated with emotional regulation and inteceptive awareness. These changes are not merely academic curiosities, they have real-world implications for mental and physical health. Meditation has been shown to reduce symptoms of anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, as well as to improve immune function, reduce inflammation, and even slow the aging of the brain. Some studies have reported increases in telomerase activity, an enzyme linked to cellular longevity, in individuals who meditate regularly. This convergence of findings suggests that meditation may support the health and balance of the entire psychoenergetic system, from the root chakras' grounding stability to the crown chakras' transcendent unity. The mechanisms by which meditation exerts these effects are complex and multifaceted. On a physiological level, meditation activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which governs the body's rest and digest functions. This leads to reductions in heart rate, blood pressure, and cortisol levels, creating a state of deep relaxation and repair. At the same time, meditation increases coherence and synchrony within and between brain regions, enhancing communication and integration across the neural networks that underlie perception, emotion, and cognition. From the perspective of chakra theory, these physiological shifts can be understood as the clearing and balancing of blocked or stagnant energy. In yogic language, stress, trauma, and negative thought patterns are seen as disruptions in the flow of prana, leading to imbalances in the chakras and, ultimately, to physical and psychological illness. Meditation, by quieting the mind and calming the body, allows prana to circulate more freely, restoring harmony to the energy system and, by extension, to the brain and body. A growing body of research supports the idea that different forms of meditation may have distinct effects on specific brain regions and, by analogy, on particular chakras. For example, loving-kindness meditation, which involves the cultivation of compassion and goodwill toward oneself and others, has been shown to increase activity in the insular and anterior cingulate cortex, areas associated with empathy and social connection. In the chakra system, these qualities are linked to the heart chakra, or anahata, which governs love, forgiveness, and relational harmony. Practicing loving-kindness meditation may thus serve as a modern analog to traditional heart chakra practices, with measurable effects on both brain function and emotional well-being. Similarly, breath-focused meditation, such as pranayama, has been found to influence the autonomic nervous system and to increase connectivity between brain regions involved in attention and interception. These practices are closely associated with the manipura, solar plexus, and svadhisthana, sacral, chakras, which are thought to regulate vitality, willpower, and the integration of bodily sensations. By training attention on the breath and the sensations of the body, practitioners may enhance the flow of energy through these centers, leading to greater self-mastery and resilience. Visualization practices, which involve the mental imagery of light, colors, or symbols at specific points in the body, have also been studied for their effects on brain activity. Research has shown that guided imagery can activate the same neural circuits as actual sensory experience, leading to changes in perception, mood, and even physical health. In the chakra system, visualization is often used to awaken the higher centers, such as the throat, vishuddha, third eye, ajna, and crown, sahasrara, chakras, which are associated with creativity, intuition, and spiritual insight. By systematically focusing attention on these areas, practitioners may strengthen the corresponding neural networks, fostering the qualities that these chakras represent. One of the most intriguing areas of research concerns the effects of meditation on the sense of self. Many meditative traditions describe a gradual dissolution of the ego, or the habitual sense of separateness, as practice deepens. Neuroscientific studies have identified a network of brain regions, including the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex, that are involved in self-referential processing. Meditation has been shown to decrease activity in these regions, leading to a quieter, less self-centered mode of consciousness. This aligns with the descriptions in yogic texts of the higher chakras as the seat of non-dual awareness, in which the boundaries between self and other dissolve. These findings raise profound questions about the nature of consciousness and the relationship between mind, brain, and energy. While the chakra model is rooted in a different conceptual framework than modern neuroscience, there are striking parallels between the two. Both describe a process of transformation, in which habitual patterns of thought and feeling give way to greater freedom, clarity, and compassion. Both recognize that the mind and body are deeply interconnected, and that practices which harmonize one will inevitably benefit the other. The implications of these discoveries extend far beyond individual well-being. Meditation has been shown to enhance empathy, pro-social behavior, and even altruism, suggesting that its effects ripple outward into families, communities, and society at large. In a world beset by stress, conflict, and disconnection, the capacity to cultivate inner balance and outward compassion is more valuable than ever. The chakra system, with its emphasis on integrating the personal and the transpersonal, offers a roadmap for this journey, one that is increasingly validated by the findings of modern science. Of course, the scientific study of meditation is not without its challenges. Meditation is a complex, multifaceted practice, and there is no single meditation state that can be easily captured or measured. Individuals vary widely in their experience and proficiency, and the subjective nature of meditative states makes them difficult to quantify. Furthermore, the language and assumptions of modern science differ markedly from those of traditional spiritual systems, leading to potential misunderstandings and oversimplifications. Nevertheless, the convergence of evidence from multiple disciplines, ranging from neuroimaging and electrophysiology to clinical trials and qualitative research, suggests that meditation is a powerful tool for transforming the mind, brain, and body. By integrating the insights of ancient wisdom traditions with the methods and findings of modern science, we can begin to develop a more holistic understanding of human consciousness and well-being. In recent years, large-scale meta-analyses have sought to clarify the effects of meditation across a wide range of populations and conditions. These studies have found that meditation is associated with moderate reductions in anxiety, depression, and pain, as well as improvements in attention, memory, and executive function. Importantly, the benefits of meditation appear to be dose-dependent, with greater effects observed in individuals who practice regularly and for longer periods. One landmark study conducted at Harvard Medical School used magnetic resonance imaging to examine the brains of participants before and after an 8-week mindfulness-based stress reduction program. The researchers found increases in gray matter density in the hippocampus, posterior cingulate cortex, temporoparietal junction, and cerebellum, regions involved in learning, memory, self-awareness, compassion, and emotional regulation. These findings suggest that even relatively brief periods of meditation can induce measurable changes in brain structure, supporting the idea that the brain is highly plastic and responsive to conscious training. Another influential line of research has examined the effects of meditation on gene expression and inflammation. Studies have shown that meditation can downregulate the expression of genes involved in inflammation and stress response, while upregulating genes associated with immune function and cellular repair. This molecular evidence provides a biological basis for the reported health benefits of meditation, and aligns with the chakra theory's emphasis on restoring harmony to the body's energetic and physiological systems. Beyond the laboratory, meditation has been incorporated into a wide range of clinical interventions for physical and mental health. Mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, for example, has been shown to reduce relapse rates in individuals with recurrent depression, while compassion-focused therapy, CFT, has been used to treat anxiety, trauma, and interpersonal difficulties. These approaches draw on the principles of meditation to help individuals cultivate greater awareness, acceptance, and self-compassion, qualities that are central to the awakening and balancing of the chakras. The integration of meditation into mainstream healthcare reflects a broader shift toward holistic, patient-centered models of care. In this context, the chakra system offers a valuable framework for understanding the interconnectedness of mind, body, and spirit. By recognizing the role of subtle energy in health and healing, practitioners can develop more nuanced and effective approaches to treatment, prevention, and wellness. At the same time, the growing popularity of meditation has raised important questions about cultural appropriation, commodification, and the loss of spiritual depth. Many traditional teachers caution that meditation is not merely a tool for stress reduction or cognitive enhancement, but a profound path of self-inquiry and transformation. The chakra system, in particular, is embedded in a rich tapestry of philosophy, ethics, and ritual, which can be diluted or distorted when divorced from its original context. This tension points to the need for a balanced and respectful approach to the study and practice of meditation. While scientific research can illuminate the mechanisms and benefits of meditation, it cannot fully capture the experiential and transformative dimensions of the practice. Likewise, while the chakra model offers a powerful metaphor for the journey of awakening, it must be understood in relation to the lived experience of practitioners. In this spirit, it is worth considering the ways in which meditation can serve as a bridge between ancient and modern, East and West, science and spirituality. By honoring the wisdom of both traditions, we can cultivate a more integrated and holistic understanding of human flourishing. Meditation, as both an ancient practice and a modern science, offers a pathway to the realization of our deepest potential. The implications of this synthesis are profound. For individuals, meditation offers a means of cultivating inner peace, resilience, and self-understanding. For communities, it fosters empathy, cooperation, and collective well-being. For humanity as a whole, it points to the possibility of a more conscious, compassionate, and harmonious world. In summary, the convergence of ancient chakra theory and modern neuroscience reveals meditation as a practice of both subtle and profound significance. Through the systematic training of attention, emotion, and awareness, meditation transforms the brain, balances the body's energy system, and opens the door to higher states of consciousness. Scientific studies have begun to unravel the neural, physiological, and molecular mechanisms underlying these changes, lending empirical support to the claims of ancient wisdom. At the same time, the chakra model provides a rich and nuanced framework for understanding the transformative power of meditation, both within the individual and in the broader web of life. As we continue to explore the frontiers of mind and matter, meditation stands as a timeless invitation to discover the unity of body, brain, and spirit. Chapter 16. Breathwork and the Nervous System. Breath is the thread that weaves together the tapestry of mind, body, and spirit. Across cultures and epochs, the simple act of breathing has been revered not just as a biological necessity, but as a profound tool for transformation. In the context of the chakra system and modern neuroscience, breathwork occupies a unique intersection, serving both as a mechanism for physiological regulation and as a catalyst for energetic awakening. This chapter explores the intricate ways in which breathwork influences the nervous system and examines its traditional role in activating and harmonizing the chakras. Breathwork, or conscious control of the breath, is a central practice in many spiritual and healing traditions. In yoga, Pranayama is the discipline devoted to harnessing prana, the life force, through specific breathing techniques. In Chinese medicine, breath is closely linked to qi, the vital energy that animates the body. Even in Western contemplative traditions, breath is used as an anchor for attention and a gateway to altered states of consciousness. Despite the variety of cultural expressions, the underlying principle remains the same. By modulating the breath, one can influence the state of the body and mind. The mechanisms by which breathwork affects the nervous system are both subtle and profound. At the most fundamental level, breathing is regulated by the autonomic nervous system, which operates largely outside of conscious control. However, unlike other autonomic functions such as heart rate or digestion, breathing can also be voluntarily controlled. This duality allows breathwork to serve as a bridge between conscious intention and unconscious physiological processes. The autonomic nervous system is divided into two primary branches, the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. The sympathetic branch is responsible for the body's fight or flight response, mobilizing energy in times of stress or danger. The parasympathetic branch, in contrast, governs rest, digestion, and recovery, fostering a state of calm and restoration. The balance between these two systems is essential for health and well-being. Chronic activation of the sympathetic system, common in modern life, can lead to anxiety, insomnia, and a host of stress-related ailments. Conversely, an overactive parasympathetic system may result in lethargy and disengagement. Breathwork exerts a powerful regulatory effect on this autonomic balance. For instance, rapid, shallow breathing tends to activate the sympathetic nervous system, increasing heart rate and preparing the body for action. Slow, deep breathing, especially with prolonged exhalations, stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system, promoting relaxation and recovery. This phenomenon is not merely anecdotal, it is supported by a growing body of scientific research. Studies have shown that controlled breathing can reduce blood pressure, lower levels of stress hormones such as cortisol, and improve heart rate variability, a key marker of autonomic flexibility and resilience. One of the most direct ways breath influences the nervous system is through its impact on the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is the primary conduit of the parasympathetic nervous system, extending from the brainstem to the major organs of the chest and abdomen. When we engage in slow, diaphragmatic breathing, we stimulate the vagus nerve, sending signals to the brain that promote a state of calm. This vagal stimulation not only reduces stress but also enhances emotional regulation, social engagement, and even immune function. The physiological effects of breathwork are mirrored in its traditional role within the chakra system. Each chakra, according to ancient Indian teachings, is associated with specific physical, emotional, and spiritual qualities. Pranayama is often prescribed as a means to cleanse, activate, or balance the chakras. The underlying logic is that by directing prana, via the breath, to particular energy centers, one can dissolve blockages and restore the free flow of energy throughout the system. For example, the root chakra at the base of the spine is said to govern feelings of safety, stability, and grounding. Breathwork techniques that emphasize strong, deep inhalations and exhalations, along with pelvic floor engagement, are thought to activate this center. Such practices not only energize the body but also foster a sense of presence and security, qualities that are reflected in the physiological effects of increased parasympathetic tone. Moving upward, the heart chakra is associated with love, compassion, and emotional balance. Breath practices that involve expansive chest breathing are believed to open this center, dissolving emotional constriction and promoting feelings of connection. From a neuroscientific perspective, these practices enhance vagal tone, supporting emotional regulation and social bonding. The resonance between traditional chakra teachings and modern neurophysiology is striking. The throat chakra, linked to communication and self-expression, is traditionally activated through breathwork that emphasizes sound, such as chanting or humming. Recent research has shown that vocalization during exhalation further stimulates the vagus nerve, amplifying the calming effects of breathwork. This convergence of ancient wisdom and modern science underscores the deep interconnection between breath, energy, and the nervous system. The role of breath in the activation of higher chakras, the third eye and crown, is equally significant. Techniques such as alternate nostril breathing are said to balance the left and right hemispheres of the brain, fostering clarity, insight, and spiritual awareness. Contemporary studies using EEG and neuroimaging have found that such practices can induce shifts in brain wave patterns, increase coherence between different brain regions, and enhance states of focused attention and introspection. To understand the impact of breathwork on the nervous system, it is helpful to consider the concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's capacity to reorganize itself in response to experience. Regular practice of breathwork not only produces immediate changes in physiological state but also leads to long-term adaptations in neural circuits. For instance, sustained engagement with slow, mindful breathing can strengthen pathways associated with emotional regulation, attention, and stress resilience. Over time, these changes are reflected in both the structure and function of the brain, supporting the integration of body, mind, and spirit. The traditional chakra system provides a rich map for exploring these connections. Each chakra is not only a center of energy but also a nexus of physiological and psychological processes. Breathwork serves as a tool for navigating this map, offering a means to access and harmonize the various layers of the self. Whether one approaches the chakras as literal energy centers or as symbolic representations of human experience, the practice of conscious breathing remains a powerful method for fostering balance and integration. The relationship between breath and the nervous system is also reflected in the phenomenon of entrainment. When we breathe in a slow, rhythmic manner, the oscillations of the breath become synchronized with other physiological rhythms, such as heart rate and brain wave activity. This synchronization, or coherence, is associated with enhanced states of well-being, creativity, and insight. In the context of chakra activation, entrainment may serve as a mechanism by which the disparate systems of the body are brought into harmony, facilitating the free flow of energy. Modern neuroscience has begun to unravel the mechanisms underlying these effects. One key finding is the role of interoception, the brain's ability to sense the internal state of the body. Breathwork enhances interoceptive awareness, allowing individuals to tune into subtle bodily sensations and emotional states. This heightened awareness is associated with increased activity in the insular cortex, a region of the brain involved in integrating sensory, emotional, and cognitive information. The insula is also implicated in the experience of selfhood, supporting the traditional view that breathwork can lead to deeper self-understanding and transformation. The practice of breath retention, or kamaka, offers another window into the interplay between breath, the nervous system, and the chakras. In traditional yoga, breath retention is used to intensify the effects of pranayama, concentrating prana and directing it to specific centers. Neuroscientific studies suggest that breath retention induces a mild state of hypercapnia, elevated levels of carbon dioxide in the blood, which in turn triggers adaptive responses in the brain and body. These responses include increased cerebral blood flow, heightened alertness, and the release of neurochemicals associated with relaxation and well-being. Hyperventilation techniques, such as those used in certain forms of yogic pranayama or modern breathwork modalities like holotropic breathwork, produce a different set of effects. Rapid, deep breathing reduces carbon dioxide levels, leading to a state of respiratory alkalosis. This shift in blood chemistry can induce altered states of consciousness, emotional catharsis, and even visionary experiences. While the safety and efficacy of such practices depend on proper guidance and individual health status, their impact on the nervous system is undeniable. They provide a gateway to non-ordinary states of awareness, which have long been associated with spiritual awakening and chakra activation. The integration of breathwork into clinical practice is an emerging frontier in mind-body medicine. Techniques such as diaphragmatic breathing, paced respiration, and mindfulness-based breath awareness are now widely used to treat anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress, and other conditions. The therapeutic effects of these practices are mediated by their influence on the autonomic nervous system and the brain's stress circuitry. By restoring balance between sympathetic and parasympathetic activity, breathwork helps to interrupt maladaptive patterns and foster resilience. The convergence of ancient breath practices and modern neuroscience invites a re-examination of the chakra system through the lens of embodied experience. Rather than viewing the chakras as abstract or esoteric constructs, we can understand them as dynamic patterns of psychophysiological activity, each with its own signature of breath, emotion, and neural activation. Breathwork becomes not just a spiritual exercise, but a practical tool for self-regulation and transformation. Consider, for instance, the use of breath in managing emotional states. When confronted with fear or anger, the breath tends to become rapid and shallow, reflecting the activation of the sympathetic nervous system. By consciously slowing and deepening the breath, we can shift the balance toward the parasympathetic, reducing the intensity of the emotional response. This process mirrors the traditional use of breathwork to pacify overactive chakras or to release accumulated tension. The breath serves as both a barometer and a regulator of internal states, offering a direct pathway to self-mastery. The role of attention is also central to the practice of breathwork and its impact on the nervous system. Focusing on the breath anchors awareness in the present moment, interrupting the cycle of rumination and worry that characterizes much of human suffering. This mindful presence is associated with increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, the area of the brain responsible for executive function, impulse control, and self-awareness. Over time, regular practice of breath-centered mindfulness can reshape neural circuits, enhancing cognitive flexibility, emotional intelligence, and overall well-being. In the context of chakra activation, attention and intention are key. Traditional teachings emphasize that the breath should be directed not just mechanically, but with conscious awareness of the energy centers being engaged. Visualization, affirmation, and focused intention amplify the effects of breathwork, aligning physiological changes with shifts in consciousness. Modern research supports the power of intention to modulate neural activity and influence outcomes, a finding that bridges the worlds of science and spirituality. Breathwork also plays a role in the cultivation of resilience, the capacity to adapt and thrive in the face of adversity. By training the nervous system to move fluidly between states of arousal and relaxation, breathwork enhances the ability to recover from stress and maintain equilibrium. This adaptive flexibility is mirrored in the chakra system, where the free flow of energy is seen as a marker of health and vitality. Blockages or imbalances in the chakras are associated with rigidity, stagnation, and disease, both physical and psychological. Breathwork, by restoring movement and coherence, supports the process of healing and integration. The social dimension of breathwork is another area of convergence between ancient and modern perspectives. Group breath practices, chanting, and synchronized movement have long been used to foster a sense of connection and unity. Recent studies have shown that shared rhythmic activities, such as group breathing or singing, lead to synchronization of physiological rhythms among participants. This phenomenon, known as interpersonal physiological synchrony, is associated with increased empathy, cooperation, and social bonding. In the context of the chakras, such practices are said to harmonize the collective energy field, promoting cohesion and mutual support. The accessibility of breathwork is one of its greatest strengths. Unlike more complex or equipment-dependent interventions, breath practices can be done anywhere, at any time, with immediate effects. This universality has contributed to the global spread of breath-based techniques, from mindfulness meditation to athletic training. The growing interest in breathwork reflects a broader recognition of the importance of self-regulation in health and performance. Whether used to calm the mind, energize the body, or deepen spiritual practice, the breath remains a potent tool for transformation. Despite its simplicity, breathwork is not without challenges. Many individuals find it difficult to maintain awareness of the breath, especially in the presence of stress or distraction. Others may experience discomfort or anxiety when focusing on their breathing, a phenomenon known as respiratory-related anxiety. These challenges highlight the importance of gradual, compassionate practice, as well as the value of guidance from experienced teachers. In both traditional and modern contexts, the cultivation of breath awareness is seen as a lifelong journey, marked by periods of insight, resistance, and growth. The integration of breathwork with other modalities offers additional avenues for exploration. In yoga, breath is coordinated with movement to create a dynamic flow of energy. In psychotherapy, breath awareness is used to access and process difficult emotions. In athletic training, breath control enhances endurance and focus. The versatility of breathwork allows it to be tailored to individual needs, preferences, and goals, making it a cornerstone of holistic health. The future of breathwork research holds great promise. Advances in neuroimaging, biofeedback, and wearable technology are providing new insights into the mechanisms and effects of breath practices. These tools allow for real-time monitoring of physiological and neural changes, enabling personalized feedback and optimization. As our understanding deepens, we are likely to see the development of targeted breath interventions for specific conditions, populations, and outcomes. At the same time, it is important to honor the roots of breathwork in ancient wisdom traditions. The language of prana, chi, and vital force speaks to dimensions of experience that are not easily captured by scientific measurement. The chakra system offers a holistic framework for understanding the interplay of body, mind, emotion, and spirit. By bridging these perspectives, we can cultivate a more integrated approach to health and transformation, one that honors both the measurable and the mysterious. In summary, breathwork occupies a central place at the intersection of ancient energy maps and modern neuroscience. Through its profound effects on the nervous system, it serves as a gateway to self-regulation, healing, and spiritual awakening. Whether viewed through the lens of chakras or neural circuits, the conscious control of breath offers a direct pathway to balance, coherence, and transformation. By embracing the wisdom of both tradition and science, we can unlock the full potential of the breath, weaving together the threads of our embodied experience into a tapestry of wholeness and well-being. As we breathe, we live, and as we live, we breathe. The journey of breath is the journey of consciousness itself, a continual dance between the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. In this dance, the breath is both the music and the movement, guiding us ever deeper into the mystery of who we are. Chapter 17, Sound, Vibration, and Brain Waves. Sound, vibration, and brain waves are intricately connected, both in the ancient systems of energy medicine and in the contemporary sciences of neurophysiology and psychology. For centuries, spiritual traditions have harnessed the power of sound to influence consciousness, heal the body, and align the subtle energies described in chakra systems. Today, neuroscience is beginning to unravel the mechanisms by which sound and vibration shape brain activity, offering a bridge between ancient wisdom and modern understanding. The human brain is an exquisitely sensitive organ, responding not only to internal thought and emotion but also to external sensory input, particularly auditory stimuli. Sound is a form of energy, a vibration that travels through air, water, or solid objects, ultimately reaching the inner ear where it is transformed into neural signals. These signals are then processed in the auditory cortex and various other regions of the brain, influencing mood, perception, cognition, and even bodily functions. Ancient traditions recognized the power of sound long before the advent of neuroscience. In the yogic system, each chakra is associated with specific sounds, known as bija mantras, which are believed to resonate with the frequencies of the energy centers. Chanting these mantras, listening to particular musical intervals, or engaging in rhythmic drumming and singing bowls are all practices designed to harmonize the chakras, promote healing, and induce altered states of consciousness. These practices are not unique to India. Similar traditions can be found among the shamans of Siberia, the healers of Africa, the indigenous peoples of the Americas, and the monastic communities of Tibet and Europe. To understand how sound and vibration affect the brain, it is essential to explore the concept of brain waves. Brain waves are rhythmic patterns of electrical activity produced by the neurons of the brain. Measured by electroencephalography, EEG, these oscillations are classified according to their frequency: delta, 4Hz, theta, 48Hz, alpha, 813Hz, beta, 1330Hz, and gamma, 3100Hz. Each frequency band is associated with particular states of consciousness, from deep sleep, delta, to relaxed wakefulness, alpha, to heightened alertness and problem-solving, beta and gamma. When we listen to sound, especially repetitive or rhythmic sound, the brain can synchronize its electrical activity to the external rhythm, a phenomenon known as entrainment. For example, listening to a drum beat at 6 Hz may increase theta wave activity, nudging the brain toward a more meditative or trance-like state. This is one reason why drumming, chanting, and singing bowls are so effective at inducing relaxation and altered consciousness. They provide an external frequency that the brain can lock onto, facilitating shifts in awareness. Entrainment is not limited to the auditory system. Vibrations can be felt throughout the body, affecting not only the ear but also the skin, bones, and even the fluids of the body. The ancient practice of chanting, for example, produces vibrations in the chest, throat, and skull, which can be felt as a subtle resonance. Singing bowls and gongs create complex overtones that are both heard and felt, enveloping the listener in a bath of sound that penetrates deeply into the nervous system. Modern research has shown that these vibrations can influence heart rate, blood pressure, and levels of stress hormones, as well as brain wave activity. In the context of chakra practices, sound is used both as a diagnostic and a therapeutic tool. Each chakra is associated with a particular sound or frequency, which is said to correspond to the vibrational quality of the energy center. The root chakra, Muladhara, for example, is linked to the sound lam, the sacral chakra, svadhisthana, to vam, and so on up the spine to the crown chakra, sahasrara, which is often associated with silence or the primordial sound om. Chanting these sounds, either aloud or silently, is believed to activate and balance the corresponding chakras, clearing blockages and restoring the free flow of energy. From a neuroscientific perspective, chanting has several well-documented effects on the brain and body. The act of vocalizing engages the vagus nerve, which runs from the brain stem to the abdomen and plays a crucial role in regulating the parasympathetic nervous system. Stimulating the vagus nerve through humming, chanting, or singing can promote relaxation, reduce anxiety, and enhance feelings of well-being. Functional MRI studies have shown that chanting can increase activity in areas of the brain associated with attention, emotion regulation, and self-awareness, while reducing activity in regions linked to stress and rumination. Furthermore, the rhythmic repetition of sound, as seen in mantra meditation, can induce a state of focused attention and cognitive stillness. This is reflected in increased alpha and theta brainwave activity, which are associated with relaxation, creativity, and meditative states. In some studies, experienced meditators have demonstrated the ability to generate high-amplitude gamma waves during chanting or deep meditation, a pattern linked to heightened awareness and integrative cognitive processing. The use of sound in chakra practices extends beyond individual chanting to include group chanting, drumming circles, and sound baths. When people chant or drum together, their brain waves can synchronize not only to the external rhythm but also to each other, creating a collective state of coherence. This group entrainment has been shown to foster feelings of connection, empathy, and shared purpose, as well as to amplify the physiological and psychological benefits of the practice. The relationship between sound, vibration, and brain waves is further illuminated by the study of binaural beats. Binaural beats are an auditory illusion created when two slightly different frequencies are presented to each ear, resulting in the perception of a third, internal beat. For example, if a tone of 200 Hz is played in one ear and 210 Hz in the other, the brain perceives a beat of 10 Hz, corresponding to the alpha brainwave range. Listening to binaural beats has been shown to influence brainwave activity, mood, and cognitive performance, suggesting that the brain can be tuned to desired states through carefully chosen auditory stimuli. In the context of chakra work, binaural beats and other forms of brainwave entrainment can be used to support meditation, visualization, and energy healing practices. By selecting frequencies that correspond to the desired state, relaxation, focus, creativity, or transcendence, practitioners can enhance the effects of their spiritual and energetic work. This approach is not a substitute for traditional practices, but rather a complementary tool that leverages the principles of resonance and entrainment recognized by both ancient and modern systems. One of the most fascinating aspects of sound-based chakra practices is their ability to induce altered states of consciousness. These states, characterized by shifts in perception, emotion, and sense of self, are often accompanied by changes in brainwave patterns. Shamanic drumming, for example, typically employs a steady beat of 4/7 Hz, which coincides with the theta range associated with dreamlike, visionary states. Participants report experiences of deep insight, emotional release, and a sense of unity with the cosmos, experiences that are mirrored in the brain by increased coherence and connectivity between different regions. Similarly, the use of overtone singing, Tibetan singing bowls, and gongs can produce complex acoustic environments that engage the brain in unique ways. The interplay of harmonics, drones, and rhythmic patterns creates a rich tapestry of sound that stimulates not only the auditory cortex but also the limbic system, which is involved in emotion and memory. The result is a multisensory experience that can evoke profound feelings of awe, tranquility, and spiritual connection. Modern research on music therapy and sound healing supports many of these traditional insights. Studies have shown that listening to certain types of music or sound can reduce pain, lower blood pressure, improve mood, and even enhance immune function. These effects are mediated by a combination of psychological, physiological, and neurological mechanisms, including the release of endorphins, the modulation of autonomic nervous system activity, and the synchronization of brainwave patterns. While the scientific understanding of these processes is still evolving, the evidence suggests that sound and vibration are powerful tools for promoting health and well-being. In exploring the alignment between chakra practices and neuroscience, it is important to recognize both the similarities and the differences in their conceptual frameworks. The chakra system describes energy centers that govern physical, emotional, and spiritual functions, each with its own vibrational signature and associated sound. Neuroscience, on the other hand, focuses on the measurable activity of neurons and brain circuits, using tools like EEG and fMRI to map the effects of sound and vibration on the brain. Despite these differences, there is growing recognition that the two systems may be describing complementary aspects of human experience. The chakras can be seen as symbolic representations of complex psychophysiological processes, including endocrine function, emotional regulation, and states of consciousness. The sounds and vibrations used in chakra practices may act as catalysts for these processes, influencing brainwave activity, autonomic balance, and the integration of mind and body. For practitioners and seekers interested in harnessing the power of sound and vibration for personal transformation, there are many accessible techniques. Chanting mantras, whether traditional or personally meaningful, can be practiced alone or in groups, with attention to breath, posture, and intention. Listening to recordings of singing bowls, gongs, or binaural beats can be incorporated into meditation or relaxation routines. Drumming, humming, and toning are simple yet effective ways to engage the body and mind in vibrational resonance. It is also possible to experiment with different frequencies and soundscapes to discover what resonates most deeply with one's own system. Some people are drawn to the deep, grounding tones associated with the lower chakras, while others find upliftment in the higher frequencies linked to the upper centers. The key is to approach these practices with openness, curiosity, and a willingness to listen, not only to the external sounds, but also to the subtle shifts in sensation, emotion, and awareness that arise within. Safety and discernment are important considerations in the use of sound and vibration. While most practices are safe and beneficial for the majority of people, certain individuals may be sensitive to loud or intense sounds, or may have medical conditions that affect hearing, balance, or neurological function. It is always advisable to begin gently, to listen to the body's signals, and to seek guidance from experienced teachers or health professionals when necessary. The convergence of ancient wisdom and modern science in the realm of sound, vibration, and brain waves offers exciting possibilities for healing, self-discovery, and spiritual growth. As research continues to illuminate the mechanisms by which sound shapes consciousness and energy, we are invited to reclaim the power of our own voices, to attune to the rhythms of nature, and to harmonize the inner and outer worlds. The role of intention cannot be understated in these practices. In both traditional and contemporary settings, the effects of sound and vibration are amplified by focused attention and heartfelt aspiration. When we chant a mantra, play a drum, or listen to a singing bowl, we are not simply producing or receiving sound, we are engaging in a dialogue with the deeper layers of our being, aligning thought, emotion, and sensation in a unified field of resonance. This alignment, according to both yogic philosophy and modern neuroscience, is the foundation of healing and transformation. The experience of resonance lies at the heart of both chakra and brain wave practices. In physics, resonance occurs when a system vibrates at its natural frequency in response to an external stimulus. In the human body and mind, resonance manifests as a sense of harmony, coherence, and aliveness. When the chakras are balanced and the brain waves are synchronized, we experience a state of flow, an optimal condition for creativity, insight, and well-being. The ongoing dialogue between ancient and modern perspectives invites us to expand our understanding of consciousness and energy. By exploring the interplay of sound, vibration, and brain waves, we gain new tools for self-care, healing, and spiritual practice. We also deepen our appreciation for the richness of human experience, recognizing that the boundaries between body, mind, and spirit are not as rigid as they may seem. As we journey further into the mysteries of sound and vibration, we are reminded of the words of the ancient sages, Nada Brahma, sound is God. Whether interpreted as a metaphysical truth or a poetic metaphor, this insight points to the fundamental role of sound in shaping the cosmos, the body, and the mind. Through the conscious use of sound and vibration, we have the opportunity to participate in the ongoing creation of our own reality, tuning the instrument of the self to ever finer degrees of harmony and awareness. The practical applications of sound and vibration in chakra and brain wave practices are as diverse as they are profound. In the therapeutic context, sound healing is used to address a wide range of physical, emotional, and spiritual concerns, from chronic pain and insomnia to anxiety and depression. Practitioners may employ tuning forks, singing bowls, gongs, drums, or the human voice, tailoring the intervention to the needs and preferences of the individual. In clinical settings, music therapy has been shown to improve outcomes for patients with neurological disorders, including stroke, Parkinson's disease, and dementia. The rhythmic and melodic elements of music can stimulate brain plasticity, enhance motor coordination, and support emotional expression and social connection. These effects are mediated by complex networks of brain regions, underscoring the deep integration of auditory, cognitive, and affective processes. In educational and workplace environments, the strategic use of sound can enhance focus, creativity, and productivity. Certain types of music or ambient soundscapes can promote alpha and theta brainwave activity, supporting relaxed alertness and flow states. Conversely, excessive noise or discordant sound can disrupt attention and increase stress, highlighting the importance of intentional sound design in our daily lives. For those engaged in spiritual or contemplative practice, sound and vibration offer powerful gateways to deeper states of awareness. The repetition of sacred syllables, the immersion in resonant sound fields, and the attunement to the natural rhythms of the breath and heartbeat can all facilitate the dissolution of ordinary boundaries and the emergence of expanded consciousness. These experiences, while often described in mystical or poetic terms, are grounded in measurable changes in brainwave activity, autonomic function, and subjective well-being. The integration of sound and vibration into chakra practices can be approached in a variety of ways, depending on one's background, interests, and goals. Some may prefer the traditional approach of chanting Bija mantras and working with the classical associations of sound and energy center. Others may be drawn to contemporary modalities, such as sound baths, binaural beats, or neurofeedback. Still others may find their own unique path, combining elements from different traditions and disciplines. The key is to approach these practices with respect, curiosity, and discernment. The power of sound is not to be underestimated. It can evoke deep emotions, catalyze transformation, and open doors to new dimensions of experience. At the same time, it is important to honor the cultural and historical roots of these practices, recognizing the contributions of the many traditions that have preserved and transmitted this wisdom across generations. The future of sound and vibration in the context of chakras and brain waves is bright, with new research and innovations emerging at the intersection of science, spirituality, and the healing arts. Advances in neurotechnology, such as real-time EEG feedback and personalized soundscapes, are making it possible to tailor interventions to individual needs and preferences. At the same time, there is a growing recognition of the value of traditional practices, which offer time-tested methods for cultivating balance, harmony, and insight. As we continue to explore the mysteries of sound, vibration, and consciousness, we are called to listen more deeply, to the world around us, to the subtle currents of our own being, and to the ancient wisdom that echoes through the ages. In this listening, we discover not only the power of sound to heal and transform, but also the profound interconnectedness of all life. The dance of vibration, from the heartbeat to the brain wave to the cosmic pulse, is a reminder that we are, at our core, beings of energy, resonance, and light. In summary, the interplay of sound, vibration, and brain waves is a central theme in both ancient chakra practices and modern neuroscience. Through the conscious use of sound, whether in the form of chanting, drumming, singing bowls, or binaural beats, we can influence brainwave patterns, promote relaxation and healing, and facilitate the alignment of body, mind, and spirit. The science of entrainment provides a framework for understanding how external rhythms can shape internal states, while the wisdom of the chakra system offers a map for navigating the subtle dimensions of energy and consciousness. The journey of integrating sound and vibration into our lives is ultimately a journey of self-discovery. By attuning to the rhythms within and without, we open ourselves to new possibilities for growth, healing, and transformation. Whether approached through the lens of tradition, science, or personal exploration, the path of sound is an invitation to harmony, a reminder that, at the deepest level, we are all part of the great symphony of existence. Chapter 18, Visualizations and Neuroimaging. Visualization, the practice of creating mental images or scenarios, is a technique deeply woven into both ancient spiritual traditions and modern psychological therapies. In the context of chakra work, visualization often means mentally picturing the energy centers, often as spinning wheels of colored light, while focusing on sensations, emotions, or intentions associated with each chakra. This chapter explores the intersection of such visualization practices with contemporary neuroscience, focusing on how visualizations manifest in the brain and how neuroimaging technologies have begun to illuminate their measurable effects. The ancient yogic texts describe visualization as a fundamental component of chakra meditation. Practitioners are instructed to imagine the chakras as vivid, colorful symbols or lotuses at specific points along the spine or in the head. These visualizations are not mere flights of fancy, they serve as anchors for attention, helping focus the mind, regulate breath, and elicit emotional responses. For centuries, yogis have reported profound shifts in consciousness and well-being as a result of these practices. But what happens in the brain when we visualize? How does the act of picturing a glowing wheel at the heart center, for example, translate into neural activity? And can these subjective experiences be objectively measured using the tools of modern neuroscience? To answer these questions, we turn to the evolving field of neuroimaging. Over the past few decades, technologies such as functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, positron emission tomography, PET, electroencephalography, EEG, and magnetoencephalography, MEG, have enabled researchers to peer into the living brain as it performs a variety of tasks, including visualization. These tools have made it possible to observe, in real time, the patterns of activity that unfold as individuals engage in mental imagery, whether they are imagining a simple geometric shape, a familiar face, or a complex chakra symbol. One of the foundational discoveries in this area is that visualizing an object activates many of the same brain regions as actually seeing that object. When a person imagines a bright red lotus at the base of the spine, the traditional symbol of the root chakra, neurons in the visual cortex, particularly in the occipital lobe at the back of the brain, light up in a pattern strikingly similar to that observed when the person actually views a red object. This phenomenon, known as shared neural representation, suggests that the boundary between perception and imagination is more porous than previously thought. Research has demonstrated that the vividness of a visualization correlates with the intensity of brain activation. Skilled visualizers, such as artists or experienced meditators, show stronger and more widespread activity in the visual cortex and related association areas when asked to imagine specific images. In studies of chakra meditation, participants who regularly practice visualizing chakras report more vivid mental images and exhibit enhanced activation in both the primary and secondary visual areas. This enhanced activity is not limited to the visual cortex, it extends to regions involved in attention, emotion, and bodily awareness, such as the prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, and insula. The insula, in particular, is a region of interest when it comes to chakra visualization. Associated with interception, the sense of the body's internal state, the insula is engaged when practitioners focus on the sensations or emotions linked to a particular chakra. For example, visualizing the heart chakra while cultivating feelings of love and compassion recruits not only visual and emotional brain centers but also the insula, integrating the imagined image with the felt experience. This convergence of imagery, emotion, and bodily awareness may underlie the transformative effects often reported by practitioners. Neuroimaging has also revealed that visualization practices can modulate activity in the default mode network, DMN, a set of brain regions that is active during rest and mind wandering but quiets down during focused tasks. Meditation and visualization often lead to reduced DMN activity, which is associated with decreased self-referential thinking and a heightened sense of presence. In the context of chakra meditation, this shift may help explain the reported sense of unity, timelessness, and ego dissolution. Further, the act of visualization is not a passive process. It draws upon working memory, attention, and executive control, functions primarily served by the prefrontal cortex. Studies using fMRI have shown that when individuals engage in elaborate visualization, such as constructing a detailed image of a chakra with associated colors, petals, and symbols, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex becomes highly active. This region helps maintain the image in mind, direct attention to specific features, and inhibit distractions. In essence, visualization is a full brain activity, weaving together perception, cognition, emotion, and bodily sensation. The measurable effects of visualization are not limited to the brain's electrical and metabolic activity. Neuroimaging studies have also documented changes in brain connectivity, how different regions communicate with each other, during and after visualization practices. For example, regular visualization meditation has been linked to increased functional connectivity between the prefrontal cortex and limbic areas, such as the amygdala and hippocampus, which are involved in emotion and memory. This enhanced connectivity may underlie the improvements in emotional regulation, memory, and creativity often attributed to visualization practices. One fascinating area of research concerns the distinction between guided and unguided visualization. In guided visualization, a teacher or recording provides verbal instructions, leading practitioners through specific imagery, such as envisioning a spinning wheel of light at the solar plexus. Unguided visualization, by contrast, relies on the practitioner's own imagination. Neuroimaging studies suggest that guided visualizations elicit greater activation in auditory and language processing areas, such as the superior temporal gyrus, reflecting the integration of verbal information with mental imagery. However, both forms engage overlapping networks in the visual and prefrontal cortices, highlighting the brain's remarkable capacity to translate words into images. The relationship between visualization and neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself in response to experience, is another area of growing interest. Long-term practitioners of visualization meditation, including those who work with chakras, show structural changes in brain regions associated with attention, emotion, and sensory processing. For instance, increased cortical thickness has been observed in the anterior cingulate cortex and insula among experienced meditators. These changes are thought to reflect the brain's adaptation to the repeated demands of sustained attention and vivid imagery. The therapeutic implications of these findings are profound. Visualization techniques are now employed in a variety of clinical settings, from pain management and sports psychology to trauma therapy and treatment of anxiety disorders. Functional neuroimaging has shown that visualizing a safe place or a healing light can dampen activity in brain regions associated with pain or fear, such as the anterior insula and amygdala. In the context of chakra work, visualizing energy centers as sources of strength, balance, or healing may harness these same mechanisms, providing measurable relief from stress, anxiety, or even chronic pain. Another dimension to consider is the role of multisensory integration in visualization. While the term visualization implies an emphasis on images, many practices also incorporate imagined sounds, sensations, or even smells. Neuroimaging studies have revealed that when individuals imagine not just seeing but also feeling or hearing an experience, corresponding sensory areas in the brain become active. For example, imagining the warmth of a glowing heart chakra activates somatosensory regions, while imagining the sound of a mantra being chanted at the throat chakra engages auditory cortex. This multisensory engagement may amplify the effects of visualization, making the experience more immersive and neurologically potent. The relationship between visualization and attention is also critical. Neuroimaging research has demonstrated that the act of sustaining attention on a mental image, such as a chakra symbol, strengthens connectivity in attentional networks and increases activation in the anterior cingulate cortex, a region involved in error monitoring and conflict resolution. This may help explain why regular visualization practice enhances concentration and mental clarity, benefits that are reported both anecdotally and empirically. Interestingly, the brain's response to visualization is influenced by individual differences in personality, cognitive style, and prior experience. Some people are naturally more adept at generating vivid mental images, a trait known as visual imagery vividness. Studies using both subjective questionnaires and objective neuroimaging measures have found that individuals with high imagery vividness show greater activation in visual association cortices during visualization tasks. Conversely, those with a preference for verbal or analytical thinking may engage more of the prefrontal and language-related areas. This variability suggests that visualization practices, including chakra meditation, may need to be tailored to individual strengths and preferences for optimal effectiveness. The integration of ancient visualization techniques with modern neuroimaging is not without its challenges. The subjective nature of imagery makes it difficult to standardize and measure across individuals and cultures. Moreover, the symbols and colors associated with chakras are culturally specific, shaped by centuries of tradition and personal interpretation. Neuroimaging studies must therefore be carefully designed to account for these variables, often relying on self-report measures to assess the subjective quality of the visualization experience. Despite these challenges, a growing body of research supports the notion that visualization practices have tangible, measurable effects on the brain. In one landmark study, researchers asked experienced meditators to engage in chakra visualization while undergoing fMRI scans. Participants were instructed to imagine each chakra in turn, focusing on its location, color, and associated qualities. The results showed distinct patterns of activation for each chakra, with overlapping but non-identical networks engaged depending on the focus of attention. For example, visualizing the root chakra activated not only the visual cortex but also areas involved in bodily awareness and grounding, such as the somatosensory cortex and insula. In contrast, visualizing the crown chakra at the top of the head engaged regions associated with abstract thinking and transcendence, including the prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex. These findings suggest that chakra visualization is a multidimensional process, engaging a constellation of brain regions that reflect the symbolic, emotional, and somatic qualities of each energy center. The brain does not simply generate a static image, it orchestrates a dynamic interplay of perception, emotion, memory, and bodily sensation. This holistic engagement may underlie the reported benefits of chakra work, from enhanced self-awareness and emotional balance to spiritual insight and healing. Neuroimaging has also shed light on the temporal dynamics of visualization. EEG and MEG studies, which measure the brain's electrical and magnetic activity with millisecond precision, have revealed that visualization induces characteristic patterns of brain waves. Theta and alpha rhythms, associated with relaxed alertness and meditative states, become more prominent during visualization practices. These rhythmic oscillations are thought to facilitate communication between distant brain regions, supporting the integration of imagery, emotion, and attention. In long-term practitioners, these patterns become more pronounced, suggesting that the brain becomes more efficient at entering and sustaining meditative states over time. The question naturally arises, can visualization practices, including chakra meditation, be used to train the brain for specific outcomes? Neurofeedback studies suggest that the answer is yes. By providing real-time feedback on brain activity, neurofeedback enables individuals to learn how to modulate their own neural states. In one study, participants practiced visualization while receiving feedback on their brain waves. Over time, they learned to increase alpha and theta activity, correlating with deeper relaxation and enhanced imagery. This form of training holds promise for a variety of applications, from stress reduction and performance enhancement to rehabilitation after brain injury. The intersection of visualization and neuroimaging also invites a reconsideration of the mind-body connection. Traditional chakra systems emphasize the interplay between physical, emotional, and spiritual dimensions of experience. Modern neuroscience, too, is increasingly recognizing the brain's role in shaping bodily states, emotions, and even immune function. Visualization practices that engage the whole brain may thus have far-reaching effects on health and well-being, mediated by the brain's capacity to influence the body through neural, hormonal, and immune pathways. One intriguing avenue of research explores the placebo effect as it relates to visualization. Placebo responses, improvements in symptoms resulting from belief or expectation, are now understood to involve specific brain mechanisms, including the release of endogenous opioids and activation of reward pathways. Visualization, especially when imbued with symbolic meaning, may harness these same mechanisms, amplifying the brain's capacity for self-healing. Neuroimaging studies have shown that positive expectation, coupled with vivid imagery, can modulate pain perception, reduce anxiety, and even speed recovery from illness. The educational implications of these findings are significant. Visualization techniques are increasingly being incorporated into mindfulness programs, psychotherapy, and even medical training. By teaching individuals to harness the power of mental imagery, educators and clinicians can foster resilience, enhance learning, and promote emotional well-being. Neuroimaging provides an objective window into these processes, offering a scientific foundation for practices that have long been valued in spiritual and healing traditions. Despite the advances in neuroimaging, many questions remain. The subjective nature of visualization means that no two experiences are exactly alike. Cultural, personal, and contextual factors all shape the content and quality of mental imagery. Furthermore, the brain is not a static organ, it is in constant flux, shaped by experience, intention, and environment. Future research will need to explore the long-term effects of visualization on brain structure and function, as well as the mechanisms by which these changes translate into improved health and well-being. As we look to the future, the integration of ancient visualization practices with modern neuroscience holds great promise. Advances in neuroimaging technology, such as high-resolution fMRI and real-time brain mapping, will enable researchers to probe the neural correlates of visualization with unprecedented detail. Machine learning and artificial intelligence may help decode the complex patterns of brain activity associated with specific images, emotions, or intentions. Virtual reality and biofeedback technologies could provide new platforms for teaching and refining visualization skills, tailored to individual needs and preferences. At the same time, it is important to remember that visualization is more than a neurological phenomenon. It is a deeply human capacity, shaped by culture, tradition, and personal meaning. The symbols and metaphors of chakra visualization carry layers of significance that transcend the purely biological. While neuroimaging can illuminate the mechanisms by which visualization affects the brain, it cannot fully capture the richness of the subjective experience. The challenge for researchers and practitioners alike is to honor both the science and the spirit of visualization, integrating empirical findings with the wisdom of tradition. In summary, visualization is a powerful tool for engaging the brain's perceptual, emotional, and cognitive capacities. Neuroimaging research has begun to unravel the neural mechanisms underlying visualization practices, revealing that imagined images activate many of the same brain regions as actual perception. Chakra visualization, in particular, engages a network of regions involved in imagery, attention, emotion, and bodily awareness. These practices can induce measurable changes in brain activity, connectivity, and structure, with implications for mental health, well-being, and personal growth. As science continues to explore the mysteries of the mind, visualization stands as a bridge between ancient wisdom and modern understanding, a testament to the brain's remarkable capacity to shape reality from the inside out. The dialogue between ancient energy maps and modern neuroscience is still in its early stages, but the evidence to date is compelling. Visualization is not just a mental exercise, it is a transformative practice with measurable effects on the brain and, by extension, the body and mind. As we continue to unravel the neural underpinnings of visualization, we gain new insights into the age-old quest for healing, balance, and self-realization. The chakras, once seen as mystical symbols, are now being recognized as powerful tools for engaging the brain's innate potential. In this way, the fusion of visualization and neuroimaging opens new horizons for understanding the nature of consciousness, the interplay of mind and body, and the pathways to human flourishing. Chapter 19: Emotion, Trauma, and Energy Flow. Emotion, trauma, and energy flow. Throughout history, the human body has been viewed as both a physical and a subtle system, an intricate network of flesh, nerves, and energy. Across cultures, the recognition that emotions are not merely fleeting mental states but embodied experiences has persisted, shaping healing practices from Ayurveda to contemporary psychotherapy. In the chakra system, emotions are intimately linked to the flow of energy through the body's central channels. Modern neuroscience, meanwhile, has begun to map the neural substrates of emotion and trauma, revealing how deeply intertwined our psychological states are with physical processes in the brain and body. The convergence of these perspectives offers profound insight into the mechanisms by which emotional trauma can disrupt energy flow, and how restoring balance may facilitate healing. Emotions as embodied energy. To begin, it is essential to recognize that emotions are not abstract phenomena. They are deeply embodied, arising from the interplay of neurochemistry, electrical signals, and physiological changes. The ancient rishis of India conceptualized emotions as movements within the prana, or vital energy, which flows through the nadis and concentrates at the chakras. Each chakra was thought to govern particular emotional qualities, such as the sense of security at the root chakra or compassion at the heart chakra. When emotional experiences become overwhelming or are repressed, they believed, energy could stagnate or become blocked, leading to physical and psychological distress. Modern neuroscience, while using different language, describes a parallel reality. Emotions are generated and processed in various brain regions, including the amygdala, hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, and insula. Emotional arousal triggers the release of hormones such as adrenaline and cortisol, which prepare the body for action. These responses are not confined to the brain, they cascade through the nervous system, reaching every organ and tissue. The body, as neuroscientist Antonio Damasio has observed, is the theater of emotion. Sensations in the gut, tightness in the chest, or a lump in the throat are not metaphors but somatic correlates of emotional states. Trauma, the disruption of flow. Trauma, in the broadest sense, refers to experiences that overwhelm an individual's ability to cope. Whether it arises from a single catastrophic event or the slow erosion of safety through chronic stress, trauma can leave lasting imprints on the mind and body. In the language of chakras, trauma is often described as causing blockages, obstructions in the flow of energy that lead to dysfunction in the associated physical, emotional, or spiritual domains. From a neurological perspective, trauma is encoded through changes in brain structure and function. The amygdala, the brain's alarm system, becomes hyperactive, while the prefrontal cortex, which regulates emotional responses, may become less effective. The hippocampus, responsible for contextualizing memories, can shrink in response to chronic stress, making it harder to distinguish past threats from present safety. These changes disrupt the brain's capacity for self-regulation, leading to symptoms such as anxiety, hypervigilance, emotional numbness, and dissociation. The body, too, is affected. Trauma is stored not only in memory but in muscle tension, posture, breathing patterns, and autonomic responses. The work of trauma therapists such as Bessel van der Kolk and Peter Levine has shown that trauma survivors often experience persistent somatic symptoms, tightness in the chest, shallow breathing, digestive issues, that reflect the body's ongoing preparation for danger. These physiological states mirror the ancient descriptions of blocked or stagnant energy at the chakras. The energetic anatomy of emotion. To understand how trauma impacts energy flow, it is helpful to explore the energetic anatomy described in the chakra system. Each chakra is associated with specific emotions, organs, and developmental stages. The root chakra, at the base of the spine, governs survival and safety. The sacral chakra, just below the navel, relates to pleasure and creativity. The solar plexus chakra, in the upper abdomen, is the seat of personal power and will. The heart chakra governs love and compassion. The throat chakra is linked to communication, the third eye chakra to intuition, and the crown chakra to spiritual connection. When emotional trauma occurs, it often affects the chakra most associated with the developmental stage or theme of the trauma. For example, early childhood neglect may impair the root chakra, leading to chronic feelings of insecurity or disconnection from the body. Betrayal or loss in adolescence may wound the heart chakra, resulting in difficulty forming trusting relationships. Sexual trauma may disrupt the sacral chakra, manifesting as numbness, shame, or issues with intimacy. Each of these blockages has a neurological correlate. Chronic insecurity activates the sympathetic nervous system, flooding the body with stress hormones and ingraining patterns of hyperarousal. Difficulties with intimacy may stem from disrupted oxytocin pathways, which are vital for bonding and trust. Emotional numbing and dissociation reflect changes in the connectivity between the prefrontal cortex and limbic system, making it harder to feel or process emotion. The polyvagal perspective, a bridge between systems. One of the most compelling frameworks for understanding the relationship between emotion, trauma, and energy flow is the polyvagal theory, developed by neuroscientist Stephen Porges. The polyvagal theory describes how the autonomic nervous system, traditionally divided into sympathetic, fight or flight, and parasympathetic, rest and digest, branches, actually consists of multiple pathways, each supporting different states of safety or threat. According to polyvagal theory, the vagus nerve, which runs from the brainstem to the organs of the chest and abdomen, governs our capacity for connection, relaxation, and social engagement. When we feel safe, the ventral vagal pathway is active, supporting calm, open states that correspond to the free flow of energy described in the chakra system. When threatened, the sympathetic system mobilizes the body for action, while the dorsal vagal pathway can trigger shutdown, dissociation, or numbness. The polyvagal theory provides a physiological explanation for the energetic blockages described in chakra literature. When trauma disrupts our sense of safety, the nervous system shifts into defensive states, constricting breath, tightening muscles, and reducing blood flow to non-essential organs. These changes are experienced as energetic blocks, stagnation at the level of the chakras, or a sense of being stuck emotionally and physically. Healing, from this perspective, involves restoring a sense of safety, allowing the nervous system to return to a state of flow. The neurobiology of healing. If trauma and emotional pain can disrupt energy flow, then the process of healing must involve both the restoration of neurological balance and the clearing of energetic blockages. Contemporary trauma therapy increasingly recognizes the need for body-based approaches, which address the somatic imprints of trauma alongside cognitive and emotional processing. Practices such as yoga, breathwork, and mindfulness meditation have been shown to regulate the autonomic nervous system, reduce stress hormones, and enhance connectivity between the prefrontal cortex and limbic system. These practices also mirror the chakra system's emphasis on conscious movement and breath as tools for restoring energetic flow. For example, yoga postures that open the chest and shoulders can help release tension at the heart chakra, supporting the neurobiological processes of trust and connection. Breathwork practices that emphasize slow, deep inhalation and exhalation activate the ventral vagal pathway, promoting relaxation and emotional openness. Therapies such as somatic experiencing and sensorimotor psychotherapy specifically target the bodily manifestations of trauma, helping individuals to release muscular tension, restore natural breathing patterns, and reconnect with bodily sensations. These interventions echo the chakra model's assertion that energy must move freely through the body for healing to occur. By bringing awareness to areas of tension or numbness, often corresponding to chakra locations, individuals can begin to dissolve blockages and re-establish a sense of flow. The role of awareness and integration. A key insight from both the chakra system and modern neuroscience is the importance of awareness in the healing process. In the chakra tradition, self-inquiry and meditation are used to bring conscious attention to the flow of energy, illuminating areas of stagnation or imbalance. Neuroscience confirms that mindful awareness can reshape brain circuits, enhancing emotional regulation and reducing the grip of traumatic memories. When we bring mindful attention to our emotions and bodily sensations, we engage the prefrontal cortex, which helps regulate the activity of the amygdala and other limbic structures. This process of top-down regulation enables us to experience difficult emotions without becoming overwhelmed or dissociated. Over time, this capacity for self-observation can transform patterns of reactivity, allowing energy to move more freely through the body and mind. Integration is also essential. Trauma often fragments experience, leaving individuals feeling disconnected from parts of themselves or from others. The chakra system teaches that healing involves the alignment and integration of all energy centers, creating a harmonious flow from root to crown. In psychological terms, this corresponds to the integration of traumatic memories, emotions, and bodily sensations into a coherent sense of self. Practices that foster this integration, such as expressive arts, bodywork, or psychotherapy, can help individuals reclaim lost aspects of themselves and restore a sense of wholeness. The social context of trauma and healing. While much of the discussion around trauma and energy flow focuses on individual experience, it is important to recognize the social dimensions of both injury and recovery. Many forms of trauma are interpersonal or collective in nature, arising from abuse, neglect, discrimination, or violence. These wounds are often encoded not only in individual bodies but in the energy fields of families, communities, and societies. The chakra system acknowledges this reality, describing the lower chakras as the foundation of our sense of belonging, trust, and safety. When social structures are supportive, energy flows freely, enabling individuals to thrive. When communities are fractured by violence or exclusion, collective blockages can arise, manifesting as widespread fear, mistrust, or apathy. Healing, therefore, is not only a personal journey but a communal one. Practices that foster connection, empathy, and mutual support can help restore the collective flow of energy, supporting the well-being of all. Neuroscience, too, has begun to explore the social dimensions of healing. Studies show that supportive relationships are among the most powerful predictors of recovery from trauma. Social connection enhances vagal tone, reduces stress hormones, and promotes neuroplasticity, the brain's capacity to heal and adapt. Group practices, such as chanting, singing, or synchronized movement, have been shown to synchronize heart rates and brain waves, creating a shared field of safety and resonance. These findings echo the ancient wisdom that healing is amplified in community, where collective energy fosters individual transformation. The limits and possibilities of integration. As we explore the relationship between emotion, trauma, and energy flow, it is important to acknowledge both the strengths and limitations of integrating ancient and modern perspectives. The chakra system offers a rich, symbolic map of the body-mind, providing language and practices for understanding the energetic dimensions of emotion and trauma. Neuroscience supplies empirical methods for mapping the brain and nervous system, revealing the biological mechanisms underlying emotional states. While these systems use different metaphors and methodologies, their convergence offers a more holistic understanding of human experience. The recognition that trauma is both a neurobiological and energetic phenomenon opens new possibilities for healing, inviting us to address suffering at multiple levels: cognitive, emotional, somatic, and spiritual. At the same time, care must be taken not to conflate or oversimplify the distinct contributions of each tradition. The chakra system is not a literal map of neural circuits, just as neuroscience cannot encompass the full depth of subjective or spiritual experience. Nevertheless, the dialogue between these perspectives enriches our capacity to heal. By honoring both the ancient wisdom of the chakras and the insights of modern neuroscience, we can develop approaches that address the whole person, restoring not only neurological balance but the free flow of energy and emotion. Case studies: healing blockages in practice. To illustrate the interplay between trauma, energy flow, and neurological response, consider the following case studies drawn from clinical and personal experience. Maria, a woman in her early 40s, sought therapy for chronic anxiety and digestive issues. She described a childhood marked by instability and frequent moves, with periods of food scarcity and parental conflict. In chakra terms, these experiences relate to the root chakra, which governs safety, survival, and trust in the world. In therapy, Maria realized that her anxiety was often accompanied by tightness in the lower abdomen and shallow breathing. Through a combination of mindfulness practices, yoga postures focused on grounding, and breath work, she learned to bring awareness to sensations in her pelvis and legs. Over time, these practices helped her release chronic tension, deepen her breath, and cultivate a sense of safety in her body. Neurological assessment showed reduced activation of the amygdala and improved vagal tone, reflecting increased capacity for self-regulation and relaxation. Another example is James, a veteran struggling with emotional numbness and difficulty connecting with his family after returning from combat. He reported feeling disconnected from his heart, unable to experience joy or affection. This pattern corresponds to a blockage at the heart chakra, which is often affected by grief, loss, or betrayal. In therapy, James engaged in body-based practices such as gentle chest opening movements, breathwork emphasizing exhalation, and guided imagery focused on compassion. Over several months, he began to notice warmth and sensation in his chest, along with increased emotional awareness. Neuroimaging revealed enhanced connectivity between the prefrontal cortex and limbic system, supporting his growing ability to feel and express emotion. These cases highlight the interplay between energetic and neurological healing. By addressing both the physical imprints of trauma and the underlying energy flow, individuals can move beyond symptoms to restore a sense of wholeness and vitality. Beyond individual healing, the ripple effect, the healing of trauma and restoration of energy flow does not stop with the individual. As people reclaim their capacity for emotion, connection, and self-regulation, the effects ripple outward, transforming relationships, families, and communities. The chakra system teaches that the alignment of individual energy centers contributes to collective harmony, just as dissonance within one person can affect the whole. In practical terms, this means that healing trauma at the personal level can foster greater empathy, resilience, and presence in social interactions. Individuals who have worked through their own blockages are better able to hold space for others, to listen with compassion, and to contribute to environments of safety and trust. Neuroscience supports this view, showing that emotional regulation and social engagement are mutually reinforcing, creating positive feedback loops that enhance collective well-being. Moreover, collective practices that address trauma and energy flow, such as group meditation, community rituals, or collective storytelling, can help heal wounds that are too large for individuals to bear alone. These practices create shared fields of coherence, supporting both individual and collective transformation. The future of emotional and energetic healing. As the fields of neuroscience and energy medicine continue to evolve, new frontiers are opening in the understanding and treatment of trauma. Advances in neuroimaging, biofeedback, and neuroplasticity offer unprecedented insight into the brain's capacity for change. At the same time, the resurgence of interest in traditional healing practices, from yoga and meditation to shamanic ritual, reflects a growing recognition of the importance of energy flow in health and well-being. The integration of these approaches holds great promise. By combining the precision of neuroscience with the holistic vision of the chakra system, practitioners can develop more effective, personalized interventions. For example, neurofeedback protocols that train individuals to regulate specific brainwave patterns can be paired with chakra-based visualizations or breathwork, supporting both neurological and energetic balance. Trauma-informed yoga and mindfulness programs are already demonstrating significant benefits for survivors, reducing symptoms of PTSD, anxiety, and depression while enhancing body awareness and emotional resilience. At the heart of these innovations is a simple yet profound insight: healing requires the restoration of flow, of energy, emotion, and connection. Whether described in the language of chakras or neural circuits, the process is the same. By attending to the body, honoring the wisdom of emotion, and cultivating awareness, we can dissolve blockages, integrate fragmented experience, and reclaim the fullness of our being. Conclusion: the relationship between emotion, trauma, and energy flow is a dance between ancient wisdom and modern science. The chakra system and neuroscience, though separated by millennia and methodology, both recognize that trauma disrupts the natural flow of life, leaving imprints in the body, brain, and spirit. By weaving together these perspectives, we gain a richer understanding of the pathways to healing, pathways that honor the complexity, resilience, and potential of the human being. As we continue to explore the mysteries of emotion, trauma, and energy, we are reminded that healing is not a destination but a journey. It is a process of returning to ourselves, restoring the flow of life within and around us, and remembering our capacity for wholeness. In this journey, the map of the chakras and the insights of neuroscience are not opposing guides, but complementary companions, pointing us toward the freedom that comes with the restoration of flow. Chapter 20: Hormones, Neurotransmitters, and chakras, the relationship between the body's hormonal and neurotransmitter systems and the ancient chakra system stands at the crossroads of Eastern philosophy and Western science. Both frameworks attempt to map and explain the ways in which we experience emotion, health, and consciousness. While the chakras provide an energetic blueprint rooted in centuries of yogic tradition, hormones and neurotransmitters represent the language of modern biology, revealing how the brain and body communicate and adapt. Exploring the interplay between these systems offers a compelling narrative about the convergence of ancient wisdom and contemporary neuroscience. Chakras, energy centers and lenses for experience. The chakra system, as described in the traditions of yoga and tantra, conceptualizes the human body as being interlaced with subtle energy centers. These 7 main chakras rise along the spine, each associated with particular physiological, emotional, and psychological attributes. The root chakra, Muladhara, grounds us in survival and security. The sacral chakra, Svadhisthana, governs creativity and sexuality. The solar plexus chakra, Manipura, relates to personal power and will. The heart chakra, Anahata, is the seat of love and compassion. The throat chakra, Vishuddha, represents communication and truth. The third eye chakra, Ajna, is the center of intuition and insight, and the crown chakra, Sahasrara, connects us to transcendence and spiritual unity. Each chakra is traditionally associated with specific organs and glands, structures that, in modern medical terms, are often key players in the endocrine system. This system, comprising glands such as the pituitary, thyroid, adrenal, and gonads, orchestrates the secretion of hormones that regulate processes ranging from metabolism and growth to mood and sexuality. The parallelism between chakras and endocrine glands is not coincidental, rather, it reflects a deep, intuitive mapping of energy, emotion, and physiology that modern science is only beginning to elucidate. Neuroscience, the chemical orchestra of mind and body. The brain communicates through a vast network of neurons, each releasing neurotransmitters, chemical messengers that transmit signals across synapses. These chemicals, including serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine, acetylcholine, and others, shape our perceptions, emotions, and behaviors. At the same time, the endocrine system releases hormones, such as cortisol, adrenaline, estrogen, testosterone, and oxytocin, into the bloodstream, influencing organs and tissues throughout the body. The interplay between these systems is intricate. The hypothalamus, a small but critical structure in the brain, acts as a master regulator, linking the nervous system to the endocrine system via the pituitary gland. Through this connection, the brain can influence hormone release, and hormones can, in turn, affect brain function. This dynamic feedback loop underpins everything from the stress response to reproductive cycles, growth, metabolism, and emotional states. Mapping chakras to the endocrine and neurotransmitter systems. The parallels between chakras and the endocrine system have been noted for decades. Each chakra is said to correspond with a major gland, and by extension, with the hormones that gland produces. Let us explore these associations and investigate how neurotransmitters, though less directly mapped, also enter this energetic conversation. The root chakra and the adrenal glands. The root chakra, Muladhara, is located at the base of the spine and is associated with the adrenal glands, perched atop the kidneys. In the context of survival and security, the adrenal glands are central. They secrete cortisol and adrenaline, hormones that prime the body for fight or flight responses, increasing heart rate, blood pressure, and energy availability. These hormones are regulated by the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal (HPA) axis, a feedback loop that begins in the brain and terminates in the adrenals. In states of chronic stress or trauma, the root chakra is often described as imbalanced or blocked in yogic literature. Modern neuroscience echoes this, showing that dysregulation of the HPA axis can lead to anxiety, depression, and metabolic disorders. Neurotransmitters such as norepinephrine, noradrenaline, are also implicated, contributing to arousal and alertness. Thus, the energetic qualities attributed to the root chakra find resonance in the biological mechanisms of stress and survival. The sacral chakra and the gonads. The sacral chakra, svadhisthana, governs sexuality, creativity, and emotional fluidity. It is linked with the gonads, the ovaries in females and testes in males, which produce sex hormones such as estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone. These hormones are instrumental in reproductive function, sexual desire, and secondary sexual characteristics. They also influence mood and motivation, as evidenced by the emotional shifts that occur with hormonal fluctuations during puberty, the menstrual cycle, or menopause. Dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with pleasure and reward, also plays a significant role in the sacral chakra's domain. It modulates sexual desire, motivation, and the pursuit of pleasure. In the context of the chakra system, an open and balanced sacral chakra is said to foster creativity, adaptability, and healthy relationships with pleasure and emotion. Scientific research supports the notion that optimal levels of sex hormones and dopamine are linked to well-being, emotional resilience, and creative drive. The solar plexus chakra and the pancreas. The solar plexus chakra, Manipura, is situated in the upper abdomen and is associated with personal power, self-esteem, and will. Its corresponding gland is the pancreas, which produces insulin and glucagon, hormones that regulate blood sugar and energy metabolism. The solar plexus is often described as the seat of the ego and personal identity, qualities that require energy and direction. From a neurochemical perspective, serotonin, a neurotransmitter involved in mood regulation, confidence, and self-worth, intersects with the solar plexus chakra's themes. Imbalances in serotonin levels are linked to depression, anxiety, and low self-esteem. The gut, which contains a vast network of neurons and produces a significant proportion of the body's serotonin, is sometimes referred to as the second brain. This gut-brain axis directly connects digestive health, emotional states, and the solar plexus chakra's energetic qualities. The heart chakra and the thymus. The heart chakra, Anahata, is the center of love, compassion, and connection. Its associated gland is the thymus, located just above the heart. The thymus plays a crucial role in the immune system, particularly in the maturation of T cells, which defend the body against pathogens. This link between immunity and the heart chakra reflects the ancient recognition that emotional openness and social connection are vital for health. Oxytocin, often called the love hormone, is a key player here. Released during physical touch, bonding, and social interaction, oxytocin fosters trust, empathy, and attachment. Vasopressin, another hormone involved in social behavior, also operates in this domain. Neurotransmitters such as serotonin and endorphins, natural opiates that induce feelings of pleasure and pain relief, contribute to the heart chakra's themes of joy, connection, and healing. The throat chakra and the thyroid. The throat chakra, Vishuddha, governs communication, self-expression, and authenticity. It is linked with the thyroid gland, which produces hormones such as thyroxine, T4, and triiodothyronin, T3, that regulate metabolism, energy, and growth. The thyroid's influence on energy levels and mood mirrors the throat chakra's emphasis on clear, honest communication and the ability to express one's truth. Dopamine and acetylcholine are neurotransmitters involved in speech, language, and cognitive processing, further aligning with the throat chakra's domain. The balance of thyroid hormones is crucial for cognitive function, emotional stability, and vitality. Hypothyroidism, underactive thyroid, can lead to fatigue, depression, and difficulty articulating thoughts, while hypothyroidism, overactive thyroid, can result in anxiety, restlessness, and rapid speech, conditions that reflect the energetic imbalances described in chakra theory. The third eye chakra and the pituitary. The third eye chakra, ajna, is located between the eyebrows and is associated with intuition, insight, and perception. Its corresponding gland is the pituitary, often called the master gland because it regulates other endocrine glands via hormones such as growth hormone, prolactin, and adrenocorticotropic hormone, ACTH. The pituitary's influence on bodily rhythms, reproductive cycles, and stress responses situates it at the nexus of physiological and psychological processes. Melatonin, produced by the pineal gland, sometimes associated with the third eye, regulates sleep-wake cycles and circadian rhythms, essential for mental clarity and intuition. Neurotransmitters such as serotonin and gamma-aminobutyric acid, GABA, also play roles in perception, mood, and the integration of sensory information. In mystical traditions, activation of the third eye chakra is said to facilitate higher awareness and inner vision, states that, in neuroscientific terms, may correspond to altered patterns of brainwave activity and neurochemical balance. The crown chakra and the pineal gland. The crown chakra, Sahasrara, is the gateway to transcendence, spiritual unity, and consciousness beyond the individual self. It is often linked with the pineal gland, a small structure deep within the brain that secretes melatonin and is sensitive to light and darkness. The pineal gland has long been a subject of fascination, described by René Descartes as the seat of the soul and regarded in yogic literature as a portal to higher states of consciousness. While the pineal gland's primary function is the regulation of circadian rhythms, it is also implicated in mystical and transcendent experiences. Some researchers have speculated about the role of endogenous neurochemicals, such as dimethyltryptamine, DMT, in spiritual and near-death experiences, although this remains a topic of debate. The crown chakra's themes of unity, connection to the cosmos, and spiritual insight align with the pineal's regulatory functions and its symbolic status as a bridge between the physical and the metaphysical. Dynamic interplay, feedback loops and holistic health. The chakra system and the brain's chemical messengers are not isolated from one another, rather, they exist in a dynamic interplay. The feedback loops between the nervous system, endocrine glands, and psychological states are complex and bidirectional. For instance, chronic emotional stress can lead to dysregulation of the HPA axis, altering cortisol levels and affecting immune function, digestion, and mood. Conversely, practices that foster emotional regulation, such as meditation, yoga, or social connection, can restore balance to these systems. From a chakra perspective, blockages or imbalances in one energy center can manifest as physical symptoms, emotional disturbances, or behavioral patterns. For example, a blocked throat chakra may coincide with thyroid dysfunction or difficulty expressing emotions, while an overactive solar plexus chakra might be associated with anxiety, digestive issues, or excessive self-criticism. Modern research increasingly supports the idea that psychological and physiological health are deeply intertwined, mediated by the neuroendocrine system. Neuroplasticity and chakra balancing. One of the most exciting frontiers in neuroscience is the discovery of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change and adapt in response to experience. This capacity underpins learning, memory, and recovery from injury, but it also suggests that intentional practices can reshape brain chemistry and function. Meditation, breathwork, visualization, and other techniques associated with chakra balancing have been shown to modulate neurotransmitter levels, reduce stress hormones, and enhance well-being. For instance, mindfulness meditation has been found to increase serotonin and GABA levels while reducing cortisol. Yoga, with its emphasis on breath, movement, and attention, can lower adrenaline and promote the release of endorphins and oxytocin. Chanting or vocalization, practices linked to the throat chakra, stimulate the vagus nerve, enhancing parasympathetic activity and promoting relaxation. These findings offer a biological substrate for the transformative effects attributed to chakra work in spiritual traditions. The psychoneuroendocrine model, Bridging Worlds. The field of psychoneuroendocrinology examines the interactions between psychological processes, the nervous system, and the endocrine system. It provides a scientific framework for understanding how thoughts, emotions, and beliefs can influence hormonal and neurotransmitter activity, and vice versa. In this model, the chakras can be seen as metaphoric representations of neuroendocrine hubs, points where mind, body, and energy converge. For example, the experience of love and connection, heart chakra, is mediated by oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins, while the sense of safety and stability, root chakra, is governed by cortisol, adrenaline, and norepinephrine. Creative flow, sacral chakra, engages dopamine and sex hormones, while insight and intuition, third eye chakra, involve melatonin, serotonin, and GABA. This mapping does not reduce chakras to mere biology, but rather enriches our understanding of how ancient energy maps align with modern scientific discoveries. Cultural perspectives and the evolving science. It is important to recognize that the chakra system emerged in a cultural context distinct from modern scientific paradigms. Its language is symbolic, poetic, and experimental, designed to guide practitioners toward self-realization and holistic health. The endocrine and neurotransmitter systems, by contrast, are products of empirical investigation, laboratory measurement, and reductionist analysis. Bridging these worlds requires both humility and curiosity, a willingness to acknowledge the limitations and strengths of each approach. Recent advances in brain imaging, molecular biology, and psychoneuroimmunology are beginning to validate some of the insights embedded in ancient systems. For example, the recognition that social connection is vital for immune function, or that chronic stress undermines health at every level, echoes the teachings of yoga and Ayurveda. Practices aimed at balancing the chakras, whether through movement, sound, visualization, or meditation, are increasingly supported by evidence demonstrating their effects on brain chemistry, hormone levels, and overall well-being. Challenges and opportunities. Despite these convergences, there remain significant challenges in integrating chakra theory with neuroscience. The chakras are not anatomical structures, and their existence cannot be measured with current scientific tools. Their effects, however, may be inferred through changes in mood, physiology, and behavior. Critics argue that the mapping of chakras to glands and hormones is overly simplistic or speculative, while proponents suggest that these correspondences reflect a deep, intuitive understanding of the body's energy systems. One opportunity lies in the development of integrative models that respect both the symbolic richness of the chakra system and the empirical rigor of neuroscience. Such models could inform new approaches to mental health, stress reduction, and personal development, drawing on the strengths of both traditions. For instance, therapies that combine mindfulness, movement, and biofeedback could be tailored to address specific energy centers and their associated neuroendocrine pathways. A holistic vision for the future. The dialogue between ancient energy maps and modern neuroscience is still in its infancy, but it holds great promise for the future of holistic health. By recognizing the interplay between hormones, neurotransmitters, and chakras, we gain a more nuanced understanding of the human experience, one that honors both our biological complexity and our spiritual potential. This vision invites us to see the body not as a collection of isolated parts, but as an integrated whole, a dynamic field of energy, consciousness, and chemistry. It encourages us to explore practices that nurture balance at every level, from the molecular to the metaphysical. And it challenges us to cultivate awareness, compassion, and creativity as we navigate the ever-changing landscape of mind, body, and spirit. In conclusion, the interplay between hormonal and neurotransmitter systems and chakra theory offers a powerful framework for understanding health and consciousness. By weaving together the insights of ancient wisdom and modern science, we can access new dimensions of healing, transformation, and self-realization. Whether through meditation, movement, or mindful living, the journey of aligning our inner energies with our biological rhythms is one of profound discovery, an unfolding dance of chemistry and spirit that illuminates the very heart of what it means to be human. Chapter 21, The Placebo Effect, Belief and Healing. Chapter 21, The Placebo Effect, Belief and Healing. If you have ever taken a sugar pill and felt your headache dissipate, or believed that a ritual or prayer could ease your pain, you have experienced the enigmatic force known as the placebo effect. This phenomenon, in which belief and expectation evoke genuine physiological changes, stands as one of the most profound mysteries in medicine and psychology. It also forms a bridge between the worlds of ancient energy healing and modern neuroscience, a meeting point where the language of chakras and the terminology of neurotransmitters both point, in their own ways, to the remarkable power of the mind to influence the body. At the heart of the placebo effect is belief, a force that can turn inert substances into agents of healing and transform symbolic gestures into catalysts for real change. In both chakra healing traditions and contemporary neuroscience, the role of belief and intention has been recognized, studied, and sometimes debated. Yet, as research accumulates and cross-cultural dialogues deepen, it becomes increasingly clear that the placebo effect is not a trick of the mind or a mere artifact of flawed study design. Rather, it is a window into the intricate interplay between consciousness, expectation, and the body's innate healing mechanisms. The placebo effect, an overview. The word placebo comes from the Latin for I shall please, originally used to describe treatments given more for the comfort of the patient than for any proven physiological effect. In modern clinical trials, a placebo is a substance or intervention with no inherent therapeutic value, used as a control to measure the efficacy of new drugs or treatments. Yet, paradoxically, placebos often produce real, measurable improvements in symptoms, sometimes rivaling the effects of active medications. Placebo responses have been documented in a wide array of conditions: pain, depression, anxiety, Parkinson's disease, irritable bowel syndrome, and even immune disorders. Patients given placebos may experience reduced pain, improved mood, better motor function, and even changes in blood pressure and hormone levels. The placebo effect is so robust that it must be accounted for in every rigorous scientific trial, lest the power of belief be mistaken for the efficacy of a new therapy. But what exactly triggers these changes? And how does the mere expectation of healing translate into tangible biological outcomes? To answer these questions, we must delve into the domains of both neuroscience and traditional energy medicine, Examining how belief and intention are woven into the fabric of healing. Belief, expectation, and intention in healing traditions. Long before the advent of double-blind trials and neuroimaging, healers across cultures understood that the mind could promote or hinder recovery. In the chakra system, as articulated in yogic and tantric traditions, intention and focused awareness are central to the process of balancing and healing the subtle energy centers. Practices such as meditation, visualization, chanting, and ritual are designed not only to move energy through the chakras, but also to harness the power of belief and intention. For example, a practitioner may be guided to focus attention on the heart chakra, anahata, visualizing a radiant green light and affirming feelings of love and compassion. This deliberate act of intention is believed to open the heart center, dissolve emotional blockages, and foster healing. In group settings, collective belief amplifies the effect, as participants synchronize their intentions and focus on shared outcomes. Similarly, in traditional healing ceremonies around the world, from Native American sweat lodges to African drumming rituals, the power of belief is invoked through symbols, stories, music, and communal participation. The healer's authority, the sanctity of the ritual space, and the shared expectations of the participants all contribute to a context in which healing becomes not only possible, but probable. Modern neuroscience has begun to unravel the mechanisms by which such beliefs and intentions exert their effects. Neuroimaging studies show that expectation alone can activate brain regions associated with pain relief, reward, and emotional regulation. When a person believes that a treatment will help them, their brain releases endogenous opioids, the body's natural painkillers, dopamine, and other neurochemicals that promote healing and well-being. The mind, it seems, is not merely a passive observer but an active participant in the healing process. The neuroscience of the placebo effect. In recent decades, advances in brain imaging and molecular biology have transformed our understanding of the placebo effect. No longer dismissed as a nuisance variable or a sign of gullibility, the placebo response is now recognized as a dynamic psychobiological process, involving complex interactions between the brain, the endocrine system, the immune system, and the body's internal chemistry. One of the most thoroughly studied domains is pain. When people are given a placebo and told it is a powerful painkiller, their brains respond as if they have actually received morphine. Functional MRI scans reveal increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, involved in expectation and decision-making, the anterior cingulate cortex, associated with emotion and attention, and the periaqueductal gray, a key node in the brain's pain relief circuitry. These changes are accompanied by the release of endogenous opioids, which dampen the transmission of pain signals. The power of expectation is also evident in studies of Parkinson's disease, a condition characterized by the degeneration of dopamine-producing neurons. When patients receive a placebo they believe to be a new medication, their brains release dopamine in the striatum, temporarily improving motor function. This effect is mediated by the same neural pathways targeted by actual drugs, suggesting that belief alone can tap into the brain's own pharmacy. In depression and anxiety, placebo responses are similarly robust. Belief in the efficacy of a treatment can alter activity in the limbic system, modulate serotonin and norepinephrine levels, and foster changes in mood and outlook. Placebo responses are not limited to subjective experiences. They are accompanied by measurable changes in brain chemistry and physiology. The role of intention is equally fascinating. Studies on meditation and focused attention show that deliberate intention can reshape neural circuits, enhance connectivity between brain regions, and promote neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself in response to experience. These findings echo the teachings of ancient energy traditions, which emphasize the transformative power of focused awareness and intention. Chakras, belief, and the energetic body in the chakra system. Belief and intention are not merely psychological states, they are seen as forces that shape the flow of prana, life energy, through the subtle body. Each chakra is associated with specific qualities: survival, creativity, power, love, communication, intuition, and transcendence, and imbalances are believed to arise from disturbances in both energy flow and belief patterns. For example, a person with a blocked throat chakra, Vishuddha, may struggle with self-expression and feel unable to speak their truth. Traditional practices to heal this center often involve not only vocal exercises and chanting, but also affirmations and visualizations designed to change limiting beliefs. By affirming, "I express myself freely and authentically," and visualizing blue light radiating from the throat, the practitioner aims to dissolve energetic blockages and restore harmony. This process is not unlike the placebo effect, in which belief and expectation become catalysts for change. The use of symbols, colors, sounds, and rituals in chakra healing serves to focus attention, reinforce intention, and create a context in which healing is both expected and experienced. The mind's capacity to influence the body, through neurochemical, hormonal, and energetic pathways, is harnessed deliberately, often with profound results. Moreover, the communal aspect of many chakra-based practices, group meditations, chanting circles, healing ceremonies, amplifies the effect. Social support, shared belief, and collective intention create a field of resonance that can magnify individual experiences of healing. Neuroscience confirms that social connection and group rituals can modulate brain activity, reduce stress, and enhance well-being, underscoring the deep wisdom embedded in ancient healing traditions. The ethics and limits of placebo. While the placebo effect offers powerful insights into the mind-body connection, it also raises important ethical questions. In clinical practice, the use of placebos without patient knowledge is generally considered deceptive and problematic. Yet, the therapeutic potential of belief and expectation is undeniable. Some researchers advocate for open-label placebos, in which patients are informed they are receiving an inert substance, yet still experience benefits, suggesting that the ritual of treatment and the context of care are as important as the substance itself. In energy healing and chakra work, belief is not imposed but invited. Practitioners encourage clients to cultivate positive intentions, explore new perspectives, and engage in practices that foster self-awareness and empowerment. The goal is not to deceive, but to awaken the inherent healing capacities of body and mind. This approach aligns with the emerging field of contextual healing in medicine, which recognizes that the therapeutic relationship, the environment, and the patient's beliefs all contribute to outcomes. However, it is essential to acknowledge the limits of the placebo effect. While belief and intention can influence symptoms, promote well-being, and even accelerate recovery, they are not substitutes for effective medical treatment in serious conditions. The danger lies in overestimating the power of the mind and neglecting necessary interventions. The challenge for both science and spirituality is to honor the role of belief without falling into magical thinking or denial of physical realities. Integrating ancient wisdom and modern science, the convergence of chakra theory and neuroscience around the placebo effect invites a broader, more holistic understanding of healing. Both traditions recognize that the mind is not separate from the body, and that belief, intention, and expectation are potent forces in shaping health and disease. The language may differ: prana and chakras on one hand, neurotransmitters and neural circuits on the other, but the underlying message is the same: consciousness matters. In practical terms, this means that healing practices can be enhanced by consciously engaging belief and intention. Whether through meditation, visualization, affirmations, ritual, or the therapeutic relationship, the context in which healing occurs shapes the outcome. The healer's presence, the patient's expectations, the symbols and stories invoked, all become part of the alchemy of recovery. Recent research supports this integrative approach. Studies on meaning response suggest that the stories we tell ourselves about illness and healing profoundly affect our physiology. When a treatment is imbued with meaning, whether through cultural tradition, personal belief, or therapeutic ritual, it is more likely to produce positive outcomes. This insight echoes the wisdom of chakra healers, who understand that the journey toward balance involves not only physical practices but also the cultivation of new narratives and intentions. The future of healing, harnessing the placebo effect. As our understanding of the placebo effect deepens, new possibilities emerge for harnessing its power in both conventional and complementary medicine. Instead of dismissing placebo responses as mere artifacts, practitioners can design interventions that consciously engage belief, intention, and expectation. This does not mean abandoning scientific rigor or evidence-based practice, but rather expanding the toolkit of healing to include the mind's innate capacity for self-regulation. In the context of chakra healing, this approach validates the use of affirmations, visualizations, and rituals as more than symbolic gestures. These practices become ways to engage the brain's healing circuits, modulate neurochemistry, and promote well-being. The integration of mindfulness, compassion, and intention into medical care can enhance outcomes, reduce suffering, and foster resilience. Moreover, a deeper appreciation of the placebo effect can help bridge the gap between science and spirituality. Rather than viewing ancient energy maps and modern neuroscience as incompatible, we can recognize them as complementary lenses, each illuminating different facets of the healing process. By honoring both the physiological mechanisms and the power of belief, we move toward a more comprehensive, compassionate, and effective model of care. Case studies, stories of belief and healing. To ground these concepts in lived experience, let us consider several case studies that illustrate the interplay of belief, intention, and the placebo effect in healing. Case 1. The healing ritual. A woman suffering from chronic migraine seeks out a chakra healer after conventional treatments prove ineffective. During the session, she is guided to focus on her third eye chakra, ajna, visualize indigo light, and repeat affirmations of clarity and insight. The healer uses crystals and sound bowls to create a sacred atmosphere, reinforcing the sense of ritual and intention. Over several sessions, the woman reports a significant reduction in migraine frequency and intensity. Neuroscientific analysis suggests that the combination of focused attention, relaxation, positive expectation, and sensory stimulation activates the brain's pain relief circuits, reduces stress hormones, and promotes neuroplasticity. The ritual context amplifies the placebo effect, transforming belief into biological change. Case 2. The open-label placebo. A group of patients with irritable bowel syndrome participate in a study where they are given placebo pills and told explicitly that the pills contain no active medicine, but that placebos have been shown to produce real benefits. To the surprise of many, a significant proportion of patients experience relief from their symptoms. This outcome highlights the power of context, expectation, and the therapeutic relationship. Even when belief is tempered by knowledge, the act of participating in a healing ritual and engaging with a caring practitioner activates the mind's healing resources. Case 3. Group meditation and collective intention. A community gathers for a group chakra meditation, focusing on the heart center and the intention of compassion. Participants report feelings of warmth, connection, and emotional release. Follow-up studies show reductions in stress, improved mood, and enhanced social bonding. Neuroscience confirms that group practices can synchronize brain wave patterns, increase oxytocin, the bonding hormone, and foster a sense of belonging. The collective intention amplifies individual placebo responses, creating a field of healing that extends beyond the self. The shadow side, nocebo, and the power of negative expectation. As powerful as the placebo effect is, its shadow, the nocebo effect, reminds us that belief can also harm. Just as positive expectation can promote healing, negative expectation can exacerbate symptoms, increase pain, and even produce new illnesses. In clinical trials, patients warned about potential side effects are more likely to experience them, even when given inert substances. In the context of chakra healing, negative beliefs, such as feelings of unworthiness, fear, or hopelessness, can manifest as energetic blockages, perpetuating cycles of illness and distress. The challenge for healers and clinicians alike is to help individuals transform limiting beliefs, cultivate hope, and harness the mind's power for positive change. Toward a science of intention. The convergence of chakra philosophy and neuroscience around the placebo effect invites a new science of intention, one that honors both the measurable and the mysterious. Current research on intention, consciousness, and healing is still in its infancy, but early findings are promising. Studies on distant healing, prayer, and intention-based practices suggest that focused awareness can produce measurable effects, even at a distance. While the mechanisms remain elusive, the data invite us to keep an open mind and continue exploring the frontiers of consciousness and healing. For practitioners and seekers alike, the takeaway is clear: belief matters. Intention matters. The stories we tell ourselves, the rituals we perform, and the expectations we hold all shape our experience of health and illness. By cultivating positive intentions, engaging in meaningful practices, and embracing both ancient wisdom and modern science, we can unlock new dimensions of healing. Conclusion: the alchemy of belief. The placebo effect stands as a testament to the alchemical power of belief, intention, and expectation. It is the bridge between chakras and the brain, between energy and matter, between ancient maps of the subtle body and the latest discoveries in neuroscience. In both traditions, healing is not something done to us, but something we participate in, actively, consciously, and creatively. As we move forward in our exploration of chakras and the brain, let us remember that the mind is not a passive spectator, but a co-creator of reality. The placebo effect is not a trick or a delusion, but a doorway to the innate intelligence of the body and the transformative power of consciousness. By honoring belief, cultivating intention, and integrating the best of both science and spirituality, we can chart a new path toward healing, one that is holistic, compassionate, and profoundly empowering. In the dance between belief and biology, between intention and outcome, we find not only the roots of the placebo effect, but the seeds of a deeper understanding of what it means to heal. The journey continues, inviting us to embrace the full spectrum of our being, body, mind, energy, and spirit, as we seek balance, wholeness, and well-being. Chapter 22, Yoga, Movement, and Brain Health. Yoga, movement, and brain health. In recent years, a growing body of research has begun to illuminate the profound connections between physical movement, especially yoga, and the health of the brain. This scientific exploration sits at the intersection of ancient wisdom and modern neuroscience, offering compelling insights into how practices designed millennia ago might exert powerful effects on our neural circuitry and overall mental well-being. As we explore the relationship between yoga, movement, and brain health, it becomes clear that these practices not only foster physical fitness and flexibility, but also nurture the mind, support emotional regulation, and may even help align our subtle energy systems, including the chakras. Yoga, at its core, is more than a series of physical postures. It is a holistic discipline that integrates breathwork, meditation, and mindful movement, all designed to bring the practitioner into a state of balance and harmony. The word yoga itself derives from the Sanskrit root yuj, meaning to yoke or unite, referring to the union of body, mind, and spirit. Ancient yogic texts describe a system of energy centers, or chakras, that govern both physical and psychological aspects of human life. These chakras are said to be aligned along the spine, from its base to the crown of the head, each associated with specific qualities, organs, and states of consciousness. Modern neuroscience, meanwhile, has begun to unravel the ways in which physical practices like yoga can influence the brain. Advances in neuroimaging and physiological measurement have provided tangible evidence that yoga and mindful movement can enhance brain function, promote neuroplasticity, and support mental health. The overlap between the effects of yoga on the brain and the ancient understanding of chakra alignment offers a fascinating field of inquiry, suggesting that these two perspectives may be describing the same phenomena from different vantage points. The neurobiology of movement. To understand how yoga and movement affect the brain, it is important to first appreciate the fundamental role of movement in neural development and maintenance. From the earliest stages of life, movement drives the formation of neural connections. Motor activity stimulates sensory feedback, which in turn shapes the architecture of the brain. Throughout life, regular physical activity continues to support cognitive function, emotional regulation, and resilience against neurodegenerative diseases. Exercise, in general, has been shown to increase the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that promotes the survival and growth of neurons. BDNF supports neuroplasticity, the brain's remarkable ability to reorganize and adapt in response to experience. Studies have demonstrated that people who engage in regular aerobic exercise tend to have larger hippocampal volumes, better memory, and improved executive function compared to sedentary individuals. Physical activity also enhances blood flow to the brain, delivering oxygen and nutrients essential for optimal function. Yoga, while often less vigorous than traditional aerobic exercise, incorporates elements that go beyond simple movement. The integration of breath control, pranayama, focused attention, and intentional postures creates a unique physiological and psychological state. Yoga has been found to modulate the autonomic nervous system, reducing activity in the sympathetic fight-or-flight branch and enhancing parasympathetic rest and digest responses. This shift supports relaxation, stress reduction, and recovery. Yoga and brain structure. Neuroimaging studies have begun to reveal the impact of yoga practice on brain structure. Magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, has shown that experienced yoga practitioners exhibit increased gray matter volume in several brain regions, including the insula, hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, and anterior cingulate cortex. These areas are associated with interoception, the sense of the internal state of the body, emotional regulation, attention, and memory. The insula, in particular, is noteworthy for its role in integrating bodily sensations and emotional experiences. A well-developed insula may enhance self-awareness and the ability to regulate one's internal state, qualities often attributed to advanced yoga practitioners. The hippocampus, critical for memory formation and spatial navigation, is vulnerable to stress and age-related decline. Yoga's apparent ability to preserve or even increase hippocampal volume suggests a protective effect against cognitive aging. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for executive functions such as planning, decision-making, and impulse control, also appears to benefit from yoga. Increased gray matter in this region may underlie the enhanced focus, emotional balance, and self-discipline reported by dedicated yoga practitioners. These findings align with the traditional view of yoga as a practice that cultivates clarity of mind and mastery over one's thoughts and behaviors. Yoga and brain function beyond structural changes. Yoga has been shown to influence brain function in measurable ways. Functional MRI, fMRI, and electroencephalography, EEG, studies have demonstrated that yoga can alter patterns of brain activity, particularly in regions involved in attention, emotion, and self-referential processing. For example, yoga practice has been associated with increased activity in the prefrontal cortex and decreased activity in the default mode network, a set of brain regions that is active during mind-wandering and self-focused rumination. These shifts in brain activity are consistent with the subjective experiences of many yoga practitioners, who report increased present moment awareness, reduced anxiety, and a greater sense of connection to self and others. Yoga's emphasis on mindfulness and breath-centered movement encourages a state of focused attention, which appears to train the brain to disengage from unhelpful patterns of thought and emotional reactivity. Research has also shown that yoga can modulate the activity of neurotransmitter systems, including gamma-aminobutyric acid, GABA, serotonin, and dopamine. Increased GABA levels have been observed following yoga practice, which may contribute to its anxiolytic and mood-stabilizing effects. These neurochemical changes provide a biological basis for yoga's capacity to alleviate symptoms of anxiety, depression, and stress-related disorders. Yoga, stress, and the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. One of the most well-documented effects of yoga is its ability to reduce physiological and psychological stress. Chronic stress activates the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal (HPA) axis, leading to the release of cortisol and other stress hormones. Prolonged activation of this system can have deleterious effects on the brain, including hippocampal atrophy, impaired memory, and increased risk of mood disorders. Yoga appears to counteract these effects by modulating the HPA axis and reducing cortisol levels. Randomized controlled trials have found that regular yoga practice leads to significant reductions in cortisol, as well as improvements in subjective measures of stress and well-being. This stress buffering effect may underlie many of the cognitive and emotional benefits associated with yoga and movement practices. The role of breath plays a central role in both yoga and the regulation of brain function. Controlled breathing techniques, or pranayama, are a cornerstone of traditional yoga practice. Modern research has confirmed that slow, deep breathing can activate the parasympathetic nervous system, reduce heart rate and blood pressure, and promote a state of calm alertness. Neuroimaging studies have shown that conscious breathing engages areas of the brain involved in attention, emotion, and interception, including the insula, amygdala, and prefrontal cortex. By linking breath to movement and awareness, yoga may train the brain to maintain a state of relaxed focus, even in the face of external stressors. Breathwork has also been shown to influence heart rate variability, HRV, a measure of the balance between sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system activity. Higher HRV is associated with greater resilience to stress and better emotional regulation. Yoga practitioners often exhibit higher HRV, suggesting that regular practice enhances the body's capacity to adapt to changing circumstances. Chakras, movement, and neuroscience. The concept of chakras offers a unique lens through which to view the effects of movement on the brain and body. In the traditional yogic system, each chakra corresponds to a particular region of the body, set of organs, and psychological qualities. For example, the root chakra, Muladhara, is associated with the base of the spine, survival instincts, and grounding, while the heart chakra, Anahata, is linked to the chest, love, and compassion. From a neuroscientific perspective, these regions map onto areas of the central and peripheral nervous system that govern specific functions. The base of the spine, for instance, houses the sacral plexus and is rich in sensory and motor nerves that control the lower limbs and pelvic organs. The heart chakra region contains the cardiac plexus and is closely connected to the vagus nerve, which plays a key role in emotional regulation and social engagement. Movement practices that target specific regions of the body may therefore have both physical and psychological effects. Yoga postures that open the chest, such as back bends, can stimulate the heart chakra and have been shown to increase feelings of openness and connection. Forward bends, which compress the abdominal region, may influence the solar plexus chakra, associated with self-esteem and personal power. Grounding postures, such as standing poses, activate the root chakra and can promote a sense of stability and security. These effects are not purely symbolic. Movement alters the flow of blood, oxygen, and neural activity to different parts of the body and brain. It also changes the pattern of electrical activity in the nervous system, which can influence mood, cognition, and perception. In this way, the ancient system of chakras may reflect a sophisticated understanding of the interplay between movement, physiology, and consciousness. Yoga and emotional regulation. Emotional regulation is a central theme in both yoga philosophy and modern neuroscience. The ability to recognize, understand, and modulate one's emotional responses is critical for mental health and well-being. Yoga offers a set of tools for cultivating emotional intelligence, including mindful movement, breathwork, and meditation. Research has shown that yoga practice can enhance emotional regulation by strengthening the prefrontal cortex and its connections to limbic regions such as the amygdala. The prefrontal cortex acts as a brake on emotional impulses, allowing for thoughtful responses rather than automatic reactions. Functional connectivity between these regions is increased in experienced meditators and yoga practitioners, suggesting that regular practice can rewire the brain for greater emotional balance. Yoga also encourages the development of interoceptive awareness, the ability to sense internal bodily states. This heightened awareness can help practitioners recognize the early signs of emotional arousal and intervene before emotions escalate. By linking physical sensations to emotional states, yoga fosters a more integrated sense of self and greater control over one's internal landscape. Movement and mood. The relationship between movement and mood is well established. Exercise is a potent antidepressant, capable of reducing symptoms of depression and anxiety across a wide range of populations. Yoga, in particular, has been shown to improve mood and reduce psychological distress, often with fewer side effects than pharmacological treatments. Several mechanisms may underlie these effects. Physical activity increases the release of endorphins and other neurotransmitters that promote feelings of well-being. Yoga's emphasis on mindfulness and self-compassion may also counteract negative thought patterns and enhance self-esteem. Social aspects of group yoga practice can provide a sense of belonging and support. Clinical trials have demonstrated that yoga is effective in alleviating symptoms of depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. In some studies, yoga has been found to be as effective as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, for certain conditions. These findings highlight the potential of yoga and movement-based interventions as complementary approaches to mental health care. Yoga, movement, and cognitive function. Cognitive function encompasses a range of mental processes, including attention, memory, problem-solving, and decision-making. Both yoga and aerobic exercise have been shown to enhance cognitive performance, particularly in older adults. Yoga's combination of physical movement, breath control, and mindfulness may offer unique benefits for cognitive health. Studies have found that yoga practice can improve attention, working memory, and executive function. These effects are thought to result from increased blood flow to the brain, enhanced neuroplasticity, and reduced stress. Mindfulness meditation, a core component of yoga, has also been shown to increase the thickness of the prefrontal cortex and improve cognitive flexibility. Yoga may be particularly beneficial for individuals at risk of cognitive decline. Randomized controlled trials have shown that yoga interventions can slow the progression of mild cognitive impairment and improve quality of life in older adults. These benefits are likely mediated by a combination of physiological and psychological mechanisms, including reduced inflammation, improved sleep, and increased social engagement. Chakra alignment and psychological integration. The concept of chakra alignment offers a metaphor for psychological integration. In the yogic tradition, unbalanced or blocked chakras are said to manifest as physical or emotional disturbances. Practices aimed at aligning the chakras, such as asana, pranayama, and meditation, are believed to restore balance and promote holistic well-being. From the perspective of modern psychology, these practices can be seen as methods for integrating different aspects of the self. Grounding practices strengthen the sense of safety and belonging, root chakra, while heart-opening poses encourage compassion and connection, heart chakra. Practices that focus on the throat, vishuddha, may enhance communication and self-expression. Neuroscience supports the idea that integrating body and mind through movement can foster psychological resilience. The brain is a highly interconnected organ, and practices that engage multiple sensory, motor, and emotional systems can promote coherence and adaptability. Yoga's holistic approach may therefore support not only chakra alignment but also the integration of neural networks that underlie well-being. Yoga, movement, and the default mode network. The default mode network, DMN, is a set of brain regions that is active during rest and mind wandering. Excessive activity in the DMN has been linked to rumination, anxiety, and depression. Meditation and yoga have been shown to reduce DMN activity, promoting a state of focused attention and presence. This shift in brain activity is associated with greater psychological flexibility and reduced attachment to negative thought patterns. By training the brain to disengage from self-referential processing, yoga may help break the cycle of worry and self-criticism that underlies many mental health challenges. The reduction in DMN activity may also facilitate the experience of flow, a state of optimal engagement and absorption in the present moment. Flow states are associated with enhanced performance, creativity, and well-being. Yoga's emphasis on mindful movement and breath awareness creates the conditions for flow, allowing practitioners to experience a sense of unity between body, mind, and environment. Yoga and neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is the brain's capacity to reorganize itself in response to experience. This remarkable property underlies learning, memory, and recovery from injury. Yoga and movement practices have been shown to enhance neuroplasticity through multiple mechanisms. Physical activity increases the production of growth factors such as BDNF, which support the formation of new neural connections. Mindfulness and meditation promote structural changes in the brain, including increased cortical thickness and enhanced connectivity between regions involved in attention and emotion. Yoga's unique combination of movement, breath, and awareness may provide a particularly potent stimulus for neuroplastic change. By engaging the body, calming the mind, and focusing attention, yoga creates an environment in which the brain can adapt and grow. This may explain the wide range of cognitive and emotional benefits reported by practitioners. Clinical applications of yoga and movement. The evidence for the benefits of yoga and movement on brain health has led to their integration into clinical practice. Yoga is now commonly recommended as an adjunctive therapy for a variety of conditions, including depression, anxiety, PTSD, chronic pain, and neurodegenerative diseases. In the context of rehabilitation, yoga and movement-based therapies have been shown to improve motor function, balance, and quality of life in patients with stroke, Parkinson's disease, and multiple sclerosis. These interventions are safe, accessible, and can be tailored to individual needs and abilities. Yoga's emphasis on self-compassion and acceptance may also be particularly valuable for individuals coping with chronic illness or disability. By fostering a sense of agency and connection, yoga can help patients navigate the challenges of illness with greater resilience and hope. Integrating yoga and movement into daily life. Given the extensive evidence for the benefits of yoga and movement, integrating these practices into daily life can be a powerful strategy for supporting brain health and chakra alignment. Even brief, regular sessions of mindful movement can yield significant benefits. For those new to yoga, starting with gentle poses and breathwork can provide an accessible entry point. Many community centers, gyms, and online platforms offer beginner-friendly classes. As confidence and flexibility grow, practitioners can explore more advanced postures and techniques. Consistency is key. The greatest benefits are seen in individuals who practice regularly, even if only for a few minutes each day. Combining yoga with other forms of movement, such as walking, dancing, or swimming, can provide a well-rounded approach to physical and mental well-being. The role of intention and awareness. One of the distinguishing features of yoga, as opposed to other forms of exercise, is the emphasis on intention and awareness. Moving with mindful attention transforms physical activity into a meditative practice, sharpening focus and deepening self-understanding. Setting an intention at the beginning of practice, whether it is to cultivate calm, build strength, or foster compassion, can guide the experience and enhance its effects. Bringing awareness to the breath, sensations, and emotions that arise during movement creates a feedback loop that supports learning and growth. This intentional approach to movement may be the key to yoga's unique impact on the brain and chakras. By aligning body, mind, and spirit, yoga offers a pathway to greater integration, resilience, and well-being. The future of research. While the evidence for the benefits of yoga and movement on brain health is compelling, much remains to be discovered. Future research will continue to refine our understanding of the mechanisms underlying these effects, as well as the optimal types, doses, and combinations of practices for different individuals and conditions. Advances in neuroimaging, genetics, and computational modeling will provide new tools for exploring the relationship between movement, brain function, and energy systems like the chakras. These insights will inform the development of personalized interventions that harness the power of yoga and mindful movement to support mental, physical, and spiritual health. Conclusion: the convergence of ancient wisdom and modern neuroscience offers a rich tapestry of insights into the effects of yoga and movement on brain health and chakra alignment. The evidence is clear. Regular practice of yoga and mindful movement can enhance brain structure and function, promote emotional regulation, reduce stress, and foster psychological integration. Through the lens of the chakras, yoga provides a map for understanding and cultivating balance in body, mind, and spirit. Neuroscience affirms that these practices have tangible effects on the brain, supporting resilience, adaptability, and well-being. As we continue to explore the intersections of movement, consciousness, and energy, yoga stands as a testament to the enduring power of embodied wisdom. By integrating these practices into daily life, we can nurture our brains, align our chakras, and cultivate a more harmonious and vibrant existence. Chapter 23, Nutrition, Gut-Brain Axis, and the Chakras. Chapter 23, Nutrition, the Gut-Brain Axis, and the Chakras. The human body is a complex tapestry of energy, biology, and consciousness. Across centuries and continents, people have sought to understand how what we consume shapes not only our physical health, but our mental clarity, emotional resilience, and spiritual connection. In the traditions that birthed the chakra system, food and diet have always played a vital role, seen as fuel for both the body and the subtle energies that flow within. Today, modern science is uncovering the mechanisms by which our digestive system and its intricate relationship with the brain, commonly referred to as the gut-brain axis, influence our overall well-being. This chapter explores how nutrition and the gut-brain axis affect the flow of energy through the chakras, and how aligning ancient wisdom with contemporary research can empower us to nurture every level of our being. The ancient view, food as energy. In the yogic and Ayurvedic traditions, food is more than sustenance, it is prana, or life force, in tangible form. The quality, source, and preparation of food are all thought to influence the flow and balance of prana within the body. Each chakra, according to these traditions, is supported by certain foods, colors, and tastes, which serve to ground, energize, soothe, or awaken the corresponding energy center. Food is not just about nutrition in the material sense, but about vibration and consciousness. For example, grounding root vegetables are often associated with the root chakra, Muladhara, believed to help anchor one's energy and foster a sense of safety. Leafy greens and fresh produce are linked to the heart chakra, Anahata, nourishing compassion and emotional balance. Spices, herbs, and light, clear foods are said to stimulate the higher chakras, supporting clarity of thought and spiritual insight. This approach to nutrition is holistic and intuitive, rooted in the understanding that the body and mind are not separate, but intertwined aspects of a single energetic continuum. The choices we make at the table reverberate through our physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual selves. The modern perspective, nutrition, microbiome, and the brain. Modern nutritional science focuses on macronutrients and micronutrients, caloric intake, and the prevention of disease. Yet, over the past several decades, an exciting new field has emerged, the study of the gut-brain axis. This network of communication between the gastrointestinal tract and the central nervous system is mediated by neural, hormonal, and immunological pathways, with the gut microbiome playing a starring role. The gut contains hundreds of millions of neurons, sometimes called the second brain, that communicate bidirectionally with the brain via the vagus nerve and a host of chemical messengers, including neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and gamma-aminobutyric acid, GABA. Astonishingly, the gut produces more than 90% of the body's serotonin, a neurotransmitter essential for mood regulation and emotional health. The microbiome, the vast community of bacteria, viruses, fungi, and other microorganisms inhabiting the gut, has profound effects on digestion, immunity, inflammation, and even cognitive function. The composition of the microbiome is influenced by diet, stress, environment, and lifestyle. A diverse, healthy microbiome is associated with resilience, clarity, and well-being, while dysbiosis, an imbalance in the microbial community, has been linked to anxiety, depression, and a host of chronic diseases. The convergence of ancient wisdom and modern science becomes evident when we recognize that what we eat shapes not only our bodies but also our minds and energy. The gut-brain axis provides a biological explanation for the age-old intuition that food affects mood, mental clarity, and spiritual openness. Chakras and their nutritional correlates. To appreciate how nutrition and the gut-brain axis relate to the chakras, it is useful to examine each energy center in turn, considering both traditional associations and current scientific understanding. Root chakra, Muladhara, located at the base of the spine. The root chakra is the foundation of physical existence, governing survival, safety, and grounding. In both ancient and modern perspectives, nourishment at this level is about stability. Traditionally, root vegetables like carrots, beets, potatoes, and parsnips are recommended, as they grow underground and are thought to carry grounding energy. From a scientific standpoint, foods rich in complex carbohydrates and fiber support healthy blood sugar levels and sustained energy, which are essential for physical and emotional stability. Fiber-rich foods also feed beneficial gut bacteria, promoting a balanced microbiome. The sense of safety and security associated with a balanced root chakra may thus be supported by a diet that stabilizes metabolism and nurtures gut health. Sacral chakra, Svadhisthana, the sacral chakra, located just below the navel, is associated with creativity, pleasure, sexuality, and emotional flow. Water-rich foods such as melons, oranges, and cucumbers are traditionally linked to this chakra, supporting hydration and fluidity. Modern research highlights the importance of hydration and electrolyte balance for optimal brain function and mood regulation. Additionally, fermented foods like yogurt, kefir, sauerkraut, and kimchi introduce beneficial probiotics that enhance microbiome diversity and resilience. A healthy gut is better able to produce neurotransmitters involved in pleasure and motivation, aligning with the sacral chakra's themes. Solar plexus chakra, Manipura, the solar plexus chakra, located in the upper abdomen, governs personal power, will, and self-esteem. Traditionally, yellow foods such as corn, bananas, and yellow peppers are associated with Manipura, as well as grains and legumes that provide sustained energy. From a scientific perspective, the solar plexus region houses a dense network of enteric neurons and is a core hub of the gut-brain axis. Foods that support metabolic health, such as whole grains, lean proteins, and healthy fats, help regulate blood sugar and energy production, fostering confidence and motivation. B vitamins, found in whole grains and legumes, are essential for energy metabolism and neurotransmitter synthesis, further supporting the solar plexus chakra's function. Heart chakra, Anahata, the heart chakra, located at the center of the chest, is the seat of love, compassion, and emotional balance. Green foods such as leafy vegetables, broccoli, and avocados are linked to Anahata, reflecting the chakra's color and its association with growth and renewal. From a nutritional standpoint, green vegetables are rich in antioxidants, vitamins, and minerals that reduce inflammation and support cardiovascular health. A healthy heart is not just a metaphorical ideal but a biological necessity for emotional well-being. Polyphenols and phytonutrients found in greens also foster a healthy gut microbiome, which in turn modulates emotional states through the gut-brain axis. Throat chakra, Vishuddha. The throat chakra governs communication, self-expression, and truth. Blue and purple foods such as blueberries, blackberries, and plums are traditionally recommended for Vishuddha, as are soothing teas and broths. Modern research underscores the importance of hydration and anti-inflammatory compounds for vocal health and mental clarity. Omega-3 fatty acids, found in foods like flaxseed and walnuts, support neuronal function and reduce inflammation, facilitating clear communication. The act of eating mindfully, chewing thoroughly, and savoring flavors can also be seen as practices that honor the throat chakra's emphasis on conscious expression. Third eye chakra, Ajna. The third eye chakra, located between the eyebrows, is associated with intuition, insight, and mental clarity. Traditionally, dark blue or purple foods, as well as foods that are light and pure, are linked to Ajna. Fasting or consuming light, easily digestible foods is sometimes recommended to enhance spiritual perception. From a scientific perspective, nutrients such as omega-3 fatty acids, antioxidants, and certain amino acids are crucial for cognitive function and neurotransmitter synthesis. Foods rich in polyphenols and flavonoids, such as berries, nuts, and dark chocolate, have been shown to support memory, focus, and mood. A healthy gut microbiome produces metabolites that influence brain function, potentially facilitating the clarity and insight associated with the third eye chakra. Crown chakra, Sahasrara. The crown chakra, at the top of the head, represents spiritual connection, unity, and transcendence. Traditionally, fasting, detoxification, or consuming pure, simple foods are practices used to support Sahasrara, reflecting a movement beyond the physical toward the spiritual. Modern research on intermittent fasting and caloric restriction suggests that these practices can reduce inflammation, enhance neuroplasticity, and promote the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein essential for learning and memory. While prolonged fasting is not appropriate for everyone, periodic light eating or mindful abstention can bring a sense of clarity and spiritual openness. The gut-brain axis, biological mechanisms and energetic implications. The gut-brain axis is a multidirectional communication network linking the emotional and cognitive centers of the brain with peripheral intestinal functions. This network is mediated by the enteric nervous system, ENS, the vagus nerve, the immune system, hormones, and the gut microbiome. Each of these pathways has both biological and energetic implications for chakra health. The enteric nervous system, ENS, the ENS, sometimes referred to as the second brain, consists of over 100 million neurons embedded in the walls of the gastrointestinal tract. It operates independently of the central nervous system but also communicates with it, primarily via the vagus nerve. The ENS regulates digestion, motility, secretion, and blood flow, but it also influences mood, stress response, and cognitive function. Energetically, the ENS can be seen as the physical substrate for the lower chakras, particularly the solar plexus, Manipura, which governs personal power and self-esteem. A well-functioning ENS supports feelings of confidence, resilience, and centeredness, while disturbances can manifest as anxiety, insecurity, or digestive upset. The vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is the main highway of the parasympathetic nervous system, linking the brainstem to the heart, lungs, and gut. It carries signals bidirectionally, allowing the gut to influence brain function and vice versa. Stimulation of the vagus nerve has been shown to reduce inflammation, lower heart rate, and enhance feelings of calm and connection. From a chakra perspective, the vagus nerve connects the energy centers from the root to the crown, mediating the flow of information and energy throughout the system. Practices that activate the vagus nerve, such as deep breathing, chanting, singing, and mindful eating, can harmonize the chakras and foster a sense of wholeness. The microbiome. The gut microbiome is a complex ecosystem of trillions of microorganisms that digest food, synthesize vitamins, modulate the immune system, and produce neurotransmitters. The health and diversity of the microbiome are influenced by diet, stress, antibiotics, and environmental factors. Dysbiosis has been linked to a wide range of conditions, including anxiety, depression, autoimmune diseases, and metabolic disorders. Energetically, the microbiome can be seen as a dynamic interface between the physical and subtle bodies. A balanced microbiome supports emotional stability, mental clarity, and resilience, all of which are essential for healthy chakra function. Conversely, an imbalanced microbiome can block energy flow, leading to stagnation or excess in one or more chakras. Nutrition for chakra health. Integrative strategies. Bringing together ancient and modern perspectives, we can identify several key strategies for supporting both the gut-brain axis and the chakras through nutrition. Eat a diverse, plant-rich diet. A diet rich in fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, seeds, and legumes provides the fiber and phytonutrients needed to feed beneficial gut bacteria and reduce inflammation. Each color of the rainbow supplies unique antioxidants and micronutrients that nourish the chakras and support the microbiome. Include fermented foods and probiotics. Fermented foods like yogurt, kefir, sauerkraut, kimchi, miso, and tempeh introduce live beneficial bacteria to the gut, enhancing microbial diversity. Probiotic supplements can also be helpful, especially after antibiotic use or during periods of stress. Stay hydrated. Adequate hydration is essential for digestion, detoxification, and cellular communication. Water is vital for the flow of energy through the chakras, especially the sacral and throat centers. Herbal teas, broths, and water-rich fruits and vegetables can supplement water intake. Limit processed foods and added sugars. Highly processed foods and excessive sugar disrupt the microbiome, promote inflammation, and contribute to energy imbalances. Choosing whole, minimally processed foods helps stabilize blood sugar, support gut health, and maintain energetic equilibrium. Practice mindful eating. Eating mindfully, savoring each bite, chewing thoroughly, and paying attention to the body's hunger and fullness cues, enhances digestion, absorption, and satisfaction. Mindful eating is also a powerful way to honor the chakras, especially the throat, vishuddha, and solar plexus, manipura, by fostering conscious choice and self-awareness. Consider fasting or light eating periods. Periodic fasting or light eating, when appropriate and under the guidance of a health professional, can support detoxification, reset the microbiome, and enhance mental clarity. These practices have long been used to prepare for spiritual practices and are now supported by research on metabolic health and neuroplasticity. The emotional and spiritual dimensions of eating. Beyond the biological and energetic effects, food is deeply intertwined with our emotions, relationships, and sense of self. Meals are often shared with loved ones, imbued with cultural meaning, and shaped by memory and tradition. The act of preparing and sharing food can be a sacred ritual, nourishing not only the body but the heart and soul. From a chakra perspective, eating is an opportunity to cultivate gratitude, heart chakra, express creativity, sacral chakra, and practice presence, third eye chakra. Blessing food, eating in silence, or sharing a meal with intention can transform the mundane act of eating into a spiritual practice, harmonizing the chakras and deepening our connection to life. The shadow side, food as a source of imbalance. Just as food can heal and energize, it can also be a source of imbalance and disconnection. Overeating, restrictive dieting, emotional eating, and food addictions are signs of disharmony in the chakras, often rooted in unmet needs for safety, comfort, or love. The root chakra may drive compulsive eating in response to fear or insecurity, while the sacral chakra may seek pleasure or distraction through food. The solar plexus may become entangled with issues of control or self-worth, leading to restrictive diets or binging. The heart chakra may crave comfort foods in times of loneliness, and the throat chakra may struggle with self-expression, leading to mindless or hurried eating. Recognizing these patterns is the first step toward healing. By approaching food with compassion, curiosity, and mindfulness, we can begin to restore balance, honor our true needs, and support the free flow of energy through the chakras. Case studies: Healing through nutrition and the gut-brain axis. To illustrate the power of nutrition and the gut-brain axis in chakra healing, consider the following case studies. Case study 1. Grounding through food. A woman in her early 40s reported chronic anxiety, digestive upset, and difficulty feeling at home in her body. Her diet was erratic, with frequent skipping of meals, reliance on processed snacks, and little attention to hydration. Through a combination of dietary changes, incorporating more root vegetables, whole grains, and regular meal times, alongside mindful eating and grounding practices, she experienced a significant reduction in anxiety and digestive discomfort. Her sense of stability and presence increased, reflecting a stronger root chakra foundation. Case study 2. Emotional balance and the microbiome. A man in his early 30s struggled with mood swings, low energy, and sugar cravings. Stool testing revealed dysbiosis, with low levels of beneficial bacteria. By introducing fermented foods, increasing fiber intake, and reducing processed sugars, he was able to rebalance his microbiome. Over time, his mood stabilized, cravings diminished, and he felt more emotionally resilient. The transformation was mirrored in his heart and solar plexus chakras, which felt more open and empowered. Case study 3. Spiritual clarity and fasting. A woman in her late 20s, seeking greater spiritual clarity, experimented with intermittent fasting and a diet rich in fresh fruits, vegetables, and light proteins. She found that periodic fasting enhanced her meditation practice, heightened her intuition, and fostered a sense of connection to something greater. The experience deepened her relationship with her third eye and crown chakras, illustrating the interplay between physical practices and spiritual development. Bridging worlds, integrating ancient and modern approaches. The convergence of chakra theory and the gut-brain axis offers a powerful framework for understanding the multidimensional effects of nutrition. Ancient traditions remind us that food is energy, vibration, and consciousness in material form. Modern science reveals the biological pathways by which food shapes our health, mood, and cognition. Together, they invite us to approach eating as a sacred act, one that nourishes every level of our being. Practical steps for chakra and gut-brain alignment. Start where you are. Notice your current eating habits, emotional patterns, and energy levels. Which chakras feel balanced, and which feel blocked or overactive? What foods do you gravitate toward, and how do they affect your mood and well-being? Experiment with color and variety. Incorporate a rainbow of foods into your diet, paying attention to the traditional associations with each chakra. Notice how different colors, textures, and flavors influence your energy and emotions. Prioritize gut health. Include probiotic fibers, such as those found in onions, garlic, leeks, and asparagus, fermented foods, and a variety of plant-based foods to support your microbiome. Practice mindful eating. Slow down, savor each bite, and eat with attention and gratitude. Notice how this practice affects your digestion, mood, and sense of connection. Honor the emotional and spiritual dimensions of food. Bless your meals, share food with loved ones, and approach eating as an opportunity for self-care and spiritual growth. Seek balance, not perfection. Remember that healing is a journey, and each meal is an opportunity to nourish yourself on every level. Conclusion: nutrition, the gut-brain axis, and the chakras are intimately connected, forming a web of relationships that shape our physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual health. By embracing both ancient wisdom and modern science, we can harness the power of food to ground, energize, heal, and awaken every aspect of our being. The journey toward chakra balance and gut-brain harmony is not a destination, but an ongoing practice, one meal, one breath, one moment at a time. Chapter 24: Sleep, Dreams, and Consciousness. Sleep, Dreams, and Consciousness. The interplay between sleep, dreams, consciousness, and the higher chakras is a realm where ancient wisdom and modern neuroscience converge in fascinating ways. For millennia, spiritual traditions have regarded sleep and dreaming as gateways to deeper states of awareness, portals through which the soul communes with subtler realities. Modern neuroscience, in turn, has begun to unravel the complex architecture of sleep and the brain's activity during dreams, providing a scientific lens for understanding these ancient insights. In this chapter, we explore how the higher chakras, particularly the throat, Vishuddha, third eye, Ajna, and crown, Sahasrara, centers, play a role in our nocturnal journeys, and how contemporary research into consciousness and sleep offers new perspectives on their function. To begin, it is important to recognize that sleep is not a monolithic state, but a dynamic cycle consisting of multiple stages. The most prominent of these are rapid eye movement, REM, sleep, where most vivid dreaming occurs, and non-REM sleep, which is further divided into several stages ranging from light to deep, restorative rest. Throughout the night, the brain cycles through these phases, each characterized by distinct patterns of electrical activity. Neuroscientific investigations have shown that during REM sleep, the brain's activity closely resembles wakefulness, with heightened activity in regions associated with emotion, memory, and imagination. In contrast, deep non-REM sleep is marked by slow, synchronized brain waves and a reduction in conscious experience. Ancient yogic and tantric texts, while lacking the terminology of modern science, offer their own descriptions of these cycles. In the Upanishads, for instance, consciousness is described as passing through three primary states: waking, Jagrat, dreaming, Svapna, and deep sleep, Sushupti, with a fourth, transcendental state called Turiya that underlies and pervades the others. The higher chakras are often associated with the subtle realms accessed during dreaming and deep meditation, suggesting a bridge between the physiological processes of sleep and the spiritual dimensions of consciousness. The throat chakra, Vishuddha, is traditionally linked with communication, expression, and the purification of consciousness. It is said to govern not only verbal language but also the inner voice, the capacity to articulate and process one's inner experiences. During sleep, especially in the dreaming state, the mind constructs intricate narratives, weaving together memories, emotions, and symbolic imagery. The act of dreaming can be seen as a form of inner communication, where the psyche expresses itself in a language that transcends ordinary speech. From this perspective, the throat chakra may play a subtle role in facilitating the flow of dream imagery and the integration of unconscious material into conscious awareness. Neuroscientific studies have identified the involvement of the temporal and parietal lobes in the construction and recall of dreams. These regions are connected to the brain's language centers, suggesting a neural substrate for the throat chakra's association with inner expression. Moreover, the process of remembering and interpreting dreams upon waking often involves the activation of these same language networks. This aligns with the yogic practice of svapna sadhana, or dream yoga, in which practitioners seek to recall and reflect upon their dreams as a means of self-understanding and spiritual growth. Moving upward, the third eye chakra, ajna, is perhaps the most frequently associated with altered states of consciousness and the visionary experiences that occur during dreams. Located at the center of the forehead, ajna is traditionally regarded as the seat of intuition, insight, and inner vision. In yogic philosophy, it is believed to govern the faculties of imagination, visualization, and extrasensory perception. The experience is reported in lucid dreaming, where the dreamer becomes aware that they are dreaming and can exert control over the dream narrative, are often described as exercises of the third eye. Lucid dreamers frequently report heightened clarity, vividness, and a sense of expanded awareness, all qualities attributed to an awakened ajna chakra. From a neuroscientific perspective, lucid dreaming is associated with increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for self-reflection, metacognition, and executive control. This suggests a convergence between the ancient understanding of ajna as the locus of insight and the modern identification of neural correlates for self-aware dreaming. Furthermore, research has shown that meditation practices aimed at awakening the third eye, such as focused visualization or tratakar, steady gazing, can increase the frequency and vividness of lucid dreams. This points to a bidirectional relationship. The activation of the third eye chakra through meditative discipline may enhance the quality of dream experiences, while conscious engagement with dreams can further stimulate the intuitive faculties governed by ajna. The crown chakra, Sahasrara, represents the pinnacle of spiritual consciousness in the yogic system. It is associated with transcendence, unity, and the dissolution of the individual self into universal awareness. In the context of sleep, Sahasrara is linked with the deepest states of non-dual consciousness that can be accessed during profound meditation or the dreamless depths of Sushupti. Yogic texts describe Sushupti as a state of pure potentiality, where the mind is free from the fluctuations of thought and the limitations of ego. In this state, some traditions suggest, the soul communes directly with the source of consciousness, experiencing a form of unity or oneness that transcends ordinary perception. Modern neuroscience has struggled to adequately describe the subjective experience of deep, dreamless sleep, as it is typically characterized by a lack of conscious awareness. However, there are intriguing reports from advanced meditators and practitioners of Yoga Nidra, a form of conscious deep sleep, who claim to maintain a thread of awareness even in the absence of dreams. Brain imaging studies have shown that in such states, there is a marked decrease in activity across the default mode network, the brain system associated with self-referential thought and the maintenance of the ego. This aligns with the yogic description of Sahasrara activation as a dissolution of the individual self into a greater whole. The relationship between consciousness and sleep is further complicated by the phenomenon of hypnagogia, the transitional state between wakefulness and sleep. During this period, the boundaries of the self often become porous, and individuals may experience vivid imagery, auditory hallucinations, or a sense of floating. The ancient yogic maps suggest that these liminal states are especially conducive to spiritual insight, as the ordinary filters of the mind are relaxed and subtler layers of consciousness come to the fore. Practices such as Yoga Nidra, lucid dreaming, and hypnagogic meditation are designed to exploit these thresholds, using the natural rhythms of sleep as a springboard for higher awareness. One of the most profound intersections between ancient and modern perspectives lies in the study of consciousness itself. The higher chakras have always been associated with the expansion of consciousness beyond the ordinary waking state. Neuroscience, meanwhile, has begun to map the neural correlates of consciousness, identifying specific patterns of brain activity that correspond to various states of awareness. For instance, the global workspace theory posits that consciousness arises when information is broadcast across widely distributed networks in the brain, integrating sensory input, memory, and executive function. During REM sleep and lucid dreaming, there is evidence of increased connectivity between these networks, allowing for a richer and more integrated experience of self and world. This integration is mirrored in the yogic conception of the chakras as centers of energy and information processing. The ascending movement of Kundalini energy, often described as a journey through the chakras, can be seen as a metaphor for the progressive integration of bodily, emotional, mental, and spiritual awareness. In the context of sleep and dreams, this journey may unfold as a nightly ascent through the layers of consciousness, culminating in moments of lucidity, insight, or transcendence. The higher chakras serve as gateways to these expanded states, mediating the flow of information between the subconscious and the superconscious mind. Dreams themselves occupy a unique position in this spectrum. They are simultaneously products of the brain's neurochemical activity and expressions of deeper psychological or spiritual processes. Carl Jung famously described dreams as messages from the unconscious, laden with archetypal symbols and motifs that point toward individuation, the integration of the self. In the yogic tradition, dreams are seen as reflections of the samskaras, or latent impressions, that shape our experience of reality. By working with dreams, whether through interpretation, creative expression, or lucid exploration, we engage the higher chakras in the process of self-discovery and transformation. An important dimension of this process is the cultivation of witness consciousness, the ability to observe one's thoughts, emotions, and experiences without attachment or identification. This faculty is central to both meditation and lucid dreaming, and is closely related to the activation of the third eye and crown chakras. In neuroscience, this capacity is linked to the development of metacognition, the awareness of one's own mental states. Studies have shown that individuals who practice mindfulness meditation or dream journaling exhibit greater activity in brain regions associated with self-reflection and emotional regulation. This suggests that the deliberate cultivation of witness consciousness can enhance both waking and dreaming awareness, opening the door to higher states of consciousness. The relationship between sleep, dreams, and the higher chakras is not merely theoretical, it has practical implications for well-being and personal growth. Chronic sleep deprivation, for instance, has been shown to impair cognitive function, emotional regulation, and spiritual insight. In the yogic view, disruptions in the flow of energy through the higher chakras can manifest as confusion, lack of purpose, or spiritual disconnection. Conversely, practices that enhance sleep quality, such as pranayama, meditation, and conscious relaxation, can facilitate the opening of the throat, third eye, and crown chakras, leading to greater clarity, creativity, and a sense of interconnectedness. Sleep hygiene, a term popularized by modern sleep medicine, shares many principles with ancient yogic teachings. Establishing a regular sleep schedule, creating a peaceful sleep environment, and engaging in calming rituals before bed are all recommended by both traditions. Additionally, The use of specific breathing techniques and mantras can help to quiet the mind and prepare the subtle body for restful sleep. For example, the practice of alternate nostril breathing, Nadi Shodhana, is said to balance the flow of prana through the Ida and Pingala nadis, harmonizing the hemispheres of the brain and paving the way for deeper states of consciousness. Dream journaling is another practice that bridges ancient and modern approaches. By recording and reflecting on one's dreams, individuals can cultivate a deeper relationship with their inner world, activating the throat and third eye chakras in the process. Over time, this practice can lead to increased dream recall, more frequent lucid dreams, and a greater sense of meaning and purpose. Neuroscientific research supports the value of dream journaling, showing that it enhances memory consolidation and fosters emotional integration. Perhaps the most striking convergence between the ancient and modern perspectives lies in the recognition that consciousness is not confined to the waking state. Both traditions acknowledge the existence of subtle layers of awareness that persist through all states of being. In the yogic model, the higher chakras are seen as antennas for these higher frequencies of consciousness, capable of tuning into realms beyond ordinary perception. Modern neuroscience, while limited by its materialist framework, has begun to explore the phenomenon of non-ordinary states, such as lucid dreaming, out-of-body experiences, and near-death experiences, as legitimate subjects of scientific inquiry. The study of sleep and dreams thus becomes a laboratory for exploring the nature of consciousness itself. Through the lens of the higher chakras, we can appreciate the profound intelligence and creativity that underlie our nightly journeys. Dreams are not mere epiphenomena of brain chemistry, but windows into the deeper architecture of mind and spirit. The chakras serve as both maps and mediators of this multidimensional reality, guiding us toward greater self-awareness and integration. As we deepen our understanding of the relationship between sleep, dreams, consciousness, and the higher chakras, we are invited to reconsider the boundaries of the self and the nature of reality. The ancient sages who mapped the subtle body were, in a sense, early neuroscientists, attuned to the inner workings of consciousness through direct experience and disciplined practice. Today, as neuroscience continues to probe the mysteries of the brain, we have the opportunity to integrate these two streams of knowledge, forging a new science of consciousness that honors both the objective and subjective dimensions of human experience. In practical terms, this integration calls for a holistic approach to sleep and dreaming, one that recognizes the interplay between body, mind, and spirit. By attending to the health of the higher chakras, we can enhance the quality of our sleep, deepen our dreams, and expand our consciousness. Practices such as meditation, breath work, and dream reflection are not mere adjuncts to a healthy lifestyle, but essential tools for navigating the inner landscape of the self. Moreover, the cultivation of higher consciousness through the chakras has implications beyond the individual. As we awaken to the interconnectedness of all life, we become more attuned to the needs of others and the world around us. The insights gained in the liminal spaces of sleep and dreams can inform our actions in waking life, inspiring creativity, compassion, and a sense of purpose. In this way, the nightly journey through the realms of the higher chakras becomes a form of spiritual service, contributing to the evolution of consciousness on both personal and collective levels. The future of sleep research and consciousness studies promises even deeper insights into these mysteries. Advances in neuroimaging, brain-computer interfaces, and consciousness mapping may one day allow us to visualize the subtle energies described in the chakra system, correlating subjective experiences with objective data. As we continue to explore the frontiers of mind and spirit, the dialogue between ancient wisdom and modern science will become ever more vital, offering new pathways for healing, growth, and transformation. In conclusion, the relationship between sleep, dreams, consciousness, and the higher chakras is a testament to the unity of human experience. Whether viewed through the lens of neuroscience or the teachings of yoga, these phenomena reveal the profound intelligence and interconnectedness that underlie our existence. By honoring the wisdom of both traditions, we can cultivate a more integrated and awakened life, one in which the boundaries between waking and dreaming, self and other, are dissolved in the light of higher awareness. Chapter 25, Case Studies, Integrative Healing Approaches. In recent years, the boundaries between ancient wisdom and modern science have begun to blur, with practitioners and researchers alike exploring ways to integrate the subtle insights of the chakra system with the rigorous findings of neuroscience. Although these two traditions arise from vastly different worldviews, one rooted in the spiritual philosophies of India, the other in empirical Western science, they each seek to understand, heal, and optimize the human experience. This chapter shares real-world case studies where individuals and professionals have combined chakra-based and neuroscientific healing modalities, illustrating both the promise and the complexity of integrative approaches. Case Study 1, Healing Trauma Through Integrated Somatic and Energy Work. Amelia, a 39-year-old social worker, sought help after years of struggling with anxiety and episodic depression, both of which intensified following a traumatic car accident. Traditional talk therapy had provided some relief, but she felt stuck, unable to shake a persistent sense of disconnection from her body and emotions. On the recommendation of a friend, she sought out a practitioner who specialized in both somatic experiencing, a therapy grounded in the neuroscience of trauma, and chakra balancing techniques drawn from yogic tradition. The practitioner began by using body scans, a method rooted in mindfulness and supported by neuroscientific research. Amelia was guided to notice sensations in her body, particularly areas of tightness or numbness. The therapist explained that trauma often leaves its mark in the nervous system, creating patterns of hyperarousal or dissociation. These are mirrored in the chakra system as imbalances, overactivity, underactivity, or blockages, particularly in the lower chakras associated with safety and embodiment. During sessions, the practitioner guided Amelia to focus her attention on the root chakra, located at the base of the spine. She was encouraged to visualize a deep red glow, feel the support of the ground beneath her, and practice grounding exercises. Simultaneously, the practitioner drew on polyvagal theory, which highlights the importance of the vagus nerve in regulating emotional states. Gentle touch and rhythmic breathing were used to stimulate this nerve, helping to bring Amelia's nervous system into a state of safety and connection. Over several months, Amelia noticed a profound shift. She no longer felt perpetually on edge. She could sense her feet on the ground, her breath in her belly. The practitioner attributed this to both the unblocking and strengthening of her root chakra and the increased vagal tone, as observed in heart rate variability measurements. Amelia's healing journey became a living testament to the power of integrating ancient energy maps with modern neuroscience. Case Study 2, Addressing Chronic Pain with Neuroplasticity and Chakra Visualization. Jared, a 54-year-old software engineer, had been suffering from chronic lower back pain for more than a decade. After countless visits to doctors, physical therapists, and pain specialists, he had found little sustained relief. His pain was classified as nonspecific, a catch-all category for cases without clear physiological cause, but with real, debilitating symptoms. Frustrated by the limitations of conventional medicine, Jared decided to try a more holistic approach. He began working with a practitioner trained in both neuroplastic pain reprocessing and chakra healing. The practitioner explained that chronic pain often involves maladaptive neural pathways. Essentially, the brain has learned to expect pain, and continues to activate pain circuits even when there is no ongoing tissue damage. This is consistent with findings in neuroscience about the plasticity of the brain and its role in pain perception. The practitioner also introduced Jared to the concept of the sacral chakra, traditionally associated with the lower abdomen, pelvis, and lower back. According to chakra philosophy, blockages or imbalances in this energy center can manifest as physical discomfort and emotional stagnation. During their sessions, Jared was guided through a combination of neuroplasticity exercises and chakra visualization. He practiced redirecting his attention away from pain signals, using mindfulness and cognitive reframing to challenge his brain's pain expectations. Simultaneously, he visualized an orange sphere of energy at his sacral chakra, imagining it spinning freely and radiating warmth. Over time, Jared's pain levels began to decrease. He reported feeling not only less physical discomfort, but also a renewed sense of creativity and emotional fluidity, qualities associated with a balanced sacral chakra. Functional MRI scans conducted as part of a research project revealed changes in activity in Jared's anterior cingulate cortex and insula, brain regions involved in pain processing and interception. Jared's case illustrates how combining neuroplasticity-based approaches with chakra work can yield results that neither modality might achieve alone. Case Study 3, Integrating Chakra Meditation and EEG Neurofeedback for Emotional Regulation. Sarah, a 27-year-old graduate student, struggled with intense mood swings and difficulty concentrating, symptoms that had been diagnosed as part of a bipolar spectrum disorder. She was interested in complementary therapies to support her medication regimen and psychotherapy. At a university-affiliated wellness center, she enrolled in a pilot program offering integrated chakra meditation and EEG neurofeedback. The program began with baseline EEG recordings, mapping Sarah's brainwave activity. She exhibited high beta activity, often associated with anxiety and hyperarousal, as well as irregular alpha patterns, which can signal difficulties in relaxation and focus. The neurofeedback specialist explained that training the brain to produce more balanced patterns could help stabilize mood and enhance cognitive control. Concurrently, Sarah participated in guided meditations focused on the heart and third eye chakras, centers linked with emotional integration and insight. The facilitator drew connections between the ancient descriptions of these chakras and modern understandings of the limbic system and prefrontal cortex, regions implicated in emotion regulation and executive function. Each session began with chakra meditation, during which Sarah visualized energy flowing through her heart and forehead, accompanied by affirmations and breathing exercises. This was immediately followed by neurofeedback, where she received real-time auditory and visual feedback on her brain wave states, learning to shift toward more regulated patterns. After 8 weeks, Sarah's EEG readings showed increased coherence in alpha and theta waves, and her self-reported mood instability had significantly lessened. She felt more centered, less reactive, and better able to concentrate on her studies. The combination of chakra meditation and neurofeedback appeared to create a synergistic effect, supporting both subjective well-being and objectively measurable brain changes. Case Study 4, Mind-Body Integration in the Treatment of Autoimmune Conditions. Rajesh, a 46-year-old architect, was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, an autoimmune disorder characterized by chronic inflammation and joint pain. Conventional treatment with immunosuppressive drugs helped manage his symptoms, but he remained fatigued and emotionally depleted. Searching for additional support, he consulted a holistic health clinic that specialized in integrative medicine. Here, Rajesh was introduced to a multidisciplinary team that included a rheumatologist, a clinical psychologist, and an energy healer trained in chakra therapy and biofield science. The team developed a personalized treatment plan that combined standard medical care with mind-body interventions. The psychologist introduced Rajesh to mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, a program well supported by neuroscientific research for its effects on brain regions involved in pain and emotion. The energy healer conducted chakra assessments, identifying blockages in the solar plexus and heart chakras, areas traditionally linked with willpower, self-esteem, and compassion. Rajesh engaged in weekly sessions that included guided visualization, breath work, and gentle movement, all intended to balance his chakras and calm his nervous system. Simultaneously, he participated in group MBSR classes, learning to observe his thoughts and sensations without judgment. Over 6 months, Rajesh experienced a notable reduction in pain and fatigue. Blood tests showed decreased markers of inflammation, and functional MRI scans revealed increased activity in his prefrontal cortex, an area associated with emotional regulation and resilience. Rajesh credited his improvement to the integration of chakra work, which helped him reconnect with his sense of purpose and emotional vitality, and the neuroscientific interventions that supported his body's healing processes. Case Study 5, Enhancing Recovery from Addiction with Integrated Modalities. Lisa, a 34-year-old artist, entered a residential addiction treatment program after years of struggling with opioid dependence. Traditional 12-step approaches had not resonated with her, and she was wary of medication-assisted therapy. The treatment center she chose offered an innovative program combining chakra-based healing, mindfulness practices, and neuroscientifically informed interventions. Upon intake, Lisa underwent a comprehensive assessment, including psychological testing and a quantitative EEG. The results indicated dysregulation in her reward circuitry and persistent hypervigilance, patterns often seen in individuals with addiction histories. She also reported feelings of emptiness and lack of meaning, which the center's holistic team interpreted as signs of imbalances in her sacral and crown chakras. Lisa's daily schedule included group therapy, individual counseling, and a unique blend of practices. She participated in guided chakra meditations, focusing on cultivating vitality in her sacral chakra and a sense of connection in her crown chakra. These sessions were complemented by mindfulness-based relapse prevention, a protocol with strong neuroscientific backing for its ability to reduce cravings and improve self-control. The program also offered neurofeedback sessions to help Lisa retrain her brain's reward pathways. Over the course of 3 months, Lisa reported a growing sense of wholeness and inner peace. She experienced fewer cravings, improved sleep, and a renewed sense of purpose. Follow-up EEGs showed improved regulation in her prefrontal cortex and decreased hyperactivity in her limbic system. Lisa's case demonstrates how integrating chakra-based and neuroscientific modalities can address both the neurobiological and existential dimensions of recovery. Case Study 6, Supporting Children with ADHD Through Integrative Approaches. Ethan, a 10-year-old boy, was referred to an integrative pediatric clinic after being diagnosed with attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. His parents were hesitant to start medication and wanted to explore non-pharmacological options. The clinic's team included a pediatrician, a neuropsychologist, and a yoga therapist with expertise in chakra work. Ethan underwent comprehensive neuropsychological testing, which confirmed deficits in executive function, impulse control, and working memory. The team also conducted an assessment of his energetic profile, noting signs of imbalance in his root and third eye chakras, correlating, in their view, to issues of grounding and focus. The integrative treatment plan included neurofeedback, yoga-based movement, and chakra visualization exercises tailored for children. In neurofeedback sessions, Ethan learned to modulate his brainwave activity, shifting from excessive theta, associated with distractibility, toward more optimal beta rhythms. In yoga therapy, he practiced grounding poses, breath work, and guided imagery focusing on the root chakra, helping him feel more connected to his body and environment. After 3 months, Ethan's teachers and parents observed improvements in his attention span, self-regulation, and academic performance. He expressed greater confidence and reported feeling more in my body. Objective measures showed gains in executive function tasks, and his EEG patterns became more regulated. Ethan's case suggests that integrative approaches can be especially valuable for children, who often respond well to experimental and embodied practices. Case Study 7, Navigating Grief and Loss Through Integrated Healing. Margaret, a 62-year-old retired teacher, sought support after the sudden loss of her husband. She experienced profound sadness, insomnia, and a sense of spiritual disconnection. While she attended bereavement counseling, she also explored complementary therapies at a local healing center. Here, Margaret worked with a counselor who was trained in both grief therapy and chakra healing. The sessions began with traditional talk therapy, allowing Margaret to process her emotions and memories. The counselor then introduced heart chakra healing practices, including breath work, visualization, and gentle touch. Margaret learned to visualize a green light at her chest, radiating warmth and compassion both inward and outward. The counselor also drew on current neuroscience, explaining how grief activates the brain's default mode network and limbic system, often leading to rumination and emotional pain. Mindfulness and compassion-based exercises were used to help Margaret shift her brain activity toward networks associated with present moment awareness and self-soothing. Over time, Margaret experienced a softening of her grief. She was able to sleep more soundly and felt a renewed connection to her loved ones and to life itself. She described the heart chakra practices as a bridge between her emotional pain and a deeper sense of healing. Margaret's experience illustrates how combining chakra-based and neuroscientific modalities can support individuals through life's most challenging transitions. Case Study 8, Addressing Insomnia with Chakra Balancing and Sleep. Neuroscience. Carlos, a 41-year-old entrepreneur, struggled with chronic insomnia that had worsened under the stress of running a startup. He had tried sleep medications, but found them unsatisfying due to side effects. Seeking a more sustainable solution, Carlos consulted a sleep specialist who had experience in both cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, CBTI, and energy healing. The specialist began by explaining the neuroscience of sleep, including the roles of the circadian rhythm, the hypothalamus, and the interplay of neurotransmitters like melatonin and GABA. Carlos was guided through CBTI protocols, including sleep restriction, stimulus control, and cognitive restructuring. Additionally, the specialist incorporated chakra balancing techniques, focusing on the third eye and crown chakras, traditionally associated with intuition, clarity, and connection to the sleep and dream states. Evening sessions included guided meditations, in which Carlos visualized indigo and violet lights at his forehead and crown, releasing the day's tensions and preparing his mind for rest. Within several weeks, Carlos reported falling asleep more easily and waking feeling more refreshed. He noticed a greater sense of mental clarity and reduced anxiety. Polysomnography confirmed improvements in sleep onset latency and sleep efficiency. Carlos's case highlights how integrating chakra and neuroscientific approaches can address both the physiological and energetic dimensions of sleep. Case Study 9, Integrative Approaches for Migraines. Priya, a 29-year-old graphic designer, had suffered from migraines since adolescence. Standard treatments, including medication and dietary changes, provided only partial relief. At the suggestion of her neurologist, she enrolled in a clinical trial investigating the effects of integrative therapies on migraine frequency and intensity. The trial combined biofeedback, a neuroscientific technique that teaches self-regulation of physiological responses, with chakra-based meditation focused on the third eye and crown centers. Priya learned to monitor her heart rate, skin temperature, and muscle tension, receiving real-time feedback to help her recognize and reduce the early signs of migraine onset. During meditation sessions, she visualized energy flowing freely through her forehead and crown, imagining blockages dissolving and a feeling of spaciousness emerging. The facilitator explained the parallels between the chakra system's emphasis on energetic flow and the neuroscience of neurovascular regulation in migraines. After 12 weeks, Priya experienced a significant reduction in both the frequency and severity of her migraines. She also reported feeling more attuned to her body's signals and more empowered to manage her symptoms. The data from the trial showed that participants who engaged fully in both biofeedback and chakra meditation had the best outcomes, suggesting a synergistic effect. Case Study 10, Supporting Cancer Recovery with Integrative Modalities. Elena, a 57-year-old nurse, was undergoing chemotherapy for breast cancer. Alongside her medical treatment, she participated in an integrative oncology program that included conventional care, mindfulness-based interventions, and energy healing. Elena worked closely with an integrative therapist who helped her navigate the emotional and physical challenges of cancer treatment. The therapist introduced her to guided imagery focused on the solar plexus and heart chakras, centers associated with personal power and compassion. Elena practiced daily visualizations, imagining golden and green lights nurturing her body and spirit. The program also included education on the neuroscience of stress and immunity, highlighting research showing that chronic stress can suppress immune function and impair recovery. Elena learned stress reduction techniques, such as slow breathing and mindfulness, known to modulate the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal (HPA) axis. Throughout her treatment, Elena reported feeling more resilient, optimistic, and connected to her inner resources. Her white blood cell counts remained stable, and she experienced fewer side effects than many of her peers. Elena's case underscores the potential of integrative approaches to support not only physical healing but also emotional and spiritual well-being. Reflections on integrative practice. The case studies presented in this chapter span a wide range of conditions, emotional, physical, neurological, and existential, and yet a common thread runs through each. Whether the focus is trauma, chronic pain, addiction, or cancer recovery, the integration of chakra-based and neuroscientific modalities offers a more holistic approach to healing. This approach recognizes that human beings are not simply collections of cells and synapses, nor merely fields of subtle energy, but complex, multidimensional beings whose healing often requires attention to both the tangible and the intangible. One of the key strengths of integrative practice lies in its ability to personalize treatment. By drawing from both ancient and modern traditions, practitioners can tailor interventions to the unique needs, preferences, and worldviews of each individual. For some, the language of chakras provides a meaningful framework for understanding and transforming their experience. For others, the empirical grounding of neuroscience offers reassurance and a sense of agency. When these perspectives are combined, The result is often greater engagement, deeper insight, and more lasting change. At the same time, the integration of these traditions is not without challenges. There are epistemological differences, ways of knowing and validating truth, that can create tension or confusion. Practitioners must be careful not to overstate the evidence or promise more than can be delivered. Respect for both scientific rigor and spiritual wisdom is essential, as is a commitment to ongoing learning and collaboration. Looking to the future, the field of integrative healing is poised for continued growth. Advances in brain imaging, biofeedback, and psychophysiological research are making it possible to explore the mechanisms underlying both chakra-based and neuroscientific interventions. At the same time, the growing demand for holistic, patient-centered care is driving innovation in clinical practice. The stories in this chapter provide a glimpse into what is possible when ancient energy maps and modern neuroscience are brought into dialogue. They invite us to imagine a world in which healing is not a matter of choosing between tradition and science, but of weaving them together in service of the whole person. As research continues and more practitioners are trained in both paradigms, the promise of integrative healing approaches will become ever more tangible, offering hope and possibility to those seeking health, wholeness, and transformation. Chapter 26: Critiques, Skepticism, and Scientific Rigor. In the ongoing dialogue between ancient wisdom and modern science, few topics invite as much debate as the intersection of chakras and neuroscience. The allure of linking millennia-old energy maps with contemporary understandings of the brain is undeniable. For many, this convergence promises a more holistic view of human consciousness, well-being, and healing. However, it is precisely this promise that has attracted a spectrum of critique, from gentle skepticism to outright dismissal. In this chapter, we will examine the roots of these criticisms, explore the challenges inherent in bridging such disparate paradigms, and advocate for a rigorous, critical approach that honors both tradition and scientific integrity. The heart of the skepticism surrounding chakras and neuroscience lies in the fundamental differences between the two systems. The chakra system, as described in ancient Indian texts such as the Upanishads and the Yoga Sutras, is a metaphysical framework. It describes centers of subtle energy within the human body, each associated with physical, emotional, and spiritual qualities. These descriptions are deeply embedded in cultural, spiritual, and philosophical contexts. In contrast, neuroscience is grounded in empirical observation and experimentation. It seeks to understand the structure and function of the nervous system through measurable, repeatable studies. From the outset, critics argue that attempting to map chakras onto neural structures is an exercise in category error. They contend that chakras, lacking physical form and being defined through subjective experience, cannot be equated with anatomical brain regions or physiological processes. To them, the chakra system is a symbolic, poetic language, valuable in its own right but fundamentally distinct from the hard data of neuroscience. This critique is not without merit. The scientific method requires that hypotheses be testable and falsifiable. Claims about the existence or influence of chakras, when framed as physical entities, struggle to meet these criteria. There is no microscope, brain scan, or electrophysiological test that can directly detect a chakra. The language of energy, as used in yogic and Ayurvedic traditions, does not translate neatly into the terminology of action potentials, neurotransmitters, or neural circuits. Skeptics also point to the dangers of conflating metaphor with mechanism. The risk, they argue, is that well-intentioned attempts to find common ground can lead to superficial or misleading analogies. For example, Identifying the heart chakra with the cardiac plexus or the solar plexus chakra with the celiac ganglion may create the illusion of equivalence, but it does not establish causation or direct correspondence. Such analogies, while intriguing, can easily devolve into what philosopher Daniel Dennett has called deepities, statements that sound profound but are either trivially true or nonsensically false depending on interpretation. Furthermore, critics highlight the proliferation of pseudoscience in the wellness industry, where the language of chakras is often invoked to lend scientific legitimacy to unproven therapies. This appropriation, sometimes called quantum mysticism, undermines both scientific and spiritual traditions. When concepts like chakra balancing are presented as scientifically validated treatments for complex medical conditions without rigorous evidence, it erodes public trust in both fields. Yet, it would be a mistake to dismiss the entire enterprise of dialogue between chakras and neuroscience as misguided or futile. There are compelling reasons to explore the intersection, provided we do so with humility, precision, and a commitment to scientific rigor. First, it is important to recognize that skepticism is not the enemy of inquiry, it is its engine. Healthy skepticism demands that we ask hard questions, demand clear definitions, and seek evidence. It insists that we distinguish between metaphorical and literal statements, between what can be measured and what remains in the realm of subjective experience. This rigor does not diminish the value of ancient wisdom, rather, it challenges us to articulate it more clearly and to discover the boundaries of its applicability. Second, while chakras may not be directly observable in the way that neurons are, the subjective experiences associated with them are real phenomena, worthy of study in their own right. Practices such as meditation, breathwork, and yoga, which are often framed in terms of chakra activation or balancing, have demonstrable effects on mental and physical health. Neuroscientific research has begun to elucidate the mechanisms underlying these benefits, including changes in brain structure and function, modulation of the autonomic nervous system, and alterations in neurochemical signaling. The challenge, then, is to approach the chakra neuroscience dialogue with methodological rigor. This means being clear about what is being claimed, how it can be tested, and what the limitations are. For example, rather than asserting that a particular chakra is a specific brain region, it may be more accurate to explore how the practices associated with that chakra, such as visualization, mantra, or breath, affect neural circuits related to the corresponding psychological or physiological functions. This approach is exemplified by the growing field of contemplative neuroscience, which investigates the effects of meditation and other spiritual practices on the brain. Studies using functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, electroencephalography, EEG, and other tools have identified changes in brain activity associated with different forms of meditation. For instance, focused attention meditation, which may be linked with the third eye or crown chakras in yogic traditions, correlates with increased activity in the prefrontal cortex and decreased activity in the default mode network. These findings do not prove the existence of chakras, but they provide a bridge between subjective experience and objective measurement. Another area where scientific rigor is essential is in the interpretation of research findings. The placebo effect, for example, is a powerful and well-documented phenomenon. When individuals believe that a chakra-based practice will heal or transform them, their expectations can produce real physiological changes. This does not invalidate the experience, but it complicates the task of attributing causality. Rigorous studies must include appropriate controls, blinding, and randomization to distinguish between specific effects of the practice and general effects of belief and expectation. Moreover, it is important to be vigilant against confirmation bias, the tendency to seek out or interpret information in ways that confirm pre-existing beliefs. In the context of chakras and neuroscience, this can manifest as selectively citing studies that appear to support a desired conclusion while ignoring contradictory evidence. Scientific rigor demands that we consider the full body of evidence, acknowledge uncertainties, and remain open to revision. One of the most persistent criticisms of efforts to align chakras with the brain is the issue of cultural appropriation and distortion. Critics, particularly from within the Indian and South Asian diaspora, have pointed out that Western interpretations of the chakra system often strip it of its cultural, philosophical, and spiritual context. In the rush to find scientific validation, there is a risk of reducing a rich, multilayered tradition to a set of anatomical diagrams or self-help techniques. This not only diminishes the original meaning but can also perpetuate misunderstandings and stereotypes. Addressing this critique requires a commitment to cultural humility and historical accuracy. It means engaging with primary sources, consulting with scholars and practitioners from the originating traditions, and being transparent about the limitations of our interpretations. It also means recognizing that scientific inquiry and spiritual practice operate according to different logics and serve different purposes. The goal is not to subsume one into the other, but to foster dialogue that is respectful, nuanced, and informed. Another line of skepticism comes from within the scientific community itself, where some researchers argue that the very notion of energy as used in chakra theory is too vague to be meaningful in a scientific context. In physics, energy has a precise definition and can be measured in units such as joules or electron volts. In contrast, the prana or life force energy of the chakra system is described in qualitative terms and is not directly measurable with current scientific instruments. This gap in terminology and measurement presents a major obstacle to integration. Proponents of the chakra neuroscience dialogue have responded to this critique in several ways. Some suggest that the language of energy in ancient texts is metaphorical, pointing to patterns of sensation, emotion, and awareness that can be studied through psychology and neuroscience. Others argue that our scientific tools may one day be refined enough to detect subtle forms of energy not currently recognized by mainstream physics. However, until such evidence emerges, it is essential to be clear about the speculative nature of these claims. The need for scientific rigor extends to the communication of findings and ideas. In an age of information overload, where social media and popular books often blur the line between evidence and anecdote, clarity and transparency are more important than ever. Authors, teachers, and practitioners have a responsibility to distinguish between what is known, what is hypothesized, and what is speculative. This includes being honest about the limitations of current research and avoiding overstatement. In this light, it is instructive to consider the history of science itself. Many ideas that were once dismissed as unscientific or mystical, such as the influence of the mind on the body, or the role of the gut in emotional regulation, have later been validated by empirical research. The history of medicine is replete with examples where traditional practices were initially ridiculed, only to be later integrated into mainstream care once their mechanisms were understood. However, it is equally true that many claims have failed to withstand scientific scrutiny. The lesson is not to accept or reject ideas based on their origins, but to subject them to critical, open-minded investigation. Skepticism about the integration of chakras and neuroscience is also fueled by the challenge of operationalizing complex, subjective experiences. The chakra system encompasses not only physical sensations but also emotions, thoughts, and spiritual insights. These are inherently difficult to measure, and attempts to reduce them to neural correlates can miss the richness of the experience. Qualitative research methods, such as in-depth interviews and phenomenological analysis, can complement quantitative studies by capturing the lived realities of practitioners. However, these approaches also have limitations, including the potential for researcher bias and difficulties in generalization. One promising direction for future research is the use of mixed methods approaches that combine subjective reports with objective measures. For example, studies might assess changes in brain activity before and after a chakra-focused meditation while also collecting detailed narratives from participants about their experiences. This triangulation can provide a more comprehensive picture of the effects and meanings of such practices. It is also worth noting that the dialogue between chakras and neuroscience is not unique. Similar conversations are taking place in fields as diverse as traditional Chinese medicine, shamanism, and indigenous healing practices. Each tradition has its own language, concepts, and methods for understanding the mind-body relationship. The challenge for science is not to reduce these systems to a common denominator, but to develop frameworks for respectful comparison, integration, and mutual enrichment. In advocating for scientific rigor, we must also be mindful of the limitations of science itself. Not all aspects of human experience are amenable to measurement or quantification. The subjective states described in spiritual traditions, such as bliss, transcendence, or unity, may never be fully captured by brain scans or behavioral tests. This does not render them unimportant; on the contrary, it highlights the need for a pluralistic approach to knowledge, one that values both empirical and experimental ways of knowing. A further critique raised by some scholars is the risk of reductionism. In seeking to explain spiritual experiences solely in terms of neural mechanisms, we may overlook their existential, ethical, and communal dimensions. The chakra system is not just a map of individual physiology, it is embedded in broader narratives about purpose, morality, and transformation. Scientific explanations, while valuable, cannot replace the meaning-making functions of spiritual traditions. This brings us to the question of purpose. Why seek to bridge chakras and neuroscience at all? For some, the motivation is practical, to enhance well-being by integrating effective practices from multiple traditions. For others, it is philosophical, to explore the nature of consciousness and the relationship between mind and body. Still others are driven by a desire for unity, seeking a grand synthesis that reconciles science and spirituality. Each of these motivations carries its own risks and rewards. From a scientific perspective, the most fruitful approach may be to focus on the effects of practices rather than the ontological status of chakras. That is, rather than debating whether chakras exist, we can ask whether practices associated with them produce measurable changes in brain function, physiology, or behavior. This pragmatic stance allows for the investigation of efficacy without becoming entangled in metaphysical disputes. At the same time, it is important to honor the integrity of spiritual traditions. For many practitioners, the chakra system is not just a set of techniques but a living philosophy, a path of self-realization. Scientific inquiry can illuminate aspects of this path, but it cannot exhaust its meaning. The challenge is to foster dialogue that is both critical and respectful, open-minded yet discerning. In conclusion, the integration of chakras and neuroscience is a complex, contested, and evolving field. It invites us to grapple with deep questions about the nature of knowledge, the limits of measurement, and the value of tradition. The critiques and skepticism that surround this endeavor are not obstacles to be overcome, but essential elements of a vibrant, self-correcting inquiry. Scientific rigor, characterized by clarity, humility, and a commitment to evidence, provides the foundation for meaningful dialogue. As we move forward, it is vital to maintain a spirit of curiosity and openness, tempered by critical thinking. The allure of synthesis should not lead us to overlook differences or gloss over uncertainties. Instead, let us embrace the complexity of the task, recognizing that both ancient wisdom and modern science have much to offer, and much to learn from each other. In the end, the quest to understand the human mind, body, and spirit is a shared journey, one that invites us to balance skepticism with wonder, and rigor with reverence. The conversation between chakras and the brain is far from settled. It will continue to evolve as new research emerges, as traditions adapt, and as individuals seek meaning at the intersection of science and spirituality. By engaging with critiques, honoring skepticism, and upholding the highest standards of scientific rigor, we can contribute to a more nuanced, informed, and compassionate understanding of ourselves and our world. Chapter 27, Future Directions in Research. Chapter 27, Future Directions in Research. As the fields of neuroscience and consciousness studies continue to evolve, the intersection with ancient energy systems, most notably the chakra model, presents a fertile ground for future research. Despite centuries of spiritual and philosophical discourse on the chakras, only in recent decades have scientists begun to systematically examine the possible correlations between these traditional maps and the physical structures and functions of the human brain and nervous system. This chapter explores the emerging research areas, proposes potential studies, and considers the methodological and philosophical challenges that lie ahead. The convergence of ancient wisdom and modern science is not a straightforward process. The chakra system, rooted in Indic spiritual traditions, offers a qualitative, experimental map of human consciousness, energy, and well-being. Neuroscience, on the other hand, seeks to quantify and localize mental and emotional phenomena within neural substrates. Bridging these paradigms requires both creative methodologies and a willingness to examine the limitations and assumptions inherent in each approach. One of the most promising directions for research is the exploration of the neurophysiological correlates of chakra activation. Preliminary studies using functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, electroencephalography, EEG, and other neuroimaging techniques have begun to identify patterns of brain activity associated with meditative practices that specifically target certain chakras. For instance, practices focusing on the heart chakra have been linked to increased activation in the anterior cingulate cortex and insula, regions involved in empathy, emotional regulation, and interception. Future studies could employ more refined experimental designs, such as randomized controlled trials, to compare the neural signatures of different chakra-focused meditations. By doing so, researchers could discern whether the subjective experiences reported in these traditions have distinct and reproducible neural correlates. Another area ripe for exploration is the potential overlap between the anatomical locations of the chakras and key neural plexuses, endocrine glands, and nerve ganglia. While some critics argue that the correspondence is superficial or coincidental, others suggest that the ancient yogis' introspective mapping may have captured subtle physiological realities that modern science is only now beginning to elucidate. For example, the solar plexus chakra, or manipura, aligns with the celiac plexus, a complex network of nerves situated in the abdomen that plays a pivotal role in autonomic regulation. Similarly, the throat chakra, vishuddha, is located near the thyroid gland and the cervical ganglia. Detailed anatomical and physiological studies could investigate whether stimulation of these regions, through breathwork, vocalization, or other practices, produces measurable changes in glandular secretion, autonomic balance, or neural activity. A further promising direction involves the study of biofield phenomena. The concept of the biofield refers to the subtle energy fields purported to surround and permeate living organisms. While the existence of such fields remains controversial within mainstream science, advances in biophotonics, electrophysiology, and magnetoencephalography have enabled the detection of ultra-weak photon emissions, microcurrents, and magnetic fields generated by the human body. Some researchers hypothesize that the chakras may function as nodes or vortices within this biofield, mediating the flow of energy and information between the physical and subtle bodies. Future studies could employ sensitive instrumentation to measure changes in the biofield during chakra-focused practices, correlating these with subjective reports and physiological markers. The role of consciousness itself represents another frontier at the intersection of chakras and neuroscience. The chakra system is fundamentally concerned with the evolution and expansion of consciousness, from the instinctual drives of the root chakra to the transcendent awareness of the crown. Contemporary neuroscience is only beginning to grapple with the so-called hard problem of consciousness, how subjective experience arises from objective neural processes. Integrative studies could examine whether practices designed to activate higher chakras, such as the third eye, ajna, or crown, sahasrara, are associated with altered states of consciousness, changes in default mode network activity, or increased coherence across brain regions. Such research could help illuminate the neural basis of mystical experiences, non-dual awareness, and the sense of unity or transcendence reported by advanced meditators. Another emerging avenue of research concerns the impact of trauma and emotional regulation on the chakra system and its neural correlates. Psychologists and neuroscientists have long recognized the profound effects of early life experiences on brain development, emotional health, and somatic well-being. The chakra model provides a framework for understanding how blockages or imbalances in specific energy centers may manifest as psychological or somatic symptoms. Integrative studies could investigate whether therapeutic interventions, such as yoga, breathwork, or energy healing, can restore balance to the chakras and produce measurable improvements in neural connectivity, hormonal balance, or psychological resilience. The integration of advanced neuroimaging techniques with ancient contemplative practices offers a powerful tool for deepening our understanding of the mind-body connection. Techniques such as real-time fMRI neurofeedback, magnetoencephalography, MEG, and high-density EEG allow researchers to observe the dynamic interplay between different brain regions during meditation, visualization, or chanting. By designing studies that compare the effects of chakra-focused practices with those targeting other aspects of meditation, researchers can begin to disentangle the unique contributions of these ancient methods to brain function and mental health. One of the methodological challenges facing researchers in this field is the subjective and often ineffable nature of chakra experiences. Unlike the clear-cut variables of traditional scientific experiments, the activation or balancing of a chakra is typically described in terms of inner sensations, emotions, or states of consciousness. To address this, future studies must incorporate rigorous qualitative methodologies alongside quantitative measures. In-depth interviews, phenomenological analysis, and validated psychometric scales can help capture the richness of subjective experience, while physiological and neuroimaging data provide objective anchors. Cross-cultural research is another vital area for future exploration. While the chakra system is most closely associated with South Asian traditions, analogous energy center models exist in other cultures, such as the Chinese Danshan, the Tibetan So, and the Kabbalistic Sphirot. Comparative studies could investigate whether similar neural and physiological correlates are observed in practitioners of different traditions, shedding light on the universality versus cultural specificity of these energy maps. Such research could also inform the development of culturally sensitive therapeutic interventions that draw upon indigenous knowledge systems. The application of machine learning and artificial intelligence to the study of chakras and the brain represents a novel and potentially transformative approach. By analyzing large datasets of neuroimaging, physiological, and self-report data, machine learning algorithms could identify patterns or biomarkers associated with different states of chakra activation. For example, unsupervised clustering techniques might reveal distinct neural signatures corresponding to the activation of the heart, throat, or third eye chakras. Such findings could help validate the traditional descriptions of chakra states and inform the development of personalized mind-body interventions. Another promising direction involves the study of developmental trajectories and the maturation of the chakra system in relation to brain development. Developmental neuroscience has mapped the unfolding of neural circuits and cognitive abilities from infancy through adulthood. The chakra model similarly describes a progression from foundational concerns of safety and survival to higher-order capacities for love, creativity, and transcendence. Longitudinal studies could examine whether engagement with specific practices at different life stages influences both neural development and the subjective evolution of consciousness. The potential therapeutic applications of integrating chakra models with neuroscience are vast. Mental health professionals are increasingly recognizing the value of holistic approaches that address the interplay between mind, body, and spirit. Interventions that combine traditional psychotherapy with chakra-based practices, such as guided visualization, energy work, or specific yoga postures, could be systematically evaluated for their effects on brain function, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. Pilot studies have already demonstrated the efficacy of such integrative approaches for conditions ranging from anxiety and depression to post-traumatic stress disorder and chronic pain. One of the most ambitious frontiers in this field is the exploration of the relationship between the chakra system and the emerging science of brain networks. Recent advances in connectomics have revealed that the brain is organized not simply as a collection of isolated regions, but as a complex web of interconnected networks that support perception, emotion, cognition, and self-awareness. The chakra model, with its emphasis on the flow and balance of energy between different centers, offers a potential metaphor and perhaps even a functional correlate to these neural networks. Future studies could investigate whether the activation or harmonization of specific chakras is associated with increased connectivity or synchrony within particular brain networks, such as the default mode, salience, or executive control networks. The integration of wearable technology and mobile health applications offers another exciting avenue for research and practice. Advances in biosensors, heart rate variability monitors, and portable EEG devices enable real-time monitoring of physiological and neural states during chakra-based practices. Mobile apps can guide users through personalized meditations while collecting data on mood, stress, and physiological parameters. Large-scale, real-world data collection could help identify the most effective practices for different individuals and track the long-term benefits of regular engagement with chakra-based interventions. A further area of interest is the investigation of the molecular and genetic underpinnings of chakra-related phenomena. While the chakra system is traditionally described in energetic or experimental terms, it is conceivable that certain genetic polymorphisms or epigenetic modifications influence an individual's sensitivity to these practices or their propensity for certain experiences. Genome-wide association studies could explore links between genetic markers and responsiveness to chakra-based interventions, while studies of gene expression could examine the molecular effects of sustained practice. Interdisciplinary collaboration will be crucial for the advancement of research in this field. Neuroscientists, psychologists, contemplative scholars, yogic practitioners, bioengineers, and philosophers must work together to design studies that honor both scientific rigor and the depth of traditional knowledge. Such collaboration can help ensure that research questions are meaningful, methodologies are appropriate, and interpretations are both nuanced and respectful of the cultural and philosophical context. Ethical considerations must also be at the forefront of future research. The appropriation and commercialization of traditional spiritual practices raise important questions about cultural respect, consent, and the distribution of benefits. Researchers must engage with traditional knowledge holders, communities, and practitioners to ensure that studies are conducted in a manner that honors the origins and intended purposes of these practices. The field must also grapple with the limitations and potential pitfalls of reductionism. While neuroscience seeks to explain phenomena in terms of neural circuits and biochemistry, the chakra system is embedded in a holistic worldview that encompasses body, mind, spirit, and environment. Future research must resist the temptation to reduce the rich complexity of chakra experience to mere neural activity, instead seeking integrative models that honor both the subjective and objective dimensions of human experience. The development of new theoretical frameworks will be essential for guiding research at this intersection. Traditional models of mind and body, rooted in Cartesian dualism, are increasingly giving way to more integrative paradigms such as embodied cognition, enactivism, and the extended mind. These frameworks recognize that consciousness and well-being are not confined to the brain, but emerge from the dynamic interplay between brain, body, environment, and culture. The chakra system, with its emphasis on the movement of energy through the body's central axis, resonates with these emerging models and may offer valuable insights for their further development. The role of intention and belief in shaping the outcomes of chakra-based practices is another area ripe for research. Placebo studies have demonstrated the profound effects of expectation and meaning on physiological and psychological outcomes. Future research could investigate the extent to which the benefits of chakra activation are mediated by belief, intention, or the ritual context in which practices are performed. Such studies could help clarify the mechanisms underlying these effects and inform the design of more effective interventions. Translational research is needed to bridge the gap between laboratory findings and real-world applications. While controlled studies provide valuable insights into the mechanisms and effects of chakra-based practices, the ultimate test lies in their impact on health, well-being, and quality of life in diverse populations. Large-scale, community-based studies could evaluate the effectiveness of these practices in schools, workplaces, clinical settings, and underserved communities. Such research could help identify barriers to access, optimize delivery methods, and ensure that the benefits of these practices are widely available. The use of virtual reality and immersive technologies offers a novel way to facilitate and study chakra experiences. Virtual environments can be designed to guide users through visualizations, soundscapes, and interactive exercises that target specific chakras. These technologies can also be used to collect detailed data on user engagement, physiological responses, and subjective experiences, providing a rich dataset for analysis. By combining ancient practices with cutting-edge technology, researchers can create new pathways for exploration and healing. A final frontier for research lies in the integration of the chakra model with the emerging field of psychedelic science. Recent studies have demonstrated that substances such as psilocybin, LSD, and ayahuasca can produce profound alterations in consciousness, perception, and self-experience. Anecdotal reports suggest that these substances may facilitate the activation or balancing of chakras, leading to experiences of emotional release, insight, and spiritual awakening. Rigorous studies could investigate the neural, physiological, and psychological effects of combining psychedelic-assisted therapy with chakra-based practices, exploring the potential for synergistic healing and transformation. In summary, the intersection of chakras and neuroscience presents a vast and largely uncharted territory for future research. By drawing upon advances in neuroimaging, physiology, genetics, artificial intelligence, and contemplative science, researchers can begin to unravel the mysteries of these ancient energy maps and their relevance to modern understanding of the brain and consciousness. The journey will require humility, openness, and a willingness to transcend disciplinary boundaries. If approached with rigor and respect, this exploration holds the promise of deepening our understanding of the mind-body connection, expanding the horizons of healing, and fostering a more integrative vision of human flourishing. As we look to the future, it is clear that the dialogue between ancient wisdom and modern science is only just beginning. The questions are profound, the challenge is daunting, but the potential rewards, both for individual well-being and collective understanding, are immense. Researchers, practitioners, and seekers alike are invited to participate in this unfolding adventure, guided by curiosity, compassion, and the shared aspiration to illuminate the deepest mysteries of human existence. Chapter 28, Practical Applications for Health and Well-Being. Throughout this book, we have explored the fascinating intersections between the ancient wisdom of the chakra system and the evolving insights of modern neuroscience. We have traced the energetic pathways mapped by yogic traditions and examined their resonance with the neural circuits, brain centers, and physiological processes identified by contemporary science. This chapter is dedicated to bridging theory and practice, offering you concrete strategies to apply these integrated insights to enhance your health, well-being, and personal growth. The integration of chakra principles with neuroscience is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a practical toolkit for navigating the complexities of modern life. The following pages will guide you through actionable techniques, daily rituals, and mindful practices that draw from both traditions. Whether your goal is to cultivate emotional balance, sharpen cognitive function, deepen your sense of purpose, or simply manage stress, these applications can be tailored to your unique needs and circumstances. Understanding the mind-body connection before diving into specific practices, it is essential to revisit the foundational concept that both yogic and neuroscientific perspectives affirm, the inseparability of mind and body. The chakras, as described in ancient texts, are not just esoteric symbols but representations of the interconnectedness of our physical, emotional, and spiritual selves. Neuroscience, through the study of neuroplasticity, the gut-brain axis, and embodied cognition, supports the idea that our thoughts, feelings, and bodily states are deeply intertwined. This understanding forms the bedrock of all practical applications. When you work with your chakras, you are engaging not only with subtle energy but also with tangible neural circuits and physiological processes. Conversely, when you adopt evidence-based neuroscientific practices, such as mindfulness, breathwork, or movement, you are also nurturing your energetic system. Recognizing this dual impact empowers you to approach self-care holistically, maximizing the benefits of each technique. Daily Chakra Neuroscience Alignment Ritual. A daily ritual is a powerful way to anchor your intentions and cultivate sustained change. The following sequence is designed to harmonize the chakras while simultaneously activating key neural networks associated with attention, emotion regulation, and self-awareness. Begin by finding a quiet, comfortable space where you will not be disturbed. Sit upright, with your spine aligned and your feet grounded on the floor. Close your eyes or soften your gaze. Start with a few deep breaths, inhaling slowly through your nose and exhaling through your mouth. As you breathe, bring your attention to the base of your spine, the location of the root chakra. Visualize a warm, red glow emanating from this area. As you inhale, imagine drawing up a sense of stability and security from the earth. Neuroscientifically, this grounding process stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system, calming the amygdala and reducing stress. Move your attention upward to the sacral chakra, just below your navel. Visualize a vibrant orange light. With each breath, invite a feeling of creativity and fluidity. This step engages the brain's reward pathways, particularly the dopaminergic circuits linked to motivation and pleasure. Shift your focus to the solar plexus chakra, located at the center of your abdomen. Picture a golden yellow light, radiating confidence and personal power. As you do this, consider a recent accomplishment or an area where you feel competent. This stimulates the prefrontal cortex, reinforcing self-efficacy and goal-directed behavior. Bring your awareness to your heart center, the seat of the heart chakra. Imagine a soft green or pink glow, filling your chest with warmth and compassion. Recall someone or something you love deeply, allowing gratitude to arise. This practice activates the vagus nerve and increases oxytocin levels, enhancing feelings of connection and empathy. Direct your attention to the throat chakra. Visualize a clear blue light at your throat, opening the channel for authentic expression. Take a moment to silently affirm your truth or set an intention to communicate openly today. This step supports the neural circuits involved in language and self-expression, such as Broca's area. Focus next on the third eye chakra, located between your eyebrows. See a deep indigo light and invite clarity and insight. Spend a moment observing your thoughts without judgment, practicing mindful awareness. This strengthens the default mode network and the anterior cingulate cortex, both associated with introspection and emotional regulation. Finally, bring your attention to the crown chakra at the top of your head. Visualize a violet or white light, connecting you to a sense of purpose or something greater than yourself. Allow a feeling of unity and peace to wash over you. This step engages the brain's parietal lobes and supports the experience of transcendence. End your ritual by taking a few more deep breaths, gently returning your awareness to the room. Open your eyes and notice how you feel, both physically and mentally. This practice, which takes less than 15 minutes, can be adapted as a morning or evening routine, serving as a daily reset for your mind, body, and energy system. Breathwork for balancing energy and calming the nervous system. Breath is the bridge between conscious and unconscious processes, between body and mind. In both yogic and neuroscientific traditions, breathwork is recognized as a potent tool for regulating energy, emotion, and cognition. One simple yet powerful technique is alternate nostril breathing, or nadi shodhana. This practice is traditionally used to balance the left and right energy channels, Ida and Pingala, and, by extension, the hemispheric activity of the brain. Modern research shows that alternate nostril breathing can reduce anxiety, improve attention, and synchronize neural oscillations. To practice, sit comfortably and use your right thumb to gently close your right nostril. Inhale slowly through your left nostril, then close your left nostril with your ring finger and exhale through your right. Inhale again through the right nostril, close it, and exhale through the left. This completes one cycle. Continue for 5 to 10 cycles, focusing on the sensation of the breath and the shift in your mental state. In addition to alternate nostril breathing, consider incorporating diaphragmatic breathing or box breathing into your daily routine. These practices stimulate the vagus nerve, lower cortisol levels, and enhance heart rate variability, all of which are associated with improved emotional regulation and resilience. Movement and embodiment practices. The chakras are closely linked to specific regions of the body, and movement can be a powerful way to activate and harmonize these energy centers. From a neuroscientific perspective, movement not only increases blood flow and oxygenation to the brain but also supports neurogenesis and synaptic plasticity. Yoga, Tai Chi, and Qigong are traditional movement practices that align closely with chakra principles. Each posture or sequence can be tailored to target specific chakras. For example, standing poses like mountain or warrior are grounding and activate the root chakra, while heart-opening poses like camel or bridge support the heart chakra. Even if you do not practice formal yoga, simple movement breaks throughout the day can have a profound impact. Try standing up and stretching every hour, rolling your shoulders to release tension in the heart and throat regions, or taking a short walk to stimulate the root and sacral chakras. Pay attention to the sensations in your body and use them as cues to check in with your emotional and energetic state. For those interested in a more targeted approach, consider developing a movement sequence that corresponds to the 7 chakras. Begin with grounding movements for the root, flowing hip openers for the sacral, core strengthening exercises for the solar plexus, heart openers, neck and jaw stretches for the throat, gentle facial massage for the third eye, and a moment of stillness for the crown. Sound and vibration. Sound is another potent modality for influencing both the chakras and the brain. Each chakra is traditionally associated with a specific seed sound, or bija mantra, such as Lam for the root or Om for the crown. Chanting these sounds or listening to music tuned to corresponding frequencies can induce changes in brainwave activity, promoting relaxation, focus, or transcendence. Neuroscience has shown that rhythmic sound and vibration can entrain neural oscillations, a phenomenon known as brainwave entrainment. For example, listening to binaural beats or chanting in unison can synchronize activity in the auditory cortex and limbic system, reducing anxiety and enhancing mood. To incorporate sound into your daily practice, set aside a few minutes to chant the bija mantras aloud or silently. Notice the resonance in your body and the shift in your state of mind. Alternatively, experiment with singing bowls, tuning forks, or simply listening to music that evokes the qualities of a particular chakra. The key is to approach sound as a vehicle for both energetic and neural alignment. Nutrition and the gut-brain axis. The relationship between diet, energy, and brain function is a burgeoning area of scientific research, and it resonates strongly with chakra principles. Each chakra is associated with specific foods, colors, and nutritional qualities. For example, root vegetables and proteins are grounding for the root chakra, while leafy greens support the heart chakra. Modern neuroscience has illuminated the pivotal role of the gut-brain axis in regulating mood, cognition, and overall well-being. The microbiome, the community of bacteria in your digestive tract, communicates bidirectionally with the brain via the vagus nerve, neurotransmitters, and immune signaling molecules. To support both your chakras and your neural health, aim for a diverse, colorful diet rich in whole foods. Incorporate fermented foods like yogurt, kimchi, or sauerkraut to nourish your microbiome. Pay attention to how different foods affect your energy and mood, and consider keeping a food mood journal to track patterns. Eating mindfully, with gratitude and awareness, transforms meals into a practice of nourishment for both body and spirit. Emotional regulation and mindfulness. Emotional balance is at the core of both chakra harmony and optimal brain function. The chakras correspond to specific emotional themes: security, pleasure, power, love, expression, insight, and transcendence, while neuroscience identifies the neural substrates of emotion in regions such as the amygdala, prefrontal cortex, and insula. Mindfulness meditation is a powerful tool for regulating emotion and aligning the chakras. By observing your thoughts and feelings without judgment, you create space for integration and healing. Research shows that regular mindfulness practice increases gray matter density in areas related to self-awareness and emotion regulation. A simple mindfulness exercise is the body scan, which involves bringing attention to each part of your body in turn, noticing sensations, tension, or energy. As you scan from your toes to the crown of your head, pause at each chakra location and notice any sensations or emotions that arise. This practice helps you identify areas of imbalance and fosters a sense of embodied awareness. Another effective strategy is emotional labeling, which involves naming your emotions as they arise. For example, if you notice tightness in your chest, you might say to yourself, "This is anxiety," or "This is sadness." Research shows that this simple act of labeling activates the prefrontal cortex and reduces activity in the amygdala, promoting emotional equilibrium. Visualization and intention setting. Visualization is a central technique in chakra balancing and is increasingly recognized in neuroscience as a tool for shaping neural pathways. When you vividly imagine a desired outcome or state of being, you activate the same brain regions involved in actually experiencing it. This is the principle behind mental rehearsal used by athletes, performers, and those seeking personal transformation. To harness the power of visualization, set aside a few minutes each day to imagine your chakras spinning freely, radiating vibrant energy. Picture yourself embodying the qualities associated with each center, feeling grounded, creative, empowered, loving, expressive, insightful, and connected. Pair this visualization with an intention, such as today, I will speak my truth with compassion, or I am open to new possibilities. Over time, this practice can help rewire neural circuits, reinforce positive habits, and align your conscious intentions with your subconscious mind. You may find it helpful to write your intentions in a journal or create visual reminders, such as a vision board or chakra-themed artwork. Journaling for integration and insight. Journaling is a bridge between inner experience and conscious understanding. It is both a reflective and integrative practice that supports emotional processing, cognitive clarity, and spiritual growth. Neuroscience confirms that expressive writing can reduce stress, enhance immune function, and promote resilience. To use journaling as a tool for chakra and brain alignment, set aside regular time to reflect on your experiences, insights, and challenges. You might structure your entries around the chakras, exploring questions such as, where do I feel most grounded or ungrounded in my life? What brings me joy and creativity? How do I assert my power and set boundaries? Where can I cultivate more compassion or forgiveness? Am I expressing my truth authentically? What insights or dreams have emerged recently? How do I connect to something greater than myself? Allow your writing to be honest and free-flowing, without judgment or censorship. Over time, you may notice patterns, shifts, and areas for further exploration. Journaling can also be combined with gratitude practice, affirmations, or goal setting to support sustained growth. Social connection and community. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and both the chakra system and neuroscience affirm the importance of connection. The heart chakra, in particular, is associated with love, empathy, and relationships, while neuroscience highlights the role of social support in buffering stress, enhancing well-being, and even extending lifespan. To nurture your social brain and energetic system, make a conscious effort to cultivate meaningful relationships. This could involve reaching out to friends or family, joining a group or class, volunteering, or simply sharing a moment of genuine presence with someone each day. Practice active listening, empathy, and non-judgmental acceptance in your interactions. Consider forming or joining a community of practice centered around these principles. Group meditation, yoga, or discussion circles can provide both accountability and inspiration. The shared intention and collective energy of a group can amplify personal transformation and create a sense of belonging. Digital hygiene and sensory balance. In our hyper-connected world, it is easy to become overstimulated by digital devices and constant information. Both the chakra system and neuroscience recognize the importance of sensory balance for maintaining health and clarity. To support your energetic and neural systems, establish regular periods of digital detox. Designate certain times of day to unplug from screens, social media, and news. Use these windows for restorative activities such as reading, walking in nature, or creative pursuits. Pay attention to your sensory environment. The colors, sounds, and textures that surround you can influence your mood and energy. Consider creating a dedicated space in your home for meditation or reflection, adorned with colors, symbols, or objects that resonate with your chakras. Use natural light, calming scents, and soothing sounds to create an atmosphere of balance. Sleep and restoration. Sleep is the ultimate reset for both brain and body. During deep sleep, the brain consolidates memories, clears metabolic waste, and restores neurotransmitter balance. The chakra system, too, recognizes the importance of rest for energetic integration and healing. To support restorative sleep, develop a calming bedtime routine. This might include gentle stretching, breath work, or a brief chakra alignment meditation. Avoid screens and stimulating activities in the hour before bed. Create a dark, cool, and quiet sleep environment, and aim for a consistent sleep schedule. If you struggle with insomnia or restless sleep, consider keeping a sleep journal to identify patterns and triggers. Practices such as yoga nidra, a guided form of deep relaxation, can help calm the nervous system and promote restful sleep. Integrating practices into daily life. While the practices described above are valuable on their own, their true power emerges when integrated into the fabric of daily life. The goal is not to add another set of obligations to your already busy schedule, but to weave moments of awareness, intention, and alignment into your existing routines. Begin by choosing one or two practices that resonate with you. Perhaps you start your day with a brief chakra alignment meditation and take a mindful walk during lunch. Maybe you set an intention each morning and reflect in your journal at night. The key is consistency and gentle persistence. Notice how your energy, mood, and cognitive function shift over time. Be patient and compassionate with yourself, recognizing that growth is a gradual process. If you encounter resistance or setbacks, view them as opportunities for learning and adjustment rather than failure. Personalizing your practice. Every individual is unique, and so is your energetic and neural landscape. The most effective practices are those that are tailored to your needs, preferences, and life circumstances. Experiment with different modalities, times of day, and combinations of techniques. Pay attention to what feels nourishing, effective, and sustainable. Consider seeking guidance from experienced teachers, therapists, or healthcare professionals, especially if you have specific health concerns or a history of trauma. Integrating chakra and neuroscience practices can be a powerful adjunct to conventional treatment but should not be seen as a substitute for medical care when needed. Tracking progress and celebrating growth. One of the most rewarding aspects of this journey is witnessing your own growth and transformation. To support this process, consider tracking your progress over time. This might involve keeping a journal, using a habit tracking app, or simply pausing periodically to reflect on how far you have come. Celebrate your milestones, no matter how small. Acknowledge the moments of clarity, connection, or resilience you experience. Share your insights with others, and allow yourself to receive support and encouragement. The role of curiosity and lifelong learning. Finally, approach this integration of chakras and neuroscience with a spirit of curiosity and openness. Both fields are evolving, and your understanding will deepen with continued exploration. Stay informed about new research, attend workshops or lectures, and engage in ongoing dialogue with others who share your interest. Remember that this journey is not about achieving perfection but about cultivating a deeper relationship with yourself, your body, and your mind. The practices you adopt are tools for self-discovery, healing, and growth. Conclusion: the practical applications of chakra wisdom and neuroscience insights are as diverse and dynamic as life itself. By weaving these strategies into your daily routine, you empower yourself to navigate challenges with greater resilience, creativity, and compassion. You become an active participant in your own well-being, drawing on the best of ancient and modern knowledge. As you move forward, trust in your capacity for transformation. The pathways you have explored in this book, through breath, movement, sound, nutrition, mindfulness, and connection, are always available to you. With each conscious choice, you align your energy and your brain, opening the door to a more vibrant, balanced, and fulfilling life. Let this chapter serve as both a guide and an invitation to experiment, to reflect, and to integrate. The journey of aligning chakras and the brain is ongoing, and every step you take brings you closer to the wholeness that is your true nature. Chapter 29, Conclusion. Toward an integrated understanding. Throughout this book, we have journeyed through both ancient and modern landscapes, the subtle terrains of the chakra system and the intricate networks mapped by neuroscience. In exploring the possible connections between these two rich traditions, we have sought not to conflate or reduce either system, but to appreciate the insights each offers about human consciousness, health, and flourishing. Now, as we move toward a conclusion, it is time to gather the threads of our exploration and consider what an integrated perspective might look like. One that honors both the wisdom of ancient energy maps and the rigor of modern scientific inquiry. The chakra system, as presented in the traditions of India, is a profound framework for understanding the human experience. It offers a map for navigating not only the body, but also the mind and spirit. Each chakra, from the grounding energy of Muladhara at the base of the spine to the transcendent awareness of Sahasrara at the crown, represents a nexus of physical, emotional, and spiritual energies. The system is not merely a metaphor, nor is it simply a set of mystical beliefs, rather, it is a lived and evolving practice, developed and refined over centuries by practitioners seeking greater harmony and self-realization. Modern neuroscience, on the other hand, provides us with an empirical, reductionist map of the brain and nervous system. Through sophisticated tools like functional MRI, EEG, and neurochemical assays, scientists have revealed the astonishing complexity of neural circuits, neurotransmitters, and brain regions that underlie our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Neuroscience excels at dissecting the mechanisms of perception, emotion, and cognition, and it has given us powerful interventions for treating mental and physical disorders. At first glance, these two systems, the chakras and the brain, seem to speak entirely different languages. One is couched in the symbolic and experimental language of energy, archetype, and consciousness, the other in the technical and quantitative vocabulary of synapses, neurotransmitters, and cortical regions. Yet, as we have seen throughout this book, there are intriguing points of resonance between them. The chakra system's insights into the layered nature of consciousness, the interdependence of body and mind, and the transformative potential of focused awareness all find echoes in the discoveries of modern neuroscience. One of the key insights emerging from this exploration is the value of a holistic model of the human being. The reductionist approach of neuroscience, while powerful, can sometimes lead to a fragmented view of the person, in which mind, body, and spirit are treated as separate realms. The chakra system, by contrast, insists on their unity, physical health, emotional well-being, mental clarity, and spiritual insight are all interwoven. Recent trends in neuroscience and psychology have begun to move in this direction as well, with the rise of fields such as psychosomatic medicine, embodied cognition, and contemplative neuroscience. The growing recognition that subjective experience and embodied practice are not epiphenomena, but central to our understanding of the mind, marks an important convergence of ancient and modern perspectives. Consider, for example, the chakra system's emphasis on the flow and blockage of energy. While the language of energy may not have a direct analogue in neuroscience, we can see parallels in the importance of neural connectivity, the flow of information between different brain regions, and the regulatory function of neurotransmitters and hormones. Just as blockages in the chakra system are said to lead to physical or psychological distress, so too can disruptions in neural pathways or chemical imbalances result in dysfunction or disease. The practices designed to balance the chakras, breathwork, meditation, movement, visualization, can be understood as methods for modulating neural activity, enhancing neuroplasticity, and promoting homeostasis in the nervous system. Another key area of overlap is the recognition of developmental stages. The chakra system proposes a sequence of energetic development, from the basic needs and survival concerns of the first chakra to the expansive awareness of the higher chakras. Neuroscience, for its part, has mapped the maturation of the brain from infancy through adulthood, identifying critical periods for emotional regulation, social connection, and cognitive growth. Both systems acknowledge that traumas or disruptions at early stages can have lasting effects, and that healing often involves revisiting and reintegrating these foundational layers. The importance of attention and intention is another shared insight. Ancient yogic texts describe the power of focused awareness, dharana and dhyana, to purify and transform the mind. Modern neuroscience has begun to uncover the mechanisms by which sustained attention shapes neural circuits, enhances emotional regulation, and fosters well-being. Mindfulness, once considered an esoteric practice, is now a subject of intense scientific study, with robust evidence for its benefits in reducing stress, improving mood, and even altering the structure and function of the brain. Emotion, too, is a bridge between these worlds. The chakra system situates emotions not only in the mind, but in the body, with each chakra associated with particular emotional themes and bodily regions. Neuroscience, after decades of privileging cognition, has come to appreciate the centrality of emotion in human life. The so-called emotional brain, including structures like the amygdala, insula, and prefrontal cortex, plays a critical role in shaping perception, decision-making, and health. The recognition that emotions are embodied, and that practices which cultivate emotional awareness can have measurable effects on the brain, is a significant area of convergence. Perhaps the most profound point of alignment is the affirmation of human potential for transformation. The chakra system is, at its core, a path of growth, an invitation to move from inertia and unconsciousness toward greater freedom, integration, and wisdom. Neuroscience, too, has revealed the brain's remarkable plasticity, its capacity to change, adapt, and heal throughout life. Practices that were once considered purely spiritual, such as meditation, chanting, and breath work, are now known to induce neurobiological changes that support resilience, creativity, and insight. Yet, in advocating for an integrated understanding, it is important to acknowledge the limitations and strengths of each system. The chakra model is not a literal anatomical map, nor is it a substitute for medical science. It is a symbolic and phenomenological system, one that provides a language for experiences that may be difficult to quantify but are nonetheless real and impactful. Neuroscience, for all its precision, can sometimes be reductionist, overlooking the richness of subjective experience and the wisdom of embodied practice. An integrated approach does not mean merging these systems uncritically or forcing one into the mold of the other. Rather, it invites us to hold both perspectives with humility and curiosity. It means recognizing that the human being is more than the sum of neural circuits, and that ancient systems of wisdom have much to teach us about healing, growth, and meaning. At the same time, it calls for a commitment to empirical inquiry, to testing our assumptions, and to remaining open to new discoveries. In practical terms, what might such an integrated approach look like? For individuals, it could mean engaging in practices that honor both the energetic and physiological dimensions of experience. Yoga, meditation, breath work, and movement can be understood not only as spiritual disciplines but as powerful tools for regulating the nervous system, enhancing neuroplasticity, and fostering resilience. Therapies that address both body and mind, such as somatic psychotherapy, mindfulness-based stress reduction, and integrative medicine, embody the spirit of this integration. For clinicians and researchers, an integrated perspective encourages interdisciplinary collaboration. Medical professionals, neuroscientists, psychologists, and practitioners of traditional healing systems can learn from one another, sharing insights and developing more comprehensive models of health. Research into the effects of contemplative practices, for example, benefits from the rigor of scientific methodology while also honoring the experimental wisdom of ancient traditions. Education, too, stands to benefit from this holistic approach. Teaching children and adults about the interconnectedness of body, mind, and energy can foster self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and resilience. Incorporating practices such as mindfulness, movement, and breathwork into schools and workplaces can support mental health and well-being, helping individuals to navigate the stresses and challenges of modern life. On a societal level, the integration of ancient and modern perspectives can inform our approach to healthcare, community, and the environment. Recognizing the interdependence of all systems, biological, psychological, social, and ecological, can inspire more compassionate and sustainable ways of living. The chakra system's emphasis on balance, harmony, and interconnectedness resonates with contemporary movements for holistic health, social justice, and environmental stewardship. Of course, integrating these perspectives is not without challenges. There are real differences in worldview, methodology, and language between the traditions of ancient energy medicine and modern neuroscience. The risk of appropriation, simplification, or misrepresentation is ever present. It is essential to approach this work with respect for the integrity of each system, honoring the cultural and historical contexts in which they arose. Dialogue, rather than synthesis, may be a more fruitful path, one in which each tradition is invited to speak in its own voice, and in which the encounter generates new insights. The process of integration also invites us to reflect on the nature of knowledge itself. The chakra system arose from subjective, contemplative inquiry, systematic observation of the inner world, refined over centuries of practice. Neuroscience is rooted in objective, empirical investigation, measurement, experimentation, and analysis. Both approaches have their strengths and limitations. The subjective is rich in meaning but vulnerable to bias. The objective is precise but may miss the depths of experience. A truly integrated understanding requires us to value both ways of knowing, and to develop methods for bridging the gap between them. One promising avenue is the field of contemplative science, which brings together practitioners and researchers to study the effects of meditation, yoga, and related practices. By combining first-person reports with third-person measurements, contemplative science seeks to build a more comprehensive picture of the mind. Studies have shown, for example, that long-term meditation can alter brain structure and function, reduce inflammation, and enhance well-being. At the same time, practitioners' descriptions of states of consciousness, energy flow, and transformation provide a rich source of hypotheses for scientific investigation. Similarly, the emerging field of neurophenomenology seeks to link the lived experience of consciousness with the measurable dynamics of the brain. By training participants to describe their inner experience with precision, and correlating these reports with neural data, researchers hope to illuminate the relationship between subjective and objective realities. Such work is still in its early stages, but it holds great promise for deepening our understanding of the mind. In the end, the quest to integrate the wisdom of the chakras with the insights of neuroscience is not merely an intellectual exercise. It is, at its core, a human endeavor, a search for meaning, healing, and wholeness. The challenges we face today, stress, anxiety, alienation, and disconnection, are not merely individual problems, but symptoms of a deeper fragmentation in our ways of living and knowing. The call for integration is a call to remember our own wholeness, to recognize the interconnectedness of all life, and to cultivate practices that support balance, vitality, and compassion. The journey of this book has been one of inquiry and imagination, grounded in respect for both ancient wisdom and modern science. Along the way, we have seen how the chakra system offers a language for describing the depths of human experience, and how neuroscience provides tools for understanding the mechanisms of mind and body. We have explored the resonances between energy and information flow, between chakric development and neural maturation, between mindful awareness and neuroplasticity. We have seen that practices long valued in the yogic tradition, breath, movement, meditation, can be understood as powerful interventions for regulating the nervous system and supporting well-being. At the same time, we have acknowledged the differences and boundaries between these systems, and the importance of approaching integration with humility and discernment. The goal is not to collapse one system into the other, but to foster a dialogue in which each enriches and expands the other. Such a dialogue requires openness, curiosity, and a willingness to embrace complexity. As we look to the future, the potential for an integrated understanding of mind, body, and energy is vast. Advances in neuroscience will continue to shed light on the mysteries of consciousness, emotion, and healing. At the same time, the wisdom of ancient traditions will remain a vital resource, offering practices and perspectives that speak to the deepest needs of the human soul. The convergence of these streams can inspire new approaches to health, education, and community, approaches that honor the full spectrum of human experience. For the individual reader, the invitation is to experiment, to explore, and to trust your own experience. Engage with practices that nourish both body and mind. Reflect on the patterns of energy, emotion, and thought that shape your life. Seek out teachers and guides who honor both tradition and innovation. Above all, remember that the journey toward integration is a personal one, unfolding in its own time and in its own way. For practitioners and professionals, the challenge is to cultivate both depth and breadth, to master the tools of your discipline while remaining open to insights from other traditions. Whether you are a scientist, healer, educator, or artist, the integration of body, mind, and energy can enrich your work and deepen your impact. Collaboration, dialogue, and lifelong learning are essential. For society as a whole, the integration of ancient and modern wisdom offers a path toward greater health, resilience, and harmony. By recognizing the interconnectedness of all systems, biological, psychological, social, and ecological, we can create environments that support flourishing at every level. The challenges of our time demand nothing less than a holistic approach, one that honors both the complexity and the unity of life. As we conclude this exploration, it is worth remembering that both the chakra system and neuroscience are, at heart, maps, tools for navigating the vast terrain of human experience. No map is the territory itself, but each can guide us toward greater understanding, healing, and transformation. The true integration of these maps lies not in theory alone, but in practice, in the lived experience of wholeness, presence, and connection. May this journey inspire you to explore, to inquire, and to integrate. May it remind you that you are both matter and energy, brain and consciousness, a unique individual and an inseparable part of the web of life. May you find your own path toward balance, vitality, and wisdom, drawing on the best of both ancient and modern traditions. The adventure of integration is ongoing, and the possibilities are as vast as the human spirit. As we move forward, let us do so with curiosity, compassion, and a commitment to wholeness, in ourselves, in our communities, and in our world. Chapter 30, Appendix, Resources and Further Reading. Appendix, Resources and Further Reading. The journey into the convergence of ancient chakra systems and modern neuroscience is both fascinating and expansive. This book has sought to illuminate the rich interplay between traditional Eastern understandings of energy centers and the burgeoning research in brain science. For those inspired to continue exploring, the following appendix offers a curated selection of books, articles, websites, courses, and organizations that provide deeper insight and broader context. Whether you are a curious beginner or a seasoned practitioner, these resources will help you delve further into both the philosophical and scientific aspects of chakras and the brain. Foundational texts on chakras. A meaningful exploration of the chakra system begins with primary source material and classic interpretations. The following books and translations introduce the traditional concepts, symbolism, and practices associated with chakras, as understood in the context of Indian yogic, tantric, and Buddhist traditions. Serpent Power, The Secrets of Tantric and Shaktic Yoga by Arthur Avalon, Sir John Woodroffe, remains a cornerstone work in bringing the ancient Sanskrit texts on chakras and Kundalini to the English-speaking world. Avalon's translation and commentary on the Satkakra Nirupana and Paduka Pankaka provide invaluable insight into the symbolic language and metaphysical framework of the chakras in the Hindu tradition. Wheels of Life, a user's guide to the chakra system by Anodia Judith, is widely regarded as one of the most accessible and comprehensive modern guides to the chakras. Judith combines traditional concepts with contemporary psychological perspectives, offering practical exercises and meditations for each chakra. Chakras, Energy Centers of Transformation by Harish Yohari presents a detailed account of the 7 major chakras, including their symbolism, associated mantras, colors, and physiological correspondences. Yohari's book is notable for its integration of Ayurvedic principles and yogic practices. Theories of the Chakras, Bridge to Higher Consciousness by Hiroshi Motoyama explores the chakras from both Eastern and Western perspectives, bridging esoteric understanding with scientific inquiry. Motoyama, a respected scholar and scientist, investigates the physiological and psychic dimensions of the chakras, making his work valuable for those interested in the intersection of mysticism and empirical research. Eastern Body, Western Mind, Psychology and the Chakra System as a Path to the Self by Anodia Judith further explores the integration of chakra philosophy with Western psychology, particularly through the lens of developmental theory and trauma healing. Chakra Meditation, Transformation through the 7 Energy Centers of the Body by Swami Saradananda offers guided practices, visualizations, and breathing techniques for activating and balancing the chakras. This book is particularly helpful for those seeking a practical, experiential approach. Academic and historical studies of chakras for readers interested in a more scholarly or historical perspective. The following works provide critical analysis and context for the evolution of chakra theory. Yoga Body, The Origins of Modern Posture Practice by Mark Singleton examines the development of modern yoga and its reinterpretation of traditional concepts, including chakras. Singleton's research is essential for understanding how contemporary yoga practices have been shaped by both Indian reformers and Western influences. Tantra Illuminated, The Philosophy, History, and Practice of a Timeless Tradition by Christopher Wallace offers a clear and well-researched account of tantric philosophy, practice, and the role of the chakras within Tantra. Wallace draws on primary sources and recent scholarship to clarify common misconceptions and highlight the diversity of tantric traditions. Yoga and the Luminous, Patanjali's Spiritual Path to Freedom by Christopher Key Chappell explores the philosophical foundations of yoga, including the subtle body and chakra systems. Chappell's work situates the chakras within the broader context of Indian spiritual philosophy. Subtle Body, An Encyclopedia of Your Energetic Anatomy by Cindy Dale provides a comprehensive guide to subtle body systems from various traditions, including the chakras, meridians, and auras. Dale draws connections between Eastern and Western energy models, making her book a useful reference for comparative study. Tantra, Sex, Secrecy, Politics, and Power in the Study of Religion by Hugh B. Urban provides a critical examination of how Tantra and its associated practices, including chakra work, have been interpreted and sometimes misunderstood in Western scholarship and popular culture. Neuroscience and the Brain. Understanding the brain's structure and function is essential for anyone seeking to draw meaningful parallels between chakras and neuroscience. The following texts offer accessible introductions to brain science, as well as more advanced explorations for those with a scientific background. The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat by Oliver Sacks is a classic collection of neurological case studies that illuminate the complexity and wonder of the human brain. Sacks's compassionate storytelling brings the mysteries of brain function into sharp relief. Principles of Neural Science by Eric R. Kandel, James H. Schwartz, and Thomas M. Jessel is a foundational textbook for neuroscience students. While technical, this work provides an in-depth understanding of neural anatomy, physiology, and function. The Telltale Brain, a neuroscientist's quest for what makes us human by V.S. Ramachandran explores the brain's role in perception, self-awareness, and consciousness. Ramachandran's research on brain plasticity, body image, and the sense of self is particularly relevant to discussions of subtle energy and consciousness. How Emotions Are Made, The Secret Life of the Brain by Lisa Feldman Barrett challenges traditional views of emotion and the brain. Barrett's theory of constructed emotion offers a new framework for understanding how brain processes may relate to the energetic and psychological functions attributed to the chakras. Buddha's Brain, The Practical Neuroscience of Happiness, Love, and Wisdom by Rick Hansen and Richard Mendius bridges neuroscience and contemplative practice. The authors explain how meditation and mindfulness influence brain structure and function, often referencing the subtle body and energy centers. The Body Keeps the Score, Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma by Bessel van der Kolk explores the ways traumatic experiences are stored in the body and brain. Van der Kolk's work is invaluable for those interested in the intersection of somatic therapy, trauma healing, and the energy body. Neuroscience of Mindfulness Meditation, How the Body and Mind Work Together to Change Our Behavior by Yi Yuan Tang and Rongsheng Tang examines the latest research on meditation, brain plasticity, and the physiological correlates of contemplative practices. Behave, The Biology of Humans at Our Best and Worst by Robert M. Sapolsky offers a sweeping account of the biological, neurological, and environmental factors that shape human behavior. Sapolsky's engaging prose and interdisciplinary approach make complex neuroscience accessible. Bridging Chakras and Neuroscience. Several pioneering works have sought to explicitly bridge the gap between ancient chakra theory and modern neuroscience. These books and articles offer models, hypotheses, and research findings that illuminate the possible connections between the two domains. Energy Medicine, The Scientific Basis by James L. Ostman explores the scientific evidence for subtle energy systems and their physiological correlates. Ostman's research draws upon biophysics, cell biology, and clinical studies to propose mechanisms by which energy healing and chakra work may influence the body and brain. Chakras and Their Archetypes, Uniting Energy Awareness and Spiritual Growth by Ambika Wouters presents a psychological framework for understanding the chakras, drawing on archetypal theory and developmental psychology. While not strictly neuroscientific, this approach provides a model for integrating inner experience with brain function. Mapping the Mind by Rita Carter offers a richly illustrated exploration of brain anatomy, function, and consciousness. Carter includes discussions of altered states, meditation, and the interface between mind and body, which may be of interest to those investigating the chakras' neural correlates. Subtle Energy, Awakening to the Unseen Forces in Our Lives by William Collins surveys research on subtle energy, including its potential scientific explanations and applications in healing. Collins' work is a helpful entry point for readers seeking scientific perspectives on energy medicine. For those interested in research articles, the Journal of Consciousness Studies and the International Journal of Yoga Therapy regularly publish peer-reviewed work on the intersection of neuroscience, meditation, subtle energy, and consciousness studies. Comparative and cross-cultural perspectives to understand chakras in a global context. It is helpful to explore how different cultures conceptualize energy, consciousness, and the subtle body. The following resources offer comparative perspectives. The Subtle Body, The Story of Yoga in America by Stephanie Simon traces the journey of yoga and its associated philosophies, including the chakras, from India to the Western world. Simmons' book is valuable for understanding the cultural adaptation and transformation of chakra concepts. Energy Medicine East and West, edited by David Mayer and Mark S. Mikazi, is a comprehensive reference that compares Eastern energy systems, chakras, meridians, chi, etc., with Western biomedical models. The contributors include physicians, researchers, and traditional practitioners. Chinese Medical Qigong, edited by Tianjun Liu and Kevin W. Chen, provides an in-depth look at Chinese subtle energy systems, including the meridians, danshans, and their parallels to the Indian chakras. This book is essential for those interested in cross-cultural energy models. The Web That Has No Weaver, Understanding Chinese Medicine by Ted J. Kapchuk, explores the foundational concepts of Chinese medicine, including Qi and the meridian system. Kapchuk's work is helpful for readers seeking to compare the Indian chakra system with Chinese energy theories. Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy by Mircea Eliade is a classic study of shamanic practices and beliefs about energy, healing, and consciousness across cultures. Eliade's comparative approach highlights the universality of subtle energy concepts. Contemplative science and meditation research, the study of meditation, mindfulness, and contemplative practices has become a major field of scientific inquiry. These resources offer insight into how meditative traditions and modern research intersect, with implications for understanding the chakras and the brain. Altered Trace, Science Reveals How Meditation Changes Your Mind, Brain, and Body by Daniel Goleman and Richard J. Davidson presents the latest scientific findings on the long-term effects of meditation. The authors discuss how contemplative practices can reshape brain structure and function, supporting many claims of ancient energy traditions. The Mind Illuminated, a complete meditation guide integrating Buddhist wisdom and brain science for greater mindfulness by Culadasa, John Yates, Ph.D., and Matthew Emergut, offers a step-by-step meditation manual informed by both Buddhist tradition and neuroscience. The book includes discussions of energy flow, concentration, and awareness. Waking, Dreaming, Being, Self and Consciousness in Neuroscience, Meditation, and Philosophy by Evan Thompson explores the intersections of neuroscience, phenomenology, and contemplative practice. Thompson's work is particularly relevant for those interested in the neural correlates of consciousness and subtle energy experience. Mindfulness in Plain English by Bhante Hanepola Gunaratana is a classic manual on mindfulness meditation, widely used in both secular and spiritual contexts. While not focused on chakras, the book provides foundational techniques for developing awareness, which can be applied to chakra meditation. Science and Philosophy of Meditation and Yoga, edited by T. M. Srinivasan, is a collection of essays and research articles examining the physiological and psychological effects of yoga and meditation, including their impact on the brain and energy systems. Websites and online resources in the digital age. A wealth of information is available online for those interested in chakras, neuroscience, and their intersection. The following websites provide high-quality educational content, research updates, and practical guidance. The National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, nci.ni.gov, offers research-based information on complementary health approaches, including meditation, yoga, and energy medicine. The Institute of Noetic Sciences, noetic.org, conducts and disseminates research on consciousness, subtle energy, and the mind-body relationship. Their website features articles, webinars, and educational resources. The HeartMath Institute, heartmath.org, is a leader in research on heart-brain coherence, biofeedback, and the physiological correlates of emotional states. Their work is relevant to those interested in the energetic and neural dimensions of the heart chakra. The Center for Healthy Minds at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, centerhealthymins.org, founded by Dr. Richard Davidson, publishes research on meditation, mindfulness, and well-being, with a focus on brain mechanisms. The Yoga Research and Education Center, youreg.info, offers articles, research summaries, and training programs on yoga, meditation, and the subtle body, with a particular emphasis on integrating scientific and traditional perspectives. The International Association for the Study of Subtle Energies and Energy Medicine, ISSHEM.org, connects researchers, practitioners, and educators interested in subtle energy, chakras, and related fields. Professional journals and periodicals for those wishing to keep abreast of the latest research. Several peer-reviewed journals regularly publish studies on meditation, neuroscience, subtle energy, and consciousness. The Journal of Consciousness Studies covers a wide range of topics related to consciousness, including theoretical and empirical research on subtle energy and brain function. The International Journal of Yoga Therapy publishes research, case studies, and reviews related to yoga, meditation, and the therapeutic applications of the chakra system. Frontiers in Human Neuroscience is an open-access journal that features articles on brain function, cognition, and the effects of contemplative practices. The Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine includes research on energy medicine, integrative therapies, and traditional healing systems. Mindfulness is a peer-reviewed journal dedicated to the study and application of mindfulness practices, with occasional articles on meditation's effects on brain and energy systems. Online courses and educational programs for those seeking structured learning opportunities. Many universities, institutes, and independent educators offer online courses on chakras, neuroscience, and meditation. Coursera, Coursera.org, and edX, edX.org, provide free and paid courses from leading universities on neuroscience, psychology, meditation, and consciousness studies. Examples include Medical Neuroscience by Duke University and The Science of Wellbeing by Yale University. Sounds True, SoundsTrue.com, offers online courses and audio programs on energy healing, chakra meditation, yoga, and mindfulness, featuring respected teachers such as Anodia Judith and Caroline Myss. The Shift Network, theshiftnetwork.com, provides webinars, summits, and courses on spiritual growth, energy medicine, and integrative health, often featuring experts in both traditional and scientific domains. The Open Center, opencenter.org, in New York offers workshops and certificate programs on energy medicine, subtle body systems, and holistic health. The Esalen Institute, esalen.org, in California, renowned for its role in the human potential movement, offers residential and online programs on consciousness, neuroscience, and transformative practices. Organizations and research institutes. A number of organizations are dedicated to the research, education, and practice of subtle energy, meditation, and neuroscience. The Institute of Noetic Sciences, founded by astronaut Edgar Mitchell, supports research and public education on consciousness, healing, and human potential. The HeartMath Institute conducts research on the physiological and energetic aspects of heart-brain communication and offers training in self-regulation and resilience. The Mind and Life Institute, mindandlife.org, fosters interdisciplinary dialogue and research at the intersection of contemplative practice, neuroscience, and psychology. Their conferences and publications are invaluable for those interested in the scientific study of meditation and consciousness. The Center for Healthy Minds at the University of Wisconsin-Madison is a leader in contemplative neuroscience, investigating the effects of meditation on the brain and well-being. The Center for Investigating Healthy Minds, CIM, at UW-Madison, directed by Dr. Richard Davidson, promotes research and public education on mindfulness, compassion, and brain health. The Kripalu Center for Yoga and Health, kripalu.org, offers programs, workshops, and research on yoga, meditation, and the chakras, with an emphasis on integrating traditional wisdom and modern science. Further reading, selected articles and papers beyond books and formal courses, a growing body of scientific articles and essays address the connections between chakras, subtle energy, and neuroscience. The following is a sampling of influential or thought-provoking papers. Yoga and the Brain, Potential Mechanisms for Yoga-Induced Brain Changes by Shirley Tells, Nilkamal Singh, and others, published in the journal Frontiers in Human Neuroscience, reviews the neurobiological mechanisms by which yoga and meditation may alter brain structure and function. Neural Correlates of the Energy Body, a review by Andrew Newberg and Mark Robert Waldman, published in Consciousness and Cognition, surveys research on the possible brain mechanisms underlying subtle energy experiences. Bioelectromagnetic Fields and Their Role in the Body by James L. Ostman, published in the Journal of Bodywork and Movement Therapies, examines the scientific basis for biofields and their potential relationship to energy healing and the chakra system. Mapping the Subtle Body, Indian and Western Models of the Mind-Body Relationship by Jeffrey Samuel, published in Religion and the Subtle Body in Asia and the West, provides a comparative analysis of subtle body theories and their relevance to modern psychology and neuroscience. Altered States of Consciousness and the Subtle Body, Theoretical and Empirical Perspectives by Kiran Kumar K. Salagame, published in the Journal of Consciousness Studies, explores the phenomenology and neural correlates of subtle energy experiences. Other noteworthy books and authors. Several additional authors and books merit mention for their contributions to the dialogue between ancient wisdom and modern science. Anatomy of the Spirit, The 7 Stages of Power and Healing by Caroline Myss presents a synthesis of the chakra system with Christian sacraments and Kabbalistic teachings, offering a unique perspective on energy and healing. Healing and the Mind by Bill Moyers, based on his acclaimed PBS series, explores the connections between mind, body, and healing, including interviews with pioneers in energy medicine and neuroscience. Journey Through the Chakras by Ravi Ravindra provides an accessible introduction to the spiritual and psychological dimensions of each chakra, drawing on Indian philosophy and modern psychology. Quantum Healing, Exploring the Frontiers of Mind/Body Medicine by Deepak Chopra explores the intersection of consciousness, subtle energy, and physical health, drawing on both ancient wisdom and modern science. Energy Medicine for Women, Aligning Your Body's Energies to Boost Your Health and Vitality by Donna Eden offers practical techniques for working with the body's energy systems, including the chakras, meridians, and auras. Awakening Kundalini, The Path to Radical Freedom by Lawrence Edwards provides a detailed exploration of Kundalini energy, its relationship to the chakras, and its transformative potential. Reading Strategies and Critical Thinking. Given the diversity of perspectives and the sometimes speculative nature of the field, readers are encouraged to approach resources with both curiosity and discernment. The study of chakras and the brain lies at the intersection of ancient philosophy, experimental practice, and evolving science. Not all claims are equally supported by empirical evidence, and interpretations may vary widely between traditions and authors. When engaging with traditional texts, consider the historical, cultural, and symbolic context in which they were written. Ancient descriptions of chakras are often metaphorical and may not map directly onto modern anatomical or physiological concepts. Contemporary authors may reinterpret these symbols through the lens of psychology, neuroscience, or personal experience. When reading scientific literature, pay attention to the methodology, sample size, and limitations of each study. The field of consciousness studies is inherently challenging, and research on subtle energy is still emerging. Peer-reviewed journals and reputable publishers provide a higher standard of evidence, but critical thinking is always necessary. For experiential learning, many readers find it valuable to combine reading with direct practice. Meditation, yoga, breathwork, and self-inquiry can provide first-hand insight into the subtle energies described in the literature. Seek guidance from qualified teachers and established traditions, and approach personal experience with openness and humility. Suggestions for further exploration: the study of chakras and the brain is an ongoing journey. Each new discovery in neuroscience, psychology, or contemplative practice adds another layer of understanding to the ancient wisdom of the chakras. As research progresses, we are likely to see new models, new technologies, and new insights into the nature of consciousness and energy. To stay current, consider subscribing to newsletters or following social media accounts of leading researchers, institutes, and journals. Attend conferences, workshops, or webinars to connect with others who share your interests. Many organizations now offer online communities and discussion forums where you can ask questions, share experiences, and learn from diverse perspectives. If you are interested in contributing to the field, opportunities exist for both professional and citizen scientists. Universities and research institutes often seek volunteers for meditation and neuroscience studies. Writing, teaching, or facilitating groups can also be a way to deepen your understanding and share what you have learned. The synthesis of chakras and neuroscience is, by its nature, interdisciplinary. It draws on philosophy, religion, psychology, biology, physics, and the arts. Embrace this richness, and do not be afraid to explore beyond the boundaries of any single tradition or discipline. Final thoughts: the resources listed in this appendix represent only a starting point. The field is vast, evolving, and filled with passionate thinkers, dedicated practitioners, and pioneering researchers. As you continue your exploration, remember that the ultimate aim is not merely to accumulate knowledge, but to foster greater self-awareness, compassion, and well-being. May your journey through the worlds of chakras and neuroscience deepen your understanding of yourself and the universe, and may it inspire you to contribute to the unfolding story of human consciousness. Recommended reading list: Serpent Power by Arthur Avalon, Sir John Woodroffe, Wheels of Life by Anodia Judith, Chakras, Energy Centers of Transformation by Horacio Hari, Theories of the Chakras by Hiroshi Motoyama, Eastern Body, Western Mind by Anodia Judith, Chakra Meditation by Swami Saradananda, Energy Medicine by James L. Ostman, Principles of Neural Science by Eric R. Kandel, James H. Schwartz, and Thomas M. Jessel, The Telltale Brain by V.S. Ramachandran, How Emotions Are Made by Lisa Feldman. Barrett Buddha's Brain by Rick Hansen and Richard Mendius, The Body Keeps the Score by Bissell van der Kolk, Altered Trays by Daniel Goleman and Richard J. Davidson, Tantra Illuminated by Christopher Wallace, Yoga Body by Mark Singleton, Subtle Body by Cindy Dale, Anatomy of the Spirit by Caroline Myss, Quantum Healing by Deepak Chopra, Awakening Kundalini by Lawrence Edwards, Chinese Medical Qigong edited by Tianjun Lu and Kevin W. Chen, Energy Medicine East and West edited by David Mayer and Mark S. Mikazi, The Web That Has No Weaver by Ted J. Kapchuk, Shamanism by Mircea Eliade, The Mind Illuminated by Culadasa, John Yates, Ph.D., and Matthew Emergut, Waking, Dreaming, Being by Evan Thompson. Science and Philosophy of Meditation and Yoga edited by T.M. Srinivasan. Mindfulness in Plain English by Bhanti Hanepola Gunaratana. Journey Through the Chakras by Ravi Ravindra. Energy Medicine for Women by Donna Eden. Healing and the Mind by Bill Moyes. May these resources serve as companions and guides as you continue your exploration into the profound connections between the ancient wisdom of the chakras and the cutting-edge discoveries of neuroscience.